Gu Yancheng, who lived a life of mediocrity and died in despair in his previous existence, is determined to exact revenge in this new life. On the first night of his return, Gu Yancheng experienced a fleeting moment of passion, subsequently marrying a wealthy and beautiful heiress. He yearns for a life of freedom, unwilling to be constrained, particularly desiring the unrestrained expanse of the forest. However, his wife, Luoyi, intends to exert control over Gu Yancheng. Despite her intelligence and resourcefulness, she is unable to prevent the advances of beautiful women, ultimately resigned to her fate. In this second life, Gu Yancheng plans to establish his own financial empire, engaging in meaningful enterprises such as chips, pharmaceuticals, and agriculture, truly contributing to the nation and the well-being of the common people. Chapter 1. I have been reborn. Oh dear. Gu Yancheng, supporting his waist beneath the bed, quickly regained consciousness, gazing at the furious woman wrapped in a quilt before him. He bluntly exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? We are all adults here, merely enjoying ourselves." Gu Yancheng nonchalantly picked up his clothes from the floor and donned them. He even gathered the woman's black lace lingerie and garments, tossing them onto the bed. The woman, witnessing Gu Yancheng retrieving her undergarments, glared at him with fiery eyes and retorted, "Who do you think you are?" She was determined to make him pay. Gu Yancheng, uninterested in her theatrics, assumed she was just a pretty face, and with a smile said, "We are merely passing acquaintances. Why must we know each other? Please scan the payment code. You can leave." "You don't want to?" he jested. "Right now, I insist you leave." Gu Yancheng surveyed the woman before him. Despite her fierce demeanor, she possessed striking beauty and an alluring figure, which he found quite captivating. Gu Yancheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for enjoying only one night. However, this woman appeared to be trouble. It was best to flee while he could. Lingering would only invite suffering, so he decisively chose to escape. The woman, seeing Gu Yancheng slip away so effortlessly, seethed with anger, especially after he mentioned payment. How could she not be infuriated? She vowed not to let him off the hook, quickly dressing and sending someone to investigate Gu Yancheng's background. Upon exiting the hotel, Gu Yancheng felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This was the second day of his rebirth. He had celebrated his return at a bar the previous night and encountered a wave of romantic escapades. Life was going smoothly. In his past life, he had lived in subservience for over a decade, marrying a woman who exercised excessive control over him. She managed the finances, dictated his actions, and before their marriage, she saved up $800,000, demanding a $30,000 dowry, purchasing a car, and then controlling the remaining funds, giving him a meager allowance of $1,000 or $1,800 a month. This arrangement left him frustrated for 15 years, unable to voice his anger, especially since she had a penchant for violence. She could manipulate both their families, and when she eventually filed for divorce, she claimed the house was hers, the car was purchased with her money, the mortgage was her responsibility, and all the earnings belonged to her. In the courtroom, she presented her evidence, and Gu Yancheng realized that all his years of hard work had merely clothed her in wealth. Before the verdict was delivered, he succumbed to a sudden death due to work-related stress and mental strain. Now that he had returned, he vowed never to marry such a vile woman again. After all his hard work, everything had been taken from him, and she had died due to her own malice. He would not let her off lightly. She was truly malicious. Her mocking demeanor in court was nothing short of a brazen provocation. Yet, he now found himself in a state of carefree indulgence, ready to relish his new life. Gu Yancheng was a financial analyst with nearly 2 decades of experience in stock trading. Now back before his marriage, he was well-versed in company trends and emerging industries. In this second chance at life, he intended to indulge, have fun, make money, and enjoy friendships, with marriage being an absolute no-go. Upon returning home, his mother attempted to arrange a meeting with his former fiancée, Hijai. He had no intention of marrying her. Despite their families being well acquainted, she paled in comparison to the previous woman, rating only an 8 out of 10 to the latter's 9.5. Reflecting on his own desirability as a man, he had been quite charming in college, yet marrying Hijai had brought him a lifetime of misfortune. When he sought a divorce, his parents pressured him, and she resorted to tears and tantrums. At this moment, Gu Yancheng silently expressed gratitude to the heavens for their favor, realizing that he had been given a second chance. While others closed their eyes for eternity, he had found himself awake again, back at the age of 26. It was the prime of life, a time for enjoyment. This time, no one could stop him. He would love whomever he pleased. As for marriage, that was out of the question. In his eyes, there were likely few worthy women in the world, so if he wanted to play, he would do so with abandon. Upon arriving home, Gu Yancheng's mother said, "Yancheng, you met Hijai when you were young. She has just returned from abroad. Why not see each other?" A woman like Hijai, who was all about manipulation, was not worth pursuing. "Mom, I won't go. I assure you, your son will find you a better daughter-in-law, or even arrange a selection for you. How does that sound? Son, one must be realistic. Don't aim too high. Hijai is quite a catch. She's beautiful, a master's graduate returning from studying abroad, and well-matched with you. Our families know each other well. Mom, I can find a wealthy and beautiful heiress as your daughter-in-law. Why would I want Ijai? Son, consider our family situation. We only have a modest 3-bedroom apartment, and if you want to buy another, it would deplete our savings for your down payment. Mom, have you seen the situation abroad? Ijai has been there for years. Who knows how many boyfriends she has had? If she returns, and I end up as her spectator, wouldn't that make me a fool? Think about it. Upon hearing this, Gu's mother furrowed her brow, contemplating the logic behind his reasoning. In light of the current turmoil abroad, it is indeed somewhat inappropriate for my son to marry a woman of such questionable character. One must strive for a semblance of purity. However, upon further reflection, considering that Hijai's parents are such upstanding individuals, it is likely that their daughter embodies a similar conservatism and would not engage in such behavior. Son, meet her. I've already given my word to Ijai's parents, I stated. Gu Yancheng pondered for a moment. He could certainly attend, for he sought to exact revenge upon her, albeit from the shadows. This malicious woman would taste the bitterness of infamy, for he was determined to live a life of indulgence and prosperity, as wealth was his to command. With over a decade of experience in the securities industry as a financial analyst, he possessed insights into which sectors would flourish. He mused that if fate were to grant him a second chance, it would be akin to opening his third eye. Mother, let me clarify beforehand. Should things go awry, do not cast blame upon me. Furthermore, reflect upon my words and conduct your own research online. Gu Yancheng prefaced his conversation with his mother. In his previous life, Hijai had meticulously plotted against him, orchestrating their shared nights, which ultimately coerced him into marriage. From the myriad pieces of evidence presented by the court, he discerned her premeditated intentions. This woman was indeed a schemer. Yet, she now stood before him, as if laid bare, and he was acutely aware of her true character. Thus, what awaited her would be his ruthless retribution. In his past life, Hijai would frequently ingratiate herself with his parents, showering them with gifts and expressing concern, spending trivial amounts to deceive them, while she was unrelentingly harsh toward him. She claimed that he was too handsome and needed to be monitored to prevent any romantic entanglements. His financial destiny had been tightly controlled by Hijai, who appropriated everything for herself. The more he contemplated, the angrier Gu Yancheng became. He was resolute in his quest to avenge himself against this vile woman and to vent his pent-up fury. Chapter 2. A slap from a woman within a villa in Donghai. Luoyi gazed at the documents in her hands, her face marred by fury. Her innocent body had been tainted by such a shameless scoundrel. The reason she refrained from provoking him earlier that morning was due to her apprehension about how this man might retaliate. Now, she had summoned him directly. Gu Yancheng was preparing to take a stroll. It was the weekend, and he could not simply languish at home. He was to meet Hijai in the evening. She remembered that after merely 2 or 3 encounters, they had ended up in a hotel, subsequently being coerced into marriage. This woman was both scheming and vicious. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, 2 men clad in black suits approached Gu Yancheng, forcefully ushering him toward the business vehicle. Who are you? How dare you kidnap someone in broad daylight? Do you believe I want to call the police? The occupants of the car remained silent. Surprised, Gu Yancheng recalled the woman from that morning. She was relentless. Who was she really? Surely not the frivolous type? Last night, amidst the revelry, all he had learned was that her name was Luoyi. Beyond that, she was an enigma. Only she could be responsible for this. What was her game? After a one-night stand, why stir up such trouble? Shouldn't they part ways amicably? Did she wish to reminisce about the previous night as pleasures? If that were the case, he would not object. However, this fell off. Could she truly be seeking revenge? He was innocent, after all. He was merely a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. With his hands bound, Gu Yancheng was led into the villa. Upon recognizing Luoyi, his suspicions were confirmed. Luoyi, why have you brought me here? Why? To castrate you, she replied, wielding a fruit knife. Luoyi, are you out of your mind? Last night, you were drugged, and I saved you. If you seek vengeance, don't involve me. I'm the one who played the hero. At her words, Luoyi was so enraged that she nearly laughed. Gu Yancheng, do you believe I would send you to the sewing machine? Gu Yancheng, with an air of indifference, countered. Let us speak plainly, Luoyi. If you send me to prison, I'll emerge and live quite well. If you harm me, you won't fare any better. You'll find yourself in the same predicament. Luoyi was taken aback by his resilience. If you go in, it'll be for at least 3 years. After that, will you be able to survive in society with the label of a rapist? Gu Yancheng chuckled at her words. What is it to me? I could emerge in 3 years living better than I do now. Women would still flock to me. Luoyi, perplexed by his audacity, declared, Gu Yancheng, here is a contract for you to review. As he glanced at the marriage agreement, disdain washed over his face. Another trap. Was he to leap into yet another pit? He refused to even look further. Marriage? Not a chance. Gu Yancheng, you have 2 options. Either you go to the sewing machine for 3 years, or you marry me. I'd rather go to the sewing machine than marry you. No one can change my mind. Luoyi was infuriated. She had anticipated an easy victory, especially with Yancheng. His education and looks were commendable, but other attributes paled in comparison to her standards. Taking out her phone, she dialed 110 in front of him. Yancheng was certain she would not tarnish her reputation by calling the police. "Hello, I'd like to report," she began, but Yancheng interjected. "Let us negotiate. There is no need for that." Seeing Yancheng's sudden compliance, she ended the call. "Now look at the contract. Untie me. How can I review it otherwise?" Luoyi began to flip through the pages of the contract for him. "This contract is filled with restrictions on me. Are you seeking a husband or a servant? I will not comply. Go ahead and call the police." "Are you certain?" She promptly dialed 110 again, and Yancheng felt a surge of panic. He had gotten into trouble over a woman. "Can you propose another demand? I truly cannot agree to marriage. And as for this contract, even Li Hongzhong wouldn't sign it. You expect me to cater to your every meal, practice in front of your parents, do housework, and refrain from seeing other women? What nonsense is this? Is that my responsibility? What can you do? I could do a lot. Perhaps I could compensate you a little, and we can call it quits. How does that sound? Dream on. What do you take me for? This isn't murder. What can't be resolved with money? Name your price. 10 billion. Yancheng's face contorted at the outrageous sum. Luoyi, don't be so greedy. Take a look in the mirror. Do you think you're worth 10 billion? If I had 10 billion, I could find someone much better looking than you. Luoyi's face turned a shade of fury. Yancheng, if you utter one more word, you'll find yourself in the sewing machine. Observing her, Yancheng realized she was indeed a formidable opponent. His mind raced. This woman was truly a headache. Money held no allure for her. Luoyi, let us negotiate. I want to do housework, and as for marriage, let us just be in a relationship. And about living together, I enjoy my freedom. Sometimes things happen." Luoyi dialed 110 once more, and Yancheng was left in utter disbelief. "Fine, I'll sign. Is that satisfactory?" A satisfied smile broke across Luoyi's face. She would marry him, and yet he still appeared reluctant. Yancheng thought to himself that a wise man does not let a small loss deter him. 3 years of marriage was preferable to prison. As for the terms of the agreement, he would comply when necessary. But he wouldn't allow himself to be shackled by her demands. If she found it intolerable, she could leave. It was as simple as that. He wouldn't sacrifice the whole forest for a single sapling like Luoyi. "However, I have one stipulation. After 3 years, the marriage must end, and neither party may refuse for any reason. If you wish to divorce, I am available at any time." Luoyi was taken aback by this clause. Realizing Yancheng was cunning and clearly not intent on a genuine marriage, she was unsure whether this was a tactic of seduction or his true intention. "Luoyi, I have already acquiesced. Now untie me." "Yancheng, if you attempt any tricks, it's 3 years of the sewing machine." "Luoyi, why are you so insistent on marrying me? It was merely a one-night stand. Though it was your first time, it was mine too. Fair and square." At this, Luoyi delivered a sharp slap to Yancheng's face. The sound echoed loudly. Yancheng stared at Luoyi, aware that a wise man refrains from further provoking a situation. Bound as he was, if he continued speaking, he might receive another slap to accompany the first. Chapter 3. Forced in a marriage, untie me. Aren't you the one who wants to sign? Luoyi threatened, "If you dare try any tricks, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. What can a big man like me do to you? Hurry up and untie me. I have matters to attend to." Luoyi regarded Yancheng, finding him utterly inscrutable. He seemed adept at weighing advantages and disadvantages, aware of the times. Clearly, he was a clever individual. "Will you sign?" Luoyi released him. "Sign? Luoyi, do you wish for me to be your shield?" "Indeed. My parents are forcing me to marry a man I do not harbor any affection for." Yancheng declared, "I shall assist you this once. After our agreement, we shall owe each other nothing and part ways." With deliberate precision, Yancheng inscribed the previously discussed terms and affixed his signature, which was rather elegantly penned. "May I take my leave now? On Monday, I shall come to your residence to escort you, and we will collect our marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau." Understood. Yancheng's primary concern at this juncture was to devise a means to make Jiayi's life a living hell. In his previous life, he had met an untimely demise, and recalling her demeanor in court filled him with disdain. It was indeed because of this malicious woman that he had suffered. As Yancheng exited the villa, he couldn't help but notice that the surroundings were quite pleasant. With a sum of 800,000 at his disposal, he believed that in 3 years, he could amass tens of millions, perhaps even 100 million. He envisioned purchasing a luxurious residence, acquiring a high-end automobile, and indulging in a life of opulence. As for employment, He had yet to formulate any concrete plans. He fancied experiencing a life different from the ordinary. However, for the time being, he was resolute in ensuring that Jai, this wicked woman, would find herself in a state of utter despair. As for Luoyi, she was indeed a source of trouble. Yet, for Yancheng, this also presented a unique life experience, an impoverished youth marrying into a wealthy family, becoming a son-in-law of affluence. He glanced back, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips, which was fortuitously witnessed by Luoyi. She sensed that there was something extraordinary about Yancheng, yet she found herself devoid of alternatives. Moreover, having already surrendered her innocence to him, she believed that such intimacy was reserved for spouses alone. Thus, she felt compelled to marry Yancheng. The fact that he was rather handsome, with a respectable background and no romantic entanglements, seemed quite favorable. Everything appeared acceptable. He was a man of integrity, yet that earlier smile held an air of mischief. She found it difficult to ascertain whether her choice was prudent or misguided. Yancheng was indeed a complex individual, but she had no other recourse, even if he proved challenging to manage. She felt she had no choice but to accept her fate. On his journey home, Yancheng mused about his rebirth before amassing wealth. He had unwittingly acquired a wife through a contractual marriage. It felt as though he was entering a marriage devoid of the traditional significance. Nonetheless, this would not hinder his pursuit of enjoyment in life. He had a stock trading account, and he planned to resign on Monday to deal with Jai. He was determined to avenge himself against this vengeful woman. Yancheng contemplated how to tackle this malicious woman. He was certain he would attend the blind date, and he had no intention of letting matters rest. The tactics she had once employed against him would serve well in her own downfall. That evening, Yancheng arrived at the restaurant where they were to meet. He felt a visceral aversion at the mere sight of her. How could such a woman exist in this world? He deliberately delayed his arrival, as the thought of her made him feel nauseous. After considerable thought earlier in the day, he resolved not to engage in any illegal activities. He intended for events to unfold naturally, albeit without his involvement. It was undeniable that this woman was a seasoned manipulator, willing to employ any means necessary. She had even invited him to her apartment for dinner, attempting to ensnare him through underhanded tactics. If she chose to play the part of the predator, he would not hesitate to assume the role of the hunter. Approaching her, he addressed her directly. "You're Jai, correct? And you're Yancheng," she replied. He wore sunglasses, making no move to remove them. "Are you not going to take off your sunglasses? I have a sty in my eye. It is inconvenient." Jai regarded Yancheng, but chose not to comment further. Yancheng was intent on avoiding her gaze, genuinely repulsed by her presence. Jai was taken aback by Yancheng's demeanor. "Take them off, so I can see." In a bold move, she stood and removed his sunglasses, leaving him astonished by her audacity. Upon viewing his face, her expression brightened. He was even more handsome than in photographs, and she immediately took an interest in him. However, her displeasure at being deceived lingered, and she remarked, "What about your sty? Do you always act so presumptuously?" Yancheng rose to leave. "What are you doing? I have no interest in you. You may enjoy your meal alone." Jai, unaccustomed to such affront, blocked his path. Yancheng, showing no leniency, pushed past her and continued on his way. "Yancheng, are you not a man?" Yancheng donned his sunglasses again. He found her presence utterly distasteful. Jai, disregarding her dignity, pursued him. Just as he was about to enter his car, she opened the door and seated herself inside. "Get out. I refuse to leave. What gives you the right to treat me this way?" Yancheng looked at her with palpable disdain. The feeling was genuine. "Leave at once." He was acutely aware that Jai would not relent. She was cunning and would surely continue to pursue him. She likely sought a new partner, having previously ensnared him. Now, he intended to help her find a suitable man. "I will not leave." Yancheng drove to a bar, one he frequented with Luoyi, hoping to find an opportunity. He knew that Jai would undoubtedly follow. Upon entering the bar, Yancheng surveyed the lively atmosphere filled with a diverse array of patrons, predominantly young revelers. Jai was familiar with such environments, adapting easily, while Yancheng felt somewhat out of place. He selected a seat, still wearing his sunglasses, and ordered a drink, indifferent to what Jai chose. She opted for juice, and he placed his car keys on the table. "Why do you treat me this way?" Yancheng appeared not to hear her, instead scanning the room for anyone who might take an interest in Jai, eager to create opportunities for them. Chapter 4. Obtaining the marriage certificate. Yancheng consumed 2 drinks before rising to head to the restroom. "Where are you going?" "To the restroom. Do you wish to accompany me?" Jai, noticing that Yancheng's car keys remained on the table, assumed he would not flee and decided to wait for his return. However, shortly after he left, 2 tattooed men approached her. "Beautiful lady, waiting for someone?" One was tasked with diverting attention while the other prepared to drug her. Yancheng lingered in the restroom for half an hour, and upon his return, he noticed that He Jiayi had vanished. He feigned panic, inquiring with the staff if they had seen her. Lacking her contact information, he struggled to remember her number. It was highly probable she had been taken away. He searched frantically and pretended to ask if she had gone home, attempting to distance himself from the situation. The phone rang unanswered, and over half an hour had passed. Gu Yanchen began to dial the police, determined to rid himself of this burden. As for the unfortunate soul who had the misfortune to abduct He Jiayi, that was merely a twist of fate. He would have to serve his time in prison. Accompanying Uncle Hat, Gu Yanchen searched tirelessly and ultimately located her in a nearby hotel. Upon the hotel staff's entry, the perpetrator was apprehended on the spot. However, Gu Yanchen merely fulfilled his civic duty. By the time He Jiayi regained consciousness, she was already in the hospital, with police officers present. But the doctor had confirmed her pregnancy. Gu Yanchen's expression remained impassive, but inwardly he was elated. If they wished him to play the role of a surrogate father, he would let her revel for a moment, and the fact that it hadn't become common knowledge was already a consideration of mercy on his part. He went to the police station to provide a statement before returning home to inform his parents, who were equally astonished by the news. He Jiayi was pregnant? Just confirmed at the hospital? Mom, didn't I mention it? She was having a wild time abroad, and this is the result. Their anger was palpable, but more importantly, they felt a sense of relief. Marrying a promiscuous woman like her would have spelled disaster for their family, yet now she was getting what she deserved. However, it was clear that He Jiayi would seek trouble. They advised him to simply retaliate with harsh words. You needn't worry. If she dares to show her face, I will certainly give her a piece of my mind. It's best to ignore her. Her parents still care about their reputation. He Jiayi would do well to stay away from me, or her fate will be even more dire. On Monday morning, Luoyi arrived early at Gu Yanchen's residence. She promptly called him. Gu Yanchen was still in bed, intending to resign after obtaining their marriage certificate. He had no desire to toil away like a beast of burden. He had plans to invest in a stock that he believed would soar, betting 750,000 with the potential to quadruple his investment in less than 3 weeks. He envisioned a life of leisure, perhaps dabbling in cryptocurrency and enjoying the carefree existence that awaited him. Gu Yanchen, hurry down. Bring your things. If you dare to play tricks, just wait and see how I deal with you. What time is it? It's barely 8:30. Is the Civil Affairs Bureau even open yet? Are you so eager to become my wife? Cut the nonsense. If you don't come down in 10 minutes, the police will be here. You decide. Ye Luoyi. Are you serious? I'm not a good person. Let me reiterate. You might come to regret this. Gu Yanchen hung up, quickly washed up, gathered his household registration book and ID, then made his way downstairs. Ye Luoyi surveyed him with evident dissatisfaction. Don't you have any decent clothes? What? Should I dress up for this? Whether you want or not. Just get in the car. Gu Yanchen observed Ye Luoyi in her professional attire, exuding an air of a career woman, driving a luxury vehicle. He mused on He Jiayi's disgrace, while he was marrying an accomplished woman, one who was innocent and pure. Life seemed to restore its balance. As long as he was wed, Ye Luoyi would have no grounds to imprison him, allowing him to live freely. After all, it was merely a nominal marriage. At 26, even if he divorced in 3 years, he would still be only 29. 3 years to accumulate wealth, then leisurely indulge in massages at exclusive clubs, perhaps even cruising in a luxury car, engaging with beautiful women. What a blissful life it would be. He recalled a time 5 years post-graduation when he met a junior, Fong Qingying, whose beauty had captivated the attention of her dorm mates. Now, she would be around 20, and who knows, perhaps after his divorce, they could rekindle something. As he gazed at Ye Luoyi, he recognized her dissatisfaction with him, yet she found herself compelled to compromise. She seemed a bit rebellious, but appeared to be unconcerned with financial matters during their agreement. At the Civil Affairs Bureau, just before entering, Gu Yanchen cautioned, Ye Luoyi, are you certain? Once we step inside, there's no turning back. Ye Luoyi ignored his remark and walked in. Gu Yanchen pondered his own audacity. Unexpectedly, he had accomplished 2 significant feats since his rebirth. He envisioned a future filled with success, determined to live on his own terms, unencumbered by others' expectations. Like the shameless Frank, who despite his pitiful existence lived freely and joyfully, Gu Yanchen too could live a life devoid of morals, bound only by law, indifferent to everything else. To him, marriage was merely a piece of worthless paper. As they queued for their marriage certificate, both wore solemn expressions, as if they were obtaining a divorce certificate instead. Upon exiting with their certificate, Ye Luoyi immediately declared, you need to resign and come work at Luoyi Group. I won't be doing that. You must. What would I do there? I have my own affairs. Gu Yanchen had no intention of engaging further. He preferred a leisurely existence, enjoying life as a carefree individual. Chapter 5. A tirade against authority. Ye Luoyi observed Gu Yanchen's demeanor. Gu Yanchen, You are my husband. You will do as I say. Am I your husband or your servant? Where are you going? I'll drive you. There's no need. This is merely a business arrangement. Call me when you need me. But outside of that, we should keep to ourselves. Just don't betray me, or you will regret it. Gu Yancheng, get lost. Gu Yancheng held a zero-tolerance policy on infidelity. If Yi Luoyi dared to stray, her fate would be far worse than He Jiai's. At that moment, a taxi pulled up before him. I'm leaving. Call me if you need anything. Before Yi Luoyi could respond, Gu Yancheng got into the cab and departed. She watched him leave, still speechless. Just then, her phone rang. Luoyi, you and Yuanhao's marriage is set for today. Dress appropriately and come meet him. Mom, I'm already married. Married? To whom? I'll bring him home tonight for you and Dad to meet. Luoyi, are you trying to give your father and me a heart attack? Even if you don't want to marry Yuanhao, you can't just marry anyone. Yi Luoyi had no interest in introducing Lin Yuanhao to her parents. She scoffed at the notion of marrying someone based on social standing, especially since she had inadvertently been with Gu Yancheng. I'll send you a picture of the marriage certificate. Tonight, I'm bringing him home. With that, she hung up. In the taxi, Gu Yancheng looked at the marriage certificate in his hand, astonished that he had married a wealthy and beautiful woman. In this new life, he intended to savor the beauty of the world and relish an extraordinary existence. He insists on living according to his own whims, treating his wife as if she were non-existent. Since she neglects her marital duties, he feels no obligation to fulfill his responsibilities as a husband. First, he plans to leave that dreadful workplace, resigning from a position that demands he labor like a beast for a meager salary of less than 200,000. Had he not skillfully navigated the stock market to earn over 200,000, how could he have saved up 80,000 in 4 years? Life has been a struggle, but now he decides to indulge and revel in pleasure for a lifetime. As Gu Yancheng contemplates this, his phone rings. It is Yi Luoyi once again. Yi Luoyi, did you miss me the moment I left? Gu Yancheng, we are bound by contract. If you continue to speak nonsense, I shall not take it lightly. You are to accompany me to meet my parents tonight. Meet your parents? I shall not go. You refuse? The contract stipulates that you must cooperate with me. Oh, I see. My apologies. I did not read it carefully. However, visiting your parents is not out of the question, though I can't help but anticipate a barrage of humiliation. Without some form of emotional compensation, am I not simply inviting torment? Upon hearing this, Yi Luoyi is taken aback by Gu Yancheng's audacity as he brazenly demands money. Gu Yancheng, are you truly this shameless? I'm a man of my word. I can cooperate with you, but how well I do so is another matter entirely. My price is 50,000. Yi Luoyi, infuriated by his words, thinks him a complete scoundrel. She had been coerced into marrying him after he took her innocence, and now he blatantly robs her. Yi Luoyi, the choice is yours. Gu Yancheng ends the call, uninterested in engaging further with her. As Yi Luoyi stares at her phone, she realizes that what she once perceived as a hunt has turned into her being the prey, led by Gu Yancheng's whims. Upon arriving at work, Gu Yancheng is met with a barrage of inquiries. Gu Yancheng, why are you so late? Shut it, Liao Shabi, what business is it of yours? What did you just call me? Liao Shabi, what of it? In my eyes, you are merely a sycophant, forever trailing behind the leaders like an obedient lapdog. Your managerial position was merely bestowed upon you. Gu Yancheng's voice booms throughout the office, eliciting delight from his colleagues who have long been burdened by the office politics dominated by sycophants who engage in flattery while undermining their peers. Liao Guodong is precisely such a figure, and Gu Yancheng, tired of enduring his antics, decides to vent his frustration before departing. Gu Yancheng, do you not wish to continue working here? Whether I stay or leave is none of your concern. I earn my salary from the company, not from you. Do you have the authority to fire me? And you, with your sycophantic demeanor and that foolish supervisor, are cut from the same cloth. What are you staring at? I formally declare my resignation. I can no longer tolerate your insufferable presence, flaunting our collective achievements while you wallow in your mediocrity. As Gu Yancheng insults Liao Guodong, the latter's face turns pale with rage. Gu Yancheng, do you believe I can ensure you find work in this industry? Is that so? I believe it is you who will struggle to find employment in this field. Several colleagues secretly record the exchange, thoroughly entertained by Gu Yancheng's vehement tirade against Liao Guodong, leaving the latter utterly humiliated. That should suffice. It feels good to let off some steam. I have no intention of driving him to despair, merely expressing my frustrations and advocating for my fellow colleagues. Liao Shabi, why are you still standing there? Do you hope I continue berating you? Just wait. I'll be waiting. Gu Yancheng returns to his desk, receiving enthusiastic thumbs-ups from his colleagues. Brother, you are incredible. You are our role model. Gu Yancheng, are you truly going to resign? Indeed, I shall. I am off to live a carefree life. But you're not married and lack a stable job. How will you find a partner? Fear not. There are always those willing to be taken advantage of. His words induced laughter among the group. After enduring years of servitude, he refuses to continue such a life that would render his rebirth meaningless. You all go back to your duties. Gu Yancheng promptly submits his resignation and intends to utilize his 10 days of vacation. By the time his resignation is finalized, he plans to have fully enjoyed his time off. He tidies up his belongings and heads to Liao Guodong's meeting room. Shabi, approve my resignation and vacation requests. Gu Yancheng observes Liao Guodong's face darken with anger. He has lost face in front of his subordinates today. Just wait, Gu Yancheng. I'll be waiting. As Gu Yancheng settles back at his desk, his colleagues continue to express their admiration for his boldness. Gu Yancheng, you are truly remarkable. After bidding farewell, Gu Yancheng steps outside, only to have his phone ring. It is his mother. Yancheng, the He family has come to our house causing a ruckus. Upon hearing this, Gu Yancheng replies, Mom, I'll be right there. He did not expect the He family to be so brazen as to come to his home to create trouble. They may have started a conflict, but he would not hesitate to retaliate. In a hurry, he races home, where he finds a dozen members of the He family clamoring at the entrance. Gu Yancheng, you took my sister to the bar. You must take responsibility for what happened to her. Responsibility? How so? Are you suggesting I should find a scapegoat for your sister's predicament? You truly have no shame. If I were you, I would wish for a hole to hide in. How dare you come to my house? Don't think I'm oblivious to your schemes. If you continue to act ungratefully, I can ensure you will have no dignity left in Donghai. Now, leave quietly, and I may show some leniency. If you dare return, we shall see. By the way, your family is all employed, right? I can visit each of your workplaces. You can expect me. Seeing their audacity, Gu Yancheng threatens them. Let us see if you still have the gall to show your faces. You expect us to let our sister suffer, and you want nothing to do with it? Responsible? I have never encountered a family as shameless as yours. Your already pregnant sister has been humiliated, and you expect me to bear the blame? Are you foolish, or am I? If it weren't for you, would she have been humiliated? You must compensate. Are you all completely daft? You wish to place the blame on me? Just wait. I'll get you your money. Gu Yancheng steps inside, rummaging through his belongings until he finally retrieves a dime. He opens the door and tosses the coin outside. Here, take it as humanitarian compensation. With that, he slams the door shut. His mother, observing her son's audacious actions, asks, Son, do you think they will create a scene at your workplace? Will it affect your job? Fear not. Your son has already resigned. What? Resigned? With an annual post-tax salary of 200,000, such a position is not easily replaced, and you chose to quit? Mother, rest assured. It won't be long before I secure a luxurious residence for you, and we shall enjoy a comfortable life. My son, I do not yearn for you to amass great wealth. I simply wish for you to lead a stable existence, marry, and provide me with a grandchild, and that alone would fulfill me. Outside, the He family seethed with indignation, seeing Gu Yancheng's actions as an affront to their dignity. They clamored, their fists pounding against the door. Gu Yancheng opened the door and glared at the He family. If you dare to cause further disturbance, I shall ensure your family's reputation is utterly obliterated. You reject my leniency? Then prepare to face the consequences. If you wish to bully me, let us see if you possess the capability. Witnessing Gu Yancheng's formidable stance, the onlookers felt a tremor of apprehension. Gu Yancheng, if you do not provide an explanation today, we shall not depart. Having spoken, they attempted to storm into Gu Yancheng's home. Should you dare to take even a single step inside, I will ensure you regret it. Test me if you dare, Gu Yancheng warned, positioning himself firmly at the threshold, challenging their audacity. He was merely posturing. They need not fear him. Yet, they pushed past Gu Yancheng and surged into his abode. Gu Yancheng swiftly dialed the police, then reached out to Luoyi. Luoyi, procure a formidable lawyer and have him come to my residence immediately. Tonight, I shall accompany you to meet your parents. Understood. Luoyi asked no further questions, while Gu Yancheng closed the door behind him, standing resolutely at the entrance. Mother, please return to your room. I shall not leave until I receive compensation. I will not budge, she insisted. Gu Yancheng approached, urging his mother to retreat. He had no desire to engage with such fools. Approximately 10 minutes later, the police arrived. Upon seeing the officers, the He family remarked, Mr. Gu, did you call for assistance? It is they who trespassed and may even be guilty of extortion. All of you will accompany us to the station. The He family felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. At that moment, Gu Yancheng's phone rang. Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Lawyer Zhao He, Senpai Yi. I am currently in your neighborhood. Lawyer Zhao, please wait downstairs for a moment. We'll be down shortly. The police, upon learning that Gu Yancheng's lawyer had arrived, realized the situation had escalated and that mediation was likely futile. While the He family remained brazen, Gu Yancheng let out a cold chuckle. Accompanied by the police, Gu Yancheng retrieved surveillance footage from his home. The officers began to recognize that Gu Yancheng was not to be trifled with. They prepared to take the entire group into custody. Downstairs, Gu Yancheng spotted the impeccably dressed Zhao He. Lawyer Zhao, what charges apply for trespassing and extortion? Trespassing carries a penalty of up to 3 years imprisonment. Extortion also falls under the same sentence, Zhao He replied. Lawyer Zhao, we shall not entertain any settlements. I possess evidence of their trespassing. As for the extortion, I have additional documentation that I will provide you. Mr. Gu, we will do our utmost to fulfill your requests. Gu Yancheng accompanied them to the police station. Based on the evidence he provided, the He family found themselves bewildered as they faced charges of trespassing and potential extortion, which were still being investigated. After completing his statement and accusations, Gu Yancheng stated, Officer, I refuse to accept any settlements. I hope they are dealt with according to the law. My lawyer will handle all subsequent matters. The police recognized that Gu Yancheng had come prepared and that the He family likely faced incarceration. Lawyer Zhang observed Gu Yancheng. Understanding his significance despite his modest residence, he had been dispatched directly from his superior, abandoning all other responsibilities. It appeared he was playing the long game. This matter had the potential to escalate dramatically, contingent upon Gu Yancheng's decisions. Now that evidence was firmly established, prosecuting them would result in imprisonment. The He family, consisting of 7 or 8 individuals, felt a rising fear as they were detained. The officers addressed them. You are undeniably guilty of trespassing, as the footage clearly shows. Furthermore, with the lawyer arriving so swiftly, your prospects are grim. Unless you can obtain Mr. Gu's forgiveness, a sentence of up to 3 years is inevitable. Hearing this, the He family grew frantic. They had indeed encountered insurmountable resistance. Chapter 7. Meeting Yi Luoyi's parents. Upon returning home, Gu Yancheng felt indifferent to the fate of the He family. They had brought this upon themselves, and now they had the audacity to stir trouble at his doorstep. So, what do you intend to do with the He family? Let them serve a few years. Perhaps that will teach them a lesson not to underestimate the Gu family. Gu Yancheng reclined at home, having invested heavily in a particular stock. He had hoped to secure some funds from Yi Luoyi, allowing him to amass a larger capital for greater returns and to discuss matters with her. Around 4 in the afternoon, Yi Luoyi arrived to pick him up. The moment he entered the car, Gu Yancheng inquired, Isn't it a bit early for dinner? Why are you here so soon? What do you need a lawyer for? To handle a few matters. And by the way, could you cover the lawyer's fees? Yi Luoyi gazed at him, stating, I do not wish to be entangled in such troubles any longer. Also, starting tomorrow, you will accompany me to work at Shenghua Group. I refuse. I haven't even resigned from my current job. So why would I start another? Weren't you the one who mentioned quitting? Yi Luoyi, how do you know? Are you investigating me? And if I am, you are my husband. After all, I must be aware of your affairs. Furthermore, should you dare to seek out other women behind my back, you shall see how I deal with you. Gu Yancheng regarded Yi Luoyi. Yi Luoyi, could you lend me some money? Gu Yancheng, how can a grown man ask me for money? Aren't you my wife? You possess a fortune. I merely wish to borrow for a month, and I will pay interest, 1 million. Do you have no shame? I'll offer you a 5% interest rate for a month. What do you need 1 million for? Why do you care? Will you lend it or not? Gu Yancheng, you are being so cryptic. What exactly do you intend to do? I will not lend it. I have identified a stock that could yield a profit of 20 to 30%. Will you lend it or not? Do you still want to trade stocks? And what of it? This is my profession. If you lend me the money, I assure you that your parents will be pleased. What do you say? I will act as a shield. I will not utter a word otherwise. And if you incur losses, I will voluntarily serve as your husband for 3 years without charge. Consider it. You stand to gain without loss. Whether to lend is your choice. Think it over. Yi Luoyi contemplated Gu Yancheng's proposal, recognizing that it bore no detriment to her. Account number? See? You are indeed clever. Gu Yancheng sent her his bank account number. The number has been sent. Yi Luoyi parked the car nearby, intending to use the 1 million to ensure Gu Yancheng's compliance. This rogue seemed somewhat beyond her control. Within minutes, the money was transferred. Gu Yancheng chuckled. Yi Luoyi, your family is quite wealthy. 1 million without a blink. Let's talk. Once we reach my home, you behave accordingly. If you fail to repay within a month for the next 3 years, you will do as I say. With just 1 month remaining, you shall serve as my chauffeur. Tomorrow, you will move in with me. Gu Yancheng remarked, Yi Luoyi, you are being a bit excessive. Aren't you? I, too, desire personal freedom. Besides, I'm a normal man. Do you understand? Gu Yancheng, your mind is saturated with those sordid thoughts. At my age, is it not natural to yearn for companionship? Are you expecting me to remain celibate for 3 years? Forgive me, but that is beyond my capacity. My philosophy is to seize pleasure in the moment. That is the creed I live by. And what about your job? How will you earn a living? Isn't that your responsibility? I shall be your husband for 3 years. Surely a little compensation is in order? How much was it stated in the contract? I hardly paid attention. Yi Luoyi gazed at Gu Yancheng, utterly perplexed by his character. He appeared indifferent to wealth, yet his thoughts revolved around it. The car halted at the opulent Donghai shopping mall. Luoyi, are you going to buy me clothes? Consider it deducted from the funds I provided you. Then I shall pass. The clothes are too expensive and uncomfortable. Let us not dawdle. Luoyi firmly rejected. Even if you dress me in designer suits, it does not alter the fact that I am still pauper. There is no need to adorn myself for the sake of appearances. Your parents would never be satisfied regardless. Luoyi regarded Gu Yancheng, contemplating his words. Is this truly your stance? What of it? Isn't it rather agreeable? Then let us return to the old residence. Luoyi drove Gu Yancheng back to the ancestral home. Gu Yancheng, are you not the least bit concerned? Not afraid? At that moment, Gu Yancheng couldn't help but chuckle. Why should I be worried or afraid? Everything is already settled. I am now your parents' son-in-law. What can they do? They may simply offer me a cold shoulder. At worst, they might not let me enter their home. What more could they possibly do? Luoyi caught a glimpse of Gu Yancheng, sensing the nonchalance in his tone. As the car gradually came to a stop before a grand villa, she realized that poverty truly limits one's imagination. Luoyi was indeed a daughter of a wealthy family. Upon entering the house, Gu Yancheng noticed a single pair of slippers at the entrance. He understood this was a subtle warning, and Luoyi recognized it too, as she rummaged through the cabinet for slippers, but Gu Yancheng walked straight in. In the living room, Ye's parents sat on the sofa, bearing a resemblance to Luoyi. Approaching them, he exclaimed, Dad, Mom. Ye's parents paused at the address before retorting. Who are you calling Dad and Mom? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gu Yancheng, Luoyi's husband. Currently unemployed, please take care of me. Ye's parents were already aware of Gu Yancheng's circumstances, and they frowned at his ordinary demeanor, aside from his looks, especially given his involvement in a scandalous incident. Luoyi observed the scene intently. Mom and Dad, this is my husband, Gu Yancheng. Gu Yancheng casually seated himself on the sofa, ignoring Luoyi's silent signals. Mom and Dad, your disapproval is understandable. Luoyi, please show them our marriage certificate. Seeing Gu Yancheng's casualness, Ye's father commanded, get up and leave immediately. Dad, I am your son-in-law. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to ask me to leave like this? I recall that families of nobility value etiquette and appearances. To dismiss a first-time visitor so rudely would be rather embarrassing if it got out. I personally do not mind, but what about you, Mom and Dad? Ye's father observed that Gu Yancheng had maintained the upper hand throughout the exchange, and he was no simpleton. Listen here, even though you're married to Luoyi, as long as I wish, you will have no standing in Zhonghai, not even a means to live. Dad, that is quite the exaggeration. As long as I have money, I will have a means to live. Would I ever starve? Besides, Luoyi has been incredibly generous. She just gifted me 10 million. That should suffice for several decades. By the time I have a child, he will be in college. Luoyi, listening to this, realized she had underestimated Gu Yancheng. He was indeed quite extraordinary. To be honest, I consider myself fortunate. You know, my family is quite ordinary. I have never experienced a life of luxury. Suddenly becoming affluent has taken me by surprise. Chapter 8. A clever resolution. Ye's parents regarded Gu Yancheng, who exuded a remarkable audacity. I will give you 20 million to leave Luoyi. Upon hearing this, Gu Yancheng turned to Luoyi, his expression rich with meaning, urging her to raise the stakes. Yet Luoyi remained unfazed. Dad, let's transfer the funds now. I will provide you with my account number. Once the money arrives, I am ready to divorce Luoyi at any moment, should she agree. Gu Yancheng's boldness caught both Ye's parents off guard. He was not adhering to the expected script. I will sign the divorce papers first, and then you can make the transfer. Dad, I'm a man of my word. I value my promises. If you do not provide the funds, I am afraid I may find it difficult to comply. After all, if I remain your son-in-law, my position will only grow stronger over time. A mere 20 million is but a drop in the ocean. Ye's father scrutinized Gu Yancheng, who seemed to be spinning tales, yet he had astutely identified a weakness. Do not call me Dad. I have no son-in-law like you. Dad, whether you acknowledge it or not, I am your legal son-in-law. Your denial changes nothing. I suggest we continue this arrangement. You suffer no loss, and I do not seek your money. However, I cannot forfeit what is rightfully mine. Your money will not help. If Luoyi does not agree to the divorce, I have no choice. Thus, let us avoid unnecessary struggles and coexist peacefully. A harmonious family leads to prosperity. We should not engage in hostilities that benefit no one. Who do you think you are to issue commands here? Dad, you insist on reminding me that I am your son-in-law, not a mere dependent. I have a voice. If Luoyi bears children, they will carry the Gu surname. Do I not have a say in the matter? Let's not dwell on trivialities. If you cast me out, Luoyi will inevitably seek me out. Should she find herself expecting, what then? I will still have to return here. Ye's parents were rendered speechless by his eloquence. Mom and Dad, I'm a bit hungry. Isn't it time for a meal? I understand your reluctance, but this has become a reality we must accept. Truth be told, had Luoyi not pressured me, would I have desired this marriage? Gu Yancheng rose first and approached the dining table. The housekeeper observed the son-in-law, dressed rather plainly, yet occupying the seat of honor at the left-hand side of the table. This seemed to carry a special connotation, positioned as the second-in-command of the household. Ye's mother frowned at this. Ye's father noticed and found Gu Yancheng's actions rather intentional. However, he also recognized that this young man had potential for greatness. Nevertheless, he needed to temper Gu Yancheng's boldness. Ye's father stood beside Gu Yancheng, gesturing for Ye's mother to take the head seat. Once Ye's mother settled in, Gu Yancheng instantly grasped Ye's father's intent. Unfortunately, Luoyi was seated to his right, so Gu Yancheng stood, moved a chair beside Ye's mother, and pulled another chair to his original position. Dad, you and Mom can squeeze together. I think I'm quite well suited to sit here. All present were somewhat surprised. This young man exhibited a certain astuteness, and Ye's father found him increasingly agreeable. Luoyi was also taken aback by Gu Yancheng's unexpected maneuver. After the elders, including Gu Yancheng, began to eat, he joined in without hesitation. He was not one to fuss over details. The flavors of the dishes were truly delightful, rivaling those of a five-star hotel. However, Yi father and Yi mother, along with Luoyi, observed Gu Yancheng's manner of eating with furrowed brows. As he savored his meal and sipped his soup, he remarked, "Mom, Dad, your cooking is truly exceptional. Where did you find a chef? I should get one for my parents as well. That chef must earn quite a salary." He continued, "No worries. As your daughter-in-law, Luoyi should express her filial piety. So it's not my place to interfere." Upon hearing this, Luoyi felt cornered by his words, realizing he was clearly trying to trap her. How could someone be so shameless? "Luoyi, don't you agree?" he asked. "Indeed," Luoyi replied, exasperated. "Gu Yancheng, now that you're married to Luoyi, what are your plans for the future?" Yi father inquired. "Dad, how about you arrange for me to be a vice president?" Gu Yancheng replied. "Do you believe you have the capability for such a role?" Yi father asked. "Dad, that is a rather dismissive question. Success is not solely based on effort. Hard work merely enhances the odds. Ultimately, it comes down to fate. Look at me marrying Luoyi. That is luck in my destiny. I may lack ability, but you have it, so it's merely a matter of your will. The only thing I can assure you is that I won't act recklessly." The underlying implication of Gu Yancheng's words was that he intended to simply coast through his time at the company. Yet, Yi father, having navigated the business world for decades, had encountered all types of individuals. Gu Yancheng was indeed an anomaly, radiating a self-assuredness and cunning that belied his youth. "How about this? You can join Shenghua, and I'll arrange for you to be my assistant. What do you think?" Yi father suggested. "Dad, what is the salary?" Gu Yancheng asked. "An annual salary of 1 million. How does that sound? In that case, I'll pass. Being your assistant sounds exhausting with too much work. Right now, I just want to take it easy. If I become capable and overshadow Luoyi, taking over Shenghua, you'll be the one feeling regret." As Yi father listened to Gu Yancheng's refusal, he noted that the young man spoke of money, yet seemed indifferent to it. This boy did not seem like someone from an ordinary family. Yi mother, perceptive as ever, recognized that Gu Yancheng possessed a maturity and clarity that was incongruous with his background. In the Yi household, this son-in-law held all the cards, never losing face, demonstrating adaptability and an innate confidence that could not be feigned. Gu Yancheng, after a while, rose and wandered through the expansive villa yard, which boasted a garden and swimming pool, all meticulously maintained. He envisioned purchasing a couple of homes once he earned money, one for his parents and one for himself. Entrepreneurship seemed unappealing to him. He preferred to find an assistant to handle the workload while he remained a shareholder, reaping the benefits without exerting himself. As he lay on the lawn gazing at the moon and the myriad stars, he felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Life, as it were, offered no path of retreat. Regardless of right or wrong, one could only forge ahead. He was experiencing a transformative phase, a once impoverished youth poised to become a billionaire, a reality he believed was imminent. He contemplated the future, recognizing that wealth would only accumulate. To be wealthy is to enjoy oneself, which is only natural. However, I should also engage in meaningful endeavors, channeling capital internationally to acquire major global enterprises and establish a vast financial conglomerate to benefit my fellow countrymen. That is the essence of significance, he mused, amused at his own lofty ideals. Chapter 9. Cohabitation. Upstairs, Yi father stood at the window, observing Gu Yancheng lying on the lawn. He felt a sense of approval for the young man. While his family background was modest, with some nurturing, he could greatly benefit Shenghua Group in the future. "Luoyi, your mother and I have agreed on your relationship with this young man. Have him come to the group to start working tomorrow." Luoyi was taken aback. "Dad, you actually agree?" Yi father had formed a basic judgment about Gu Yancheng. It seemed he did not care much for the family legacy of Shenhua Group. How long have you known him? About half a year. Half a year? Why didn't you bring him to meet us sooner? I was afraid you wouldn't approve. So you decided to act without consulting us first? I really don't like Lin Yuan Hao. I can't be with him. I just wanted you to spend some time together, not to insist on marriage. You're our only daughter, and we naturally hope you find someone you like. But are you sure you like that boy? At the mention of this, Yi Luoyi felt a surge of anger, recalling how she had lost her innocence to him. The key was that if he weren't afraid of being imprisoned, he would never have married her. Dad, that's for sure. Otherwise, I wouldn't have married him. All right, you both can stay here tonight. But Dad, he doesn't have a change of clothes here. We should go back. Fine, but remember, have him come to the group tomorrow. I'll arrange a position that he finds satisfactory. While Gu Yancheng remained reclining in the yard, Yi Luoyi approached him and said, Gu Yancheng, it's time to go. So soon? He replied, What? Do you want to stay here? It's not like your parents wouldn't be pleased. Consider yourself lucky. You'll start working at Shenhua Group tomorrow. I'm not going. I'll just be wasting time. I won't be doing anything productive there. My dad wants you to go. I must admit, your father has some discernment. Yi Luoyi regarded Gu Yancheng, noting his audacity. Are you going or not? I have conditions. I want freedom and don't wish to be bound by rules. Yi Luoyi considered him. I have no say in this. My dad is arranging it personally. Then I'm not going. Gu Yancheng was well aware of what his father-in-law intended. He had no intention of jeopardizing his freedom for this woman. If you don't go, how will I explain this to my dad? That's your concern, not mine. What are your conditions? Gu Yancheng stood up, leaned in close to Yi Luoyi's ear, and whispered, One night together, and I'll agree to one condition. What do you say? Yi Luoyi stepped on his foot, causing him to wince in pain. Gu Yancheng wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her, leaving her momentarily stunned as she allowed him to kiss her for nearly a minute. It was only after she regained her senses that she pushed him away. Gu Yancheng, are you serious? She raised her hand, ready to slap him. Your parents are upstairs watching. If you slap me now, it'll all come to light. Yi Luoyi felt a surge of anger, but knew she had to feign happiness. She took his arm and walked toward the car. Once they were in the car, Yi Luoyi delivered a sharp slap to Gu Yancheng's face. Yi Luoyi, how dare you hit me? Do you want me to tell your parents the truth? What will you do, Gu Yancheng? We're already married. My parents have approved. Even if you have second thoughts, it's too late. You, Yi Luoyi, do you truly believe I have no means to address this situation? Return home and pack your belongings. You shall move into my residence tonight. I refuse to comply. The contract stipulates otherwise. You must come. Gu Yancheng regarded Yi Luoyi with a visage full of displeasure. Refusal is not an option. Do as you wish. I will be there every day to observe you. Do you expect me to act as a monk while you play the nun? I cannot endure it. Yi Luoyi abruptly halted the car by the roadside. Gu Yancheng, should you dare to seek companionship outside our union, I shall ensure you are rendered impotent. Yi Luoyi, let us divorce. I shall initiate proceedings tomorrow. You scoundrel. Gu Yancheng observed Yi Luoyi's expression, knowing he possessed ample tactics to deal with her. Gu Yancheng, do you possess any sense of contractual integrity? I am compelled by your hand. My suggestion is that we live our separate lives, free from interference. Should you require my assistance, call upon me. For I acknowledge that I have shared your bed. Gu Yancheng, you rogue devoid of shame. Yi Luoyi, this is an inequitable agreement. Even Li Hongzhang would hesitate to endorse it. You are pressuring me to sign. Do you find this appropriate? Gu Yancheng, you have bedded me. Do you not bear responsibility? Dear sister, I take responsibility, but how can I fulfill that when I am a penniless wretch, one whom you would scorn? You expect me to remain by your side as a monk for 3 years? I will provide you with the funds. Then I too can lend you money. I shall extend you 10 million, and in return, you shall grant me another 10 million. We can part ways amicably within a month. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Yi Luoyi felt a flicker of curiosity. This Gu Yancheng was no ordinary man. He exuded an air of rebelliousness and confidence. Gu Yancheng, what must you do to fulfill this agreement? You expect me to adhere to such a humiliating contract? Surely, you jest. Return the 10 million you borrowed. You have already borrowed it. Why demand its immediate return? I refuse to lend it any longer. Return it to me now. That is impossible. We have already established the terms for a month. Then I too can be untrustworthy. Return it promptly. Yi Luoyi gazed at the audacity of Gu Yancheng as she started her vehicle, driving straight to her villa. Yi Luoyi, a man and a woman alone in one room. I cannot guarantee that I shall refrain from inappropriate conduct. You must manage accordingly. At this moment, Yi Luoyi felt undaunted. This Gu Yancheng was infuriating. When had she ever been so manipulated by a man? Gu Yancheng had come to this place for the second time. The last occasion had seen him bound and brought here, yet now he stood as the master of the residence, and it felt rather pleasing. He strode in without hesitation. Change your shoes. Gu Yancheng noticed the slippers Yi Luoyi had prepared for him, and he was somewhat taken aback. He slipped into the slippers. Are you the only one here? Indeed, I prefer solitude. Who manages the household chores? An auntie comes by during the day to handle them. She does not stay overnight. Yi Luoyi, why insist that I reside here? Your discomfort is my discomfort. Gu Yancheng, I shall not permit my husband to shame me. Gu Yancheng laughed heartily at this remark. What do you mean by that? As a man filled with youthful vigor, how am I to satisfy my primal needs? You must understand, if you do not provide, I shall inevitably seek solace elsewhere. Enduring such a situation could be fatal. Which room is yours? Yi Luoyi, is this appropriate? If I were to stay, I should surely occupy a room on the second floor. You want me in the room on the first floor? What is that about? Is there anything about you that I have not already seen? Yi Luoyi listened to Gu Yancheng's words and could hardly endure any longer gazing at him. Do you expect me to fulfill marital duties? It all depends on your capabilities. Upon hearing this, Gu Yancheng was instantly intrigued. Conquering Yi Luoyi would indeed be an exhilarating pursuit. Such is the essence of life. What do men desire if not wealth, companionship, children, homes, and cars? Aside from children, it seemed everything else was within reach. Gu Yancheng chuckled. Then tell me, what skills do I need? One must possess competence. Relying solely on a woman. Do you consider that suitable? Indeed, it is rather inappropriate. Gu Yancheng, if you possess the skills, demonstrate them to me. Do not merely engage in empty rhetoric. Is that all? What men pursue is success, is it not? With that rebellious demeanor of yours, can you truly achieve anything? Gu Yancheng gazed at Yi Luoyi, his smile unwavering. Pray tell, what is your lifelong dream? I wish to elevate Shanghua Group to the pinnacle of the nation. And beyond that, life encompasses more than merely a career. What of love, marriage, family? There's so much more. Gu Yancheng, you have ruined me. How dare you speak of love? Gu Yancheng could not suppress his laughter. What? Am I truly that inadequate? Look at your parents. They possess discerning eyes. And they have sanctioned our union. You have emerged from the tumult, having discovered this gold in me. Yi Luoyi grew increasingly uncomfortable with his words. Gu Yancheng, you ought to gaze into a mirror and behold your own character. Why should I become your true wife? Since you are unwilling, let us divorce. It will spare us both the trouble. Gu Yancheng, should you utter the word divorce once more, do you believe you will ever be granted such a wish in this lifetime? Yi Luoyi, have you developed feelings for me? Am I to be ensnared by you so easily? Gu Yancheng slowly approached Yi Luoyi, who hastily retreated into her room. Gu Yancheng watched as she fled in haste. Ah, the joys of life are upon us. Gu Yancheng settled into the adjoining room, finding it quite pleasant. After sitting on the sofa for a while, he truly appreciated its comfort. However, the bathroom lacked any amenities. He approached Yi Luoyi's door and knocked. Fresh from her shower, Yi Luoyi donned a sleep set rather than a revealing nightgown. What do you want? I came to wash up in your bathroom. Get out. You are not permitted in my room. Gu Yancheng pushed open the door, noticing the clothes she had just discarded strewn across the floor, and he chuckled. Yi Luoyi, you scoundrel, shameless wretch, you must leave my room at once. Gu Yancheng strode towards her wardrobe. What are you doing? I need to find some sleepwear and undergarments. Gu Yancheng, you rascal. How could there be men's clothing in my wardrobe? Leave at once. Gu Yancheng brushed her aside, revealing a plethora of garments within the wardrobe. He opened a drawer, exposing an array of underwear that caused Yi Luoyi's face to flush crimson. Gu Yancheng selected a pair of leggings and a larger pair of shorts before heading straight to the bathroom. Yi Luoyi, give those back. I intend to wear them. Gu Yancheng, you shameless rogue, put down my leggings immediately. I have no other clothing, and you insist on having me stay here. I cannot remain in the nude. That does not mean you can wear mine. Yi Luoyi lunged forward to snatch the pants from Gu Yancheng's grasp. His audacity surpassed her expectations as he ignored her protest and entered her bathroom. Inside, cosmetics were scattered carelessly, and freshly changed undergarments lay about haphazardly. Gu Yancheng gazed at Yi Luoyi, truly exasperated. It was evident that she was utterly inept at household chores. He picked up the towel Yi Luoyi had used for her shower and began washing it. Outside the door, Yi Luoyi knocked, utterly speechless at the audacity of a man like Gu Yancheng. His nonchalant demeanor suggested this was not his first encounter with such a situation, leaving her feeling somewhat defeated. Gu Yancheng completed his shower in a matter of minutes. However, he found the tight-fitting leggings uncomfortable, painfully constricting. After some deliberation, he decided to wash his own underwear and used a hairdryer to dry them. While Yi Luoyi continued to call out from outside, clad in half-dry underwear. He donned a pair of her oversized shorts. When Yi Luoyi saw Gu Yancheng emerge, she exclaimed, "Get out." "Why not? I merely borrowed the bathroom for a shower." "You're my wife. What is the harm?" Observing him in her shorts, she couldn't resist snapping a few photos with her phone. "You scoundrel. Yi Luoyi, delete those." "I'm not deleting anything. Get out of here. If you don't delete them, I'll sleep here tonight." Yi Luoyi had no intention of deleting the photos. They were her leverage to keep Gu Yancheng in check. Do you think you can control me with that? Not a chance. I'm wearing your shorts and leggings, CEO Yi. Gu Yancheng, are you even a man? Is it not obvious? Would you like me to prove it again? Get out of my room. Gu Yancheng chuckled, not pressing the issue further. Life should have its moments of levity. If one were to be perpetually suppressed, what was the point of existence? Luoyi gazed at her towel, now sullied by Gu Yancheng's use, and the black leggings on the sink. You bastard! She fumed, utterly infuriated. In a fit of rage, she grabbed a plastic bag, wrapped her hand in it, and tossed the leggings and towel into the trash, cursing Gu Yancheng all the while. She felt perpetually at a disadvantage in their interactions, never emerging victorious, not even at her parents' home, where he seemed to have the upper hand. What manner of man was this scoundrel? As she lay on her bed, glancing at the photos of Gu Yancheng in her shorts, she couldn't help but chuckle. How could a man be so shameless? His physique wasn't bad, sporting a six-pack. This rogue of a husband wasn't entirely without merit. His approach to life resembled that of a rogue, yet he struck a balance that avoided crossing the line. Shameless, yet not lewd. He had not touched her discarded lingerie. Luoyi found herself increasingly intrigued by Gu Yancheng. Just as Gu Yancheng lay down, his phone rang. Yancheng, when are you coming home? I'm not coming home tonight. Why? The He family is here seeking you. Who is here? He Jiai and her mother. Send them away. I'm not returning. As for those who ended up in jail, I won't let them off lightly, but they've been waiting at the door. I've told them, but they refuse to leave. Gu Yancheng's anger flared upon hearing this. Mom, don't concern yourself with them. If they wish to wait, let them wait. Are you really not coming back? I'm not coming back tonight. Don't cause any trouble out there. I know what I'm doing, Mom. Lock the door and rest well. Gu Yancheng would show no mercy. He was well aware of the He family's nature. This was an opportunity for him. The more trouble they caused, the quicker their downfall. We know the He family. This situation cannot continue. Mom, your kindness will only encourage them. They clearly want me to take responsibility. Do you think I can swallow my pride? If it weren't for the bar incident, I would be the one suffering. Is it fair? His mother seemed to understand his reasoning. I won't interfere anymore. You handle it. Don't worry, I can take care of it myself. Gu Yancheng hung up, letting them wait. He had no intention of sparing them. This woman was so malicious. She had brought this upon herself. If she continued to push her luck, he would show no mercy. Lying in bed, he thought how delightful it would be if a beauty were beside him. The next morning, Gu Yancheng was still sound asleep when Luoyi barged in and kicked him. Still sleeping? What time is it? Luoyi, what is wrong with you? I'm not going to work. You must. Hurry up and get dressed. I'm waiting for you downstairs. Ignoring her, Gu Yancheng turned over to continue sleeping. After years of working, why would I want to go back? After waiting downstairs for 10 minutes, Luoyi, seething with anger, stormed back upstairs. She found Gu Yancheng still asleep and kicked him hard, sending him tumbling to the floor. Ouch! He exclaimed, grimacing. Luoyi, are you insane? I said I'm not going to work. I want to sleep. Seeing him in her oversized shorts made Luoyi stifle a laugh. She tossed some clothes at him and said, if you don't get up now, I'll have someone drag you out for a public display. Do you believe me? Luoyi, if you dare make me go out like that, I'll expose our marriage certificate. We'll both be embarrassed. Luoyi realized she had no leverage over him. He was a shameless rogue. What will it take for you to go to the office? You need to beg me. I beg you, okay? Luoyi was too impatient to continue playing his games. That doesn't seem sincere enough. You lack any real commitment. Gu Yancheng, don't push your luck. I'm doing this for your own good. Don't be ungrateful. Listening to her, Gu Yancheng looked at Luoyi, the professional woman in her tailored suit. Her slightly curled hair framing her beautiful face. She was strikingly attractive, a solid 95 out of 100. In his memory, only one other girl from school had such looks. Luoyi, don't you worry I might cause trouble at Tsinghua Group? I'd just be a slacker, wasting time. Are you sure you want me to go? Why are you rambling? My dad wants you there, so you will go. Luoyi, if your father is so fond of me, what happens if he doesn't allow us to divorce? And if you do, you'll be left with 3 issues. Why not just make the best of it? Gu Yancheng, are you out of your mind? You think I'll be a real husband to you? Dream on. If I go to Tsinghua, will you agree? Who said I agreed? Gu Yancheng found teasing Luoyi quite entertaining. He began to undress in front of her. What are you doing? Changing clothes. Didn't you say you wanted me to go with you to the office? Luoyi quickly covered her eyes and dashed out. Gu Yancheng thought Luoyi might come off as aloof, but deep down, she was still a delicate woman, the kind he deemed worthy of being his partner. He hurriedly tidied up and rushed to Luoyi's room to freshen up, realizing that he had inadvertently wandered back into her domain. She hurried upstairs, witnessing Gu Yancheng brushing his teeth with her toothbrush, and she felt on the verge of insanity. Gu Yancheng, you scoundrel, turn around and have the aunt prepare for me. Or how can I stay here? I don't mind using what you've already used. Luoyi was utterly speechless, yet helpless. She truly struggled to find the words to describe this rogue. After Gu Yancheng finished his grooming, he followed Yi Luoyi to the garage, where 4 or 5 luxury cars awaited. Yi Luoyi, can I borrow one of these cars for a spin? Gu Yancheng, have you no shame? Yi Luoyi, you're not driving anyway. Let me take one for a month. You know, I'm just a poor wretch who has never driven such luxury. She was genuinely puzzled about what stocks this guy had invested in to possess such confidence about making a fortune in a month. Perhaps he had some insider information. But surely it couldn't lead to meteoric success overnight. If you want to drive, you must comply with my demands. Yi Luoyi, you can forget about those ridiculous demands. Do you even know what I aspire to? She had no intention of listening to Gu Yancheng's nonsense. If you wish to drive, it must be under my terms, otherwise. It's out of the question. Gu Yancheng observed Yi Luoyi, realizing that this woman was always looking to gain the upper hand over him. He couldn't be bothered to argue. He would just let fate decide, focusing first on resolving his immediate tasks, earning money, and then dealing with the He family. The He family was still detained, and he could not afford to relent. Moreover, there was He Jiai. He needed to devise a plan, hiring someone for the task. But it was easy to leave a trace, and he could end up being reported, leading to a plethora of troublesome issues. Gu Yancheng pondered a foolproof method, and suddenly a brilliant idea struck him. Those two seemed to have been captured. If he provided He Jiai's information to those 2 families, they would take it upon themselves to create trouble for her, thus sparing him from direct involvement. A smile crept across Gu Yancheng's face as he contemplated this. Yi Luoyi happened to catch a glimpse of his charming demeanor, feeling that Gu Yancheng was rather enigmatic. She couldn't fathom what thoughts were swirling in his mind. So different from an ordinary person. Yi Luoyi, if you wish to gaze, do so openly. I am your husband, and you may look as you please. Gu Yancheng, fake husband doesn't make it any less real. We have the marriage certificate and the responsibilities of a couple. The only thing left is to share a bed. If you keep babbling nonsense, I will. What will you do? You can't possibly send me back to the police station? Gu Yancheng teased. After a long contemplation, Yi Luoyi seemed to realize that Gu Yancheng was a slippery character, devoid of any real leverage against him. He was far too astute and cunning. Chapter 12. Becoming Yi Luoyi's assistant. In the underground parking lot of Shenhua Group, Yi Luoyi had not exchanged a single word with Gu Yancheng, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling a leader inspecting his domain. Yi Luoyi found it intolerable but chose silence, knowing she couldn't win an argument with him. Gu Yancheng couldn't help but smile at the obedient Yi Luoyi. Wife, you look particularly lovely today. Yi Luoyi didn't respond, suspecting his intentions were far from innocent. Speak up. If you don't, I'll leave. I have matters to attend to at home. When do you plan to finish your resignation? Take your 7 days of annual leave first, then resign. What is the issue? I'll take a look at Shenhua. I didn't agree to work here. Yi Luoyi was exasperated by Gu Yancheng. As the elevator opened, they arrived at the top floor of Shenhua Tower, a skyscraper boasting over 60 floors, ranking among the top 10 in Donghai. Gu Yancheng followed Yi Luoyi to her office, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Gazing down at the entire Donghai, a feeling of exhilaration washed over him. Perhaps in the near future, he would indeed rule over the world, commanding with authority. Yet, he intended to use capital to have others work for him, ultimately benefiting society. Such a life would hold true significance. However, observing the wealth of the Yi family, he couldn't resist teasing her. Yi Luoyi, what is the market value of this group? Why do you ask? Over 40 billion, right? No. This building alone is worth tens of billions. Isn't it? Now it's valued at over 100 billion. Goodness, Yi Luoyi. Why not tear up that contract and let me marry into your family? What do you think? Upon hearing this, Yi Luoyi regarded Gu Yancheng, realizing he was just rambling, unsure of what was true or false. Someone like you is not to my taste. Gu Yancheng burst into laughter at her response. What is so amusing? What do you possess that I should desire? Are you saying I'm not handsome or well-built? Did you not look at that photo last night? Who looked at it? What is there to see? Gu Yancheng, observing Yi Luoyi's desperate attempts to defend herself, acknowledged that women too were driven by desire. However, he chose to remain silent, opting instead to sit on the sofa. Yi Luoyi, pour your husband a cup of coffee. If you want coffee, make it yourself, in the office. You should address me as Director Yi, and don't let anyone know you're my husband. I cannot afford to lose face. Gu Yancheng wasn't offended. He was there to enjoy himself, and such trivial matters were inconsequential. Besides, Yi Luoyi indeed had the credentials to be proud. She was the president of such a substantial group. Wealthy and beautiful, he had truly struck gold. All right, I understand. How about I say I'm your father's illegitimate son? Does that sound fitting? Gu Yancheng, if you keep spouting nonsense, you can leave. I was merely joking. Don't take offense. Just then, a secretary knocked and entered with documents. Gu Yancheng observed the secretary, who bore a refined demeanor, slightly less impressive than Luoyi, clad in a professional outfit, exuding competence. Once they had finished speaking, Yancheng said, "Miss Secretary, please make me a cup of coffee." "Thank you." Secretary's son, Luoyi, glanced at Luoyi. "Luoyi, please prepare a cup for him." Son Luoyi assessed Yancheng, noting his ordinary attire, yet handsome and casual appearance, prompting her to speculate about his identity. "What are you staring at? Go on, choose the most expensive coffee. None of that instant stuff." Luoyi shot a glance at son Luoyi, signaling her to leave. Yancheng, this is the company. Don't casually command my staff, understood? I came here for half the day without breakfast. Do you think that's fair? You won die from skipping one meal. You woke up late this morning. Luoyi retorted sharply. Just then, Yifu entered, spotting Yancheng. He approached with a smile. "Yancheng, I was thinking of assigning you to assist Luoyi. What do you think?" "Dad, assigning me to assist Luoyi isn't appropriate. We already bicker frequently. Spending day and night together will lead to constant quarrels. If we end up divorced, it will all be your fault." Upon hearing this, Yifu found the young man's refusal rather amusing. "What position do you desire?" "Something with little responsibility, yet respectable, where I won't be micromanaged. I prefer freedom and dislike constraints." Luoyi felt a bit irked at this. "Then you might as well lie around at home. How did I ever find someone so unambitious?" "Dad, if I become her assistant, will I have any good days ahead?" Yancheng openly lamented, expressing that Ye's father was now well aware of this young man, who effortlessly maneuvered around Luoyi, displaying a keen acumen. However, he found it difficult to fathom the source of his confidence and composure. Consequently, he invited him to Shanghua Group to put him to the test. If he indeed possessed the capability, he would naturally welcome this union. "Yancheng, what position do you aspire to?" he inquired. "I think the vice president role suits me well, along with the secretary. I wouldn't concern myself with company matters, merely holding a nominal title." "Father, what do you think?" Ye's father regarded Yancheng, who seemed impervious to reason. "Since you have married Luoyi as the son-in-law of the Yi family, you ought to contribute somewhat. Is it acceptable for you to simply loiter around the company?" "Father, if you put it that way, it seems reasonable, but truthfully, I don't know what I could possibly do. If I were to cause any trouble, wouldn't that be counterproductive?" Yancheng had no interest in managing the company, nor did he wish to invite complications, as his passion lay elsewhere. "Father, I previously worked in financial analysis. I have some understanding in that area. What do you suggest I should do?" "Yancheng, I recall you graduated first in your mathematics department from Dongda, correct?" "Indeed." "Ah, I knew that. So, why not become Luoyi's assistant? It is settled." "Wait, father, this isn't fair." Luoyi observed Yancheng, relishing the sight of him floundering once again. "Luoyi, are you not going to say anything? Do you wish for me to be your assistant as well? Are you not afraid of falling in love with me?" "Yancheng, what do you possess that would attract me? Aside from your decent appearance, you are utterly lacking in substance. Then please do not assign me this wretched assistant role. I am not suited to serve anyone." Yancheng outright rejected the notion, feeling frustrated by the idea of being a mere facade of a husband, much less becoming a subordinate to Luoyi. "Do you think being my assistant is a humiliation? If it weren't for the fact that you are my husband, I wouldn't even consider having you around." At this, Yancheng couldn't help but smile. "Luoyi, I owe you my gratitude." Chapter 13. The proud Luoyi regarded Yancheng, feeling the need to take control of the situation. Since their marriage, he had repeatedly taken advantage of her, and she was determined to reclaim her dignity. "Yancheng, if you wish for me to be your assistant, we must establish some ground rules." "What ground rules?" "At Shanghua, everything must be at my discretion." Yancheng observed the proud expression on Luoyi's face, realizing she was no pushover. "I won't come. I have my own matters to attend to. Am I to spend my days listening to your commands? As a man, surely I am not expected to submit to you? Then state your conditions. Do not restrict my personal freedom. Do not assign me tasks I am unwilling to undertake. And do not take advantage of me." "Yancheng, is this your working attitude?" "Listen, I never intended to marry you, yet you insisted. Now you are compelling me to work. Are you trying to mold me into your ideal husband?" Upon hearing this, Luoyi's anger flared. "Yancheng, if you maintain this attitude, do not blame me. What can you do to me?" Luoyi gazet at Yancheng, realizing that only a firm approach would work with him. Further discussion was futile. However, just then, Yancheng's phone rang again. "Yancheng, Jai and her mother have been waiting at the door all night. What should you do? Call the police. Why concern yourself with it?" "So, one must show mercy when possible. Isn't this a bit excessive?" "Mother, that is mere sentimentality. How they have treated me and our family is cruel. There is no need for you to intervene. If you disapprove, take a trip and I will reimburse you." Yancheng certainly would not let them off easily. "Fine. I just think we Mother, this matter is settled. I will handle it myself. Gu Yancheng hung up the phone. Ye Luoyi, listening, nearby. Noted that he had not bothered to conceal his conversation from her. How did you investigate me? Help me find the addresses of 2 individuals. Gu Yancheng, what do you intend to do? Just tell me directly. Provide me with their contact information, and I will cover the costs. I can assist you, but you must be my assistant and follow my instructions. Such a minor favor, and you have so many demands? Marrying you has truly brought me misfortune. If this continues for a lifetime, my existence will be utterly tragic. Yi Luoyi, in exasperation, hurled a folder at Gu Yancheng. This guy, I haven't even complained about him, yet he finds fault with me first. What are you doing? Attempting to murder your husband? Get lost. Is that what you wish for me to do? I will not fall for your whims. What do you want? Just to uncover the home addresses of 2 people. It is not a complex task. Ye Luoyi handed Gu Yancheng afon. Thank you. You actually remember to say thank you. How rare. I'm a person who believes in repaying kindness and vengeance in kind. Now, pick up the items you dropped. Gu Yancheng complied, placing them on Yi Luoyi's desk. Nothing else. I shall take my leave. Where to? Must I report to you before going anywhere? I'm merely seeking a foot massage. Absolutely not. You are forbidden from visiting such unclean establishments. Do you hear me? If I don't go, how will I resolve my issues? Will you help me? Get lost. Can you not think of something more substantial? Your mind is always filled with such nonsense. Is there no shame in that? Then do not ask. Should I tell you the truth, you would not appreciate it. You are not permitted to leave my office. Do you understand? Surely I can take a breath of fresh air. You are not allowed to leave. Do you hear me? Yi Luoyi now realized that the contract they signed held no sway over Gu Yancheng. It was merely a formality to prevent her from sending him to work. Having acquired the marriage certificate, he felt emboldened, displaying a remarkable cunning. In a flash, Gu Yancheng made a call to gather information. Upon learning that Yi Luoyi had sent him, the other party immediately agreed to provide results by the following evening. The sooner, the better, Gu Yancheng insisted. Sensing his urgency, the contact replied, tonight. Thank you. Mr. Gu, you are too kind. With time on his hands, Gu Yancheng decided to explore Shenhua Group. Having little understanding of its operations, he passed away in 2025, and now it was 2010, offering him ample opportunity to make his mark. Deceiving Yi Luoyi for 10 million was indeed a tremendous advantage. Gu Yancheng accessed his stock account, investing in a stock that had hit its limit for 15 consecutive days. This move would yield a profit of 30 million. For him, making money was as effortless as drinking water. In a month, he would be a millionaire, and with another wave of investments the following month, he would continue to profit from a few leading stocks he remembered well. Thus, he held little interest in the Yi family. His goal was to develop capital, become capital itself, and master it. In 15 years, he aspired to establish the world's largest capital group. Engaging in foot massages and mundane activities seemed far too trivial. He desired the company of glamorous celebrities to cater to him. Now that was entertainment worthy of his stature. As Gu Yancheng contemplated these matters, he could not help but smile. With little else to occupy his time, he decided to take a stroll around Shenhua Group to observe the company's operations. When Yi Luoyi opened the door, she found Gu Yancheng had vanished. Without hesitation, she dialed his number. Where are you? Have you run off? Ye Luoyi, why are you so fixated on me when you have nothing else to do? Come back immediately. I'm merely taking a leisurely walk around the company. Is that so wrong? Are you not deceiving me? If not, come downstairs and give me the opportunity to explore Shenhua Group with you. It would enhance my reputation and facilitate my future endeavors here. Hearing that Gu Yancheng was still at the company pleased Yi Luoyi, yet she was taken aback by his request for her company. You can explore on your own. You know your shoulder width, waist size, height, leg length, and shoe size, right? Upon hearing this, Gu Yancheng realized Yi Luoyi was likely considering purchasing him clothing. Shoulder width is 46 centimeters, waist 81 centimeters, height 1,79 cm, inseam 109 centimeter, and shoe size 43. By the way, if you intend to buy me clothes, I have an aversion to suits, so please refrain from that. Why do you have so many preferences? Just for whatever I buy you. There's no need for such trivial complaints. Gu Yancheng was amused. Although Yi Luoyi was obstinate and proud, she possessed a delightful and intriguing nature. Life may lack inherent excitement, but one must cultivate the ability to create it. Gu Yancheng felt exasperated by He Jia's antics, and now he was determined to pursue his own comfort without concern for trivial matters. In Chapter 14, Enticing Gu Yancheng, Yi Luoyi arranged for the housekeeper to prepare 3 suits, 3 casual outfits, 3 sets of pajamas, and underwear for Gu Yancheng, alongside shoes. This audacious fellow shamelessly stole her leggings to wear, showing an utter lack of modesty. As Gu Yancheng wandered through the group, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Gu Yancheng, Zhou Qingling, what brings you here? I work here now. I just returned from my master's studies abroad. Are you also employed here? Zhou Qingling observed, you've certainly matured. The short-haired tomboy is no more. It seems you were the tomboy, Gu Yancheng retorted. You become rather charming yourself. I've always been so. Have you found a girlfriend yet? Are you offering to introduce someone? Or do you wish to be my girlfriend? Too late for that. I'm already married. Perhaps you could wait a few years until I'm divorced to take your chance? Is that how it works? Zhou Qingling exclaimed. Are you truly married? Indeed, I am. My wife is extraordinarily beautiful, and I'm not permitted to flaunt her around. Is she truly beautiful, or just superficially so? Truly beautiful, he affirmed. Just then, Luoyi stealthily approached from behind Gu Yancheng. Upon spotting her, Zhou Qingling exclaimed, Hello, President Yi, and promptly fled. Why are you running? You asked me to show you around the group, did you not? Do I really have such clout? As Luoyi walked alongside Gu Yancheng, the employees of the group regarded him with curiosity. Though he was dressed modestly, having the president personally accompany him sparked intrigue. Our company primarily engages in commercial real estate. Alongside residential projects, she explained. Gu Yancheng frowned instantly. Is it the main business? Yes. Are there other ventures? Do you think real estate is failing? Not exactly. I believe there remains a golden period for another decade, after which the industry will face decline. What do you mean by that? I merely think one should not place all eggs in one basket. Diversification is key for a company's growth. By the way, what is the company's debt ratio? Our group has always been stable, maintaining a debt ratio of only 48. Gu Yancheng acknowledged, that is quite impressive. Your company is commendable. Indeed, he remarked. Ye Luoyi similet. Though the employees were astonished to witness their aloof president displaying such warmth, especially towards Gu Yancheng. Fair enough, she replied, her face adorned with a proud expression. But this must be due to your father's meticulous control. It has little to do with you. Gu Yancheng interjected. Yu Luoyi struggled to find words in response. However, I do recommend you explore new business avenues. Real estate is not sustainable long-term. While it may still be thriving now, it will eventually collapse. Luoyi regarded Gu Yancheng, noting that his perspective mirrored her father's, which led her to believe that Gu Yancheng possessed genuine ability. Why do you stare at me? Is there anything wrong with my statement? Not at all. So, what direction do you envision for Shanghua Group's transformation? Luoyi, you're asking me? Who else should I inquire? In truth, Gu Yancheng felt no obligation to share extensive insights with Luoyi. After all, she was merely a hypothetical wife to him. He understood the market dynamics and industry trends intimately, akin to having opened a divine eye. His only intent was to suggest the company's transformation when the time was right. You, Gu Yancheng, as my husband, ought to contribute to the company. How could I possibly know? If I suggested selling the company and depositing the funds in a bank for interest, would you agree? Luoyi was genuinely exasperated by Gu Yancheng's dismissive attitude. Return to my office with me. What do you intend to do? Gu Yancheng felt uncomfortable with Luoyi's authoritative demeanor. Come on, I have matters to discuss. Are you coming or not? If you refuse, I'll have security escort you. Fine, it's your domain. You call the shots. Gu Yancheng was reluctant to have their marital status become public knowledge, as it would serve him no benefit. Upon returning to the office, Luoyi promptly inquired, Gu Yancheng, my father is contemplating the direction of the company's transformation. Please share your thoughts. Luoyi, are you unwell? What insights could I possibly have? I'm merely a financial analyst. Hurry up and speak. Remember, you're now a member of the Yi family, and you have a duty to enhance Shanghua Group. Honestly, Luoyi, what relevance does Shanghua Group's success have for me? I hold no shares, no financial interest, and, as your husband, I can't even benefit from it. What obligation do I bear? Am I not your wife? Indeed, then the better Shanghua Group does, the more pride you should feel. If Shanghua Group were mine, I would take pride in it. Since it's not, I merely hold a nominal title. How can you expect me to feel pride? Luoyi was left speechless. If you propose constructive suggestions, I'll reward you with $1 million. Gu Yancheng, skeptical, asked, is that for real? I keep my word. In that case, I'll share my thoughts. Whether you heed them is up to you. The real estate sector still has a wave of opportunity for about 7 more years, after which you should fully abandon it. When that time comes, exiting the market may not be at its zenith, but do not chase the last penny. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to recover. In the future, both the state and enterprises will pivot towards new energy, intelligent technology, and AI, which are all promising fields. Albeit costly. Listening to Gu Yancheng, Luoyi found his insights quite compelling. What direction do you think the company should pursue now? Smartphones. Smartphones? What do you mean? I mean future smartphones will possess functionalities akin to computers, integrating leisure, entertainment, gaming, and video viewing into one intelligent device. That is unrealistic, especially with the current slow internet speeds. The times are progressing, and technology is evolving, Gu Yancheng casually remarked. Yet, Luoyi found it difficult to believe. How could it be? I merely express my opinion. How you perceive it is your concern. As for that 10 million, I shall graciously accept it. Gu Yancheng, constructive advice does not apply here. You still owe me that 10 million. Luoyi, are you trying to deceive me? 1 month, principal and interest included, amounts to 10,050,000. Luoyi felt a surge of joy at this moment. This fellow would not rise early without a benefit. And unless he stands to gain, he hardly speaks. Luoyi rose to visit her father's office, recounting Gu Yancheng's words to her father. He was instantly taken aback, for it aligned perfectly with his own judgment. Having toiled in the real estate industry for a lifetime, he realized that Gu Yancheng had astutely pinpointed the essence of the matter. This young man possesses remarkable strategic insight. Luoyi, you have chosen well in your husband. You must keep him close, do not let him slip away. Yi father was aware that this young man was not as straightforward as he seemed. Observing her own excitement, Luoyi began to view Gu Yancheng in a new light. From his conduct during their meeting with her parents the previous evening, she recognized that Gu Yancheng was no ordinary individual. Hence, she brought him to Shenghua Group, believing he would significantly benefit the company. Chapter 15. The woman who brings prosperity to her husband. Gu Yancheng surveyed Luoyi's office chair, walking over to sit down, placing his feet upon the desk as he gazed out at the clear blue sky. Life felt so splendid, and he reveled in this comfort. Having returned to life a few days ago, he had nearly resolved matters concerning Hijai. The remaining tasks were merely the final push. Gu Yancheng intended to systematically corner Hijai, a woman who was a grave menace to society, having caused him great harm in his previous life, leaving him restless. Now, it was her turn to taste that bitterness. The He family were equally shameless, expecting compensation to fall into their laps. They truly overestimated themselves. He would not grant them any leniency. When Yi father and Luoyi entered and beheld Gu Yancheng in such a posture, smiles adorned their faces. How does it feel to occupy that position? The chair is quite comfortable. Luoyi noted Gu Yancheng's utter lack of decorum. Yancheng, what do you think about the smartphone sector? How should the company proceed? Dad, I suggest you refrain from pursuing physical entities. Consider entering through investment. Once the invested companies go public or grow stronger, you can cash out your shares. This approach is the most prudent. Yi father chuckled, saying, Yancheng, how about I establish an investment department specifically for you to oversee? What do you think? Gu Yancheng shook his head vigorously. Dad, I can only speak. I am not fit for practical operations. This would not work. I merely wish to express my thoughts. Yi father disagreed, firmly believing in Gu Yancheng's genuine capabilities. This young man, though somewhat unruly, seemed disinclined to linger in the office. Yancheng, if you were the vice president, that would be acceptable. The company places no constraints on you. However, you will be in charge of the investment department, which will manage 5 billion. You will have full autonomy. Neither Luoyi nor I will interfere. Hearing this, Gu Yancheng recognized Yi father's broad-mindedness. Dad, brothers must keep accounts clear. I can't work for nothing, can I? Luoyi was exasperated, wishing to strangle Gu Yancheng for his fixation on money. I hold 65 of Shenghua Group shares. I can give you 20. How about that? Dad, isn't that a bit excessive? Offering me so much is akin to gifting it to an outsider. Outsider? You're my son-in-law. We are family. Dad, let me clarify. In the event Luoyi and I were to divorce, I will not return those shares. You may reconsider while you still have time. Yi father was momentarily taken aback. This fellow certainly did not adhere to conventional methods. He should have pledged loyalty instead, but had instead taken such an unexpected stance. Yancheng, is Luoyi not good? Of course, she is wonderful. Otherwise, why would I marry her, right? Nothing is absolute. If a divorce were to occur, it would be inappropriate for me to retain so many shares. How about this? I will settle for 5. That's my stance. Luoyi would have truly liked to give Gu Yancheng a good thrashing had her father not been present. 5%. That amounts to a fortune, 20 billion. This fellow had yet to perform any work, yet was already attempting to walk away with 20 billion. Yi father considered this statement, recognizing its merit. Isn't 5 a bit low? Let's settle on 10. Done deal. Gu Yancheng observed his father-in-law's generosity. Dad, since you put it this way, if I decline, it would be excessively finicky. So it's settled. Luoyi was left speechless. She had never encountered someone so shameless. Dad, look, Luoyi is reluctant. Perhaps you should reconsider? No need for reconsideration. It is settled. Yi father was confident in his judgment of character. Luoyi understood that once her father made a decision, it would not waver. So she remained silent. Dad, you are indeed taking a gamble. Are you not afraid of a losing proposition? We're talking about billions. Are you truly unafraid of incurring losses? Yancheng, would you allow me to lose? Gu Yancheng exchanged knowing smiles with Yi father. All right, Dad. Your faith in me compels me to dedicate myself wholeheartedly. Yi father laughed heartily in response. Yi Luoyi was aware that this fellow was hiding something. Yet she was even more curious about how he possessed such strategic acumen and seemed adept at making money. She was keen to see if Gu Yancheng could indeed deliver. Yi father regarded Gu Yancheng with growing satisfaction. He appeared forthright, possessing the demeanor of a gentleman. He was candid and unreserved, exuding a certain nonchalance and maturity that belied his age, which was precisely what Yi father esteemed. This young man, while seemingly glib, was in truth principled, resolute, and capable. Otherwise, he would not have taken on such responsibilities nor courted such troubles. After Yi father departed, Yi Luoyi spoke directly. Aren't you getting up? Here, have a seat. I should prepare an office for you, something akin to this. Yi Luoyi shot Gu Yancheng an annoyed glance. How about I relinquish my office to you? What do you think? Sure, Gu Yancheng replied, promptly resuming his seat. Yi Luoyi circled the desk, approaching Gu Yancheng, who swiftly stood up. Quickly, Yi Luoyi, what are we having for lunch? There is a cafeteria in the company. We will eat there. How is the food? If it is unsatisfactory, I shall leave a scathing review. You, Gu Yancheng, behave properly in the company. You are my subordinate, understand? Dad said you have no authority over me. I shall do as I please. If you continue to disregard decorum, I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Yi Luoyi, 10 of shares, how much is that? 40 billion. Isn't this akin to a windfall? I have realized marrying you is not a bad thing. Rather, it seems to bring one fortunate event after another. If you were to bear me a son or daughter, I would skyrocket. You expect me to have children? Are you dreaming? And why not? If you look across the entire Donghai region, how many men can you find who are more handsome than I? Few, if any, possess both good looks and capability. Ye Luoyi regarded Gu Yancheng with deadly shameness. You truly have no sense of shame. Gu Yancheng approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the vast expanse of the East Sea, feeling as though the entirety of it belonged to him. It was not a distant dream. Yi Luoyi observed Gu Yancheng, seemingly sensing the air of arrogance that enveloped him. Where does this fellow derive such audacity? Gu Yancheng, what are you doing? Daydreaming? What do you know? Suddenly having a fortune of 4 billion. Wouldn't you be filled with ambition? He replied, you could say I'm rather fortunate. Yi Luoyi, you bring me luck. A woman who brings fortune to her husband is not a bad choice for marriage. Chapter 16. Yi Luoyi is my cousin. Hearing Gu Yancheng's words, Yi Luoyi was utterly speechless. Please, just stop talking. She now fully understood that if he continued, he could easily outwit her with his words. Seeing that Yi Luoyi was ignoring him, Gu Yancheng reclined on the sofa, indulging in fruit, enjoying the comfort of the space. Yi Luoyi was indeed beautiful and poised. Although her personality was somewhat proud and aloof, it did not faze Gu Yancheng. As he lay on the sofa, he inadvertently fell asleep. Yi Luoyi, witnessing him in such a comical state, felt an overwhelming frustration. While she was busy with work, he was napping in her office, unable to bear it any longer. She quietly approached, intending to shove Gu Yancheng off the sofa. However, as her hand brushed against him, he seized her wrist, causing her to tumble onto him, their faces nearly touching, an intoxicating atmosphere enveloping them. Yi Luoyi's cheeks flushed with a visible hue. She quickly got up, accidentally brushing against his lower body in the process. Without a moment to chastise him, she fled in embarrassment. Gu Yancheng watched her retreating figure, muttering to himself, so you think you can challenge me? While Yi Luoyi was still sulking, Gu Yancheng recognized the need to temper his actions. He stood up, preparing to leave. Gu Yancheng, where are you going? I'm going to eat. I haven't had breakfast. Is that appropriate? You're such a scoundrel. You were the one who tried to push me. Who knew that when you pulled, you would fall onto me? Do you blame me for that? Why did you pull me in the first place? As Gu Yancheng approached her, Yi Luoyi immediately grew wary, suspecting he might have ulterior motives. What are you implying? What do you mean by guarding your chest? It's broad daylight. What could I possibly do? Then why are you back? To ask for my meal card? Or should I just use facial recognition? The cafeteria requires a scan to pay, not a card. Upon hearing this, Gu Yancheng replied, oh, in that case, let's go eat together. You can go by yourself. Gu Yancheng understood that Yi Luoyi was still embarrassed about earlier, so he decided to let it go. However, he couldn't help but recall how delightful her touch had felt. This wife of his was indeed a treasure, saving him the accumulation of initial capital. $1 million was on its way, courtesy of his generous father-in-law, who gifted him such a substantial share. Truly, she was bringing me fortune. As he pondered this, he entered the cafeteria and unexpectedly encountered Zhou Qingling. What position do you hold at Shenghua? I'm an accountant at the company. Aren't you from the East University Mathematics Department? You spent 2 to 3 years abroad, and now you're an accountant at Shenghua? What a surprise. Aren't you a financial analyst? What brings you to Shenghua? And what's your relationship with General Yi? She asked my sister. What? My cousin. Yancheng spoon atale effortlessly. Is General Yi truly your cousin? Zhou Qingling asked, her face lighting up with amusement. Is there any doubt? I'm about to be appointed as the vice president of the group. The announcement is imminent. Do you think I could achieve that without being related to Director Yi? Is that for real? Then you must stick with me. I promise you will have a life of luxury. Zhou Qingling watched Gu Yancheng's antics, playing along. Why didn't you pursue a master's degree after all? With my family's business so vast, why pursue research? I wanted to gain practical experience to take over the family business. So here I am, honing my skills at Shenhua. Is that so? Zhou Qingling thought, secretly amused by his tall tales, recognizing that he was spinning a yarn without a care. Gu Yancheng, can you really become vice president? Absolutely. By tomorrow at the latest, the appointment will be finalized. We're classmates after all. I'll help you out. How will you do that? You could be my secretary. How about it? Me? Your secretary? Aren't you married? Marriage can be dissolved. Zhou Qingling found his words quite absurd. Once a studious introvert, she now saw him transformed by the influence of his wife. Gu Yancheng, what a change you've undergone. Is your wife responsible for this transformation? Gu Yancheng reflected on her words and conceded. That's not entirely inaccurate. Your wife must be quite remarkable. After Gu Yancheng and Zhou Qingling finished their meals, they sat together. Shortly thereafter, Luoyi entered, scanning the room until her gaze landed on Gu Yancheng, whose outfit was rather distinctive, clad in a floral t-shirt that was quite unconventional. After getting her meal, she approached him directly and took a seat. Zhou Qingling's revelation. Your cousin is Yi Luoyi? Almost made Gu Yancheng choke on his food. Indeed, Yi Shenhua is my uncle. Gu Yancheng turned to Yi Luoyi, my cousin. He forced an awkward smile. Wait, you just said my cousin is your cousin. I've never heard of my cousin having a cousin. Beneath the table, Yi Luoyi kicked Gu Yancheng, seemingly warning him not to speak nonsense. Zhou Qingling, you're being unreasonable. You're the one spouting nonsense. I didn't force you to say that. Who is your wife, really? Gu Yancheng chuckled, contemplating whether to reveal more. Ask your uncle and see how he responds. What does that have to do with my uncle? Is he the one arranging things? Yi Luoyi was practically twisting Gu Yancheng's waist in exasperation. He remained silent, giving her a nudge. Sister, is Gu Yancheng really going to become vice president? Can I deceive you? He asked, being hired at a high salary. Your uncle is spending a fortune. Sister, Gu Yancheng asked me to be his secretary. What do you think? Yi Luoyi replied firmly. Just focus on your work in finance. As for General Gu, I will make other arrangements. Yi Luoyi was infuriated, resolute in her intention to teach Gu Yancheng a lesson. Upon his arrival, he had audaciously appointed her cousin as his secretary, treating the company as if it were his personal playground. Chapter 17. Yi Luoyi's visit. Gu Yancheng was acutely aware that he had crossed a line with his jest. Zhou Qingling, that troublesome character, had truly landed him in hot water. He anticipated a lengthy lecture from Yi Luoyi. After finishing their meal, Gu Yancheng prepared to make his escape, as he had no engagements for the afternoon. Yi Luoyi, however, was fixated on him, fully aware that he intended to slip away. Gu Yancheng found her unwavering gaze bothersome. Just then his phone rang. He answered while in the elevator. Mom, what's the matter? It's not good, son. They're kneeling at our doorstep, and there are so many people passing by. Mom, just call the police. They dare to coerce me in such a manner. Yi Luoyi frowned, perplexed by his predicament. Yancheng, perhaps it's best to show some mercy. After all, we haven't suffered any loss. I'll return shortly, Gu Yancheng replied. Ending the call, Yi Luoyi regarded him with scrutiny. What are you staring at, Yi Luoyi? You don't think I'm fabricating this, do you? I need to handle something at home. If I don't see you back by 8 tonight, you'll regret it. And please, do tidy up that garish floral shirt of yours. It makes you look like a rogue. You're quite the busybody, he retorted. Yi Luoyi shot back. Remember your place and your ridiculous affairs. They're literally kneeling at your doorstep. Must you be so unyielding? Yi Luoyi, don't act coy. If you hadn't acted swiftly, I wouldn't have been in this position to begin with. I've agreed to be your husband for 3 years, and I will uphold that promise. But don't think you can control me. Otherwise, it'll be burdensome for both of us. What do you mean by that, Gu Yancheng? If you dare misbehave, I'll make you pay. You don't fulfill your marital obligations. Why should I remain chaste for you? You scoundrel. Enough of this. I need to head home. Yi Luoyi felt irked, having already been taken advantage of by him on multiple occasions. He had been overly familiar, acting like a rogue. This was precisely why she felt compelled to monitor him. He was her husband now, and she would not permit him to frequent unsavory places. I'm going with you. Are you certain you wish to meet your mother-in-law? Why can't I? After all, we are set to divorce in 3 years. She is my mother-in-law now. So what is the harm in meeting her? Gu Yancheng had no objections. It would be an opportunity for He Jiayi to witness his wife and stew in jealousy. Let us go then. Yi Luoyi first returned to the office to grab her bag. She then drove Gu Yancheng home, stopping to buy a few gifts along the way. Gu Yancheng couldn't help but chuckle at her earnest demeanor. What are you laughing at, Gu Yancheng? It's just that a plain-looking bride meets her in-laws. As they ascended the stairs, they found Hijai and her mother still kneeling at the entrance. Gu Yancheng, I beg you, spare my father and the others. I've already given them a chance. They brought this upon themselves. And you, pregnant and seeking a match with me, had ulterior motives. You too are deserving of your fate. How dare you come here to plead? Luoyi observed Gu Yancheng's anger, realizing he had no intention of showing leniency. I didn't know I was pregnant. Humph, you shameless woman. How can you claim innocence? Hijai's mother, seeing her pleas to Gu Yancheng were futile, turned to Luoyi. Miss, I implore you to say something that would convince Gu Yancheng to spare my husband and son. Gu Yancheng opened the door, ushering Luoyi inside. She felt it best not to interfere with his affairs, lest he reprimand her later. Gu Yancheng's mother was taken aback. She had expected the He family, but didn't recognize Luoyi. Who are you? Mom, I'm your daughter-in-law. Gu Yancheng's mother was startled. Miss, you must be mistaken. Your son, Gu Yancheng, is married to me, Luoyi. We just registered yesterday. Gu Yancheng's mother examined Luoyi, who was clad in a professional outfit, radiating beauty and poise. Luoyi, please have a seat. Gu Yancheng's mother was genuinely surprised. Luoyi placed the gifts on the table. Gu Yancheng observed the two women, feeling increasingly exasperated. Hijai, do you intend to linger here indefinitely? Gu Yancheng, I beseech you to spare my father and brother. I promise we won't trouble you again. It's too late. I've given you a chance, and you squandered it. There are no second chances in life. Now leave. Hijai clung to Gu Yancheng's leg, refusing to let go. Gu Yancheng had no intention of yielding. Their fate was of no concern to him. He could never forget that smile she wore in court. Hijai, cling all you want. When the police arrive, you'll be going with them. No sooner had he spoken than the police arrived. Seeing Gu Yancheng and the two women, they felt a mix of resignation. Mr. Gu, did you call the police? Yes, these two women have been kneeling at my doorstep, severely disrupting our daily lives. The police were familiar with the two and often tried to mediate. Mr. Gu, this situation can escalate. Perhaps you should show some mercy? Kindness invites exploitation, officer. We will act within the law. Whatever the court decides, I will accept. Please take this mother and daughter away, or I may have to send them both along. Realizing Gu Yancheng was resolute, the police felt powerless to persuade him. The evidence was clear. They had trespassed, which warranted a year's imprisonment. This family had truly bitten off more than they could chew. Moreover, the fact that this woman was pregnant and seeking a benefactor was infuriating, especially as they demanded compensation. Hijai and her mother were taken away, with Hijai casting a venomous glare at Gu Yancheng. He understood her well. Now he was eager to see who would prevail in this contest of wills. A smile crept upon Gu Yancheng's lips as he entered the house. Inside, he found his mother and wife engaged in cheerful conversation. Yancheng, you rascal, how could you marry without informing me? I brought Luoyi to meet you. Are you satisfied? Of course I am, but I haven't prepared a red envelope. What is there to prepare? Your daughter-in-law lacks for nothing except for a caring mother-in-law. Luoyi and Gu Yancheng's mother glared at him, unimpressed. Luoyi, don't be upset. If Yancheng mistreats you, just let me know, and I'll teach him a lesson. Mom, he bullies me every day. I even invited him to work in my company, and he acted begrudgingly, opposing me at every turn. The worst part is that he mentioned wanting to go for foot massages right in front of me. You little rascal. You wish to indulge in such dubious activities? Mom, how could I? With a wife as beautiful as this, why would I go to such places? From now on, I'm devoted to her. Hearing this, Luoyi beamed with joy. Chapter 18. Gu mother meets her daughter-in-law. Madame Gu clasped her slender, delicate hands. Luoyi, should he dare to wrong you in any manner, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall ensure that justice is served. Aunt, let us exchange numbers, Luoyi suggested. Very well, Madame Gu responded, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed at Luoyi, increasingly fond of this prospective daughter-in-law. Mother, you should either stay at a hotel tonight or go on a trip, explore the world a bit. Once I have resolved the matters concerning the He family, you may return. Gu Yancheng showed no reluctance in addressing Luoyi, determined to pursue his objectives without interference. Observing her son's unwavering resolve, Madame Gu initially contemplated dissuading him, but ultimately relented. Luoyi, I need to discuss the situation with those two outside with Yancheng. Please, sit for a moment and enjoy some fruit. With that, Madame Gu pulled Gu Yancheng into another room. You rascal. I truly believe you should spare the He family from your wrath. If you continue this relentless pursuit, they might retaliate, and our family will find no peace. Rest assured, I have no intention of annihilating them. You need not worry, Mother. They will soon be unable to even set eyes upon us. Son, are you being a tad ruthless? Mother, I am well aware of my intentions. You need not fret. Pack your belongings and leave at once. But son, this is quite serious. What exactly are you planning to do? Nothing alarming. I simply wish to alleviate your concerns. Father is away, and I will call him later, advising him to postpone his return. Son, do reconsider. Mother, you must trust my judgment. No further discussion. Luoyi surveyed the house, noting its age. Once they emerged, she turned to Yancheng and said, Yancheng, where is your room? Show me around. Yancheng was somewhat taken aback, but sensing that Luoyi had something to convey, he led her to his chamber. What is the matter? I possess a spacious flat. Would your parents care to stay there for a while? Luoyi, what are you up to? Are you attempting to bribe my parents? You're not seriously considering this, are you? We've only been married for less than 2 days. Yancheng, you're overthinking it. Yancheng, not one to indulge in sentimentality, felt that the value he would soon create for the Yi family rendered such gestures insignificant. Marrying Luoyi was indeed a stroke of fortune for him. Then I shall express my gratitude. I will have my mother move over there shortly. Please arrange for a caretaker. Certainly. Luoyi meticulously examined Yancheng serum, noting the plethora of mathematical texts, all quite scholarly. Yancheng, as a mathematics prodigy, why did you not pursue further studies? Had I done so, would you have encountered me at the bar? Would you have married me? Your good fortune from past life has led you here. You, marrying me, is indeed a stroke of luck for you. Just look at your circumstances. I have suitors who could encircle the globe multiple times. Then you're forcing my hand in marrying you. Is there something wrong with you? Had it not been for that evening, I would never consider marrying you. Dream on. Luoyi, I hadn't anticipated you to be such a traditional woman. Luoyi chose not to engage in frivolous banter with Yancheng, aware that he would only gain the upper hand. She directly exited to sit before Madame Gu, stating, Mother, I spoke with Yancheng, and I have a large flat that I seldom occupy. What do you say to moving there for a while? This way, you and T have to witness the earlier commotion. Madame Gu looked at her son. Mother, this is your daughter-in-law. Feel free to stay in the house. Madame Gu hesitated, contemplating how it might appear to reside in her daughter-in-law's home, especially with her son being the one to marry into the family. Mother, it's just for a short period. Once your son is successful, he will buy you a grand mansion, allowing you to revel in a luxurious lifestyle. Consider this a trial run. Such nonsense. Mother, it won't take a year. I assure you, you will reside in a grand mansion. Yancheng spoke with certainty, knowing that a few months of hard work would yield substantial results. He planned to transition at Shanghua Group for a while, aiming for capital accumulation, hoping to acquire shares that he could use as collateral at the bank to gain initial capital for future investments. This strategy would accelerate his progress, establishing a mutually beneficial situation with Shanghua. Mother, please pack your belongings. Hurry along. The living room was left with only Yancheng and Luoyi. Grand mansion? Don't squander what I lend you. Otherwise, you will be reduced to laboring for me. Wait, Luoyi. Do you wish for me to lose everything? You seem to be consumed by nonsensical thoughts. Can one truly profit from the stock market? With insider information, profits are guaranteed. If not, I shall serve you like a horse. Luoyi gazed at Yancheng, perplexed by his unfounded confidence. She opted not to press the matter, knowing that the truth would reveal itself in a month. Madame Gu finished packing a suitcase. Yancheng carried it downstairs, only to be taken aback by Luoyi's luxury vehicle, finding it hard to believe. Luoyi, is this car yours? Yes, mother, please get in. Luoyi said, opening the rear door for Madame Gu. This gesture made Madame Gu feel as if she were in a dream, amazed that her son had married into wealth. It truly felt as if the Gu family's ancestral grave was exuding prosperity. She examined the lavish interior with a sense of trepidation. Luoyi drove directly to her spacious flat. Upon arriving at the community entrance, Madame Gu was left in awe. This was one of the most luxurious neighborhoods in Donghai, with prices soaring to over 100,000 per square meter. Could she ever have imagined living in such opulence? Yancheng, too, was surprised to learn that the flat belonged to the Yuhai Bay community, though it was not particularly shocking given its stature. As they exited the vehicle, Luoyi led them directly into the building's elevator. Mother, the space is somewhat modest at just over 400 square meters. Feel free to stay as long as you wish. Luoyi, I think I'd rather stay at a hotel. Mother, this is your home. I am your daughter-in-law, and besides, my parents are quite pleased with Yancheng. So, how do you feel about me? Of course I am pleased. Then stay here. Yancheng and I want to be residing here. You can enjoy it. Should you have any requests, feel free to tell me. Or if you feel embarrassed, pass the message to Yancheng. Madame Gu glanced at her son. Luoyi is sincere. You should settle in comfortably. I promise to buy you a flat here in the future, allowing you to experience it ahead of time. Madame Gu felt a tinge of anxiety. Her daughter-in-law's background seemed remarkably illustrious. What had drawn her to their ordinary family? This thought caused her concern. Mother, rest assured, your son is not marrying into another family. Any children will undoubtedly bear the Gu surname. Yi Luoyi maintained her composure, while Madame Gu felt a tad awkward, casting an exasperated glance at Gu Yancheng. Mother, you stay here, Luoyi, and I will take our leave. We will arrange for someone to procure some essentials later. You're leaving already? You have other matters to attend to? Indeed, you should remain here. Madame Gu bid them farewell, feeling as if she were in a surreal dream within such a grand home. She even called Gu father, her tone brimming with excitement. Gu Yancheng turned to Yi Luoyi. Luoyi, why this sudden kindness towards me? Are you perhaps enchanted by my overwhelming talent? Please, you are nothing but a rogue. Spouting nonsense. Yi Luoyi, consider this a favor owed. I may grant you one request. Who would care? Then forget it. Gu Yancheng, your shamelessness is akin to the sound of flatulence. You don't want to? Who said I don't want it? No matter what I propose. You shall acquiesce to my desires. Did you not say so? Provided that it is within my capabilities, you cannot ask for anything that involve harming women or my life. That is beyond my limits. So, your words are merely a windfall of hot air? Yi Luoyi, you are being quite coarse. I shall endeavor to satisfy what I can. Do you understand? In any case, whether you desire it or not is irrelevant to me. I want it. Why should I refrain? Chapter 19. Gu Yancheng's nonsensical ramblings. Yi Luoyi drove Gu Yancheng directly home. But Yi Luoyi, it is barely 3 or 4 o'clock. Why return so early? Is it not permissible to rest for a while? Put me down. I have matters to attend to. What matters could you possibly have? No, I ask you, do you harbor some deep-seated grudge against that mother and daughter? They are kneeling before you, yet you do not lend a hand? Do not interfere in this matter. I have my own plans. But you are bullying women. Are you even a man? I have said it. This does not concern you. Gu Yancheng replied with a stern tone. Gu Yancheng, you, pull over. Where are you going? I shall return in the evening. Yi Luoyi found it impossible to rein in Gu Yancheng. His tone from earlier had sent a chill through her heart. It appeared he was intent on dealing harshly with that mother and daughter, and she felt ill-equipped to dissuade him. Yi Luoyi pulled over to the side. What time will you be back? I will return before 10. Gu Yancheng gazed at Yi Luoyi, exasperated by her excessive concern. Gu Yancheng, if you dare to act recklessly, I will inform your mother and have her set you straight. Enough. Not every woman is worthy of my attention. It is only someone like you that I can barely tolerate. Those frivolous women do not even warrant a glance from me. I rated you. Would you care to hear? What score did I receive? Well, how about a 95? Why am I lacking 5 points? That is a score out of 100. After saying this, Gu Yancheng hastily opened the car door and exited. Just as Yi Luoyi prepared to retort, he dashed away, causing her to slam her hands against the steering wheel in frustration, resulting in a painful throb. Gu Yancheng awaited news, determined to take action. How dare she coerce him? Whether she lived or died was of no consequence to him. It was all a consequence of He Jiayi's own making. Such a woman was unworthy, and he would not let her off easily, even if it attracted public censure. In his past life, he had endured such torment. Encountering such despicable individuals, he could not simply forgive their family. He found a nearby cafe, leisurely sipping coffee while awaiting the investigation's results. It would only take 2 phone calls to resolve matters. As for the subsequent developments, it all depended on whether He Jiayi had the fortune to escape. This woman would not resort to extreme measures like suicide. He knew her too well, aware of her tenacity for survival. If she had any sense of self-preservation, leaving Donghai would be her best course of action. Gu Hansheng had barely sipped his drink when the phone call came through. Mr. Gu, I have located both their home addresses and their parents' contact information. Thank you. Can you arrange for someone to deliver a letter to me? The letter should contain a person's phone number and a home address, saying it is for you. Is that possible? Certainly. He Jiayi, pregnant, phone number, home address. All right, Mr. Gu, I will have it done within 2 hours. Thank you. And I will compensate you double for your services. Gu Yancheng intended to tarnish He Jiayi's reputation. He need not make an appearance. Others would handle the dirty work. He merely needed to wait patiently. Gu Yancheng continued to enjoy his coffee. Just then, a familiar figure approached. Yi Luoyi. Gu Yancheng, you seem quite relaxed, sipping coffee. Why? Are you not returning home? Why do you keep staring at me? Have you truly fallen for me? Gu Yancheng, can you not be serious for once? I am serious enough. What more do you want of me? Yi Luoyi felt speechless. This man was so brazenly defiant, leaving her to ponder who truly held the upper hand in their relationship. Gu Yancheng, I need you to fulfill your contractual obligations. But Yi Luoyi, what terms have I violated? You keep watching me so intently. If this continues, I might bring a woman to appear before you. Yi Luoyi, I genuinely cannot comprehend you. If you loved me, your vigilance would be justifiable. We are merely a facade of a couple, living our separate lives. Gu Yancheng, are you even speaking coherently? I just assisted you, and now you wish to discard me. What more do you want from me? I have no particular desires. Merely fulfill your duties. Is it appropriate for you to treat me like a thief? That is your problem. You're always preoccupied with foot massages and pampering. Should I not care about you? Gu Yancheng burst into laughter. You are my first woman. You have gained an advantage. Upon hearing this, Luoyi felt her anger dissipate, though doubts still lingered in her heart. Who do you think you're fooling? You know how many women you've harmed. Whether you believe it or not, I assure you, you're not the only woman in my life. Luoyi's joy was short-lived, as Gu Yancheng delivered another blow. You are nothing but a scoundrel. Gu Yancheng remained unabashed. She had reincarnated, tethered to a man, and that was a significant loss for her. Though Luoyi was beautiful, the allure of the outside world was undeniable. Gu Yancheng would not be so foolish. If Luoyi was willing, he would grant her a prominent place in his life. Luoyi picked up the coffee in front of Gu Yancheng, who grasped her hand with one hand while holding the coffee cup with the other. Luoyi, what are you doing? Do you intend to spill it on me? Gu Yancheng pulled Luoyi along, settling the bill before departing. Luoyi wore a look of grievance. Luoyi, what are you aggrieved about? I have done nothing wrong. I merely speak. You remain my rightful wife. You scoundrel. Yes, I'm a scoundrel. Now, do not feel so wronged. You make it seem as if I have wronged you. Had you not slept with me, would I have married you? Luoyi, you have not suffered, have you? You are a virgin. I am a virgin. We are both unmarried. You are beautiful, and I am handsome. You have a good figure, and I am not lacking either. You have wealth, and I have the ability. In the future, my fortune will surely surpass yours, and my career will outshine yours. Do you truly believe you are at a disadvantage? Luoyi listened to Gu Yancheng's nonsensical ramblings, and she instinctively pinched him. While his words may have seemed logical, the overall sentiment was distorted. Luoyi, is there something wrong with what I said? You truly have no sense of shame. I am merely stating facts. Rest assured, with you as a template, the women I seek will at least be your equal. They're not so easy to find. Gu Yancheng, you are shameless to the utmost degree, using my family's money to seek other women. Luoyi, we must clarify this. The 10 million was a loan, with a monthly interest of 5%. Where else can you find such a high profit rate? The Shenghua Group's 10% was a gift from your father to me. To be frank, I work for that money. It is only right. This is clear. I create value for Shenghua, and the amount is not excessive. Honestly, I do not mind it. Gu Yancheng, if you do not mind, then just refrain from using it. I cannot toil away for Shenghua and end up with nothing. Wouldn't that be the act of a fool? Luoyi listened carefully to each meticulous calculation, yet an unsettling feeling stirred within her. Gu Yancheng truly had a knack for invoking frustration. Chapter 20. Great Ambitions. Without further ado, she resolved to take each step as it came. If it didn't work out, she would leave. After all, she had indeed taken advantage of him in some measure, as it often transpired that women bore the brunt of such matters. Unable to contain herself any longer, Luoyi bit Gu Yancheng's arm fiercely, releasing only when she nearly drew blood. Gu Yancheng, if you continue to spout nonsense and dwell on that sordid affair, failing to uphold our agreement, I shall ensure you are tethered to your home and office every single day. Is it really necessary, Luoyi? What are you saying? I possess ample wealth. Watch me carry out such threats. Luoyi, despite everything, she truly possesses a remarkable ability to manage men. Let us return home. In the blink of an eye, a week had flown by. Gu Yancheng ascended to the role of vice president at Shenghua Group, where he was tasked with establishing the investment department. His stock portfolio had already experienced 3 consecutive surges. Regarding He Jiai's situation, he had entrusted it to a lawyer, providing all necessary evidence, which was now irrefutable. Awaiting court proceedings, the He family was currently besieged by the relatives of the 2 rapists, demanding a letter of understanding. They seemed ensnared in a state of frantic anxiety. Should they refuse to sign, the scandal of He Jiai's premarital pregnancy would be exposed. Everything was unfolding according to Gu Yancheng's orchestrations, which provided him with a satisfying sense of control. The only challenge remained Luoyi, whose overwhelming need for control was truly exhausting. He found little merit in endlessly debating with her. It was tiring, and her occasional displays of grievance made him feel a twinge of guilt. He decided to relent, initially intending to indulge in a leisurely foot massage, but now found himself at the mercy of Luoyi's whims. While her management style was uncomfortable, she excelled in other respects. His life, as well as the needs of his parents, was meticulously arranged, and his mother was now living quite comfortably. Thus, Gu Yancheng resolved to heed Luoyi's counsel, for one must bow to the circumstances when under another's roof. With little to occupy his time at the company, Gu Yancheng awaited the arrival of financial personnel, planning to invest in a burgeoning rice technology firm focused on mobile devices. There was little for him to do but invest. He also contemplated placing bets on new energy sources. The two investments he was making for Shanghua promised returns in the hundreds or thousands. This was sufficient to appease his conscience. He had firmly promised Ye's father a share of the equity and had completed the necessary procedures. Gu Yancheng was poised to leverage these shares for a bank loan. His ambition was to navigate the capital market, as it was the only way to amass wealth expeditiously. Armed with his knowledge of market trends and his keen memory, he recalled many stocks vividly. He prepared to maneuver through both domestic and international equities and futures markets. His ultimate objective was to establish a substantial capital group dedicated to serving the nation and its people. While investment was one facet, he did not wish to become solely profit-driven. His ultimate goal was to counter foreign interests, amassing wealth from them before reinvesting in domestic industries, thereby bolstering advanced sectors in his homeland. This was Gu Yancheng's vision. Currently, he needed to identify a trustworthy individual to manage this investment group, both domestically and abroad. This task proved somewhat daunting. He released a recruitment notice, offering an annual salary in the millions, targeting those well-versed in capital investment, a crucial requirement. Gu Yancheng sought individuals capable of executing his directives, as he preferred to focus on overarching strategies rather than minutiae. He envisioned a transformative era within 15 years. Having been reborn, accumulating wealth and indulging in pleasures was effortless. However, he aspired to undertake endeavors of significance for the nation, the people, and himself. This was the essence of a life well lived. As the ancients remarked, in poverty, one cultivates personal virtue. In prosperity, one extends aid to the world. With his transcendent memories, Gu Yancheng aimed to first amass capital domestically, then scour the globe for lucrative opportunities, ensuring funds flowed back into the country to invest in high-tech industries and support agriculture, ultimately enriching the lower echelons of society. This was his meaningful pursuit. He undertook these initiatives not out of desire to drag the Yi family into the fray. It was natural for a businessman to seek profit. Thus, he provided her with a strategic direction, considering the real estate sector had become saturated, a fact he found rather distasteful. As Gu Yancheng pondered these matters, Luoyi entered the room. Gu Yancheng, what do you do all day in the office? Daydreaming? I have no one under me. What do you expect me to do? Are you not recruiting? You appear as though you are merely a figurehead in the company. I simply require someone skilled in investment negotiations. I will provide them with direction. They will conduct research and report back to me for judgment on where to allocate funds. Is it necessary for me to oversee their recruitment in HR? Luoyi was at a loss. She truly found it difficult to comprehend Gu Yancheng's confidence in his work ethic. What about that stock you purchased? Am I obliged to disclose that? Luoyi gazed at Gu Yancheng, intrigued. May I not inquire? No, your father's already given me the shares. Can I not spare you that small amount? Gu Yancheng was preparing to secure a loan of 20 billion from the bank. He intended to execute a significant transaction in stock index futures, planning to establish a global futures account in Hong Kong. He envisioned leveraging this capital for substantial ventures, possessing a keen memory of global stock trends that would facilitate his profit-making endeavors. He might soon ascend to become the world's wealthiest, albeit in obscurity. He sought to establish various companies and pondered how to find reliable individuals to oversee them. Chinese nationals often faced rejection when attempting to acquire premium foreign assets, yet utilizing local talent proved advantageous. Gu Yancheng needed to deliberate on this issue. The plan must be executed in such a manner that while overseas operations were carried out by others, he remained the unseen force behind them. Absolute confidentiality was paramount. Without trustworthy individuals, success was unattainable. Moreover, the wealth offered would entice many. Who could resist such temptation? This was the most pressing dilemma Gu Yancheng faced. He required a woman who could wholeheartedly support him in these endeavors. With 3 years for capital accumulation, time was on his side. He wondered if Luoyi might hinder his progress. If so, he would not hesitate to act decisively. His focus was on grand undertakings for the nation and its people. Rest assured, I will return your money within a month. Why do you dwell on it? I am a man of 40 billion. How could I be untrustworthy? Then at the very least, engage in some earnest pursuits. What constitutes earnest pursuits? The investment department lacks personnel. Once I have recruits, I will naturally instruct them. You are truly fretting over matters that do not concern you. Luoyi, indeed, devoted herself to worrying about Gu Yancheng, hoping he would excel within the group. Yet he seemed to squander his time idly. Chapter 21. Could you perhaps exhibit a touch of femininity? I'm heading to Hong Kong tomorrow. What business do you have in Hong Kong? I have matters to attend to. Are you coming with me? Once I complete my tasks, I will accompany you for some leisure. What could you possibly have to do? Why all the questions? I assure you, it's not about seeking out women. So you need not worry. Should you choose to go, inform me. If not, that is fine too. I'll return once my business is concluded. Gu Yancheng, do you have something to conceal from me? What could I possibly be hiding? Is there no trust between us? Are you concerned I might abscond? Is that truly how you perceive me? Luoyi was somewhat irked. Gu Yancheng hastily corrected himself, saying, All right, I misspoke. Are you going or not? She replied, Let me think about it. He responded, Fine, take your time. I'll buy the plane ticket shortly. In truth, Luoyi was concerned that Gu Yancheng harbored ulterior motives. But after some contemplation, she reasoned that he hadn't acted inappropriately at home, so he likely wouldn't do so outside. I'll go. I'll purchase the ticket and inform you of the flight details. He quipped, Can't you let me buy the ticket for you? She retorted, I don't have your ID number. If you send it to me, I'll buy it for you. I'll send it to you. Gu Yancheng observed Luoyi, who donned the same attire for work every day. He couldn't help but tease, Luoyi, can't you dress a bit more elegantly? Wearing a suit every day. Why not embrace a more feminine charm? She snapped back, Mind your own business regarding my attire. With that, she turned on her heel and left. Back in the office, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. She possessed an enviable figure and a lovely face. How could that scoundrel say she lacked femininity? Was he blind? Gu Yancheng stood by the floor-to-ceiling window when his phone rang. Mr. Gu, news has surfaced about He Jiai being raped, and she is now pregnant. Her family has moved, and they've gone to your parents' house looking for you. Please continue to relay their current address to those two families. Understood, he replied, his expression darkening. This woman indeed sought to create trouble for him. He intended for them to become infamous in Donghai, rendering them unable to face society or secure employment. They should leave Donghai. Should they remain obstinate, he wouldn't hesitate to employ even harsher methods. Does Mr. Gu have any other instructions? No, just the address will suffice. We want to engage in any outrageous actions. Understood. The person on the other end was astute. This plan of using a knife to kill from a distance was indeed ruthless, putting someone in a dire predicament while remaining a cold observer. This Mr. Gu was truly a formidable character. After ending the call, Gu Yancheng couldn't help but smile. This matter would proceed without him expending too much effort. Money certainly facilitates the resolution of issues. Gu Yancheng received a message from Luoyi, informing him that she had purchased a ticket to Hong Kong City. Simultaneously, Yi's father received news about Gu Yancheng mortgaging his shares, which took him by surprise. This fellow had mortgaged newly acquired shares for 20 billion. He was quite curious about what this son-in-law intended to do. Luoyi entered her father's office. Dad, I'm in Hong Kong City with Yancheng tomorrow. What is the sudden trip to Hong Kong City for? He said he had some matters to attend to, but he didn't specify. This left Yi's father puzzled. Why was this young man suddenly heading to Hong Kong City? Luoyi, are you going of your own volition, or did he ask you to accompany him? He asked me to go with him. Upon hearing this, Yi's father relaxed slightly. After all, 20 billion was no trivial matter, and while this fellow was somewhat reckless, he wasn't overly ostentatious. Indeed, he was rather low-key. Dad, why do you ask that? Yancheng has mortgaged the shares I gave him to the bank for 20 billion. What? Why is he acquiring so much money? I'll go ask him. No need to inquire. Just observe him. Don't shatter this fragile trust. Dad, with such a substantial sum, shouldn't we know what he intends to do? No need to rush. Let us wait and see. After all, he possesses strategic insight. Perhaps he is planning an investment. But he enough. You don't understand, man. Go have a proper chat with your mother. Let her explain it to you. I do understand, man. Their lifelong struggle revolves around money, status, fame, women, and children. Beyond that, there is nothing else. Do you think Yancheng will simply remain at Shenghua Group? Dad, if you know, then why every man needs a springboard and opportunities. I'm providing him with that chance and conditions. Any man would remember this. Regardless of how things unfold, he'll be grateful. Luoyi struggled to comprehend. What if he squanders the 20 billion? Are we just to stand by and watch? You chose this husband. If you lack faith in him, are you hiding something from me? No, I'm merely concerned that he comes from an average background, and suddenly having access to such a large sum might lead to reckless spending, which I can't prevent. Yi's father frowned, observing his daughter's demeanor, seemingly lacking understanding of Gu Yancheng. How had she married so suddenly? However, he chose not to press the issue. He was curious to see what Gu Yancheng would do. All right, trust your husband. Remember, keep quiet and act as if you know nothing. Understood, Dad. Returning to her office, Luoyi pondered her father's words. With 20 billion in cash, what was Gu Yancheng planning in Hong Kong City? A cascade of questions surged within her, and she couldn't help but want to ask Gu Yancheng. This guy, I'm truly worried about him. On her way home from work, Luoyi considered asking Gu Yancheng multiple times, but ultimately restrained herself. She too wanted to see what he intended to do. Gu Yancheng, noticing her hesitance, directly stated, "If you want to ask, just do it. You look like you have something to say. What exactly are you going to Hong Kong City for?" "Just attending to a small matter. It won't take long." "Can I accompany you?" "That is not possible. I only need half a day." "Gu Yancheng, I'm your wife. Can I know? The legitimate matters I'm handling will be revealed to you in due time." Luoyi was dissatisfied with this response. But her father had advised her not to press further. She would wait and see. She naturally trusted her father's judgment. He had a good eye for people, and she had inadvertently revealed her concerns. The fewer individuals who knew about Gu Yancheng's mortgage and loan, the better. Such matters, akin to capital colonization, were frowned upon by foreign capitalists. He would have to operate behind the scenes when establishing his capital consortium. Gu Yancheng had also considered that if the Yi family became aware of his mortgage, it would be inconsequential. Accumulating initial capital through his own means might take about a year. This could shorten that timeline, and he needed to expedite the search for an agent. This was an urgent matter. "Gu Yancheng, you're a scoundrel, always hiding things from me." Chapter 22. Proud yet adorable. Gu Yancheng couldn't help but chuckle at her remark. "You always bring up that identity." "Gu Yancheng, I'm talking to you." "I know. I'm taking you to Hong Kong City, aren't I?" Luoyi was exasperated, feeling angry the entire way home. Gu Yancheng observed her expression and thought having someone so concerned about him was rather nice. Upon returning home, Luoyi plopped down on the sofa, sulking. "Luoyi, it seems you don't want to go to Hong Kong City. Shall I cancel your ticket?" "Who said I don't want to go? You're this upset. Won't you be even angrier if you go?" "I want to go. I'll keep an eye on you." "All right, keep an eye on me. Don't be angry. You're so beautiful, yet you frown all the time. It's not charming at all." Hearing that she was unattractive and lacking femininity made her seethe. "Gu Yancheng, if you can't speak properly, just stay silent." "Hey, why should I be the one to stay silent?" Gu Yancheng went upstairs to his room, where the housekeeper was still preparing dinner. As Luoyi watched Gu Yancheng ascend the stairs, she found herself utterly perplexed by his motives for acquiring that 2 billion. She had previously stated that the loss of 2 billion would have little impact on the Yi family. Her true concern lay in the fact that he seemed to be engaged in nothing of substance. After all, if he were not her husband, she would have dismissed him long ago for his lack of diligence. Gu Yancheng lay in his room, contemplating Luoyi's demeanor. Did she perhaps know a fragment of the truth? Yet, even if she did, it mattered little. He now possessed the authority to wield that 10% of shares, and he was entirely confident in his grasp of the situation. Nevertheless, he recognized that he must not reveal his current state. No one would believe it anyway. Presently, he was privy to a divine perspective, witnessing the world's transformation over the next 15 years. Gu Yancheng realized he needed to adopt a more conventional approach and take a greater interest in the company's affairs, lest Luoyi become overly vigilant about his every move. He found himself unable to even visit a bar anymore. In the living room, Luoyi sat, and when Gu Yancheng descended, he noted her still, irate expression. "Luoyi, what is there to be angry about? I am your husband, not your son. You monitor me incessantly. Do you not tire of it? Do you think I relish being scrutinized? You disregard my every word. Fine, I shall heed your counsel." Seeing that the maid had prepared dinner, Gu Yancheng took Luoyi's hand to guide her to the table, but she swiftly extricated herself from his grasp. Although a flicker of joy surged within her, she nonetheless awaited Gu Yancheng's concrete actions. The two sat at the table, and once the maid finished her duties, she would depart, leaving them alone. Gu Yancheng began to eat, while Luoyi scrutinized him. "Is what you said true?" "What is not true?" He replied. "Listen to me. You are correct. I shall follow your guidance, but I have my own matters to attend to. Do not incessantly inquire. I will share what I can. Furthermore, we are merely contractual spouses. It is unreasonable to expect me to divulge every detail." Although Luoyi recognized the validity of Gu Yancheng's words, she felt discomfort. Yet she refrained from voicing her discontent. "In Port City, how long do you plan to stay?" "Depends on you. I estimate I will need merely half a day for my affairs. It's up to you how long you wish to enjoy yourself. I suggest we return over the weekend and spend 3 to 4 days there." Luoyi nodded in agreement, having resided under the same roof for a week now. Aside from the initial day, when he overstepped by taking her clothes and lingering outside the bathroom, he had behaved rather well since then. Occasionally, she questioned her own allure. After all, Gu Yancheng, being so cunning, had often taken advantage of her, but his sudden restraint left her feeling somewhat disoriented. Once dinner concluded, Gu Yancheng, who had long ceased performing household chores, made no move to assist, as this was typically left for the maid to address the following day. Luoyi had mentioned it twice, but he simply insisted the maid continue residing with them, a proposition she declined. "What time is your flight tomorrow, Gu Yancheng?" "At 11. "Very well," she responded, and Gu Yancheng retreated upstairs to rest. At Donghai Airport, Both Gu Yancheng and Yi Luoyi donned sunglasses. He carried a bag while she pulled a small suitcase, which had served her well during previous business trips. No need for checked luggage, a convenient choice. Today, she sported a new outfit, a t-shirt paired with a knee-length, form-fitting skirt, and high heels, standing just a few centimeters shorter than Gu Yancheng. Throughout their departure, she had hoped for him to compliment her appearance, yet he seemed indifferent, which irked her. In the airport lounge, Gu Yancheng discerned her displeasure. Ye Luoyi, what troubles you now? Have I offended you again? Are you blind, Gu Yancheng? I am not. Gu Yancheng suddenly grasped the implication of her words. I am not blind. Although your outfit is simple, it is quite attractive. Yi Luoyi felt a flicker of happiness at his words, yet she retorted, who prompted you to say that? Gu Yancheng found himself at a loss with the proud beauty of a CEO. Her demeanor left him without recourse. Then how am I blind? Enlighten me. You are indeed blind, and not merely that. You also have sharp tongue. Gu Yancheng stifled a laugh at her words, though he struggled to contain his amusement. Yi Luoyi, noticing his suppressed mirth, understood that he was on the verge of laughter. What is so humorous, Gu Yancheng? Am I wrong? Indeed, you are entirely correct. Her irritation only deepened at his response. What do you mean by that? I am blind, have sharp tongue, and most critically, lack charm. Gu Yancheng had aptly articulated the crux of her frustration, causing her to become restless. I need water. Go fetch me some. Gu Yancheng, feeling helpless, relented. For she was his wife after all, and her demands were numerous. Deep down, Yi Luoyi felt a flicker of joy. After all, he had just complimented her beauty, a sentiment every woman relishes. In truth, Yi Luoyi's agreement was merely a tactical delay. She needed to ascertain whether Gu Yancheng could fulfill the role of a husband. If he proved suitable, she had no desire for divorce. At the very least, she had successfully navigated her parents' scrutiny, which had taken her by surprise. In the days that followed, aside from his initial brazen behavior, he had improved considerably. Should he achieve notable success in his work, perhaps their lives could continue on this path. Thus, she had been intent on guiding Gu Yancheng, hoping he would strive toward her expectations, yet he seemed resistant, which left her feeling unsettled. Here, water for you, Gu Yancheng said, presenting her with a bottle. Gu Yancheng, do you lack any perception? Unscrew it. He complied, took a sip, and offered it to her. You've already drunk from it. How can I? Are we not husband and wife? Is this not normal? I refuse. You drink it yourself. With that, she turned away to check her phone, dismissing him entirely. Gu Yancheng found her reaction utterly exasperating. Yet, he produced a new bottle, unscrewed it, and presented it before her. Drink up, it's fresh. Yi Luoyi realized she had fallen into his playful trap once more, but after a moment's hesitation, she accepted the mineral water. Gu Yancheng's lips curled into a faint smile. This woman was surprisingly easy to appease. Chapter 23, The Blueprint. After Yi Luoyi finished, she handed the bottle back to Gu Yancheng. What do you mean, Yi Luoyi? Just hold on to it for me. His exasperation was palpable. At that moment, Gu Yancheng's mother called. Son, where are you now? What's going on? The He family matters seem to be causing quite a stir. I've received multiple calls from your mother. Perhaps you should reconsider. After all, we have not suffered any losses. Mom, you needn't worry about this. Do not answer any calls. It's none of our concern. Luoyi and I are heading to Port City and want to return for a few days. Very well. Gu Yancheng's mother wanted to offer her son some advice, but was at a loss as to why he was so resolute in his decision. He Jia was now looking haggard. Ever since her blind date with Gu Yancheng, a series of events had transpired, tarnishing her reputation, with neighbors whispering about her. Mom, once Dad's affairs are settled, let us leave Don Hai. Jia, do you believe this is Gu Yancheng's doing? It is undoubtedly him. However, Jia had no evidence to confront him, leaving her powerless. Jia, whose child is in your womb? Mom, please don't ask. Then you should terminate it. I refuse. I want to give birth. Jia's feelings toward Gu Yancheng were filled with loathing. This matter was far from over, and she would not let him off the hook so easily. Jia, we are all being prodded in our very spines. What do you wish to do now? Mother, you needn't worry. Our only path forward is to bring this child into the world. He Jia originally intended to have Gu Yancheng take responsibility and raise the child, allowing her to later take the child back to its biological father, thus maximizing her own benefits. She envisioned a life of stability, free from gossip, ultimately returning to inherit her father's fortune. Therefore, she felt fortunate that the child had been preserved. This offered her a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. With unwavering determination in her gaze, she resolved not to let Gu Yancheng off the hook. For now, she would have to settle for a secondary option. So tell mother. Whose child is it really? It belongs to the second young master of the Zhong family in Donghai. Upon hearing this, mother he was momentarily stunned. This was indeed a golden opportunity. Filled with joy, she exclaimed, Jia, if If you had told your father and me sooner, this situation would be different. Mother, the Zhong family would never accept me. Thus, I must hasten to marry and give birth to the child to secure a better future. I never anticipated Gu Yanchen would behave in such a manner, yet he is currently in hiding, and I have unfinished business with him. Mother, he felt a surge of confidence, agreeing with her daughter's perspective. Jia, I support you. The mother and daughter truly were two peas in a pod. At Donghai Airport, Yi Luoyi and Gu Yanchen boarded their flight, having purchased economy class tickets. Yi Luoyi expressed her dissatisfaction. Couldn't you have bought first-class tickets instead? You have so many complaints. I should have left you behind, Gu Yanchen retorted. Yi Luoyi was utterly speechless. Do you really lack this little bit of money? What is wrong with economy class? First class is overrated, and besides, you 1T reimburse me anyway. With no desire to engage further, she turned away, wishing to ignore Gu Yanchen. Gu Yanchen closed his eyes and fell asleep, having been busy these past few days, using his memory to organize details of stock index fluctuations. Fortunately, his memory served him well, preserving many details vividly. After 3 days of meticulous organization, he planned to continue operating in this fashion moving forward. Not long after the plane took off, Gu Yanchen was asleep, resting his head on Yi Luoyi's shoulder. She adjusted his head, but before long, it had once again found its way back to her shoulder. Yi Luoyi chose not to support him any longer, allowing him to lean against her. As she gazed at the peacefully sleeping Gu Yanchen, her brow furrowed slightly. Occasionally, she found him rather agreeable, though his words often felt venomous. Each time he spoke, he managed to infuriate her to the point where she felt compelled to slap him. Gu Yanchen was a maverick, heedless of her opinions. Yet he had no significant flaws otherwise. At the very least, he was reasonably attractive, aligning with her aesthetic preferences. However, he remained enigmatic, leaving her curious about his intentions. Both Gu Yanchen and Yi Luoyi eventually succumbed to slumber, leaning against each other until the flight attendant announced the lunch service, stirring them awake. Gu Yanchen, surprised to find his head resting on Yi Luoyi's shoulder, wondered why she hadn't pushed him away. He glanced at her, sensing a change in her demeanor. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? Yi Luoyi, lacking an appetite for the airline meal, handed it over to Gu Yanchen. Aren't you going to eat? I don't want it. Just pass me the water. Aren't you hungry? It's too unpalatable. You are quite particular. Gu Yanchen commented. Yi Luoyi shot him an exasperated glare. Gu Yanchen fell silent, enjoying his meal, prompting Yi Luoyi to remark, "Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Eating so much?" Gu Yanchen could hardly contain himself. Had it not been for the presence of others, he would have thoroughly debated the matter with her. Watching him squirm brought her a sense of satisfaction. After finishing his meal and tidying up, Gu Yanchen's mind began to churn with thoughts of the future. He had numerous plans for the coming years. In this new life, he sought not to fade into obscurity. His ambitions were grand enough to leave a lasting legacy. Capital colonization was a vast endeavor, one he intended to pursue through the acquisition of wealth. By employing such strategies, he aimed to serve his country and give back to the people. Otherwise, what was the point of living another life without undertaking something monumental? Perhaps he could amass fortunes in the trillions, utilizing his wealth to seize resources from foreign lands. This, he believed, was the duty of the people of Huaxia. Women were merely embellishments. His ultimate goal lay beyond. The port city was merely the starting point for his aspirations. As Yi Luoyi observed him lost in thought, a sudden surge of determination and confidence welled up within her. Surprised and puzzled, she nudged Gu Yanchen with her elbow. "What are you thinking about?" "A splendid blueprint." He replied softly. Yi Luoyi chuckled. "What blueprint?" Gu Yanchen leaned closer, whispering, "You've given me a son and a daughter, and they're calling me daddy." Yi Luoyi bullshit. Retorting, Gu Yanchen, "Are you daydreaming?" He leaned closer to her ear, saying, "If you 1T bear my children, I'll find another woman to do so instead." Yi Luoyi looked at him with disdain, feeling her temper flare. Gu Yanchen, with a mischievous grin, reminded her, "This is an airport, a public space." Yi Luoyi struggled to contain her anger. His audacity was unbearable. As her legal husband, he had no right to speak so brazenly, and it infuriated her. "If you truly want me to bear your children, that would be splendid," Gu Yanchen quipped with a wicked smile. In a fit of irritation, Yi Luoyi pinched the flesh at his waist. "Let go of me. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll suffocate you." Gu Yanchen lifted his shirt, revealing a red mark. "Yi Luoyi, you really are something else. Who told you to speak so absurdly?" Chapter 24, An Unexpected Encounter. Gu Yanchen noticed a middle-aged woman nearby, smiling at them, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. He chose to ignore Yi Luoyi. Until they disembarked, neither spoke again. The same silence persisted during their car ride to the hotel. Upon arrival, Gu Yanchen immediately stated, 2 standard rooms and 1 presidential suite. Yi Luoyi interjected, "Make it a presidential suite." Gu Yancheng glanced at Yi Luoyi before conceding. "Let us proceed," as she suggested. They checked in, and as they entered the presidential suite, Yi Luoyi could no longer contain herself. "Gu Yancheng, you are such a petty little man, and you are a domineering woman, fine by me." Gu Yancheng, uninterested in further argument, headed towards the master bedroom. Yi Luoyi dashed in first, declaring, "This is my room. You can stay in the guest room." Observing her behavior, he decided not to engage in a dispute. He still had time in the afternoon to open a bank account and set up a trading account for global stock indices and gold futures in the port city. Yi Luoyi immediately called for room service. Just as she was about to relax after taking off her shoes, Gu Yancheng seemed ready to head out. "Gu Yancheng, where are you going?" "I have some matters to attend to. I'll be back before dinner." "I'm coming too. Do you think I would take you with me?" Yi Luoyi glared at Gu Yancheng, fully aware he wouldn't allow her to accompany him. Yet she was still curious about his intentions. "And don't follow me. I'll take you out for a walk this evening." "Understood." Gu Yancheng left to open an account at the International Bank in the port city, which also involved transferring funds from the mainland, a somewhat complicated task. After managing the account and banking details, he faced the challenge of transferring 10 billion in funds, which required someone dedicated to assisting him. As he exited the towering edifice of the futures company, a professional woman approached him with an air of poise. Gu Yancheng found her strikingly beautiful, exuding the essence of a workplace elite with her neck-length hair, which lent her a distinctly capable demeanor. "Good day, madam. Might we engage in a brief conversation?" Xiao Yuejin regarded Gu Yancheng, noting his unremarkable attire and decent appearance. She swiftly categorized him as merely another would-be suitor. "Not interested." Gu Yancheng chuckled. "You dismiss me without even hearing what I have to say. Do you work for this company? Step aside. We could have a conversation. If you refuse again, I assure you, I won't obstruct your departure." Xiao Yuejin fixed her gaze on him, asserting, "Step aside, or I shall call the authorities." Gu Yancheng smiled. "Do you have a business card? Hand me one, and I will let you leave." With a look of disdain, Xiao Yuejin thought him rather brazen. "What if I choose not to? I wish to discuss a collaboration. I require assistance in the harbor city, and I assure you, the compensation I offer surpasses what you earn here." Xiao Yuejin scoffed at his antiquated approach to courtship. Gu Yancheng rummaged through his pockets, but found no business cards. "I can provide you with my phone number. I'll be in the harbor city for 3 days. If you reconsider, you may contact me." "Unnecessary," she replied curtly. And with that, she departed. Gu Yancheng did not even have the chance to give her his number before she vanished inside, oblivious to the fact that Xiao Yuejin was, in fact, the head of Huaxia district for the Jiaxing group. He chuckled to himself, finding her both attractive and competent, ideal for managing affairs in the harbor city, thus sparing him considerable hassle. After Xiao Yuejin entered, she cast a glance back, surprised to see he had not pursued her. Gu Yancheng felt a tinge of regret, but believed that if fate intended, they would cross paths again. He never fretted, with wealth. Finding someone to assist him was hardly a challenge. Upon returning to the hotel, he noticed it was nearly 7 o'clock, and Yi Luoyi had been waiting for his return. Upon seeing him, her first words were, "So you do remember how to come back?" "I'm tired. Let us save the sightseeing for tomorrow," Gu Yancheng replied. "But you promised this afternoon. Are you so quick to break your word? Do you have no sense of integrity?" Gu Yancheng found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. "Very well, let us go." Yi Luoyi, sensing his concession, felt a secret thrill. Finally, he had committed to something. She rose to change into a new outfit. Dressed in sporty casuals, jeans and sneakers, her figure was undeniably alluring, and Gu Yancheng couldn't help but admire her. "What are you staring at? I've seen every inch of you, touched every part of you. What is wrong with my gaze now? I am your husband. If I can't look, do you wish for other men to?" Yi Luoyi was momentarily speechless. She had never won a verbal spar with him, which was infuriating. Gu Yancheng continued, "Yi Luoyi, you persist in seeking confrontation even when you know you cannot prevail. Should I admire your audacity or mock your foolishness? Can't you grant me this concession? That concession must hold value for me. Why should I yield without gain? Do you have no chivalrous spirit? I am no gentleman by nature, nor do I wish to be labeled as such. I merely desire to live authentically, free from the judgments of others." This was the first time Yi Luoyi had heard such sentiments from him. "And how do you wish to live?" "Unfettered, carefree, pursuing whatever I desire." "Then you should not marry, nor should you have children." "I may forego a wife, but I must have children." Yi Luoyi understood his implications, feeling anger rise within her. His views were utterly unacceptable to her. She envisioned a husband who was ambitious in his career and devoted solely to her. Thus, every time he mentioned seeking other women, it ignited her fury. They proceeded to the hotel restaurant, and as Gu Yancheng entered, his gaze immediately fell upon the very woman he had encountered earlier. What a serendipitous twist of fate. Yi Luoyi followed his gaze and spotted Xiao Yuejin, her heart sinking with unease. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing," he replied. Yi Luoyi pinched him again. "If you keep staring, your eyes might pop out." As they settled and ordered, Gu Yancheng intentionally requested paper and a pen, inscribing his name and phone number, eagerly awaiting an opportunity to see Xiao Yuejin again. After all, if fate had intertwined their paths, it could potentially alleviate many of his burdens. Yi Luoyi, intrigued by his writing, couldn't he resist asking, "What are you jotting down? Why must you know everything?" "I'm merely recording my birth date," he replied. Fuming, Yi Luoyi glared at Gu Yancheng. Since their marriage, his audacity had left her speechless on numerous occasions. How could someone be so shameless? "I'll reiterate, you're married. I am aware. My life philosophy is to live freely and boldly." With that, Gu Yancheng burst into laughter. As chapter 25 unfolds, Yi Luoyi struggled to comprehend him. Wasn't he career the priority for men? Yet here he was, immediately leveraging his newly acquired shares for a loan. She was not one to squander or revel in excess, leaving her perplexed about his intentions. Was he planning to abscond with the funds? His thoughts remained an enigma. When Xiao Yuejin rose to visit the restroom, Gu Yancheng, after a brief wait, decided to follow suit. "Where are you headed?" "To the restroom." "I'll join you." Noticing Xiao Yuejin's absence, Yi Luoyi felt a pang of worry that Gu Yancheng might be swayed by temptation. "Go on, I'll pass," she said. "Are you jesting with me?" "Yi Luoyi, you are the president of a multi-billion corporation. Look at yourself. You resemble a mere housewife." Gu Yancheng stood up, leisurely making his way over. And as he reached the door, he encountered Xiao Yuejin. "Ah, what a coincidence, encountering you here again." Xiao Yuejin was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated seeing him here in the city's finest hotel, frequented by the affluent and elite. He handed her a note. "This is not merely a lady's name. It is my phone number. I believe we shall meet again." With that, he entered the men's restroom. Xiao Yuejin glanced back at him, initially tempted to discard the note, but hesitated, ultimately tucking it into her pocket. Upon Gu Yancheng's exit, he noticed the note had not been discarded, and a smile crept across his face. He would await her call. Deliberately, he sauntered past Xiao Yuejin and took a seat opposite Yi Luoyi. Xiao Yuejin observed them from a distance, noting Yi Luoyi's impeccable demeanor and striking appearance. Gu Yancheng's earlier actions had clearly been an attempt to draw her attention. What was his intention? She was filled with questions. Yi Luoyi naturally witnessed the earlier scene unfold before her eyes. "Gu Yancheng, what do you mean by this? Do you have feelings for that woman? What are you thinking? She is neither as attractive as you, nor as wealthy. Surely I could discern the weight of these matters." As Yi Luoyi listened to these words, a sense of delight blossomed within her, yet it felt somewhat awkward. "Is it merely because of my wealth and looks that you married me?" "Not all. You compel me to do it. There are countless beauties in this world, and while I may fancy many, I cannot claim them all for myself, nor can I manage them all." Yi Luoyi felt a surge of anger at his response. "Gu Yancheng, can't you speak more seriously? I am merely stating facts." "How is that not serious?" The two of them were clearly on different wavelengths, allowing Gu Yancheng to continually leave Yi Luoyi at a loss for words. This frustrated her immensely. This man truly possessed a skin thicker than city walls. As the waiter brought the dishes, it was Gu Yancheng's inaugural experience dining in such an upscale restaurant. Gazing at the flickering neon lights outside, he felt as though he were living in a different era, having transitioned from a life of toil to one of affluence in an instant. The leap in social class felt almost surreal, as if he had acquired everything without the arduous struggle one might expect. When fortune smiles upon a person, it is indeed a force that cannot be resisted. Yi Luoyi observed Gu Yancheng's serious expression. She found that when he was earnest, he did indeed resemble someone of substance. Gu Yancheng then turned to her. "Yi Luoyi, you can't possibly be developing feelings for me, can you?" "Who has feelings for you?" "After dinner, you're taking me out for a stroll, right? Isn't Villa Bay nearby? Let us go there." This was Gu Yancheng's first visit to Port City, which at that time held a significant position internationally as one of the financial centers. "You even prepared an itinerary?" "I did a bit of research online." Yi Luoyi finally heard something that pleased her. Watching Gu Yancheng awkwardly wielding his knife and fork, she cut her steak and handed him the pieces, taking his plate in return. Gu Yancheng was taken aback. It was indeed a rare occurrence. Feeling a bit embarrassed after her actions, Yi Luoyi retorted, "I just didn't want us to look foolish. Look at how clumsily you're using those utensils." Gu Yancheng chuckled at her feeble excuse. Yi Luoyi was better than most women. Though she loved to meddle and talk, it stemmed from a genuine desire for his well-being. Yet, Gu Yancheng preferred not to act this way. Had it been in the past, he might have complied with her every word. Yi Luoyi felt a twinge of embarrassment, but chose not to say more. She found it hard to believe how infatuated she had become. However, she quickly reassured herself. It's nothing. I'm simply cutting steak for my husband. There is nothing awkward about that. Gu Yancheng, you promised to grant me a request. Indeed, but you must be cautious in your demands. I'm just reminding you. You must remember not to go back on your word. I initiated this, and I will certainly uphold it. You need not worry. A man's word is his bond. Gu Yancheng reflected on their 3 years together, and found that bickering with Yi Luoyi brought him joy. I have a request. Yi Luoyi, are you certain you wish to proceed? Absolutely. Then speak it. I shall listen. You are not to contradict me from now on. Whatever I say, you shall heed without retort. Gu Yancheng gazed at her. Wait. You genuinely wish to impose such a demand? Yes, you said it yourself. Very well, I agree. He had anticipated her request to involve work, or even a plea for their marriage's stability. Yet she surprised him with this. Gu Yancheng, you must follow through on your word. I agreed, but I have a small suggestion. If I remain silent and do not oppose you, am I not merely playing to the gallery? You only need to agree. No objections allowed. Agreed. Gu Yancheng found Yi Luoyi to be truly amusing. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuejin occasionally stole glances at Gu Yancheng, observing the camaraderie they shared. It was evident their relationship was not mere coincidence. She had witnessed the previous interaction, which seemed deliberate, and her companion had noticed as well. The woman at Xiao Yuejin's table noted her distraction, casting glances at Gu Yancheng. Yuejin, are you perhaps interested in that man? Though the woman opposite him is strikingly beautiful and possesses an excellent figure, she appears to be a daughter of wealth. Not all. I was merely surprised. Is our ice queen developing a soft spot? Stop with the nonsense. Sun Huiyan glanced at Gu Yancheng. He was indeed handsome, albeit his attire was rather understated, not quite matching the beauty across from him. Yuejin, would you like me to get his contact information? Don't be ridiculous. Sun Huiyan chuckled, finding it curious to see her friend so intrigued by a man, which piqued her own curiosity. Chapter 26, A Serendipitous Encounter Again After Dinner. Gu Yancheng summoned the waiter to settle the bill, which totaled 8,000 Hong Kong dollars. Gu Yancheng paid without hesitation, much to Yi Luoyi's surprise, as she had expected him to suggest she cover the cost. Gu Yancheng noticed her expression. What is this? You're surprised I'm paying? In the past, I had no money, and now that I do, I've never made it a habit to let women pay. Yi Luoyi saw through him, but chose not to call him out on it. As they prepared to descend, Yi Luoyi excused herself to the restroom. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Huiyan approached Gu Yancheng. Hello, handsome. My friend seems to have taken a liking to you. Could I have your number? Gu Yancheng glanced at Xiao Yuejin and replied, I'm sorry, but I'm married. His simple declaration left Sun Huiyan momentarily stunned. Oh, she quickly retreated, feeling a bit embarrassed. Gu Yancheng stood waiting for Yi Luoyi's return. Upon returning to her seat, Sun Huiyan informed Xiao Yuejin, that guy is married. This revelation only added to Xiao Yuejin's astonishment. If he was married, why was he so intent on seeking her out? Was it truly only for business collaboration? Yi Luoyi had indeed witnessed the earlier exchange and noted the woman's apparent embarrassment, which brought a satisfied smile to her face. After finishing in the restroom, she returned to Gu Yancheng and, in an unprecedented move, linked her arm through his. Xiao Yuejin and Sun Huiyan observed this, realizing that the woman must be his wife. Gu Yancheng glanced at Xiao Yuejin. Yi Luoyi nudged her arm slightly, a subtle warning to him. It was just a glance. Why are you so flustered? Remember, you're married? What did that woman say to you? She complimented my looks and asked for my number, but I declined, stating I already have a wife. Is that true? Of course it is. Yi Luoyi was immensely pleased with his response. It was the most comforting thing he had said since their marriage. As they exited the restaurant, Yi Luoyi promptly released her hold on his arm. Yi Luoyi, you let go as soon as we step outside. Isn't that a bit excessive? Gu Yancheng, this is to prevent you from attracting unwanted attention. And remember, you are my husband. Keep that in mind. Seems like you left out a couple of words there. Heu Yancheng, no retors. Oh, my apologies. I stand corrected. Gu Yancheng had grown accustomed to their banter, feeling somewhat unsettled if he didn't engage in a few exchanges with Yi Luoyi. The two of them strolled towards the Bay of Olia, the sea breeze carrying a refreshing chill and the briny scent of the ocean. However, Gu Yancheng experienced a distinct sensation. He felt an unprecedented sense of ease and contentment. Yi Luoyi seemed to perceive this tranquility emanating from Gu Yancheng as well. She found herself puzzled. He appeared so comfortable within the corporation. Yet that sensation paled in comparison to what he felt now. Gu Yancheng, what exactly brings you to Port City? Nothing much, just handling a few minor affairs. I thought I'd take the opportunity to visit and enjoy the sights, he replied. Don't try to deceive me. You must have ulterior motives, she insisted. What motives could I possibly have? Gu Yancheng had already surmised that the Yi family might be aware of his share pledge loan, yet they chose to remain taciturn, feigning ignorance. Yi Luoyi, do you already know about my share pledge loan? Yi Luoyi nodded in response to his inquiry. Then can you tell me why you need such a substantial amount of cash? It's useful, he stated tersely. Gu Yancheng, I hope you will speak the truth with me. To embark on a significant venture. What kind of venture? If we are still married 3 years from now. I shall tell you. How's that sound? Gu Yancheng replied nonchalantly. At present, he relied solely on his words, unable to disclose much. And given the grand scale of his plans, he needed to exercise utmost caution. Since the Yi family was aware of the 2 billion matter, once he completed his capital accumulation, he would return the shares to them. Capital colonization was a matter of competition between nations. Those in power would never permit their top-tier enterprises to fall into foreign hands. Therefore, Gu Yancheng had to tread carefully. Moreover, within the domestic sphere, he required absolutely trustworthy individuals to assist him. Finding such talent was a rare endeavor, consuming an inordinate amount of his energy. Gu Yancheng had initially come to enjoy life. Yet here he was, burdening himself with such stress. Why don't you trust me? You are currently being supported by the Yi family. Can't you at least reveal your intentions to me? It's merely a game of capital. Nothing more, Gu Yancheng chuckled. Capital has always been ruthless, but his aim was to wield that ruthless scythe against foreigners. That was the true method of engagement. No, a game of capital? What exactly do you intend to do? Yi Luoyi, you truly are a nag, asking so many questions. Gu Yancheng, you promised me no retorts. You're asking a bit too much. With such a beautiful night view, you've completely diminished my desire to enjoy the scenery, Yi Luoyi retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, a young girl of about 10 approached, clutching a handful of roses. Brother, buy a flower for the pretty sister, okay? I have no money. Why not let the sister buy it and give it to me? The little girl was taken aback, bewildered by such a brother. Yi Luoyi regarded Gu Yancheng's shamelessness with incredulity. One for the sister, please. Yi Luoyi handed over 100 yuan. Little sister, no change is necessary. Yi Luoyi inhaled the fragrance of the roses. Gu Yancheng smiled, but Yi Luoyi reproached him. Gu Yancheng, don't you have any shame? You can't even buy a rose for your own wife, yet you claim you have no money. I truly have no money. All the cash I have is thanks to you. You're aware of that, I see. Yi Luoyi, since marrying you, I've hit the jackpot, stepping into high society. Truly, I feel fortunate. You are indeed my lucky star. You truly bring prosperity. As Yi Luoyi heard this, it sounded both like a compliment and a tease. Yi Luoyi, in a certain sense, I owe you my gratitude. You ought to be grateful to me, shouldn't you? Indeed. As they walked, Xiao Yuejin and Sun Huiyin spotted Gu Yancheng and Yi Luoyi. Xiao Yuejin was astonished to encounter him again. This marked the 3rd meeting that day. Is this truly fate? She mused, gazing at Gu Yancheng's retreating figure. Sun Huiyin chuckled. Yuejin, you two seem to be quite fated, if you weren't married. I would definitely help you obtain his contact information. He is quite handsome, but alas, he is wed. Xiao Yuejin's thoughts were not so trivial. She genuinely wished to understand why Gu Yancheng sought her collaboration. She could discern Yi Luoyi's exceptional status. The designer bag she held was a globally limited edition, one that wealth alone might not procure. This indicated her elite standing. Gu Yancheng marrying her inherently suggested much about his own status. Yuejin, what are you thinking? You're not seriously enamored with him, are you? Don't be ridiculous. What a pity. He might be a scion of a prestigious family. Perfectly matched for you. A strong woman paired with a wealthy heir, a flawless combination. As if sensing something, Gu Yancheng turned to look back, surprised to see Xiao Yuejin once more. Yi Luoyi also turned, spotting the same 2 women. She instinctively looped her arm through Gu Yancheng's. Gu Yancheng smiled without uttering a word. Chapter 27. The Proactive Yi Luoyi. Yi Luoyi's demeanor led Gu Yancheng to wonder if she genuinely regarded him as her husband. Nevertheless, he began to walk back. Yi Luoyi, holding on to him, halted him. Where are you going? Is it inappropriate to get to know each other a bit better when fate brings us together? Gu Yancheng, how dare you? I'm your wife. Is it appropriate for you to flirt with other women in front of me? It's merely making a friend. Not even that is permitted. Yi Luoyi tugged him forward. Sun Huiyin, having witnessed the earlier scene, laughed. Yuejin, that man seemed eager to meet us, but was thwarted by the woman at his side. Let us ignore him and move on. Gu Yancheng turned to Yi Luoyi with a smile. Yi Luoyi, they can't compare to you. Don't you have any self-confidence? Yi Luoyi found his words rather flattering. Then why do you still want to meet others? Can't you just look at me? You're not even letting me see. Gu Yancheng, you, are you planning to keep holding on to me like this? Who is interested in holding on to you? The two walked side by side along the Walia harbor, and Yi Luoyi felt a unique sensation. She reflected on how she had married him so quickly. Just over a week after their first meeting, and she hadn't anticipated they would stroll leisurely along the seaside like this. She felt a stir within her. She realized Gu Yancheng possessed many admirable qualities. At the very least, during her initial visit to the Yi family, he had made a remarkable impression on her and her parents. His confidence and poise were not something commonly found. Though he spoke of wealth, he exhibited an unconventional demeanor. Yet, she could not comprehend why he needed so much money. That was the question that piqued her curiosity the most. Watching the couples by the sea, some passionately kissing, others embracing, it was almost as if they were performing for a live audience. At that moment, Yi Luoyi asked, Gu Yancheng, why are you reluctant to marry me? Because marriage would only bind me. I desire freedom, absolute freedom. So your version of freedom entails fooling around with other women? That's not quite right. It's mutual consent. I never force women. You're such a scoundrel. If you seek other women while married, I won't forgive you. Gu Yancheng smiled softly, not responding. He had yet to encounter a woman who stirred his heart, and besides, his focus was not currently on romantic escapades. At this stage, he still has numerous responsibilities. Jia Yi, despite her current silence, may pose a potential threat in the future. In a society governed by law, there remain certain matters he must avoid. Moreover, he is unaware of whose child she carries, and he is curious to see whether this woman will choose to give birth. Based on his previous life, it seems this woman has gained nothing beneficial from the child's biological father. He does not wish to resort to extreme measures. Rather, he intends to make her realize that living can be more arduous than dying. How can he simply let her go, when such a woman can sink to such depths of shamelessness? Yi Luoyi, why do you insist on marrying me? Why subject yourself to such discomfort? In this day and age, maintaining one's virtue is a rarity. Do you think everyone behaves like you? As for fidelity, Gu Yancheng burst into laughter upon hearing this. Fidelity? What of it? Shouldn't a married person remain loyal? Gu Yancheng gazed at Yi Luoyi and asked, Can you truly remain loyal? Of course I can, she replied. Upon hearing this response, a smile never left Gu Yancheng's face. Gu Yancheng, what are you laughing at? Is this amusing? No, I genuinely think you are quite remarkable. Whoever marries, you will be extraordinarily fortunate. And what of your own fortune? It must be fortunate indeed. At times, Yi Luoyi found some peculiar pleasure in Gu Yancheng's banter. In the past, she was always serious and dedicated to work, and her one act of indulgence had led her to this rascal. Gu Yancheng, why not heed my advice? Perhaps we need not divorce after all. Gu Yancheng was taken aback by her words. Yi Luoyi, are you trying to deceive me? Luring me aboard a ship? What do you mean? Are you the one at a disadvantage? It's not about being at a disadvantage. Rather, you and I simply do not match. I am a person you cannot control, and being with me will only bring you discomfort. What is it about me that is lacking? You are indeed splendid. Bringing you home as a wife would be a delight, wealthy and well-educated. However, there is one issue. You are far too controlling for my taste, and I cannot endure that. I don't control you. You go around courting other women. You just arrived in this city, and already you are sowing your wild oats. If I don't keep an eye on you, you will be utterly reckless. Yi Luoyi, if you could accept me, then you would be the rightful queen. Gu Yancheng, in your dreams. And therein lies the contradiction. Yi Luoyi felt her frustration boiling within her. She had been so straightforward, yet he remained obstinate. Gu Yancheng, if you dare betray me, I will truly deal with you. Gu Yancheng ceased to argue and wrapped his arm around Yi Luoyi's shoulders. She found it quite uncomfortable. Gu Yancheng let go. He naturally released her. Yi Luoyi looked at him, perplexed as to why he had acted that way moments ago. Yi Luoyi, we currently share no emotional bond. Discussing such matters is premature. If I were to take another woman, I would inform you and give you a choice. Gu Yancheng took a few steps ahead, and Yi Luoyi regarded him with a mix of confusion and frustration. He acknowledged her worth, yet he was still contemplating other women, all the while claiming she was too controlling. It felt like a mere excuse for his infidelity, and she would not permit such a situation to unfold. Yi Luoyi hastened to catch up with him. Xiao Yuejin and Sun Huiyan had already departed. Along the way, Sun Huiyan remarked, Yuejin, it seems to me that man still has some interest in you. Do you truly have no feelings at all? None whatsoever. He is a married man, and I have no interest in him. Indeed, how could our Yuejin possibly fancy a married man? Yet a lingering curiosity remained in her mind, prompting her to seek out Gu Yancheng to inquire about his true intentions. Gu Yancheng and Yi Luoyi sat upon the stones by the seaside. He felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. At this moment, he need not dwell on those pressing matters and could simply empty his mind. The road ahead may be fraught with challenges, yet a man must occasionally undertake monumental endeavors. This was a rare moment of ease. Gu Yancheng gazed at the vast ocean under the cloak of night, envisioning himself as a solitary vessel navigating towards the beacon of his heart's desire. The sea breeze tousled Yi Luoyi's long hair, and Gu Yancheng turned to behold her beauty truly stunning and enchanting. It was impossible for him to deny his feelings. He yearned to embrace her, to hold her close, and share a restful slumber. Yet he could not force her. A man lacking strength resorts to coercion, while a truly powerful man seeks to conquer. Chapter 28. The Delicate Tenderness of Gu Yancheng. Luoyi, too, felt the invigorating sea breeze, her mood seemingly lifted. Previously troubled, she now recognized that although certain choices may have been misguided, they could also embody a form of beauty. A sense of growing concern for Gu Yancheng began to blossom within her, as she found herself wanting to guide him and have him act according to her wishes. Gu Yancheng, what kind of woman do you prefer? A beautiful, obedient, and intelligent woman. Obedient? What does that mean? It means listening to me, not constantly trying to control me. I will fulfill my responsibilities. So you desire to maintain a stable home while playing the field outside, all while speaking so grandly? It must be expressed more subtly. Luoyi felt displeased upon hearing this. She was determined to change Gu Yancheng's mindset. Is this how all wealthy men become? Pretty much. In a world so beautiful, one must seek a bit of excitement. By your reasoning, women can seek excitement too. Can't they? Men can, women cannot. What kind of logic is that? Men regard their women as sacred, and naturally, they will not allow such behavior. Women, however, may pursue wealth or passion. Ultimately, such women often meet a tragic fate. Why must women suffer such a fate? Are you truly engaging me in this discussion? Luoyi? Yes, I cannot comprehend. Once married, shouldn't couples remain loyal to one another? Loyalty is essential. However, a man's heart will always reside with his family. He will bestow his wealth upon his wife and children, while an outside woman may only receive financial support, provided that his wife treats him well. If a woman strays, her man's heart will follow suit, abandoning his family and children, leading to disdain and a longing for freedom. The outcome you may come to know, being scorned by family and viewed with contempt by society. Ultimately facing a lonely old age, marrying someone out of obligation, and living a tragic life in the latter half of her days. No man would ever marry a woman who has been unfaithful. As Luoyi absorbed his words, she fell silent. I merely reflect the reality of the majority. There are, of course, exceptions. Are you one of those exceptions? Men are all the same. It's just that their ability to resist temptation varies. Can't you resist temptation? I have resisted. You parade in front of me every day. Gu Yancheng, you are a scoundrel. While Luoyi did not entirely agree, she recognized that society's acceptance of this notion was indeed skewed in favor of men. Even when men became wealthy, they could easily find companionship, whereas women often found themselves in precarious situations, merely playing a role, as marrying for love was deemed impossible. Gu Yancheng glanced at the time. I'm heading back to rest. I'm tired. Luoyi stood up, but her foot slipped unexpectedly. Quick as a flash, Gu Yancheng seized her hand, wrapping his other arm around her waist. Luoyi found herself nestled in his embrace, her face flushing instantaneously. Aren't you going to stand up? Do you intend to remain in my arms indefinitely? Luoyi was about to move, but felt a twinge of pain in her ankle. Gu Yancheng, I twisted my ankle and cannot walk. Let me take a look. Gu Yancheng promptly removed Luoyi's shoes and socks, revealing her beautiful feet. Observing her slightly swollen ankle, he gently rotated it, causing Luoyi to wince in pain. He then helped her put her shoes and sock back on. Is that all? I'm not a doctor. What more can I do for you? After she was dressed, Gu Yancheng squatted down. Luoyi understood his intentions and naturally climbed onto his back, her heart racing. As he carried her, she felt a hint of shyness, especially with the onlookers' gazes upon them. She buried her head in Gu Yancheng's shoulder. His hands were gentlemanly, resting appropriately rather than inappropriately. Luoyi knew that typically, couples would hold each other differently, yet Gu Yancheng's hands were placed on her thighs. Luoyi, let's just head back to Donghai tomorrow. No way, we've just arrived in Hong Kong. You can't just leave without spending a couple of days with me. You've twisted your ankle. What more can we do? I can't carry you around Hong Kong. You're too heavy. Nonsense. I'm just over 100 pounds. How could I be heavy? Not heavy at all, not one bit. Women are all the same. You can't call her fat or ugly. Gu Yancheng was already sweating as he carried Luoyi. Upon reaching the hotel, he asked the staff for a first aid kit and gently massaged her ankle with some medicinal oil. Luoyi yachit Gu Yancheng. He was not just talk, but truly cared for her, a man who genuinely treated her well. You should rest for a while. I'm going to take a shower. Alone in the living room, Luoyi reflected on the earlier scene and felt a flutter of affection. Perhaps marrying him wouldn't be such a bad idea. As long as Gu Yancheng was with her, living as a true couple seemed feasible. This thought sprang to her mind, and she immediately shook her head, frustrated with herself for such notions. How could she entertain such thoughts about a guy who constantly annoyed her? Yet, they had already shared a marital bond. Both in action and in name, Perhaps letting things unfold naturally was not such a terrible idea after all. After Gu Yancheng finished a shower, he noticed Luoyi lost in thought and approached her. Are you going to shower? Carry me back to my room. Without hesitation, he scooped her up in a princess carry and brought her back. This time she offered no resistance. You can leave now. I can manage on my own. Gu Yancheng naturally exited. Luoyi hobbled to the bathroom, gathering her personal items and sleepwear. However, as she hopped in the bathroom, she suddenly slipped and fell, a yelp escaping her lips. Gu Yancheng heard the commotion and hurried to the bathroom, finding her on the floor. Where did you fall? Are you okay? Help me up. Gu Yancheng assisted her and ran the bathwater. You should leave. What are you still doing here? Gu Yancheng chuckled. Do you need me to help you undress? Get lost, you pervert. Do you really not need my help, or are you just pretending? I don't need it. Just hurry up and go. It's not like I haven't seen it before. I'll help you bathe. Gu Yancheng continued to tease her, enjoying the banter. Just get out. I'll wait for you in your room. Call me if you need anything. Luoyi initially wanted to refuse, but given her current predicament, she acquiesced. Gu Yancheng watched her, then left the bathroom and lay down on her bed, finding it quite comfortable as he closed his eyes. After Luoyi finished washing up, she saw Gu Yancheng sprawled on her bed, which stirred a slight annoyance within her. She hobbled over. Gu Yancheng, get up. He didn't respond, seemingly asleep, which made her want to kick him. Yet she hesitated, feeling conflicted. In Chapter 29, Goodbye, Xiao Yuejin, Luoyi contemplated covering Gu Yancheng with a blanket. After gazing at him for a moment, a smile crept onto her lips as she muttered, shameless jerk. She then limped to his room to sleep. Gu Yancheng was in a deep slumber when the phone rang. Upon answering, he replied, Gu Yancheng speaking. This is Xiao Yuejin. Gu Yancheng sat up abruptly. It's you. Are you calling to me? Just say what you need to say over the phone. Miss Xiao, I might be leaving Hong Kong tomorrow. If you come to the Hyatt Hotel, we could discuss matters. What do you mean? What do you take me for? Gu Yancheng chuckled. I need someone to handle affairs for me, not someone to sleep with. You've misunderstood my intentions. The opportunity is yours. Whether you come or not is up to you. After hanging up, he felt confident that Xiao Yuejin would come. He turned on the lights, surveyed the room, and looked at the blanket draped over him. Thinking that Luoyi was indeed quite remarkable, Xiao Yuejin, holding her phone, instinctively wanted to decline, but was intrigued. Did he not fear his wife? Or was the woman beside him merely a mistress? Yet, judging by his demeanor, Gu Yancheng appeared to be a simpleton while Luoyi exuded elegance. A myriad of questions swirled in her mind. Gu Yancheng mused that a woman's greatest weakness was her curiosity. Once piqued, she would undoubtedly come. Even a woman as exceptional as Luoyi could not escape this rule. Reclining in the presidential suite, Gu Yancheng felt truly comfortable. Life should be this way. Living well, dressing well, and sharing a bed with the most beautiful woman, which was the essence of being a man. Meanwhile, Luoyi lay in bed, her mind replaying the image of Gu Yancheng carrying her, filled with youthful infatuation. Gu Yancheng, patiently awaiting Xiao Yuejin's arrival, mused that her name was rather pleasant. His interest in her stemmed not only from her beauty, but also from her professional attire, signaling her as a career-oriented woman, exactly to his liking. Those he deemed unworthy would never capture his attention. After much internal conflict, Xiao Yuejin ultimately decided to change her clothes and head to the Hyatt Hotel. About half an hour later, she arrived in the hotel lobby and called Gu Yancheng. I'm in the lobby. Wait for me. I'll be down shortly. Gu Yancheng donned his pajamas and slippers as he descended. When he spotted Xiao Yuejin in her business attire, he approached her with a smile. Miss Xiao, sorry to keep you waiting. I didn't expect you to actually come. Gu Yancheng, what do you want from me? I wish to discuss a collaboration. What kind of collaboration? I need to establish a financial investment company in Hong Kong that connects internationally. You will manage it, merely following my directives. How does that sound? Xiao Yuejin listened, intrigued. Can't you do it yourself? Why choose me? I prefer to avoid public appearances. You will hold shares on my behalf, but you must sign an additional contract. I will hold 90 of the shares, and you will hold 10. You only need to execute my instructions. The registered capital will be 1.5 billion. Xiao Yuejin, upon hearing these words, could not help but question Gu Yancheng's intentions, even pondering whether he was a criminal engaged in illicit activities such as money laundering. Engaging in unlawful matters was utterly beneath her. Miss Xiao, rest assured, my funds are entirely legitimate, freshly secured from the bank, he reassured her. Why you? She inquired. You simply appeal to me, he replied nonchalantly. This is a staggering sum of 150 million. Contemplate it carefully, for you may never amass such wealth in your lifetime. Furthermore, I shall not meddle in the company's affairs. My sole responsibility will be investment. You are to follow my directives, while you manage everything else, focusing solely on futures trading. Xiao Yuejin remained undeterred by the allure of wealth, her mind clear as she posed the question, what sacrifices must I make? What I desire is loyalty, absolute loyalty. Are you not afraid I might abscond? 150 million is merely a trifling sum. In the future, it could escalate to 15 billion. Are you truly willing to relinquish that? Xiao Yuejin found herself baffled by Gu Yanqing's unwavering confidence, her heart filled with suspicion. By the way, Miss Xiao, I demand complete confidentiality, aside from you and me. No one else must be privy to this. Xiao Yuejin understood that Gu Yanqing was merely seeking a company proxy. Yet the magnitude of the temptation left her in a haze. I'll grant you time to contemplate. He smiled, preparing to rise. Do you harbor ulterior motives towards me? She asked hastily. This is a mutual agreement. If you desire it, I would certainly not refuse, else I would not seek a capable and attractive woman. Gu Yanqing chuckled. Have you investigated me? I have just arrived in the harbor city. I noticed on the wall during my account opening that you were the head of the Huaxia sector at Jiaxing Group. So what do you say join me? And your future will undoubtedly surpass that of a mere Jiaxing head. Consider it well, especially the prospect of being my woman. The rewards will be plentiful. Xiao Yuejin furrowed her brow, never having encountered such a brazen man. Go home and think it over. Also, I do not deceive beautiful women, Gu Yanqing remarked, turning to ascend the stairs. Xiao Yuejin stood, departing, her heart still simmering with anger. He resembled a lecherous rogue. Miss Xiao, wait. There's a bank nearby. Allow me to show you your car balance. No need, she replied. This is an opportunity, a chance to transform your life. Take your time to ponder. I await your response. Without immediate reply, Xiao Yuejin left, still irate and bewildered. Yet, she found herself ensnared in her own predicament. She had longed to escape her family's constraints, but doing so meant sacrificing everything. Yet, to remain entangled meant becoming a victim of familial marital arrangements. At this moment, Xiao Yuejin found herself engulfed in hesitation. On her way, she reflected on Gu Yanqing's words. At the very least, he was forthright and did not conceal his intentions. She recognized that no man could remain indifferent to her. Gu Yanqing watched as Xiao Yuejin's silhouette faded, relieved that she had refrained from scolding him. He turned only to find Luoyi standing before him. Gu Yanqing, why were you meeting her at such an hour? What is your relationship? Do you genuinely wish to know? Speak quickly. Upon hearing the door, Luoyi suppressed her pain and followed Gu Yanqing downstairs, only to witness their conversation in the lobby. She contemplated rushing over, but knew that Gu Yanqing might not grant her any consideration, potentially whisking that woman away to another locale. Thus, she held back. Gu Yanqing looked at Luoyi and, in a swift motion, lifted her into his arms, taking her to the elevator. Gu Yanqing, you scoundrel, put me down this instant. If you continue to struggle, I might entertain improper thoughts, he teased. Luoyi quieted down, ceasing her resistance. Why are you here when you've hurt your ankle? Why follow me? Did you think I was looking for women? ISNT, that's so. Just a beautiful encounter, he replied. Who would believe that? Gu Yanqing carried Luoyi back to his suite. You should stay in my room. I'll take the master bedroom. If you wish to sleep with me. That is also acceptable. Gu Yanqing, you have delusions of grandeur. He chuckled, directly carrying her to his smaller room. Are you going to explain your relationship with her? It was merely a chance meeting. Why did you go down to see her? Just sleep now. Why the incessant questions? As he turned to leave, a pillow flew past him. Gu Yanqing, you are a complete scoundrel and a rogue. Upon our return, I demand a divorce. Really? I shall not return the money. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the divorce? Gu Yanqing grinned. Get out right now. Luoyi was on the verge of exploding with anger. This man was an utter rogue, unworthy of the kindness she had shown him. Seeing her in such a state, Gu Yanqing approached her slowly. Gu Yanqing, what do you intend to do? My encounter with her was purely coincidental. We merely exchanged a few words in the lobby. Why all the inquiries? You surpass her in every way. I am not blind. Luoyi was not so naive. Why'd you go downstairs? I planned to admire the night view of the harbor city. Initially, I sought to enjoy a beer, and then we spoke. Luoyi knew Gu Yanqing was fabricating tales and that he would not divulge the truth, but her anger persisted. You must leave. I do not wish to see you. Shall I truly take my leave? Yes, go. Gu Yanqing regarded her with a bemused expression, then turned and exited, heading to bed. His reasoning was indeed flimsy, but was all he could muster. Luoyi lay on her bed, seething with indignation, vowing to extract her revenge the following day. The next morning, Luoyi awoke, and, seeing Gu Yanqing still deep in slumber, she limped over and lay down beside him, then kicked him forcefully with her foot, causing him to tumble to the floor. What are you doing in my room? Gu Yanqing surveyed the room before fixing his gaze on Luoyi, realizing she was there to exact her revenge. Are you feeling better? Not all. Get up and take me to the hospital. Why should I be punished for merely meeting a woman? I might as well never leave my house again. At this rate, who would dare marry you? You, Gu Yanqing, are no man at all. Your words are as empty as air. How could you promise me anything? Fine, you win. Gu Yancheng headed to wash up while Yi Luoyi awaited him at the door. He, too, was exhausted from her antics. He hastily completed his morning routine, then hailed a cab for Yi Luoyi, serving as her attendant, donning a smile throughout, complying with her every demand. Yi Luoyi, observing his demeanor, finally felt satisfied. After the doctor examined her, he advised ice therapy to reduce swelling and cautioned against strenuous activity. Gu Yancheng became her human palanquin, either supporting or carrying her. I wish to explore the harbor city. You must carry me. Yi Luoyi, you're being unreasonable. The harbor city is vast. If you wish to tour it, I shall surely collapse from exhaustion. I will purchase a ticket and return to Donghai this afternoon. Do you not wish to see the beautiful woman from last night again? Fate will bring us together if it is meant to be. There is no need for forced pursuit. Yi Luoyi, displeased with this response, retorted, Fate? You still think of seeing her? Gu Yancheng contemplated hastily returning, for if he were to roam the harbor city with her on his back, he would surely face dire consequences. Speak, he urged. What shall I say? Do you still wish to see that woman from last night? A graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. Is this not a question asked with full knowledge? Yi Luoyi pinched Gu Yancheng, fully aware of his lingering infatuation with that woman, which incensed her further. Gu Yancheng recognized that Yi Luoyi was genuinely jealous. This provoked a playful urge within him to tease her, for when she was angry, she resembled those other women, pinching and striking. Why do I sense a palpable jealousy in the air? He mused. Upon hearing this, Yi Luoyi immediately understood he was referring to her. Gu Yancheng, what nonsense are you spouting? I merely expect you to uphold our agreement. Should you dare to stray, I shall truly make you regret it. Gu Yancheng felt weary of arguing, so he simply hoisted her onto his back and headed to the hotel to gather their belongings for the journey back to Donghai. His affairs were concluded, and the future was now in the hands of Xiao Yueqin. He believed she would make the right choices. He awaited her response. Yi Luoyi, unable to assist, allowed Gu Yancheng to handle their packing. He bore both her and the luggage, arriving at the front desk to settle the bill. Sir, the total is 9,000 yuan. The clerk announced. Gu Yancheng glanced at Yi Luoyi, who pointedly averted her gaze, clearly indicating that he was to pay. He shrugged off the inconvenience, settling the bill as Yi Luoyi beamed with satisfaction. Unbeknownst to her, she seemed to revel in this dynamic. Previously, her life had been rather mundane, revolving solely around work, yoga, and fitness. Now, engaging in banter with Gu Yancheng, though occasionally infuriating, provided her with a sense of enjoyment, for he merely spoke without taking any real action. At the Harbor City Airport, Gu Yancheng had purchased a first-class ticket. Given his wealth, it would be unreasonable to opt for economy class, and he deserved to indulge himself. As he boarded the plane, his phone rang. Gu Yancheng, are you still in the Harbor City? Are you on the plane? Have you made your decision? Yes. Then come to Donghai, and we shall discuss the details. Understood. Gu Yancheng hung up the phone, a smile gracing his face. Yi Luoyi, observing him, inquired. Whose call was that? What details are you discussing? Yi Luoyi, do you take me for your son? Why must you oversee everything? That's excessive. You are my husband. I have every right to manage your affairs. Manage what exactly? Gu Yancheng promptly closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, feeling somewhat irritated. Yi Luoyi's incessant curiosity left him with no freedom. Marrying her felt akin to living in confinement. Were it not for financial considerations, he would have divorced her already. But that would be illogical given the value he had yet to create for Shenhua Group. The stakes were too high, as he had already mortgaged his shares for loans. For now, he could only endure, waiting for the company to turn a profit, at which point leaving would be justified. Yi Luoyi, frustrated by his silence and vague responses, found herself increasingly irate. It would have been better to remain oblivious. Chapitre 31, Bras en exploitation. The plane landed, and Gu Yancheng had slept throughout the journey, while Yi Luoyi engaged in incessant fidgeting, occasionally nudging him. His indifference only served to heighten her displeasure. When Gu Yancheng finally descended the plane with her on his back, he muttered irritably, Yi Luoyi, you are quite heavy. You really ought to lose some weight. Gu Yancheng, you are being deliberately provocative. When you carried me, you had no complaints about my weight. I am establishing rules here. Do not incessantly inquire about this and that. I will disclose what I deem necessary. I have not acquired these shares without merit. I will undoubtedly create value for Shenhua, ensuring you do not incur losses. Yi Luoyi felt a pang of discomfort at his words, even a hint of panic, as if he were attempting to distance himself from her. Are you trying to draw a line between us? That is indeed the implication. Her heart ached with injustice, tears nearly spilling forth. Gu Yancheng, oblivious, was suddenly met with a bite on his shoulder from Yi Luoyi. Yi Luoyi, are you a dog? Release me at once, or I shall abandon you here. Yet she clung on stubbornly. Will you not let go? I shall not. I will bite you to death. She pouted. Gu Yancheng, with both hands supporting her, drew the attention of nearby passengers. This is my wife. Isn't she lovely? Luoyi blushed with rage, releasing her grip to bury her face in his shoulder. Gu Yancheng understood that she would inevitably feel embarrassed and relent. Upon returning home, I will not let you off easily. Luoyi, are you threatening me? Do you truly believe I would abandon you here? Are you not a man? Is that not already known? You are nothing but a deceitful coward. You promised not to retort, yet here you are, bullying me. Then propose a different request. You. Gu Yancheng continued to bear her weight as they approached their doorstep. Pouring himself a glass of water, he examined the bite mark on his shoulder, nearly drawing blood. Luoyi glared at him. Will you not pour me a glass as well? You are limping, not handless. You, Gu Yancheng, must take responsibility for me. Luoyi, I am already responsible. I have married you. Do you expect me to lay my heart bare for you? Isn't that what one should do? At her words, Gu Yancheng broke into laughter. Luoyi, incensed by his amusement, felt as though her status was merely a title, with no real significance in his heart. Gu Yancheng, you are a scoundrel. Amused by her ire, he teased, Luoyi, do you actually harbor feelings for me? Have you truly become dependent on me? She retaliated by throwing a pillow at him. Gu Yancheng, you are a scoundrel. The pillow struck him squarely, but he merely picked it up and sat beside her. What are you doing? Luoyi questioned it. Gu Yancheng wrapped his arms around her and kissed her deeply. She was momentarily stunned, failing to react for a full minute. And when she finally did, she slapped him. You scoundrel. Gu Yancheng accepted the blow without evasion. There, we are even now. Do not claim to be wronged. Our marriage operates on these terms. You wish for me to conform to your desires and lifestyle, yet I have stated that I cannot. I shall only proceed in my own manner. Do not attempt to change me, as I will not change for you. His tone was earnest. Luoyi seemed to grasp that Gu Yancheng was signaling their contract-like relationship through this exchange. You, exhausted, I have decided to retire for the evening. In the living room, only Luoyi remains, seemingly aware that her attempts to manage Gu Yancheng are utterly futile. Yet, her disdain propels her to seek alternative methods to address the situation. Deep within, Luoyi feels a mixture of disappointment and anger. However, she finds herself at a loss when it comes to Gu Yancheng, who is as resilient as a rolling stone, exuding an unwavering confidence. She is determined to observe just how far Gu Yancheng can progress. If he fails to achieve anything of merit, she will not hesitate to impose her will upon him, compelling him to act according to her desires, much like forcing a reluctant creature to drink. Luoyi instructs the housekeeper to fetch ice, intending to soothe her aching ankle. Yet, the sight of Gu Yancheng's affectionate gestures, his caresses, kisses, and embraces stirs a sense of indignation within her. She refuses to let this transgression go unchallenged. The notion of divorce is out of the question. Having taken advantage of her, he must remain at her side for eternity, since her parents have expressed satisfaction with him. She has harbored this sentiment deep within her, unable to tolerate his lackadaisical demeanor. Meanwhile, Gu Yancheng freshens up and glances at the stock market. With 5 consecutive limit-ups, he awaits the opportune moment. An additional investment of 100 million would be excessive and might raise suspicions of market manipulation. Thus, he strategically positions himself, investing around 20 million, an amount neither too great nor too insignificant. Once he achieves a series of limit-ups, he will know when to withdraw. And then there is the matter of the coin, which is currently undervalued. He plans to acquire it and let it appreciate over time. Opportunities for profit abound, and he is determined to establish an investment firm in Donghai, investing in every tech company that goes public and reaping the rewards. Thus, it is merely a matter of time. Gu Yancheng is not preoccupied with these trivialities. Rather, his ambitions are grander. He aspires to create a truly world-class technology conglomerate, dedicating considerable energy to this goal. Simultaneously, he wishes to utilize his earnings to bring hope to the impoverished, envisioning the establishment of a financial institution that redistributes wealth from the affluent to the underprivileged. His ultimate aim is to achieve prosperity for all, a lifelong mission that may require decades of relentless effort. Perhaps, in 15 years, as he approaches his 40s, the landscape of China will be transformed. In his mind, Gu Yancheng sketches a blueprint for the future, determined to eliminate any obstacles in his path. He is prepared to employ any means necessary to realize his ambitions. First, he must assemble a small team, instructing them to execute his vision, thereby accelerating the process. To be candid, he had never entertained such thoughts prior to his time with the Yi family. This experience has broadened his horizons remarkably. Capital should serve the people and the nation. Money is akin to a formidable vessel, and wielding it for conquest is the most prudent strategy. Chapter 32. Gu Yancheng seizes the initiative. He intends to secure a legal advisor solely for his own interests, as the complexities ahead are manifold. The intricacies of equity structures entail legal considerations, and he prefers to remain behind the scenes as the orchestrator. Given the anticipated scale of his endeavors, it is critical for Gu Yancheng to cultivate a few trusted subordinates, a task requiring thoughtful effort. The investment company and the technology group must commence preparations. From this point forward, he will delve into research, and his wealth will expand exponentially, necessitating a gradual infusion of capital into these ventures. Gu Yancheng seeks to recruit young and dynamic individuals to manage these enterprises, eschewing those who cannot keep pace with his vision. As he contemplates these matters, the phone rings. It is Luoyi calling. Gu Yancheng, come downstairs and help me upstairs. Isn't there a housekeeper for that? He retorts. Are you lacking in the responsibility of a husband? She presses. Luoyi, are you truly attempting to morally manipulate me? Will you descend or not? He challenges her, aware of the implications of her words. You may do as you wish, she replies nonchalantly. After all, you have taken every advantage. Surprised by her boldness, Gu Yancheng realizes that Luoyi's tenacity will not easily wane. Her conservative mindset suggests she may be determined to confront him for the long haul. Although he initially aimed to distance himself, letting her understand his reckless nature, he finds himself underestimating her resolve. This woman is indeed committed to a singular path. Nevertheless, while he wishes to possess her entirely, he cannot abide her controlling demeanor. Gu Yancheng rises, contemplating that marriage is merely a construct. A true man inspires unwavering loyalty in a woman. Training Luoyi to be compliant is a skill in itself. Dressed in his pajamas, he descends the stairs. Observing Gu Yancheng's descent, Luoyi anticipated his compliance. He has a sense of responsibility, and, even for the sake of finances, he will assume the role of a diligent husband. Their struggle seems to transcend mere argument, elevating to a new dimension of interaction. Come, Miss Yi, he beckons. Very well. Young Master Gu, she responds playfully. What do you mean? Am I not assisting you upstairs? Are you not carrying me? She retorts. Let us speak plainly. As husband and wife, we should part amicably. Do you agree? You have breached the terms of our agreement. You were the one to break the contract first. Does this mean you wish to ensnare me in marriage? She inquires, her tone slightly mocking. You misunderstand. If you were utterly useless, I would have cast you aside long ago. However, if you prove adequate, I might consider tolerating you. She concedes with a smirk. Luoyi, should you wish to ensnare me, it is not an impossibility. Just fulfill your role as Mrs. Gu and refrain from meddling in other affairs. I will provide for you as promised. What I seek is exclusivity. What I desire is more, she counters. Their banter continues, with Luoyi smiling as she proposes a challenge. Let's see who prevails, you or I. Remaining rooted in place, she demands, carry me upstairs. You may leave if you wish, Gu Yancheng replies, equally unmoving. With a playful step, Luoyi leans toward him, feigning a fall. Gu Yancheng, recognizing her ploy, steps back, resulting in her landing on the floor. You, she exclaims, astounded. You have made your intent too obvious. Rise on your own. If you refuse to ascend, I shall go alone, he declares. Luoyi glares at him, her irritation evident. This cunning man exudes confidence, as if he were the master of the household, while she feels like a subservient spouse. Help me up, she demands. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Yancheng pulls her up, and she promptly drapes herself over his back. Get off me, he insists. Carry me upstairs, she retorts. The housekeepers, witnessing their playful exchange, are taken aback. Marriage indeed brings about transformation. Come down, he orders. I will not. Carry me upstairs, she insists. Unwilling to forego an opportunity, Gu Yancheng supports her with a firm grip, observing her reaction. Despite her mental preparation, being held in such a manner leaves her feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, she suppresses her discomfort, determined to remember this moment for future reckoning. Gu Yancheng felt the softness of her back and the gentle touch of her palm. Luoyi truly possessed an exquisite figure. To be honest, having such a wife would evoke nothing but envy and jealousy from others. Gu Yancheng carried her into her room and unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed. Gu Yancheng, couldn't you be a bit gentler? Just look at your tenderness. Observe the palm print on my face. I ought to report this to your parents. The swelling hasn't subsided, and I won't be going to work, just giving you a heads up. Who told you to kiss me? Luoyi kikit Gu Yancheng's taich. Unable to tolerate his audacity in turning the tables after taking advantage of her. Is there something wrong with kissing my wife? Get lost. Just get out of here. Luoyi found herself at a loss for words. She was only making things worse for herself. Divorce was out of the question. She had no justification for it. Gu Yancheng exited her room, and at that moment, Zhao he called. Mr. Gu, the He family's case will be heard in court in 2 months. It has already been handed over to the detention center. Thank you for your hard work. Lawyer Zhao, do you have any recommendations for a lawyer specializing in corporate legal affairs? I need someone to provide me with dedicated legal services. Compensation can be discussed. Mr. Gu, what are your requirements? Younger, preferably female, specifically to provide legal services exclusively for me. Zhao he furrowed his brows at this seemingly challenging request. Mr. Gu, this might be a bit difficult. I'm only looking for legal services, nothing else. A woman would simply be more compliant, without any ulterior motives. Zhao, he responded. If you have recommendations, let us arrange a time to discuss this in person. All right, Mr. Gu. Zhao he initially thought of a junior colleague, but he needed to speak with her first to see if she would be willing. By the way, this matter has nothing to do with President Yi, so please do not mention it to her. Understood. Gu Yancheng had secured a legal consultant, but finding a company manager proved to be a more challenging endeavor. He needed to invest effort into this. Xiao Yuejin in Port City had been a lucky coincidence. Although Donghai was large, he currently lacked any resources, making it difficult to approach qualified and exceptional corporate managers. The reason he chose a woman as a corporate manager was that men often harbored excessive ambition, which could easily spiral out of control. Women, as long as they were offered enough, posed fewer problems. The key was their ability to execute his directives without questioning right or wrong. Chapter 33. Two beautiful collaborators. 2 days passed, and Gu Yancheng found himself in awe of Yi Luoyi, who insisted on going to work despite having twisted her ankle, something he simply could not comprehend. Today, Gu Yancheng arranged to meet with a lawyer in a cafe. He drove directly there, having already reviewed the lawyer's profile, a 32-year-old professional woman clad in a business suit. Undeniably attractive, with light makeup and a commendable figure, truly a 9 out of 10 beauty. Upon entering the cafe, he found her already seated. Lawyer Gu, hello, Gu Yancheng greeted. Mr. Gu, hello. They exchanged a professional handshake. I have reviewed your profile, and to be candid, what I require is a dedicated lawyer to handle various corporate matters, including equity and other company affairs. Gu Xinyue had heard this request from her senior, but she replied, Mr. Gu, when you establish a company, you can hire dedicated legal services. It is entirely unnecessary. No, what I need is a full-time lawyer to provide me with exclusive legal services. You may state your requirements. Whether we can collaborate depends on both parties' willingness. Gu Xinyue, straightforwardly addressing the matter, said, Mr. Gu, a private lawyer is possible, but I plan to establish my own law firm, and you want to interfere, right? My current annual salary is 600,000. Gu Yancheng smiled. I can offer you an annual salary of 1 million, but there is one stipulation. I have confidentiality requirements. I expect you to provide only your most expert legal advice. For instance, if I wish to establish a company and need someone to hold shares on my behalf, those shares must remain under my control, and absolute confidentiality is essential. Of course, if you wish to establish your law firm, I have no objections, but I require loyalty and exclusivity. This is merely the starting salary. If you perform well, we can discuss future compensation, and I might even consider investing in your law firm. Faced with such terms, Gu Xinyue hesitated, considering the allure of such generous conditions, but contemplating the underlying intentions. Lawyer Gu, I am engaged in legitimate business, and my income is entirely lawful. Please consider this carefully. I am in the process of establishing a company and seeking a CEO. Take your time to think it over. Once you've made a decision, contact me. Gu Yancheng took a sip of his coffee. Just then his phone rang. Gu Yancheng, where have you run off to? I have something to attend to. Without further ado, Gu Yancheng hung up, the conversation between the two dwindling as they both silently competed with one another. Yet, Gu Yancheng truly lacked the energy to bicker with Yi Luoyi daily. It's working hours. I have the freedom to work. Why are you constantly watching me? You're really toxic. Gu Xinyue frowned slightly at this remark. After Gu Yancheng ended the call, Gu Xinyue inquired, Mr. Gu, are you married? Yes. Gu Yancheng never concealed the fact of his marriage, well aware that their elite circle often harbored doubts about his intentions towards women. That was my wife calling just now. So, Lawyer Gu, please consider this carefully. Following me will lead to a bright future. I can offer you opportunities beyond your imagination. Gu Yancheng stood up. Gu Xinyue had encountered numerous entrepreneurs and wealthy individuals, yet someone as confidently charismatic as Gu Yancheng was truly rare. Mr. Gu, I agree to your terms. Observing her swift agreement, Gu Yancheng smiled. Good, just await my notification. And now, let us shake hands. Lawyer Gu, may our collaboration be fruitful. You will be immensely pleased with your choice today. Gu Xinyue extended her hand to shake his, feeling an inexplicable surge of confidence, even sensing that her decision was indeed the right one. Lawyer Gu, I must take my leave now, but I will inform you of any updates via phone. All right, Mr. Gu, no need for such formality. You may call me Gu Yancheng, or whatever you prefer. I shall call you Sister Gu. Gu Xinyue smiled faintly at this. Gu Yancheng. I'm leaving. As Gu Yancheng drove away, Gu Xinyue trusted her instincts, bolstered by her senior's recommendation, confident in the absence of issues regarding his background. In the car, Gu Yancheng's phone rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, it was Xiao Yuejin, prompting a smile to grace his face. Miss Xiao, you're later than I anticipated. I've arrived in Donghai. When can we meet? I'm available right now. Where are you? At the Hilton International Hotel. I can come over now. I'll be there in about half an hour. Let us meet at the cafe then, Xiao Yuejin replied. All right. Approximately half an hour later. At the Hilton International Hotel cafe, as Gu Yancheng stepped inside, he spotted Xiao Yuejin seated by the window and walked over with a beaming smile. Miss Xiao, welcome to Donghai. Gu Yancheng, I have a question for you. Ask away. What is your relationship with Yi Luoyi? Have you investigated me? Of course. I had to conduct some inquiry. After all, this matter pertains to my career choice. Since you're already aware, why ask me these questions? Is it not a case of stating the obvious? Moreover, your presence here indicates that you have made a decision. Xiao Yuejin, the choice you make today will undoubtedly be one of the most prudent decisions of your life. Gu Yancheng, I am curious as to what grounds you possess such confidence. Is it not enough that I am able to marry Yi Luoyi? Gu Yancheng replied with a smile. Xiao Yuejin chuckled, realizing that her question was somewhat redundant. Indeed, marrying Yi Luoyi spoke volumes about his capabilities. That 2 billion, does it belong to your wife? To be perfectly honest, my father-in-law bestowed upon me 10 of Shanghua Group shares shortly after we met, which I then mortgaged for 2 billion. Dividing 10 of his shares with you is already quite generous of me. Xiao Yuejin regarded Gu Yancheng's candor with newfound ease, allowing her previous reservations to dissipate. What do you require from me? I need you to establish a financial investment company in Port City. I shall provide the registered capital, and you'll be the legal representative, managing the company in your name. However, we must sign a lifelong shareholding contract, 90 for me, 10 for you. Subsequently, the company will be entirely under your management. Understood. Once you finalize the arrangements, I will prepare the shareholding contract. Gu Yancheng, why do you choose to remain behind the scenes when you could easily take control? Because this company is destined to grow immensely, so much so that you might find yourself among the wealthiest. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuejin erupted into laughter. Gu Yancheng, are you merely spinning dreams for me? This is far from a mere fantasy. Today, you are the second person to agree to collaborate with me. Oh, who else? Another stunning beauty, whom you will meet in due course. Remember to smile more. Your beauty radiates when you do. I am a firm believer in fate. And the fact that we have crossed paths in Port City not once, but 4 times in a single day suggests a profound connection. Xiao Yuejin, may our collaboration be fruitful. May it be so. Chapter 34. The Gift of Roses. Gu Yancheng and Xiao Yuejin sat together, enjoying coffee as if they were longtime friends. Xiao Yuejin felt the same, believing that fate had orchestrated their meeting. Thus, after much contemplation, she had chosen to come to Donghai. Xiao Yuejin, allow me to treat you to dinner. The time is drawing near. What of Yi Luoyi? Will you not accompany her? No need to concern yourself with her. She has far too many responsibilities and need not be privy to these matters. Xiao Yuejin, upon hearing this, laughed lightly. So you don't need to discuss these matters with Yi Luoyi? At home, I'm the one calling shots. Taking a sip of her coffee, she reflected on how a man from an ordinary family, marrying Yi Luoyi and receiving shares from her father, must possess remarkable qualities. Gu Yancheng led Xiao Yuejin to a quaint, old restaurant renowned for its authentic Donghai cuisine. Xiao Yuejin had anticipated a meal at a hotel, yet found warmth in the humble establishment. Not all things are better for being expensive. Sincerity holds greater value. Gu Yancheng's demeanor instilled a comforting warmth within her, perhaps a gift from destiny itself. The restaurant was frequented by locals, its slightly secluded location ensuring that it remained unknown to many. Gu Yancheng presented her with a menu. Donghai cuisine is not spicy. It leans towards the sweeter side. Do give it a try. This is the most authentic Donghai fare. Xiao Yuejin smiled, selecting 4 dishes, to which Gu Yancheng added another. How long will you be staying in Donghai? I shall return to Port City tomorrow. Such haste. Will you not explore Donghai a bit more? Could you serve as my guide? That might be difficult. My partner would likely become quite jealous. Xiao Yuejin found this amusing. It was a respectful boundary for both her and Yi Luoyi. Truthfully, Gu Yancheng's demeanor today made him one of the most pleasant men she had ever encountered. Is your home governed by your decisions? I make the major decisions, while she dictates the minor ones. I tend to yield to her. Xiao Yuejin laughed heartily, realizing she had never felt as joyful as she did today. With 4 dishes and a soup, Xiao Yuejin relished the meal, genuinely impressed by the delicious offerings from a small restaurant. Is it to your liking? When you next visit Donghai, I shall take you to a few more restaurants. It's a promise. Indeed, the two conversed and laughed, feeling as though they had known each other for years, a notion that left Gu Yanchen somewhat astonished. Meanwhile, Luoyi sat in her office, eating the meal prepared by her secretary, her expression one of irritation. For 2 days, Gu Yanchen had not initiated any conversation with her, though he still performed certain tasks. Their Cold War was neither fully cold nor entirely resolved. It was simply a battle of wills. Luoyi wished to see if Gu Yanchen would make an effort to appease her, yet he remained indifferent. Most of her time at home was spent in her room, the purpose of which was unclear. When she called him, he would only respond with a few words before hanging up. She sat at the table, her chopsticks suspended over her meal, muttering curses under her breath. What a scoundrel, that wretched fool. After finishing their meal, Gu Yanchen escorted Xiao Yuejin back to her hotel. Before leaving, he remarked, "Xiao Zong, please send me your personal account for the company registration. I will transfer 100 million to it." Understood. I shall take my leave now. As Xiao Yuejin watched Gu Yanchen drive away, she realized she had come to trust this person she had only known for a few days. He truly gave her the courage to break free from the constraints of her family. Perhaps it was fate that had brought her together with Gu Yanchen, marking one of the most fortunate encounters of her life. As Gu Yanchen drove, he passed a flower shop and decided to purchase a single rose. Luoyi was quite easy to placate, as it often required just a simple flower. Upon returning to the office, Gu Yanchen entered Luoyi's office without knocking. "Where have you been? It's good you came back," she remarked. Gu Yanchen approached her, presenting the rose with a nonchalant gesture. A spark of joy flared within Luoyi, though she maintained her composure. "Is this all you could afford? Just a single flower? Do you want it? If not, I can throw it away." Luoyi accepted the flower from his hand directly. "Where did you go this morning?" Gu Yanchen was disinclined to respond, as Luoyi seemed intent on monitoring his every move. He lifted her cup and took a sip of water. "Luoyi, could you refrain from asking so many questions? Do you treat me like your child? Perhaps you should just have a child if you wish to control me so closely." Such fanciful thinking. Luoyi was exasperated. His silence prompted her to take action. She decided to have someone follow Gu Yanchen, ensuring she would know whom he met and what he did. Little did she know this would ignite the spark of conflict between them. Gu Yanchen kept his thoughts to himself as he returned to his office. The investment department had been established, and a few personnel were arranged. It was time to commence investing. Smartphones and renewable energy were already promising avenues. Once the timing was right, he would determine which industries to invest in, including e-commerce platforms. Gu Yanchen contemplated the prospect of significantly bolstering Shanghua Group through these investments, repaying the gratitude owed to the Yi family. In the realm of investment firms in Donghai, finding the right individual proves to be quite a challenge. Gu Yanchen cannot simply poach talent directly from Shanghua Group. Thus, he resorts to enlisting the services of a headhunter to seek out elite professionals, which spares him the hassle and enhances efficiency. Luoyi, holding a bouquet of roses in her office, is filled with joy, her face radiating a smile, especially since this marks the first occasion Gu Yanchen has gifted her roses. However, her greatest grievance towards him lies in his tendency to undertake matters without consulting her, leaving her unable to feel at ease. In most respects, Luoyi is quite content, and upon seeing the roses in Gu Yanchen's hands, all her ire dissipates, though she maintains a facade of stubbornness. After spending some time together, Gu Yancheng has naturally come to understand Luoyi's temperament. They find themselves in a silent exchange, each wanting to know the other's thoughts. The enormity of Gu Yancheng's ambitions necessitates discretion, for revealing them to Luoyi would likely provoke disbelief and concern. He is acutely aware of the adage, "The nail that sticks out gets hammered down," and thus he must tread carefully. His actions are bound to ruffle the feathers of certain vested interests, inevitably leading to conflict, whether through overseas capital acquisitions or domestic endeavors. He is engaged in a perilous game of seizing opportunities, which could incite fierce backlash. As such, he cannot afford to consolidate these shares under his name alone, as it would undoubtedly attract unwanted scrutiny and a multitude of complications. There is even a risk that his plans could be thwarted prematurely, a scenario he cannot allow to unfold. Moreover, there are matters concerning the He family. He Jiai and her mother have fled Donghai, yet Jiai still clings to her child, indicating that the family intends to leverage the child as a bargaining chip against the father. However, the identity of the child's father remains uncertain, though Gu Yancheng is confident the truth will eventually surface. When that time comes, he intends to shatter all of her hopes, allowing her to experience the harsh realities of life. Chapter 35. Which wife doesn't care for her husband? Gu Yancheng proceeds methodically with his plans. The establishment of the new company is not an immediate concern. Aside from the 15 billion he has at his disposal, he finds himself nearly devoid of funds. Having invested extensively In about a month, he has acquired shares in 4 stocks and purchased a modest amount of Bitcoin at $3 each, spending $50 million. In 15 years, this investment could yield a staggering $31,000 per coin, amounting to an astounding 5 trillion yuan. With this, Gu Yancheng would stand unrivaled, allowing him to relax, for his aim is not merely to amass wealth, but to utilize his resources to colonize abroad and seize core assets, which is his true ambition. Indulgence with such wealth is not his pursuit. Rather, he is fixated on acquiring stakes in high-tech companies, not just for profit, but to gain influence. Sitting in his office, he strategizes these endeavors. The Yancheng investment company is set to focus on certain overseas ventures, necessitating the formation of an international branch, which proves to be a daunting task in finding suitable candidates. Domestically, the plan is to establish an investment firm dedicated to domestic projects, utilizing the profits to advance high technology, agricultural initiatives, and creating a support bank for impoverished rural regions, with no profit motive. Achieving this vision will require a substantial pool of talent, individuals of genuine ideals. The goal is to extract from the populace and reinvest in them. As for those abroad, Gu Yancheng remains indifferent to their fates, especially towards those who have previously humiliated China. His approach will be merciless. He contemplates the possibility of orchestrating a financial crisis akin to that of the Monroe Doctrine, aiming to reverse their economic fortunes, showing no compassion. In Gu Yancheng's hands, money serves as a tool to fulfill his objectives, actions befitting someone reborn. Historically, leaders would conquer lands through force. Now, he seeks to expand territories through financial means, reducing the once mighty foreigners to beggars, a far more intriguing pursuit. In recent days, Gu Yancheng has been pondering these matters, though the path forward is fraught with challenges, primarily due to a lack of resources requiring his direct involvement. In the span of a week, the Yancheng Investment Company is established, aptly named Myth Investment Company. They are currently navigating the registration process, having transferred a capital of 100 million directly. Xiao Yuejin gazes at the substantial sum in the account. She has seen such figures before, but the fact that it has been transferred without any formal contract makes her feel a sense of ownership, contemplating the possibility of absconding with it. Knowing Gu Yancheng would have little recourse, she promptly calls Gu Yancheng, teasingly asking, "Gu Yancheng, what would you do if I made off with the money? To me, 100 million is merely an appetizer. What lies ahead will make you truly proud." Hearing this, warmth fills her heart, for within her family, intrigue and self-interest reign supreme, devoid of genuine affection or trust. Gu Yancheng, whom she has only recently met, has extended her a level of trust that feels akin to a gentle spring breeze. Thus, she is resolute in her decision to distance herself from the Xiao family, willing to relinquish everything for this newfound conviction. "All right, I'm committed to following you," she declares. "Rest assured, whatever you desire, as long as it is within my means, I shall endeavor to fulfill it. You are my most valued employee, now and forever." Xiao Yuejin chuckles at this exchange, as their conversation flows effortlessly, reminiscent of longtime friends. "Gu Yancheng, I'll be arriving in Donghai the day after tomorrow. From now on, I'll be in your company. If I find myself without food, you must take care of me." "No problem. Providing for you will be more than manageable. My only concern is that you might find yourself overwhelmed with funds, which could be more distressing. Is it truly possible for me to reach such a day? Just wait and see. Will you be picking me up at the airport? Depends on the circumstances, but it should be feasible." "Great. I'll contact you in advance." As Gu Yancheng ends a call, he finds himself taken aback by Xiao Yuejin's establishment of a Myth Investment Company. The name is indeed impressive, and he feels a sense of satisfaction, though he knows that the title is secondary to her undeniable efficiency as a formidable woman. At that moment, Luoyi enters. Over the past few days, Gu Yancheng has been rather compliant, even assigning her some tasks within the investment department, focusing on researching companies involved in smartphone production. She feels they are finally on the right track. "Luoyi, my father is returning to Donghai today and wishes to meet you." "Your father wants to see me? Why didn't you mention this earlier?" "Does it matter? It's the same now. Isn't it? Shouldn't I prepare a gift? Just your presence will suffice. No need for any gifts." Currently, Gu Yancheng is unable to purchase property, as the money he possesses is still not his own. It belongs to the Yi family. This mental hurdle weighs heavily on him. He desires to use his own funds for such acquisitions. Consequently, his parents have returned to their old residence. "That one tea do? What is your father like?" "He enjoys drinking tea. You can simply bring him some tea leaves from your father's office." "All right, what other interests does he have?" Gu Yancheng chuckles. "None, truly. My parents are just ordinary working-class individuals. They have no extravagant preferences." Luoyi ponders and decides to bring some fruit as well. "What about your mother?" "You've already met her. There is no need for anything." Luoyi feels a twinge of nervousness. as this will be her first official meeting with his parents. Is your mother satisfied with me? Why ask me? Can't you gauge it yourself? I feel she is quite pleased with me. Did she mention her thoughts to you? Are you satisfied? We have already obtained our marriage certificate. What more can be done? Once we meet, it is likely that our parents will also meet. Perhaps they will discuss the wedding arrangements. Have you thought of a way to navigate that conversation? If not, we could simply have a modest ceremony. Upon hearing this, Gu Yanqing felt a tinge of displeasure. Yi Luoyi, are you truly contemplating marrying me? What do you mean, Gu Yanqing? Shouldn't you be pleased that I'm marrying you? I am pleased. But how can I be truly happy when you hover over me every day? In this situation, with the certificate already in hand, do you believe I have room to backtrack? Yi Luoyi, I believe I still possess a copy of our agreement. Yi Luoyi frowned. And what use is that? It is of no consequence. You are legally my husband, and that is indisputable. Gu Yanqing realized that Yi Luoyi appeared to genuinely have feelings for him. If you truly like me, just say it directly. There is no need for all this pretense. If you could alter your ways a bit, perhaps I could come to accept it. Yi Luoyi looked at Gu Yanqing and burst into laughter. Are you suggesting that I am too controlling? You seem to understand that quite well. If you could amend that flaw, I might also be inclined to compromise. Compromise? You think I would? Yi Luoyi found this amusing. In a couple of years, when you're unable to attract any beautiful women, it will simply be a case of you having gotten a head start. Gu Yanqing could only think this silently to himself. I am both talented and handsome. What flaws do I possess? Look across the entirety of China. Can you find a wife who does not oversee her husband and allows him to act recklessly? None like you, I suppose. I must report to you wherever I go. Yi Luoyi, have you been having people follow me? Don't be absurd. Am I that kind of person? I simply want to fetch some tea. Gu Yanqing regarded Yi Luoyi with understanding. He knew she had likely done just that. Had he ventured out these past few days, she would have undoubtedly bombarded him with questions. Chapter 36. A hero saves a beauty. Yi Luoyi arrived at her father's office. Dad, do you have any of that fine tea? Please bring me a few boxes. What are you planning to do with it? Gu Yanqing's father is back. He wants to meet me tonight. I can't very well go empty-handed. Her father, upon hearing this, was quite pleased and retrieved 2 boxes of Westlake Longjing tea, which he himself cherished. Go, and then arrange a time for both families to meet and discuss the wedding. Indeed, Gu Yanqing had not been mistaken. Dad, Gu Yanqing and I are still busy with work. We won't be having a wedding just yet. That is unacceptable. A wedding must certainly take place. We will finalize the details after discussing with our in-laws. Yi Luoyi pondered for a moment and thought it inconsequential. The certificate was already obtained. So why not hold the wedding? In her heart, she believed Gu Yanqing was indeed her husband. Besides, he had already reaped all the benefits. Meanwhile, Gu Yanqing received a list of candidate profiles from a headhunter in his email. He perused the resumes, smiling at the impressive candidates he encountered. Reflecting on his past life, where he toiled away, he marveled at how liberating it felt to unleash his frustrations on his former boss right from his first day back, and then resign. Now, as a boss himself, he relished the sensation of being in control, and with the interviews completed, he had little else to occupy his time. He intended to quietly savor life. Just as he became absorbed in his thoughts, Yi Luoyi quietly appeared beside him. Observing him reviewing the candidates' resumes, she asked directly, Gu Yanqing, are you hiring? Why did you come in without knocking? You enter my office. Isn't it the same as my room? Why would I need to knock? Gu Yanqing promptly closed his screen. What brings you here? Let us go to the mall. What for? To buy gifts for your parents. Seeing Yi Luoyi's seriousness, Gu Yanqing understood that she was still quite determined. Yi Luoyi, we have a 3-year agreement. I don't care about any 3-year deal. You are now my husband, and you should fulfill your responsibilities, should you not? Gu Yanqing smiled. Yi Luoyi, does that mean you should also fulfill your duties as a wife? What are you saying? I'm not taking care of you? We are both adults. You know exactly what I mean. Feigning ignorance, Yi Luoyi replied, can you promise to always treat me well, to care for and protect me, and not to bully me or seek other women? Do you think I can? Yi Luoyi, sensing Gu Yanqing deflecting the question, made her own judgment. You cannot. Then why ask? If what you desire is unattainable, doesn't that create a deadlock? Why must we complicate matters for each other? Gu Yanqing, if we were to divorce, would you be able to watch me marry someone else? Gu Yanqing was taken aback by the question. He had never considered that scenario. However, his feelings for Yi Luoyi were more possessive than romantic at this stage. Let us not dwell on that. We've only been married a few days, and you are thinking too far ahead. Yi Luoyi perceived Gu Yanqing's avoidance of the topic, and she was curious about his true feelings. Answer my question. I do not entertain hypothetical questions. Gu Yanqing, firmly rejected Yi Luoyi's injury, aware that he would not simply bring anyone home. Yi Luoyi felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She recognized that she needed to transform Gu Yanqing. Let us go to the mall. This time, Yi Luoyi drove while Gu Yanqing sat in the passenger seat, silently reflecting on his earlier question. If they truly divorced, He could not bear the thought of his woman, especially an ex-wife, marrying someone else. Moreover, parting with such a beautiful wife willingly would be foolish. Thus, he resolved to mold Luoyi, encouraging her to temper her nature. He needed her to fall deeply in love with him and become reliant on him, which would allow him to retain the upper hand in their relationship. As he contemplated this, Gu Yancheng decided that once his current tasks were completed, he would shift his focus towards Luoyi. After all, idleness was not to his liking. He would first secure Luoyi's affection and address future matters as they arose. Luoyi noticed Gu Yancheng staring at her. Gu Yancheng, why do you keep looking at me? What? Is it not acceptable for me to admire my beautiful wife? Though Luoyi maintained a composed exterior, internally, she felt as if she had consumed honey. Every woman desires the admiration and appreciation of their partner. And Luoyi was no exception. Are you not seeking other women? My wife is the most beautiful in Donghai. Who could possibly surpass her? Luoyi, not nave, recognized the flattery. While she was pleased, Gu Yancheng's sudden shift in demeanor surprised her. She was unsure of his intentions. Are you flattering me for a reason? What are you thinking? This is nothing but sincere praise. You are truly the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered. Luoyi had always been self-assured. It was unnecessary for anyone to tell her. Everyone who met her couldn't help but stare, unwilling to blink. Yet Gu Yancheng, having taken advantage of her, was still acting this way. How could she not feel irked? His words struck a chord within Luoyi. Speak plainly. What is it that you want? I want nothing. How could I have any ulterior motives? I am simply offering genuine praise. Really? Of course, it is genuine. Luoyi could no longer suppress her amusement. This fellow, Gu Yancheng, had finally spoken a word of conscience. The car glided to a halt at the most opulent shopping mall in Donghai. As they entered, Gu Yancheng donned the suit that Luoyi had procured for him. Yet he despised wearing a tie and had discarded his jacket. Strolling into the mall in just his shirt alongside Luoyi. What do you wish to purchase? He inquired. I intend to buy some jewelry for my mother and perhaps a watch for my father. What do you think? Luoyi, you call your parents rather effortlessly. Gu Yancheng remarked. He felt a swell of satisfaction in his heart. He could sense the significance Luoyi placed on this meeting. He contemplated gifting her something as well. He accompanied her to select a watch, ultimately choosing a prestigious timepiece suitable for the middle-aged, costing around 7 to 800,000. They then procured a jade bracelet and a jadeite necklace for his mother, adding another million to the total. Gu Yancheng observed Luoyi's extravagance with a sense of admiration. Once she completed her purchases, he grasped her hand and said, What do you desire? I shall buy you something as well. Luoyi was taken aback. However, at that moment, a young man accompanied by a charming young woman approached, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Luoyi. With an insincere charm, he remarked, Beautiful lady, whatever you desire, I can procure for you. Gu Yancheng swiftly pulled Luoyi behind him, addressing the young man with disdain. Where did this fly come from? Making such a ruckus? Do you know who I am? I have no interest in your pitiful attempts to flaunt your wealth. The young man, irate, retorted. Kneel down and crawl through my legs, and I may spare you. Gu Yancheng slightly spread his legs, responding, You may crawl through mine, and I shall let you go. The young man lunged forward, but Gu Yancheng swiftly delivered a resounding slap across his face, causing blood to seep from the corner of the young man's mouth, a testament to Gu Yancheng's strength. Luoyi watched from the sidelines, secretly elated. Gu Yancheng, aware of the surveillance cameras in the store, had acted decisively. The young man fled, humiliated, casting one last venomous glance at Luoyi and Gu Yancheng. Meanwhile, Luoyi had already sent a message to investigate the young man's identity, determined to eliminate any future threats. The store staff promptly arrived to apologize. Gu Yancheng continued, What do you wish for? Allow me to gift it to you. Are you truly offering me a gift? Luoyi approached the counter displaying wedding bands, scrutinizing Gu Yancheng's expression to gauge his willingness. Which is the most expensive ring? Bring it forth for me to examine. The sales associate, recognizing a valuable client, presented the finest and most expensive rings. Which one captivates your interest? As Luoyi tried on several, her focus was not on their aesthetic appeal, but rather on the mere existence of such a token. After selecting a ring, she extended her hand for Gu Yancheng to place the men's band upon her finger. Gu Yancheng was reluctant to wear such trinkets. Yet the determined look on Luoyi's face and the surprise of the sales associate compelled him to comply. Eventually, he extended his hand, and she adorned him with the ring. Quickly, let us settle the bill, she urged. As Luoyi beheld the ring on her finger, a radiant smile adorned her face. Ever since her parents had accepted Gu Yancheng as her husband, her perception of him had shifted significantly, and she now wholeheartedly acknowledged him as her spouse. Thus, when her parents expressed a desire to meet him, she felt a profound sense of importance. Though they were legally married, the acceptance of their union remained an unalterable reality. irrespective of her parents' sentiments. After completing the purchase, Gu Yancheng drove away, with Yi Luoyi in the passenger seat, her gaze fixated on the ring, her smile unwavering. Yi Luoyi, are you truly this enamored? Gu Yancheng teased. I have a question for you, and I expect an honest answer, she retorted. What do you wish to ask? Do you harbor even a modicum of affection for me? Gu Yancheng was taken aback by her directness, but did not hesitate to reply. Perhaps just a little, nothing substantial. Yi Luoyi turned to regard him intently. If we are to truly live as husband and wife, I require from you a promise. Can you fulfill that? I know what you wish to say, but I cannot guarantee it. Gu Yancheng, are the women outside truly that enticing? It is not that they are alluring. Rather, I cannot assure you of my fidelity. I am neither a saint nor a paragon of virtue. If beautiful women were to pursue me, how could I resist? If you were to request something else, I could agree. You are a despicable rogue. Yi Luoyi, if you can accept me as I am, I can promise to treat you well for a lifetime. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Yi Luoyi struggled to comprehend Gu Yancheng's candidness. How could he speak so nonchalantly? With no retreat available, she felt compelled to block any potential avenues for him. Gu Yancheng needed to convey this message, allowing her to gradually accept it to avoid future discord. Her future was filled with many responsibilities, demanding his decisions daily. He could not allow jealousy to disrupt the harmony of their marriage. After all, she was now his wife, and there was no escaping that fact. Gu Yancheng, are you speaking rationally? You expect me to accept that your home remains stable while you entertain affairs outside? Dream on. Gu Yancheng remained silent, focused on driving, believing he could pacify her once they arrive home. Speak, she insisted. You have no intention of seeking anyone. Why are you angry? If it were to happen, you would still be my legitimate husband. Get out, she fumed, planning to report him to her parents for reprimand. Frustrated, she turned her gaze to the window, refusing to acknowledge Gu Yancheng. Upon arriving at Gu Yancheng's home, Yi Luoyi, despite her irritation, entered with a bright smile. Mother, this is a gift for you. Father, this is for you. Gu's father, taken aback by the beauty of his daughter-in-law, had only heard praise from his wife during his absence. Now, witnessing her in person, he felt as if the family fortune had blossomed. Both parents looked upon Yi Luoyi with uncontainable joy. Luoyi, you have come to visit. We should be presenting you with a greeting gift. You must have spent quite a sum, Gu Yancheng remarked. Ah, is it really that expensive? Mother and father, please accept these gifts. Gu Yancheng and I are already legally married. This is merely a small token of my appreciation as your daughter-in-law. The couple exchanged glances, realizing their son had indeed married a stunning and affluent bride. Although they had prepared themselves mentally, they still sought to gauge their son as attitude. Accept it. This is just a small gesture from Luoyi. This is of little consequence to her, as I accompanied her in her shopping, Gu Yancheng added. Hearing their son's words, they reluctantly accepted the gifts, though they were aware of their considerable value, enough to purchase half a house. Luoyi, we are now family, regardless of the value. This is merely a reflection of my goodwill, she reassured them. Very well, Luoyi, please have some water. As Gu Yancheng and Yi Luoyi settled down, Gu's father silently awarded her high marks in his heart for her generosity. Meanwhile, Gu's mother began preparing dinner in the kitchen. Yi Luoyi then spoke again. Dad, I have a spacious flat where Mom used to live. Why don't you and Mom move there? It will be more comfortable. Luoyi, I understand. Yancheng's mother has already mentioned it to me. Your mother and I have lived here for decades. We are accustomed to it. If we were to move there, it would take us quite some time to adjust. Upon hearing this, Yi Luoyi grasped the underlying meaning and chose not to press further. Luoyi, since you two are already married, shouldn't our parents meet to discuss your wedding plans? Dad, my father thinks the same. How about this Saturday? Yancheng and I will come and pick you up, and we can arrange a hotel to meet. Mr. Gu had noticed the rings on their fingers early on, and listening to Yi Luoyi's words, it was evident that the Yi family seemed quite pleased with Yancheng. However, he couldn't quite comprehend how this young man, seemingly unremarkable, had captured the heart of such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Even if it was love, he found it difficult to fathom how Yi Luoyi's parents had accepted it. His gaze occasionally drifted toward Gu Yancheng, suspicious that he might be hiding something from them. Luoyi, please take a seat for a moment. Yancheng and I need to have a private conversation. All right. Gu Yancheng followed his father into the room. Yi Luoyi surmised that he was likely going to inquire about something, but she deemed it unimportant. What mattered was that Gu Yancheng was already her husband. Any attempt on his part to seek companionship elsewhere would not be tolerated. She would employ her own means to address any potential issues. Once inside, Mr. Gu began. Speak up. Are you concealing something from us? How did you meet Luoyi? Why the sudden marriage? I want the full story. Dad, it was serendipity. We met unexpectedly and decided to marry just like that. You little rascal. Are you planning to be a live-in son-in-law? Chapter 38. Yi Luoyi, the complaining one. Dad, how could that be? Your son would never be that pathetic. Don't I know our family has worth? Luoyi offered a generous betrothal gift of several million. What are your qualifications? Hearing this, Gu Yancheng couldn't help but chuckle. Your son is handsome, capable, eloquent, and has a bit of luck on his side. Stop joking. Tell me the truth. I just did, Dad. You should be happy and excited that your son has married such an outstanding wife. Your doubts about him are unfounded. Listening to this, Mr. Gu realized that the boy was unwilling to divulge more, so he decided not to press further. After all, they were already married, and discussing it was of little consequence. Whether or not he was capable would become evident in due time. However, he did feel somewhat anxious about meeting Luoyi's parents. Gu Yancheng observed his father's demeanor. Dad, there's no need to worry. Your son has not only won over his wife, but also her father and mother. A simple meal to meet them will suffice. There is no need for anxiety. Just look at your daughter-in-law. She comes from a family worth hundreds of billions, and I sent she here to please you? Get lost. You're definitely hiding something from me. Gu Yancheng pulled his father outside. In the kitchen, Luoyi was bustling about, and Gu Yancheng stood at the door, enjoying the spectacle. Luoyi sensed he was there to witness her flustered state. Mom, can Yancheng cook? Of course, Luoyi. This boy is quite the cook. Haven't you ever tasted his dishes? Mom, you don't know. When I asked him if he could cook, he said he couldn't. Also, I have a serious question. Can he be devoted to me? He said there are too many temptations outside, and he can't resist. Isn't that infuriating? Hearing this, Mrs. Gu immediately slapped Gu Yancheng on the arm, though not on his face. Luoyi wore a smug expression. You little rascal, if you dare to wrong Luoyi, I'll break your legs. Luoyi, don't worry, I'm definitely on your side. Thank you, Mom. Gu Yancheng observed the camaraderie between the two women, realizing that Luoyi was quite adept at handling matters. However, seeing their bond made him content, as he valued a harmonious family life. He certainly did not wish to expend excessive energy on domestic affairs. Instead, he aimed to focus on his career, expanding his endeavors in the economic realm to make the world serve China. Mom, I do have a slight flaw. I like to manage Yancheng, which annoys him. He keeps everything from me as if I were a thief, and it frustrates me. Sometimes I act out. You would feel sorry for Yancheng, would you? Not at all. Let him kneel on a washboard. Managing is appropriate. Men need to be guided, but they should have a degree of freedom. Major issues should be communicated, while minor matters can be overlooked. Focus on the big picture. Mom, Yancheng is quite wealthy now. My father gave him a 10 stake in Shenghua Group, and he immediately went to the bank to secure a loan of 20 billion. How much? Mom, you heard me correctly. It's 20 billion. Mrs. Gu thought she had misheard. Gu Yancheng, why do you need so much money? Gu Yancheng realized that Luoyi, the complaining one, had revealed everything. Mom, I'm investing in business. I can't always rely on Luoyi. I need to build my own career. Don't you agree? What if you lose money? I want to lose. If I do, I'll serve Luoyi like a horse for the rest of my life. Mrs. Gu felt a tinge of worry. Mom, it's not the 20 billion I'm concerned about. It's that Yancheng doesn't tell me what he intends to do with the money. He keeps everything to himself. Besides, men tend to change when they have money, and that makes me a bit anxious. After saying this, Luoyi looked at Gu Yancheng, determined to bring everything to light. Mom, the money is still sitting in the bank. I plan to start a company. It's that simple. What kind of company? Luoyi interjected. An investment company. Really? Of course, it's true. Luoyi was half convinced, but knowing his intentions allowed her to strategize. If you're starting a company, let me know. I'll help you. Shenghua Tower has vacant floors. I can arrange it for you, and your new company can be there, making management more convenient. Hearing this, Gu Yancheng frowned, knowing he had to maintain appearances. After all, he couldn't just accept everything outright. Approaching matters openly was acceptable. Luoyi's series of small maneuvers was undeniably smooth. With a proud expression, Luoyi revealed that she had already devised a plan. After finishing the dishes, she announced, Mom, I'm going to have a chat with Dad. You go take a break. Gu Yancheng was perplexed about what scheme Luoyi was concocting this time. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders and whispered, Luoyi, no one to stop. Are you going to listen to me? If not, I still have things to discuss with Dad. Luoyi retorted, You're the one being unreasonable. You never tell me anything. Do you even consider me your wife? There are reasons for not sharing everything with you. Why do you need to know so much? If you won't speak, I'll just tell on you. All right, from now on, I'll share everything with you and discuss it with you. Is that satisfactory? That is more like it. Luoyi had decisively triumphed in this exchange. Gu Yancheng found himself at a loss. His father was not easily fooled, and the sudden changes in his demeanor were indeed suspicious, especially with Luoyi having the Yi family's endorsement. The revelation of 20 billion further aroused his father's doubts. Gu Yancheng needed to devise a strategy to smooth over the situation. Chapter 39. Luoyi's tactics. Luoyi was quite pleased with Gu Yancheng's attitude. If you don't tell me the truth, I'll go straight to Dad and report you. I can't manage you, but someone else will. Gu Yancheng, a loss for words, realized why she was so eager. This tactic was indeed effective. Enough, let us leave it at that. Can I at least count on you to remember your words? Or I'll report you at any time. Gu Yancheng agreed, feeling somewhat humbled. I understand. His pleading expression satisfied Yi Luoyi as she finally grasped Gu Yancheng's vulnerability. The pair settled in the living room. Dad, what hobbies do you have? I enjoy drinking tea and sometimes playing chess. What type of tea do you prefer? I can bring some for my dad next time. I mainly drink green tea. That's wonderful. How about Westlake Longjing? Let me know if you find it to your liking. If not, I can get you another kind. Westlake Longjing is quite good. Luoyi, what do you see in that rascal Yancheng? He's handsome and capable. My dad is also quite pleased with him. Gu father glanced at his son, noting his lack of progress at work and the sudden transformation, which raised suspicions. Yet, he acknowledged the young man's potential, as he had some abilities that were simply undiscovered until now. As for his looks, he had a certain charm. Gu father could not fathom how this young man had such good fortune, marrying suddenly without any prior rumors. He had heard about the He family's situation and was now awaiting the court proceedings. It seemed his son might have overstepped, having only shared a few details over the phone, while Gu Yancheng remained obstinate. Now, hearing that the He family had moved, seemingly out of Donghai, left Gu father puzzled about his son's sudden aggression, which would likely invite trouble. Gu Yancheng remained unfazed, believing that once they emerged, they would be unable to remain here and would have no chance to confront them. Gu father observed Yi Luoyi, feeling satisfied with this daughter-in-law. Though from a wealthy family, she was well-mannered and respectful, truly commendable. Gu mother had prepared a feast, and Yi Luoyi praised the dishes profusely, causing Gu mother to beam with delight. This daughter-in-law seemed impeccable. Gu Yancheng watched Yi Luoyi deftly manage his parents, feeling a sense of happiness. After all, making his parents happy, whether deliberately or not, was what truly mattered. Gu father and Gu mother regarded Yi Luoyi with increasing satisfaction. Gu mother smiled, saying, Luoyi, if Yancheng bullies you, just let me know, and I will stand up for you. Thank you, Mom. He just doesn't listen to me. Otherwise, everything else is quite good. At that moment, Gu father remarked, You don't know? Listening to your wife brings fortune. Gu Yancheng nodded and then placed a piece of fatty meat on Yi Luoyi's plate. I understand. From now on, I'll listen to Luoyi. Look, Yancheng knows I'm trying to control my weight, yet he gives me fatty meat. Then you should serve him some. Ye Luoyi, with a playful glimmer, served Gu Yancheng several pieces of meat. Yancheng, you should eat more. The elderly couple watched their playful banter, recognizing this as the behavior of a young couple in love, which reassured them. It was impossible not to worry about their son marrying such a beautiful and wealthy woman. Yet they felt their concerns were unfounded. Gu Yancheng remained silent, simply eating. Yi Luoyi, satisfied, finally put down her chopsticks. The meal concluded, and everyone was in high spirits. On the drive home, Gu Yancheng glanced at Yi Luoyi. Are you feeling particularly pleased with yourself, little informant? If you don't listen to me, I'll report you and let your parents handle you. Gu Yancheng chuckled. Yi Luoyi beamed with pride. Just then, her phone rang. Manager Yi. That person this afternoon is Fong Haiken, the son of a supplier from Shenhua Group. How would you like to handle this? Notify the procurement department to cease all collaboration with them immediately and inform other enterprises of the situation, advising them not to procure from them either. Understood, Manager Yi. Yi Luoyi executed this directive with remarkable precision. Who has offended you? The one I slapped earlier this afternoon is the son of a supplier from Shenhua Group. Gu Yancheng was taken aback. It had happened so swiftly. He initially anticipated complications, but was impressed by Yi Luoyi's decisive action. Given his current predicament, he was still using soft tactics, but if it came to serious matters, she might just control him as she had done initially. What are you staring at? If you don't behave, I have my ways. Yi Luoyi, aren't you afraid I might slip away and leave you waiting? As long as you're in the country, can you really escape my grasp? Gu Yancheng understood she was not to be trifled with. For now, he was merely engaging in verbal sparring. If it came to serious matters, he would find himself at her mercy. If their relationship were not relatively harmonious, she might have already resorted to more drastic measures. However, for the moment, he decided to take things step by step. Yi Luoyi gazed intently at Gu Yancheng, deliberately exhibiting her prowess to demonstrate that she could handle both softness and strength. Just listen to me and confess honestly. What do you intend to do with that 20 billion? I plan to start a company. Otherwise, should I just withdraw it from the bank to have a child? And a company? I haven't seen you take any action. I'm currently reviewing resumes, preparing to hire a CEO to take care of the operations. Really? Let me help you find a CEO. What do you think? Wait, you want to help me find someone? Who? Me? You? No way. You aren't qualified. Why am I not qualified? I want a CEO who is absolutely loyal and can execute my vision. What kind of company are you planning to start? I can arrange for you a financial director to supervise. Yi Luoyi, what are you thinking? I can never agree to that. Yi Luoyi's irritation was palpable. Gu Yancheng, are you truly unwilling to allow me to partake in your company? Do not forget that this is marital property, and I am entitled to half. Yi Luoyi, do you still covet my meager possessions? Is it not rather audacious of you? It is my husband's wealth. Why should I not take an interest in it? Should I allow another woman to? Gu Yancheng was at a loss for words. The matters of this company are crucial for the overall arrangement, and the future capital involved is substantial, which indeed presents a dilemma. He must concoct a shell company to placate Yi Luoyi. I am merely engaging in minor skirmishes. Yet you assign a supervisor? That is rather excessive. I am merely supporting my husband's endeavors. Chapter 40. The Agreement with Yi Luoyi. Yi Luoyi, are you truly going to support my career? Indeed. Then lend me 5 billion. Gu Yancheng, as a grown man, do you not feel any shame? Are you not my wife? You ought to support my endeavors. I shall share half of my earnings with you. Consider this your angel investment. Yi Luoyi could not help but chuckle. 20 billion is still insufficient. What do you intend to do? It is not a matter of inadequacy. It is a test of your sincerity in supporting me as my wife. Gu Yancheng, where would I procure 5 billion? I do not possess shares in Changhua. I only have several tens of millions. I am by no means as wealthy as you. Why not give me 10 billion instead? Upon hearing this, Gu Yancheng realized that Yi Luoyi indeed possessed some remarkable acumen. You desire 10 billion, do you? What? Am I not entitled to ask for it? Then you shall be my wife, without any responsibilities, just a virtuous and devoted spouse. Does that sound agreeable? You must be dreaming. I shall earn the livelihood, and you shall maintain your beauty. Is that not splendid? 10 billion is insufficient. I require at least 100 billion. Gu Yancheng chuckled at this figure. 100 billion? Look in the mirror. Do you believe you are worth 100 billion? Gu Yancheng, how could I not be worth 100 billion? My net worth is several hundred billion, you know. I demand 100 billion. You shall not suffer a loss. Subtracting your wealth, 300 billion. You claim you are worth 700 billion. If I had 700 billion, I could have countless beauties, spending lavishly until my last breath. Gu Yancheng, you are truly incorrigible. Yi Luoyi, if I were to produce this 100 billion, would you then faithfully accompany me for a lifetime? Upon hearing this, Yi Luoyi smiled and replied, if you produce 100 billion, I shall heed your wishes and be the devoted wife. It is a promise. Gu Yancheng, wait. There must be a time limit. 10 years? 20? Shall I merely linger indefinitely? Let us agree on 3 years. How does that sound? And if you lose? Whatever you decide, I shall comply. Very well, Yi Luoyi readily agreed. However, I must indicate one point beforehand. You shall not interfere in my affairs. I cannot allow you to meddle. That is unacceptable. I must possess some right to be informed. I cannot permit such neglect. How about this? I shall provide you with a financial report once a year. That should suffice. Yi Luoyi regarded the self-assured Gu Yancheng, even with 20 billion. Achieving 50 times that in 3 years seemed implausible. I may refrain from interfering in corporate matters, but I must govern my personal life. I cannot allow another woman to intrude upon my marriage. If you wish to oversee it, do as you please. Very well, it is settled then. Yi Luoyi mused that Gu Yancheng's bold claims were quite grand, but even if he were falter, retreating to the background would not be so dire. Her husband was indeed capable, which was a consolation. If things do not go well, she could simply follow her lead, making it a victory for her regardless. Gu Yancheng, on his end, felt utterly triumphant. To him, having Yi Luoyi as a wife was indeed advantageous, and in his eyes, she was worth every bit. Furthermore, with the Yi family's substantial support, she was deserving of it. Hence, in his perspective, it was a win-win situation. Both were secretly pleased with themselves. The following day, after sifting through resumes, Gu Yancheng shortlisted 2 candidates. One was an elite from overseas, boasting a wealth of experience and undoubtedly a returnee. The other had only a stint at a bankrupt company, which piqued Gu Yancheng's interest. Initially, he considered dismissing her resume, but the unique experience of bankruptcy might prove beneficial for his purposes, as she could carry out his directives without question. Gu Yancheng decisively chose the candidate from the bankrupt company. In the afternoon, the interview was scheduled at a nearby cafe. The candidate, Ren Mushiwe, was 29 years old. Gu Yancheng arrived punctually, while Ren Mushiwe had arrived half an hour early, surprised that the interview was to be held in a cafe. Gu Yancheng approached Muksu, who was clad in a professional outfit, albeit one that accentuated her femininity, an elegantly fitted skirt paired with a t-shirt. Her figure was graceful, her face slightly haggard yet adorned with light makeup, undeniably a stunning beauty, akin to Xiao Yuejin, rated a 92 out of 100. Ms. Run, I am Gu Yancheng. Hello, Mr. Gu. They exchanged a brief handshake. Ren Mushiwe was taken aback by Gu Yancheng's youth, but given that he was hiring for the CEO position, She couldn't shake off a sense of skepticism. Ms. Run, let's be forthright. What is your relationship with your previous company? That was a business my father left for me. It went bankrupt due to my mismanagement. Then, considering that you're now applying for the CEO position, do you believe you're qualified? Additionally, I require you to swiftly establish a new company. Can you manage that? Hearing the somewhat accusatory tone, she felt a bit flustered. However, burdened by substantial debts, she needed to seek a high-paying job and had already been denied several director positions. Mr. Gu, I can only do my best. Gu Yancheng was purposely pressing her. If she were to guarantee success, he would deem her unfit. Ms. Run, your family business went bankrupt. I presume there are debts involved? Would you mind disclosing the amount? 15 million. Upon hearing this, Gu Yancheng chuckled and said, Ms. Run, do you truly believe I would hire you? Unlikely. Ms. Run, you are quite candid, but I believe we can collaborate. Rin Mushiwe, surprised by his response, countered, Mr. Gu, given my current predicament, are you not concerned about the risks? I ask you this. My company requires you to hold shares and act as the legal representative, while I remain in the background. Can you manage that? And the company's operations? I shall provide my investment directives, and you will execute them. I will not concern myself with the finer details. Rin Mushiwe instantly grasped that he needed a figurehead. Am I permitted to refuse anything unreasonable? No, you must comply with my instructions. On paper, you will hold 100 of the shares, but I will only allocate 10 to you. The remaining 90 belong to me. Furthermore, I demand loyalty and execution. Can you comply? Listening to this, Rin Mushiwe asserted, I will not engage in any illegal activities. In fact, I would report them. Rest assured, we are a legitimate company. Mr. Gu, what about the salary and benefits? At this, Gu Yancheng couldn't help but smile. Her gentle demeanor was quite refreshing. I will provide you with a phone number. I'll have a lawyer liaise with you regarding company formation. The registered capital will be 1 billion, which I will transfer to you. As for your salary, I will advance you 15 million to help resolve your debt issues. Rin Mushiwe was taken aback. She never anticipated such generosity. Mr. Gu, this Ms. Run from now on. We shall be partners. You must work diligently. Thank you, Mr. Gu. I certainly will. Gu Yancheng extended his hand, and Mu Shui, still reeling from the shock, felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. How could such good fortune be possible? It was akin to a pie falling from the sky. As they shook hands, Luoyi, who was not far off, happened to catch sight of them. Observing the woman's attire and the brief handshake, she seemed to realize that this woman was the CEO of his company. Her actions were notably swift, suggesting she was indeed a professional elite. However, seeing a woman in such a position unsettled Luoyi slightly. Chapter Kurtbir, Suting Luoyi. Turning around, Gu Yancheng spotted Luoyi in the distance and anticipated a barrage of questions. Upon noticing that Gu Yancheng had seen her, Luoyi approached him. Who was that woman just now? My classmate. She happened to be nearby, so we decided to sit down for coffee. Is that true? Was she interviewing for a managerial position in your company? Do you think interviews are conducted in coffee shops? Luoyi glanced at the woman's retreating figure, finding her rather attractive. Is she beautiful? Not as beautiful as you. The corners of Luoyi's mouth lifted slightly. Then treat me to a coffee. Dear, the coffee beans in your office are all imported from abroad. Do you think it's appropriate for you to come down and drink a cup worth dozens? Am I that unworldly? Gu Yancheng chuckled. All right, you're like a celestial being, perfectly content up there. Luoyi felt delighted upon hearing this. Gu Yancheng knew how to flatter her. They ascended the stairs together. Tomorrow night, our parents will meet. I've already arranged the venue. Yinlu Restaurant. How's that sound? Is it a high-end restaurant? Do you think my parents will have any objections? Overthinking it. We've already obtained the marriage certificate. My parents are probably still dreaming about their son marrying such a stunning wife. Is it really that exaggerated? Otherwise, if I take you around our neighborhood, I will be the most dazzling figure. Gu Yancheng's flattery brought Luoyi a sense of quiet satisfaction. Then it's settled. You'll pick up my parents tomorrow. All right, I've got it. After discussing the matter, Luoyi inquired, how is the situation at the company? Have you found someone for the CEO position? Do you want me to help you scout a candidate? Luoyi, you must adhere to the spirit of the contract. Gu Yancheng, I merely want to assist you. You lack resources, and I can help you achieve twice the results with half the effort. I can manage on my own. If I truly can't, I'll ask for your help. Hearing this, Luoyi relented, though she found it puzzling that he seemed to be wary of her despite starting his own company. Have you decided on a name for the company? The name is still undecided. We'll discuss it after securing a CEO. What will the company primarily engage in? Mainly investment activities, including project and financial investments. Are you planning to do this alone? Why not? This is my field. If I don't pursue this, I might as well work in a factory, toiling away. Luoyi understood his reasoning. While Shenhua Group can absorb losses, isn't the risk too great with the funds from your mortgage? Starting a business is inherently risky. What do you think I'm doing cooped up in Shanghua? A man ought to have his own career. Don't you agree? Gu Yanchen, are you slacking off? Isn't this all for you? Ye Luoyi regarded Gu Yanchen, uncertain of his sincerity. For me? Of course. I'm taking the risk of starting a business with nothing to gain. Look how well I treat you. If I fail, will you divorce me immediately? Luoyi pondered this and realized she hadn't considered that possibility. If you fail, will you have the courage to rise again? However, do you want to divorce me or not? Gu Yanchen was thrown by her question. It put the ball back in his court. For my wife, I must rise again. Luoyi found his response quite satisfactory. On Saturday morning, Gu Yanchen was to pick up Xiao Yuejin from the airport. As Luoyi noticed him preparing to leave, she was about to ask, but he preempted her, saying, I'll be out for a bit. I want to be home for lunch. What are you going to do? A friend is coming to Donghai, so I'm picking her up from the airport. Is it a man or a woman? Gu Yanchen laughed. A man. Luoyi felt a twinge of suspicion. I'm off. Luoyi said nothing further. She rationalized it as merely a friend and thought little of it. By now, she understood Gu Yanchen. He was someone who merely talked the talk. Although he had been a bit rogue at first, he hadn't crossed any lines. He even managed to restrain himself around her, so she figured other women wouldn't pose much of a threat. She was confident no woman could surpass her, regardless of the perspective. Moreover, as his legally wedded wife, if he could remain unperturbed, other women would likely be of little consequence. After some contemplation, Luoyi decided to give him time to grow. He wouldn't need 3 years, perhaps just 6 months would suffice. She had begun to develop strong feelings for him, and felt that an opportunity for her to take the initiative would soon present itself. Gu Yanchen drove a rather ordinary car, worth merely a couple $100,000. If he were to drive something extravagant, he would indeed appear like a nouveau riche, which simply wouldn't he do. Upon arriving at the airport, Xiao Yuejin noticed him pulling up in that very car. As she settled into the passenger seat, she couldn't resist teasing. Gu Yanchen, your wife is Luoyi, and yet you couldn't pick me up in a car like this? My wife doesn't let me drive anything flashy. She fears I might attract unwanted attention. Xiao Yuejin laughed heartily at this. Does your wife know about me? Do you think I would dare to let her know? You're so afraid of her. I'm curious as to why you married her. If I say she forced me, would you believe it? Really? Could she hold a gun to your head to make you marry her? Not quite. After all, who wouldn't appreciate a beautiful, wealthy woman? That's a fair point. Xiao Yuejin had to admit that Luoyi was indeed stunning, perhaps even surpassing her in terms of figure, appearance, and poise. Thus, when she learned that Gu Yanchen was married to her, she was genuinely taken aback. In elite circles, families often value social standing, and a woman like Luoyi would never marry an ordinary man. The only explanation for their union was extraordinary capability. Having spent time with her, Xiao Yuejin felt this to be true. Luoyi was confident and at ease, exuding a nonchalance towards wealth that resembled that of a scion from a prominent family. When will you formally introduce me to Luoyi? You want to meet her? Of course. Isn't she my boss's wife? As a subordinate, shouldn't I at least make her acquaintance? Perhaps it's best if you don't. I haven't even discussed the mythological investment company with her. Xiao Yuejin was taken aback. Such significant matters should be shared between spouses, especially regarding billions in funds, particularly as they were sourced from the Yi family. Gu Yanchen was quite audacious. Are you sure this won't backfire? Keeping this from Luoyi? I am the head of the household. She must listen to me. Xiao Yuejin couldn't help but laugh at this. As a subordinate, she would follow whatever her boss said. Gu Yanchen presented an investment plan. Take a look at this. There are still 6 months left in the year. This is the investment plan. Upon viewing the document, Xiao Yuejin was nearly taken aback. It was a plan for stock index futures investment, and it involved high leverage. Chapter 42, The Bet. Gu Yanchen, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? A position of 30 with 50-fold leverage, diving straight in. Gu Yanchen vividly recalled that in the latter half of the Hong Kong stock market 10 years ago, it surged by 1,000 points within just a month, nearly 8%. With a $500 million investment, this 8% increase could yield close to $2 billion. Gu Yanchen, engaging in stock index futures carries immense risk. Are you truly prepared for this? Just follow my directives. If we incur losses, so be it. Xiao Yuejin scrutinized the investment plan, noting that 4 months later, Gu Yanchen intended to short the index, and he planned to execute it in a similar fashion. She believed Gu Yanchen had lost his mind, as this investment strategy seemed far more reckless than gambling in a casino. This was $15 billion, not merely 15,000. I am aware. Simply adhere to my instructions. Even if we lose everything, I can still support you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuejin chuckled softly. Are you certain? Absolutely. Is 10 million a year sufficient for your expenses? Gu Yanchen, are you implying you intend to support me? What would Luoyi think if she were to find out? And what of it? I pay my employees. What else could she think? Xiao Yuejin found his seemingly tough words, which masked a hint of vulnerability, quite amusing. What are you laughing at? Even if we incur losses, I shall not neglect you. Simply do as I instruct. Fine, after all, it is not my money. I have already begun recruiting staff. For my business, a dozen or 20 individuals will suffice. Later, we must venture into international markets to amass substantial profits and rapidly accumulate capital. Gu Yanchen, how rapidly do you envision this? By the end of next year, we should aim for a scale in the hundreds of billions, correct? Hearing this, Xiao Hanjin wondered if Gu Yanchen had fever, as it seemed utterly impossible to her. Gu Yanchen, did I mishear you? This is merely the beginning. I promise you, I will make you the richest woman. Do I even possess such a fate? Stick with me, and that day will come swiftly. Xiao Yuejin listened, finding joy in the impracticality of it all. She felt liberated now, having confronted the Xiao family, declaring her independence from them. She would live freely, unimpeded in her affairs of the heart and career. Well, I shall eagerly await that day. Xiao Yuejin, if I make you the wealthiest, would you agree to one condition of mine? Gu Yanchen, what condition? Once it is achieved, I shall present my request. How does that sound? Xiao Yuejin instinctively felt this was impossible, yet she readily agreed. Very well. Gu Yanchen smiled upon hearing her response. What are you laughing at, Gu Yanchen? Do you genuinely believe it can be accomplished? Whether it comes to fruition or not is inconsequential to me. Consider it a wager. If it does not materialize, you may propose a request to me, making it fairer. Xiao Yuejin found no fault in this notion. Very well. We ought to establish a time frame. Within 3 years. What does that sound? 3 years? Do you believe you can achieve that in such a short span, Gu Yanchen? If it comes to the worst, I will simply concede and fulfill your request. A proposition with guaranteed gains is one that only a fool would reject. Agreed. Gu Yanchen escorted Xiao Yuejin to another eatery, a modest street-side establishment. Xiao Yuejin teased. Can you not take me to a more upscale restaurant? Are you afraid of spending money? This hardly resembles the lifestyle of a billionaire. Why don't you treat me instead? You are quite wealthy yourself. Gu Yanchen, do you really have the audacity? Inside the restaurant, they encountered Gu Xinyue. Upon entering, Xiao Yuejin immediately noticed the striking beauty. Gu Yanchen led Xiao Yuejin directly to Gu Xinyue. Gu, this is Xiao Yuejin from the Hong Kong Myth Investment Company. Xiao Yuejin, this is my personal attorney, Gu Xinyue. The two women exchanged pleasantries. Once seated, Gu Xinyue remarked, Mr. Gu, regarding the equity contract you asked me to draft, please take a look. Gu Yanchen glanced at the contract and deemed it satisfactory. Xiao Yuejin, do you find any issues? After reviewing, Xiao Yuejin confirmed there were indeed no problems. The equity stake was 10%, and Gu Yanchen was true to his word. Mr. Gu, this is a lifetime equity contract, necessitating notarization. I will schedule a time to handle this on Monday. What do you think? Sound good. Xiao Yuejin concurred. Gu Yanchen, considering I am here for a couple of days, shouldn't you extend some hospitality? I have an important matter this evening and cannot be absent. Gu, are you free this weekend? I am available. Then you can accompany Ms. Xiao for some leisure in Donghai, eating and drinking, and I shall reimburse you. Will shopping be reimbursed? Xiao Yuejin, indeed. Expenses under 50,000 will be covered. How stingy. Sister Xiao, you haven't even generated profits yet. Do you have any idea how much I have already spent? Gu Xinyue, observing their apparent familiarity, couldn't help but question the nature of their relationship. Let S order. Gu Yanchen presented the menu to both women. While Gu Xinyue was uncertain about the quality of the restaurant, having been recommended by Gu Yanchen. After approximately 10 minutes, the dishes arrived. After tasting the food, both Gu Xinyue and Xiao Yuejin were astonished. Gu Yanchen, this restaurant you chose truly is exceptional. How did you discover it? As a native of Donghai, one cannot be unaware of the finest dining establishments. Xiao Hanjin reflected on this as well. Just then, Gu Yanchen's phone rang. It was Yi Luoyi calling. Gu Yanchen stood to take the call. What are you doing? I'm dining. What else could I possibly be doing? You remember, at 6 this evening. Understood, after dinner. I will escort her to the hotel and then return home. Is your friend from Donghai? No, she is from out of town. May I meet her? Why would you wish to meet her? She is rather unrefined. Gu Yanchen blurted out. I believe you are the one lacking refinement. Why won't you let me meet her? Is she a woman? Yi Luoyi, do you have no trust in me whatsoever? You conceal everything from me. How can I trust you? I have no idea what you are truly up to. Let us not discuss this matter. We shall talk tonight. Yi Luoyi had already received information that Gu Yanchen was dining with a woman, and she was keen to have him confess. Instead, she found him evasive, calling the woman unrefined, which only highlighted his own indiscretions. Day in and day out, he remained mysterious, leaving her in the dark. Yi Luoyi intended to obtain a photograph. She needed to ascertain who this woman was, as she would not permit Gu Yanchen to maintain an extramarital affair. Thus, she sought detailed information about the woman, ready to employ her own methods, if necessary, to distance her from Gu Yanchen. Gu Yanchen, do you truly have nothing to say? Em Dinan. We can discuss it later. Upon hearing this, Yi Luoyi was incensed. She was eager to see how Gu Yanchen would attempt to justify himself. Chapter 43. Do not steal chicken only to lose rice. Gu Yanchen returned to the table. Xiao Yuejin remarked with a smile, Gu Yanchen, has your wife checked up on you? Pay her no mind. Gu Xinyue, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of curiosity regarding Gu Yanchen's wife, but refrained from directly inquiring. After their meal, Gu Yanchen escorted Xiao Yuejin to the hotel. Gu Yanchen directly stated, Gu, I appreciate your assistance over the next couple of days. If any issues arise, feel free to call me, but it would be best if you refrain from calling tonight, as I have something important to attend to. Very well, Mr. Gu. Gu Yanchen drove away directly, while Gu Xinyue and Xiao Yuejin entered the hotel. Mr. Xiao, may I inquire about who Mr. Gu's wife is? He hasn't informed you? No. His wife is none other than the illustrious Yi Luoyi, the president of the renowned Shenghua Group in Donghai. Yi Luoyi. Gu Xinyue recalled her senior brother mentioning a close relationship with the Yi family, and this revelation only solidified her conviction that her choice was indeed the correct one. Life is about seizing opportunities when they present themselves. Gu Yanchen returned home directly, where his parents were anxiously awaiting the meeting with their in-laws that evening. Just as they contemplated calling to inquire when the rascal would return, Gu Yanchen walked in. Rascal, about tonight's meeting, is there anything we should be cautious about? It's just a dinner. Besides, you are discussing the wedding arrangements and setting a date, as per the Yi family's intentions. What do you mean? It's the Gu family's turn to marry. Shouldn't we have a say in this? No, it's merely about agreeing on a date. Besides, the papers have already been signed. Let's not concern ourselves with trivial details. We should be magnanimous. The dowry has already been provided. Upon hearing this, Gu's father immediately inquired, Rascal, your mother told me you have 20 billion. What have you been doing with that money? Dad, I must engage in some substantial endeavors. I can't just be a freeloader. I need to start a business. Otherwise, how will I secure my status in the future? What if you incur losses? If I lose, so be it. I will work hard for my wife for a lifetime. Do you have no ambition? Dad, with 20 billion lost, I still need to remain grounded. However, if I succeed, my status will soar. Otherwise, I will truly become a freeloader. I find it strange how Luoyi could possibly be interested in you. My son is quite remarkable. Even my father-in-law has provided such a generous dowry, so do not underestimate your son. Gu's mother couldn't help but chuckle at her son's words. Gu Yinrong, observing his son's demeanor, could only let out a cold laugh. Being a public servant with a strong sense of integrity, he had spent his life without attaining a leadership position, merely holding a rank with its corresponding benefits. What about Luoyi's parents? Should we be mindful of anything? There's no need. It's just a meal. They're already in-laws, so why be so tense? Relax. Remember, Yi Luoyi is already your daughter-in-law. There's no possibility of things falling apart. It's merely a meeting to discuss the wedding arrangements. Gu's mother pondered for a moment. What about your marital home? You can't possibly live at your father-in-law's house. Luoyi has a villa. We will live there together. You need not worry. Once your son earns money, I will buy you a place as well, so you can live nearby. Gu's mother smiled, but she noted that since her son married Yi Luoyi, his entire demeanor had transformed. He spoke and acted with remarkable confidence. It was uncertain whether this was a positive or negative change. Enough boasting. Focus on your work. Don't aim too high. Once married, you should listen to your wife and work diligently. Gu, ever the serious one, elicited a smile from Gu Yanchen. Old Gu understood. But during the dinner tonight, please refrain from making such comments. Your son is indeed impressive. Just wait until you hear how my father-in-law praises me. Gu Yunrong and Gu's mother exchanged glances, somewhat skeptical. I will head to my room for a while. At that moment, Yi Luoyi held a photograph in her hand. Upon seeing the woman in the picture, a short-haired beauty from Port City, a surge of anger welled up within her. Gu Yanchen had indeed been flirting behind her back. Unable to contain herself, she called, Gu Yanchen, are you hiding anything from me? What would I possibly hide from you? Are you certain? Absolutely. Yi Luoyi glanced at the time. There were still 3 hours until 6 o'clock. She decided to confront this woman from Port City. Once she hung up, she headed straight to the Hilton Hotel in Donghai. Xiao Yuejin was still resting at the hotel, and Gu Xinyue was there too. The two engaged in conversation. The front desk then rang. Miss Xiao, a lady named Yi Luoyi is here to see you. Surprised, Xiao Yuejin realized that Gu Yanchen had not informed Yi Luoyi of her presence in Donghai, although he had mentioned the need for confidentiality regarding the mythological company. Let her come up. Very well. Ms. Yi, room 1208. Yi Luoyi took the elevator up. Lawyer Gu, Yi Luoyi is on her way. We shouldn't say anything. Let Gu Yanchen explain himself. Mr. Gu has also discussed this with me. When Yi Luoyi arrived at the room and saw the two of them, she cut straight to the chase. What is your relationship with Gu Yancheng? Friends, Xiao Yuejin replied calmly. Yi Luoyi did not believe their words. What is your name? Let Gu Yancheng tell you. Yi Luoyi scrutinized them, finding them quite attractive. Xiao Yuejin exuded a blend of beauty and professionalism. They had exited the airport without any intimate gestures, yet wore broad smiles. Yi Luoyi couldn't help but suspect whether they were indeed just friends or if there was something more. After all, in Port City, they had crossed paths numerous times. I don't care who you are. Keep your distance for Gu Yancheng. Yi Luoyi, I know you're Gu Yancheng's wife, but we are merely friends. You have no right to interfere in our relationship. Are you truly just friends? You have no authority to question me. If you have any doubts, you should address them with Gu Yancheng. Surely, your husband wouldn't deceive you. Yi Luoyi maintained her assertive stance, regardless of your relationship. I warn you to stay away from him. Yi Luoyi, you cannot control Gu Yancheng, so why should you dictate to us? Xiao Yuejin felt dissatisfied with Yi Luoyi's attitude. She and Gu Yancheng were merely business partners, friends at most, and it was audacious for Yi Luoyi to speak to her in such a manner. Miss Xiao, it seems you are refusing to heed my warnings. Your threats are ineffective, and I won't be swayed by your tactics. I advise you to reconsider. Your approach will not win his heart. If he discovers you are stalking him and overhears what you say about his friends, won't he be upset? The sustainability of your marriage is certainly questionable. Yi Luoyi's expression darkened upon hearing these words. They held a grain of truth. Yet, she remained unyielding. Everything Gu Yancheng has is because of me. Do not harbor any thoughts of taking advantage. You will end up losing more than you gain. Chapter 44. Yi Luoyi takes the initiative to apologize. Xiao Yuejin observed Yi Luoyi and recognized her as a formidable woman. However, it was understandable why Gu Yancheng chose to conceal matters from her. His actions carried significant risks, and Yi Luoyi had a strong desire for control. Gu Yancheng was not one to be easily dominated. Xiao Yuejin held little faith in the marriage between Gu Yancheng and Yi Luoyi. As for whether I will suffer from overreaching, you need not concern yourself. Focus on your own affairs. I suspect that if this continues, you might end up divorced from Gu Yancheng. At that point, I wouldn't mind stepping in. Xiao Yuejin met Yi Luoyi's aggressive demeanor with equal resolve. Oh, then we shall see. Yi Luoyi, with a flick of her sleeve, departed, settling into her car. Reflecting on the recent events, though she was filled with anger, Xiao Yuejin did not lose her composure. She contemplated her words, realizing that confronting Gu Yancheng so directly with the photograph meant he was aware of her surveillance. This matter was now laid bare. Given Gu Yancheng's character, he would undoubtedly find her actions intolerable. If he chose to deny it, that would suffice. She had already issued her warning and knew she must restrain herself, treating the incident as if she were oblivious to it. Xiao Yuejin's remarks serve as a reminder that she could not proceed in such a manner. Yi Luoyi drove back to her family estate, while Gu Yancheng received a call from Xiao Yuejin. Gu Yancheng, your wife just came to the hotel looking for us, insisting we keep our distance from you. As Gu Yancheng listened, his brows furrowed, a surge of anger rising within him. He was no fool. He was acutely aware that Yi Luoyi had dispatched someone to follow him. You need to concern yourselves with this. You Haven team mentioned our company matters to them. Have you? Your boss instructed us. If you don't speak, how could I? However, I did provoke her, claiming you were seeking a divorce, and I might benefit from it. Gu Yancheng chuckled. If I truly divorced, would you be the one to benefit? You need to have wealth. A pauper would be of no interest to anyone. Xiao Yuejin, are you so materialistic? What else? Keep your affairs with your wife separate from us. I wish not to be embroiled in your disputes. Understood. Just focus on your own responsibilities. After ending the call, Gu Yancheng held his phone, contemplating for a long while without reaching out to Yi Luoyi. Meanwhile, as Yi Luoyi drove, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts. Gu Yancheng would inevitably discover her meeting with Xiao Yuejin, and the situation now seemed increasingly difficult to navigate. She worried he might seek her out. Upon arriving home, she felt distracted, caught in a conundrum. Initially, she had intended to confront Gu Yancheng with the photograph, but now she felt devoid of courage. Although he had concealed certain matters, he had merely gone to the airport to pick up a friend and had not behaved inappropriately. She had no grounds to accuse him. Yimu observed her daughter's demeanor and inquired, Luoyi, what troubles you? Mom, may I ask you a question? What is it? Did you and Yancheng argue? In truth, Yi Luoyi had been anxiously awaiting a call from him, and the silence only heightened her unease. Mom, what would a man's reaction be if he sensed his partner's distrust? He might remain silent, perhaps not articulate his feelings, but it would linger in his heart. Upon hearing this, Yi Luoyi realized it was indeed the case, and her worries deepened. What is the matter? Did something happen between you and Gu Yancheng? It's nothing. Yi Luoyi now felt that her actions earlier had been too impulsive. Gu Yancheng was clearly apprehensive about certain matters, and she realized he too was in a precarious position. Holding shares in the Yi family business and having amassed considerable wealth, he wouldn't lash out. Yet, once he succeeded, he might indeed cast her aside. A sense of crisis enveloped her. If anything is troubling you, just tell me. I can offer some advice. Mom, I had someone follow Yancheng, and he found out. Why would you do such a thing? Did he do anything improper? No, it's just that he always keeps things from me. So I thought you listened. Slightly taken aback. Luoyi, how long have you been married? What do you think Yancheng will feel about your actions? Mom, I realize I was wrong. What should I do? You must apologize to Yancheng. What if he doesn't forgive me? Yancheng has his considerations. You are married now, and tonight is a significant occasion. He won't overreact. But when you are together this evening, be sure to admit your fault. All right. Luoyi felt she had no other choice. Do not act so recklessly in the future. If Yancheng genuinely wronged you, then your actions are justifiable. Otherwise, you are merely damaging your marital bond. I understand, Mom. You regarded her daughter, who had hastily married Gu Yancheng. She saw the pride in her son-in-law and recalled how he had leveraged the shares from the Yi family to secure a loan of 20 billion. She sensed that he was capable of great achievements. Though their interactions were limited, his decisive nature indicated confidence. And the respect her husband had for him was not without reason. Men pursuing careers seldom share every detail with their partners. Especially when Yancheng was still on his journey to success, would he appreciate being constantly overseen. Yet, with such a substantial sum at stake, who could predict his intentions? If he were truly seeking pleasure, he wouldn't need nearly that much. He was undoubtedly intent on building a career. Is it truly so? Men are like that. Yancheng is ambitious. If he were uninterested, he could simply work at Shanghua. His actions have even garnered her father's anticipation. Luoyi pondered this, beginning to feel she had overstepped. Returning to her room, she could not resist calling Gu Yancheng. Don't forget, 6 o'clock tonight. I know. You need to remind me incessantly. Hearing his tone, Luoyi sensed he was aware and displeased. Yancheng, I'm sorry. I will cooperate with your wishes. After all, I'm utilizing your family's money. That was not my intent. Let us have a proper discussion tonight, shall we? We can discuss it later. Is there anything else? No, Luoyi replied, feeling dejected. Gu Yancheng abruptly hung up, his thoughts focused on leveraging the Yi family's funds to swiftly accumulate initial capital, thereby creating value for them, a form of repayment. His previously accumulated fondness for Luoyi dissipated in an instant. Perhaps he had never truly trusted her. Remaining vigilant at all times. Chapter 45, Discussing Marriage Plans. Around 5:30 in the evening, Luoyi and her parents arrived at the private room, while Gu Yancheng and his parents were delayed. When Gu Yancheng entered the room with his parents, Luoyi took the initiative to introduce them, and the two families exchanged cordial greetings, all appearing quite pleased. Gu Yancheng maintained his decorum, though he spoke little. Yi father remarked, "Dear in-laws, we've gathered here today to discuss the marriage of Yancheng and Luoyi. What are your thoughts? We have no particular demands. Just choose an auspicious date for the ceremony." Yi father smiled. "Then let us set a date for the wedding ceremony. What do you think?" "Agreed. The 16th of next month." Gu father responded with a smile. "How fortunate. That aligns perfectly with my thoughts." Then it's settled. Luoyi ordered dishes while Gu Yancheng added a few more selections. She observed Gu Yancheng's expression, though inscrutable. It was markedly different from before. "Yancheng, do you have any thoughts?" "Dad, let the wedding be simple. There's no need for extravagance. Just invite family." Luoyi's countenance shifted slightly. She understood that Gu Yancheng seemed to view it merely as a formality. At that moment, Gu mother interjected, "Yancheng, what kind of talk is that? Since we are holding a wedding, it must be done according to tradition. We cannot allow Luoyi to feel any discomfort." At this moment, Gu Yancheng smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, this is what Luoyi and I have discussed. Let's keep it simple and just have a ceremony." The four elders turned their gazes toward the couple, and Luoyi felt a jolt in her heart. However, Luoyi replied, "Mom and Dad, we merely had a preliminary discussion. We still need to consider your opinions. If you wish for a grand affair, I have no objections." Hearing this, Gu Yancheng's brow furrowed. Ye's mother noticed this, clearly sensing that Yancheng was displeased with Luoyi's stance. At this moment, Gu's father spoke up, "In-laws, disregard that brat's opinion. We must not let Luoyi be slighted. Let us have a grand celebration." Ye's father then remarked, "In-laws, it seems we have reached a consensus." At this point, Gu's father produced a bank card and said, "In-laws, this is the betrothal gift for Luoyi. Please do not think it meager. It is simply a gesture of goodwill." Ye's father looked at the bank card, surprised yet appreciative of the Gu family's sincerity. "Very well, we shall accept it." Thus, everything settled down, and Gu Yancheng remained silent thereafter. Ye's mother and Luoyi both felt a twinge of worry. However, Ye's mother pondered whether Yancheng was merely expressing dissatisfaction or if he harbored deeper reservations about the wedding. A troubling notion indeed. Luoyi contemplatait Yancheng's attitude. Exchanging a glance with her mother. For Ye's mother, since the couple had already obtained their marriage certificate, it was evident that a wedding must take place. Gu Yancheng appeared unfazed, continuing with the meal as if nothing had transpired. Both families dined joyfully, with Luoyi proactively serving Gu Yancheng, who before the elders felt obliged to accommodate her. Thus, the conversation flowed amiably between Ye's father and Gu's father, yet it had little impact on Yancheng. To him, it all felt like a mere charade, with the future remaining uncertain. Gu's parents, experiencing their first meal in such an upscale restaurant, felt somewhat out of place. After dining, Gu Yancheng naturally took the initiative to settle the bill, as his paying would avoid any awkwardness. He refrained from drinking as he was driving his parents home. With a glance from Ye's mother, Luoyi immediately followed suit and took the passenger seat. Mom and Dad, please take a look at how many relatives we will have visiting. I want to plan ahead. All right, we'll provide you with an approximate number tomorrow. Gu's parents felt a swell of pride in their son, marrying such an outstanding woman, especially since Luoyi's parents had lavish praise upon him. Mom and Dad, Yancheng is truly exceptional. Can't you see how much my parents admire him? It's apparent, yet I wonder what merits this brat possesses, Ye's father replied. Gu Yancheng remained largely reticent. Mom and Dad, what do you think the wedding house should be arranged? Gu Yancheng stated directly, it should be in your villa. My family's old house is a bit small and unsuitable. Ye's father concurred. Yancheng has a point. Yet, Luoyi wished for the wedding house to be in the Gu family's ancestral home, as it held greater significance. Mom and Dad, as the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, I believe it is more fitting for the wedding house to be in Yancheng's room. What do you think? Hearing this, Ye's father felt a surge of joy. Luoyi, do you genuinely want to arrange the wedding house in Yancheng's room? Indeed, as the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, I naturally should enter through the Gu family's door. All right. Ye's father beamed with delight. Luoyi, observing her father's happiness, intended to win the support of both elder figures. Should Gu Yancheng oppose her, they might advocate for her. Gu Yancheng cast a glance at Luoyi, recognizing her cleverness in pleasing his parents. Yet, he remained indifferent. If divorce were to come, no one could stand in the way. Mom and Dad, we will rely on you to arrange the wedding house. No problem, we will handle everything, they assured. Luoyi noticed Gu Yancheng's unusual silence today. Gu's mother also sensed something amiss. Yancheng, speak up. I will, as long as Luoyi is willing. Brat, what's troubling you? You've been off today at the dinner table. Mom, you're exaggerating. Whatever you say goes. I'm just here to cooperate. Brat, it's your marriage. Can you be so nonchalant about it? His mother scolded. Mom, a wedding is merely a ceremony. We already have the certificate. There is no need for excessive grandeur or toil, Gu Yancheng stated plainly. This remark revealed his attitude to Luoyi. He seemed indifferent towards the marriage. She resolved to have a serious conversation with him shortly, as his demeanor suggested that their relationship would only grow more strained. Gu Yancheng appeared indifferent, believing that since Luoyi had made her choice, they should adhere to the terms of their agreement. He had his own affairs to attend to and lacked the energy to engage in prolonged disputes with her. Hosting the wedding was trivial. Divorce was not a significant matter. Luoyi could handle things as she wished. Holding the title of family's son-in-law would facilitate his dealings and provide some resources. This arrangement suited him, allowing him to manage his business from behind the scenes. His endeavors were substantial, and he didn't trust Luoyi enough to involve her, nor would she likely agree. Perhaps even oppose him, so why complicate matters? Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Luoyi marrying you is her good fortune. Do you wish for her to suffer? Mom, I'm not insisting on anything. She can do as she pleases. Gu Yancheng raised his voice slightly. Chapter 46. Mutual Appraisal. Gu's parents were no fools. They immediately sensed the tension between the two. Once they reached downstairs, Gu's father pulled Gu Yancheng aside. Have you and Luoyi had a disagreement? As a man, is this all the tolerance you can muster? Dad, there is nothing of the sort. You needn't worry. How can I not? You're married now. Let things be a little easier for Luoyi. Broaden your horizons. Isn't your mother the one who holds the reins in our family? Gu Yancheng smiled faintly. All right, Dad, you both head upstairs. Luoyi chatted briefly with Gu's mother, not daring to speak candidly. As she recognized her own faults in the matter and hadn't yet discussed things with Gu Yancheng, there was still room for negotiation. Gu Yancheng got into the car, with Luoyi in the passenger seat. She wished to say something, but as Gu Yancheng was driving, she held her tongue. Upon arriving home, Luoyi finally spoke. Gu Yancheng, let us talk. All right, let us discuss it thoroughly. Gu Yancheng seated himself on the sofa and poured himself a glass of water. Since you sent someone to follow me, let us proceed with our marriage as per your terms, according to the agreement. We will maintain our facade as a married couple for 3 years, after which we will divorce. As for the shares your father provided, I will return them in full, along with your 10 million. Thereafter, we shall not interfere in each other's lives. If you encounter a man you fancy, feel free to inform me. I shall readily agree to a divorce to facilitate your happiness. Gu Yancheng laid everything bare. Luoyi felt a wave of panic wash over her. I didn't mean it that way. I realized my mistake, and I'm sorry. Luoyi, our marriage is merely a contractual arrangement. Did you take it seriously? Do you not feel any discomfort in your current actions? You are deliberately trying to win over my parents. What are your intentions? This barrage of inquiries left Luoyi somewhat irked. Gu Yancheng, I've apologized. What more do you want from me? You are perpetually shrouded in mystery, uttering nary a word. How am I to discern your intentions? I have dispatched someone to shadow you. What of it? I am your legally recognized wife, irrespective of any agreements or lack thereof. Gu Yancheng regarded Luoyi, who stood with unwavering confidence. Luoyi, it seems you believe that tracking my movements is entirely justified. Why don't you present that photograph of yours for me to scrutinize? It is because you withhold everything from me that I resort to this. Why should I confide in you? We are merely a couple in name. As for the 2 billion, I have stated that I will return it to the Yi family before our divorce. Is that what you mean? You went to the airport to meet that woman from the harbor city. Why conceal it from me? She is my friend. What is wrong with picking her up and sharing a meal? Or have you fully embraced the role of a wife and taken it seriously? You must understand that if you wish to know these things, you must first fulfill your duties as a wife. Only then will I divulge anything. What do you say? Gu Yancheng, Luoyi found herself at a loss for words. If this is not the case, then cease these trivial pursuits. Should there be a next time, we will have no need to continue. With that, Gu Yancheng ascended the stairs without another word. Alone in the living room, Luoyi pondered the implications of a divorce. It would render everything a mere farce, and she had no desire for that outcome. With a wedding set for next month, she subconsciously harbored intentions of turning the charade into something genuine, though she found it difficult to lower herself to such actions at this moment. Gu Yancheng had issued a clear warning. He required time to swiftly recover his finances, a task that would span several months. And he was certain that Luoyi would not simply walk away from the marriage. Just 3 months, and he could recoup his losses through a surge in futures trading, repaying the bank loan and returning the shares to the Yi family at any moment. Despite Luoyi's beauty, wealth, and social acumen, her attempts to control him were utterly intolerable to Gu Yancheng. Thus, this was merely a show of strength. If she complied and listened to him, their life together would continue seamlessly. After all, his parents were quite fond of her, and this was a significant reason he consented to the wedding. Luoyi remained in the living room, contemplating Gu Yancheng's words. She realized that he was leveraging this situation to keep her from interfering in his affairs. This was his true objective. Yet, she dared not cross his boundaries. Should he indeed return the shares to the Yi family, it would signal his intent to depart. The words she was about to utter would sever their ties instantly. Gu Yancheng was astute, having already calculated the stakes involved. Moreover, he appeared genuinely consumed by his business endeavors, though he maintained a curiosity about that woman from the harbor city, even going so far as to investigate her background. She needed to ascertain the nature of their relationship. Having come to this realization, Luoyi believed she still had a chance. After all, Gu Yancheng would require time to amass 20 billion, a task that would surely take 1 or 2 years, thus providing her ample opportunity to mend their relationship. Furthermore, she had not committed any egregious errors. Gu Yancheng was merely seizing upon the situation. Rising, she carried a platter of fruit upstairs. Standing before Gu Yancheng's door, she knocked persistently for a considerable time, but received no response. Pushing the door open, she found the room empty, with him occupied in the shower. She decided to wait for him to finish, eager to engage in further conversation. Observing his wardrobe, she noted that the suits remained untouched, while he donned casual attire daily. Gu Yancheng emerged in nothing but his shorts, startled to discover Luoyi in his room. His expression shifted immediately. What are you doing here? Luoyi gazed at his muscular physique, noting his impressive build. What are you looking at? I'm admiring my husband. Is that so wrong? Gu Yancheng busied himself with putting on a robe. What else do you wish to say? I believe we ought to have a serious discussion. I apologize for my earlier demeanor. Moreover, as husband and wife, we cannot continue to live under the same roof in discomfort. That would be detrimental for both of us. Speak to me openly. As long as you do what is right, can I truly oppose you? Can we not negotiate? Luoyi implored. Herr, tonnes softening. Gu Yancheng scrutinized her. This woman was quite adept at maneuvering, retreating to advance. She sought to seize the initiative. Yet Gu Yancheng was not one to let an opportunity slip. Luoyi, I believe our marital relationship has not yet reached such a level of intimacy that we must bare our souls completely. Let us each walk our own paths and cooperate as needed. Upon realizing Gu Yanqing's refusal to engage, Luoyi extended the fruit platter toward him. I have intentionally prepared this sweet cantaloupe for you. Do take a taste. Gu Yanqing merely stared at her, refusing to take the bait. You can eat it yourself. I have no taste for fruit. Luoyi, undeterred, took a piece and offered it to his lips. Allow me to feed you. Try it. This unexpected tactic caught Gu Yanqing off guard, employing the allure of beauty to her advantage. Luoyi, are you out of your mind? I do not wish to eat. Is it that you do not wish to forgive me? Luoyi's voice was soft and coaxing. Gu Yanqing felt a chill run down his spine. He recognized the trap she was setting, knowing she awaited his moment of weakness. Luoyi, do not attempt to manipulate me. Leave at once. As she noted his steadfastness. Luoyi précédent. Gu Yanqing, we harbor no real animosity, do we? Must you wield this situation against me? It hardly qualifies as manipulation. We're simply pursuing our separate paths. What if I refuse? Gu Yanqing distanced himself from her. The power to decide does not rest in your hands. It lies with me. Undeterred, Luoyi stepped closer, thrusting the cantaloupe into his mouth before he could react. He promptly spat it out. Gu Yanqing, you scoundrel. He seized the fruit platter and forcefully ushered her out of the room. Luoyi was taken aback by his resoluteness. He clearly intended to assert control. She found herself at a disadvantage, yet time was on her side, and she refused to believe she could not win over Gu Yanqing. Meanwhile, Gu Yanqing remained in his room, savoring the sweetness of the cantaloupe he had initially rejected. The next day, while Gu Yanqing was still asleep, Luoyi knocked on his door. Growing increasingly impatient with the incessant knocking, he finally rose to open it. Luoyi stood there, breakfast in hand. Hurry and wash up. Breakfast is ready. Luoyi, are you out of your mind? Do you not find this amusing? Do you think I am the sort to be mollified by a slap followed by a sweet treat? Do not waste your efforts. Glancing at the empty fruit platter on the table, she entered the room, placing breakfast on the table before removing the platter. Gu Yanqing observed her retreat, noting her cleverness. As she exited, a faint smile graced her lips. Gu Yanqing regarded the breakfast. He first washed up and then sat down to eat. Porridge, fried eggs, and milk. Though simple, he mused that one should not overlook the benefits of being served. After finishing, he took the dishes to the kitchen and noticed Luoyi in the living room as he changed into fresh clothes. Sensing he was about to leave, she immediately wondered if he intended to meet that woman from the harbor city. Gu Yanqing, where are you going? That is none of your concern. Luoyi stood resolutely at the doorway, refusing to allow Gu Yanqing to exit. Luoyi, what are you doing? Do you really think you can stop me? He challenged. I'm going with you. Gu Yanqing couldn't help but chuckle at her persistence. Look at yourself, Luoyi. Are you still the aloof president of Shenghua Group? You resemble a jilted wife at the moment. That doesn't matter. If you want to go out, you must take me with you, she insisted. Gu Yanqing chose to settle himself on the sofa in the living room. Meanwhile, Luoyi remained at the entrance, her concern for him evident. She feared he might seek out that woman from Hong Kong again. Yesterday, she had sensed a certain familiarity between them, and she knew he was likely to visit her so early in the day. Gu Yanqing acknowledged that he did indeed plan to meet Xiao Yuejin, to extend his hospitality and show her around Donghai. He preferred not to engage in a standoff with Luoyi, as both could lead their separate lives without interference. Luoyi, can you block me for a day? Can you do it for a lifetime? I will pursue what I wish regardless of your obstruction. And what exactly do you intend to do? She pressed. If you tell me, I might let you go. I'm going to meet that woman from Hong Kong you keep mentioning. You, Gu Yanqing, are already married. Luoyi's voice was filled with indignation as she realized his audacity, her jealousy flaring. You cannot go. My friend is visiting Donghai. Naturally, I must extend my hospitality. Then I will accompany you. Observing her jealousy, Gu Yanqing felt a playful impulse. Her current demeanor intrigued him. It's not convenient for me to take you along. Besides, we are merely in a contractual relationship. There are no restrictions against seeing friends, are there? Now, stay home while I leave. Luoyi firmly grasped his arm, declaring, Gu Yanqing, I will not allow you to go. You must stay with me. She held on tightly, defying his attempts to break free. Luoyi, let go. I will not let go. Gu Yanqing, unwilling to indulge her, wrapped his arms around her, drawing her close. They found themselves gazing into each other's eyes, the air thick with tension, each heartbeat resonating between them. Are you still not going to let go? He asked, his gaze locked on her unwavering grip. I refuse to release you. I will not let you leave. Luoyi was resolute, disregarding any consequences. She had already allowed Gu Yanqing to take advantage of her, so a little more wouldn't matter. Gu Yanqing, with her still clinging to him, carried her to the sofa. Let go, and I promise I won't leave. I don't believe you. You're nothing but a slippery character. Your words are meaningless. Then tell me, what would it take for you to release your hold? You must swear. Very well. I swear that if I go out without your consent, I shall never marry. Luoyi, not easily fooled, sensed the lack of sincerity in his words. Gu Yancheng, you scoundrel. All right, if I go out, I shall have only one wife for the rest of my life, and no other woman shall ever desire me. Is that acceptable? His words provoked a mix of anger and amusement within her. Though not entirely satisfied, she relented and released him. Gu Yancheng took a seat on the sofa, while Luoyi scrutinized him, realizing he was merely toying with her. Gently, she linked her arm with his and said, Husband, I was wrong. I should not have sent someone to follow you. Will you forgive me? Gu Yancheng regarded her, fully aware of her manipulations, yet finding them oddly effective. Stop with the theatrics. I am not swayed by such tactics. Ye Luoyi, undeterred, had researched extensively the previous night and knew this approach was the most effective in dealing with men. How about we have lunch together and then shop? Whatever you desire, I shall buy for you. Ye Luoyi, your audacity is astounding. You exhibit no trace of feminine modesty. Realizing she struck a chord, she pressed on. No man can resist a woman's gentleness. Ye Luoyi was determined to test Gu Yancheng's resolve. If he possessed superior business acumen, then perhaps they could act as a genuine couple, allowing her to manage him without the constraints of their contractual marriage. She worried, however, that he might encounter other women while out, particularly in bars or in Hong Kong, and she needed to ensure their relationship remained secure. She sensed Gu Yancheng's exceptional qualities. Even her parents held him in high regard, and she had no reason to let him slip away. It was essential to keep him close, for it was better to hold on to him than to lose him entirely. You are my husband. Do I need to maintain any pretense before you? Gu Yancheng felt a secret delight, almost grinning from ear to ear. Even though he recognized Ye Luoyi's ploy, he found it rather charming. All right, you may release me. Husband, am I not beautiful? Do I not captivate you? Ye Luoyi, don't act coy. I know exactly what you're up to. What schemes do you believe I possess? Please enlighten me. Gu Yancheng, uninterested in further banter, stood up to ascend the stairs. As pressing matters awaited his attention, he intended to sell stocks next week, having seen initial investments of over 10 million flourish in 7 consecutive price increases. He planned to gradually liquidate his assets over the next week as well. He had invested 400 million in 4 stocks, with 3 already experiencing significant surges. After 6 price increases, he would begin to divest. This venture would yield him 300 million, a lucrative prospect. However, he was not one to chase the last remaining coin, recognizing the complexities of handling substantial capital. The domestic stock market allowed for long-term holdings, but his funds were limited, necessitating immediate liquidity for his business ambitions. His aspirations required hundreds of billions within a year to establish a genuine commercial empire within 15 years. Even if it meant clashing with the elite, he preferred to extract wealth from the commercial elite rather than the common people, using those resources to benefit the populace. As he pondered in his room, Gu Yancheng considered whether Ren Mushue's company establishment process would be viable. Unsure, he decided to call her. Ren Mushue, this is Gu Yancheng. Upon receiving his call, Ren Mushue felt a wave of anxiety. Mr. Gu, how may I assist you? Will the company be ready by next week? I am currently handling the business registration and searching for a suitable office location. You may enlist help. There is no need to do everything yourself. Understood, Mr. Gu. Gu Yancheng hesitated before urging her further. All right, focus on your tasks and call me with any updates. Certainly, Mr. Gu. Ren Mushue recognized that Gu Yancheng was her lifeline. Success in this endeavor was her only path out of her predicament. Kindly share your bank account details with me so that I may transfer the funds to you. You may first address your debt issues. Mr. Gu, I have yet to complete the tasks you entrusted to me. I have always been generous towards those who accompany me in my endeavors. If you were to abscond over such a trifling sum, you would be destined to a life devoid of wealth and prosperity. As Ren Mushue listened to these words, tears streamed down her face. She truly found herself at a loss for words. Gu Yancheng was like a sudden beam of sunlight piercing through the darkness of her life. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Ren Mushue's voice trembled slightly. Ren Mushue, send me your account details. You must diligently fulfill the duties I've assigned to you. All right, thank you, Mr. Gu. Upon hanging up the phone, he awaited a text from Ren Mushue. He then made his way to Ye Luoyi's room. Upon seeing Gu Yancheng enter her chamber, Ye Luoyi sprang up and hurried back. Mr. Gu, what brings you to my room? I need to use your computer. What for? Just for a brief 10 minutes. Ye Luoyi stood there, curious to see what Gu Yancheng intended to do. Noticing her immobility, he asked, What are you doing standing there? I want to see what you're up to. I'm watching a film. Care to join me? Gu Yancheng retorted. If you dare watch it, why should I hesitate? Go ahead, Ye Luoyi replied, skeptical of his audacity. Gu Yancheng chose not to respond and began searching through the D&E drives. What are you doing? She inquired. I'm checking if you have anything readily available. Your computer is filled with nothing but filth, she shot back. Gu Yancheng was aware that there was nothing of the sort, as Luoyi was a rather conservative woman, a rarity these days. You should leave. I have some matters to attend to, and it won't take long. Standing here is akin to guarding against a thief. Luoyi realized that with her presence, Gu Yancheng would not engage in anything untoward. Uncertain of his intentions, but unable to intervene, she chose to exit the room. Gu Yancheng proceeded to operate the computer and transferred 16 million to Ren Muxue, subsequently erasing all records to avoid scrutiny from Luoyi, who was known for her cunning and resourcefulness. She would resort to any means necessary to achieve her goals, often disregarding trivialities. Her intelligence was undeniable. Yet, she could be impulsive when it came to matters she held dear, a fact Gu Yancheng understood all too well. The moment Ren Muxue received the text, she found herself crouched on the floor, covering her face as she wept bitterly. Indeed, she had endured so much during this period. It felt as if she had plummeted from the heights of paradise to the depths of despair. Now, it seemed that all would soon be behind her, the heavy burden in her heart finally beginning to lift. She resolved to fulfill the responsibilities Gu Yancheng had entrusted to her, dedicating her life to him. This decision was resolute. In this world, it was truly rare for anyone to transfer over 10 million after merely meeting once. Ren Muxue felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude toward Gu Yancheng. In Gu Yancheng's text messages, she expressed, "Mr. Gu, thank you. I will certainly work diligently alongside you from now on. For the rest of my life, should you require anything of me, I shall do so without hesitation." Gu Yancheng read her message and felt that this was the unwavering loyalty he sought. Perhaps Ren Muxue would one day stand in the spotlight, receiving various interviews and becoming a true business elite. He would help her achieve her aspirations, and in turn, she would assist him in realizing his ideals. It was a mutual endeavor. As Gu Yancheng descended the stairs, Luoyi observed him, puzzled by what he had accomplished in such a brief span. He took a seat, maintaining a certain distance. Without inquiring about his activities, she remarked, "Mr. Gu, why are you sitting so far away?" "Luoyi, it is better for us to maintain some distance," he replied. "You would rather invest your energy in other women than in me? Don't you ever consider that I might one day be your lifelong wife?" Luoyi stood up, showcasing her alluring figure and even playfully tossing her hair. Gu Yancheng noted her unconventional behavior. "You are indeed captivating. If you could temper your tendency to meddle in my affairs, you would be quite enchanting. At the very least, I would rate you a 95. And what of that woman from the harbor city? How would you rate her?" "She would receive a 92. But if you persist in your current ways, your score would dwindle to 80, he replied. "You are such a rogue," she exclaimed. "I speak only the truth. If you were to change, perhaps we could make it last a lifetime. After all, a beauty like you does evoke a certain allure." Luoyi similit kunojin. Realizing that he was still somewhat taken with her, having been assertive all her life, she found it impossible to relinquish control entirely. Thus, she felt confident in her ability to ultimately win Gu Yancheng over. Chapter 49. The plan commences. Why do you resent my involvement in your affairs? I desire to steer my own life. I refuse to be constrained or dictated by anyone. But I am your wife. Is that not sufficient? No, it is not. No one is. Luoyi gazed at Gu Yancheng, struggling to comprehend his perspective. Gu Yancheng, in turn, recognized that their fundamental disagreement lay here. He was unwilling to expend energy on this matter, while Luoyi would not easily alter her stance. Let us refrain from these discussions. Instead, let's simply coexist as roommates. Luoyi bristled at this suggestion, feeling that he harbored no intention toward her. She was acutely aware of Gu Yancheng's thoughts, yet found herself powerless to change her own. At this juncture, Gu Yancheng lacked the capacity to compel her transformation. On Monday morning, Gu Yancheng drove to the hotel. The contract and the notary were all present. After reviewing the contract terms, he signed without hesitation. Xiao Yuejin observed Gu Yancheng's decisive actions. This marked a new beginning. Xinyu watched as the contract took effect. "Mr. Gu, may our collaboration be fruitful." "Likewise," Gu Yancheng replied. "Lawyer Guo, I appreciate your assistance with Ren Muxue's matters. I will invest in your law firm in 6 months. Xinyu was taken aback, gazing at Gu Yancheng in disbelief. "Mr. Gu, I have never been stingy with those who serve me well, handle my affairs proficiently, and I shall provide for you in the future." "Understood, Mr. Gu. Your lips must remain sealed. I comprehend. Now, please attend to your business." Xinyu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure from Gu Yancheng. He truly offered her much. If she could successfully establish her own law firm within 6 months, it would signify her professional triumph at the tender age of 29. For her, this was an opportunity of a lifetime. Gu Yancheng required a formidable legal team for the substantial scale of his future company, which would inevitably clash with various interest groups. He had to ensure the presence of an exceptional legal team. In the room, only Gu Yancheng and Xiao Yuejin remained. I will transfer 13 billion first. The remaining billion will follow a few days later, as I am currently experiencing cash flow issues. No, Gu Yancheng, I find your confidence astounding. Are you really going to dangle such grand promises before Luoyi? Am I making extravagant promises? It's merely a law firm. How much could it possibly cost? You are indeed self-assured, using your wife's money without her knowledge, carelessly squandering it. What will you do if it results in a loss? Then I shall serve as Yi Luoyi's lackey. Besides, a loss wouldn't benefit you either. No, I'm quite curious. Yi Luoyi appears to be so assertive. If she were to discover the things you've been up to, do you think she would explode in fury? She has said more than a few words. Gu Yancheng's phone rang, and, as expected, it was Yi Luoyi calling. He chose not to answer, fully aware of what she intended to say. Not answering? Indeed, he didn't. Aren't you afraid that Yi Luoyi would terminate your relationship? Gu Yancheng chuckled. A true man has no need for a wife. Gu Yancheng, you're indulging in both soft and hard benefits. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuejin's face illuminated with amusement. When we return to Hangzhou, I have an evening flight. Will you see me off? Go by yourself. I truly have no time. Xiao Yuejin then thought Gu Yancheng was just blustering. Hurry and leave. I certainly don't wish for Yi Luoyi to come to Hangzhou and question me. She won tea, nor would she dare. Focus on your endeavors in Hangzhou, and you shall become the richest woman. Is that truly the case? Indeed. By the way, do you have any contacts to help me find an agent overseas? Xiao Yuejin inquired. What background do you desire? I need someone with a Western identity. I require her to hold shares on my behalf, similar to you. Xiao Yuejin's brow furrowed. What do you intend to do? I wish to acquire shares in several companies. As a citizen of Huaxia, this task is rather challenging. Xiao Yuejin remarked, I had a close friend while studying abroad, but I'm uncertain if she would be willing. What I seek is absolute loyalty. Someone who will heed my directives without bias. Can she meet those criteria? Overseas Chinese may not suffice. That will not do. Listening to Gu Yancheng, Xiao Yuejin found herself puzzled regarding his true intentions. She sensed an air of mystery surrounding him, as if he held many secrets. How shall I assist you in finding this individual? Loyalty and adherence to my instructions will suffice. Allow me to search on your behalf. Gu Yancheng understood that such individuals were difficult to locate, but for the sake of convenience, it was necessary. If a Huaxiao person attempted to acquire shares, they would easily face expulsion if discovered. Yes, that person only needs to hold shares on our behalf, ensuring the origins cannot be traced back to us. Xiao Yuejin seemed to grasp a hint of Gu Yancheng's ambition, which extended beyond the confines of Huaxia. This prompted her to scrutinize him more closely. I shall expedite my search for you. Good, and let this matter remain strictly between us. Gu Yancheng intended to demonstrate to those who prided themselves on their financial prowess what it meant to reap repeatedly. He aimed to utilize financial strategies to harvest their wealth, making it known that he could traverse the same paths they did. One path would involve substantial domestic investment in technological enterprises, promoting national prosperity through innovation. The other would see him investing abroad to reap considerable profits. With his influence, he aspired to elevate Huaxia back to its pinnacle on the world stage. Once he amassed sufficient power, he would launch a financial offensive, ensuring they recognized his might, allowing them to experience the bitterness of loss. This path would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Gu Yancheng was acutely aware that entrenched interest groups would not permit him easy access to their profits. Yet, he aimed to make it clear to those capitalist conglomerates that the excessively profit-driven would inevitably face dire consequences. His ultimate goal was to benefit the common people. Anyone who obstructed him would find him unyielding. As Xiao Yuejin observed the sharpness in Gu Yancheng's gaze, she remained unaware of the true scope of his ambitions. But she recognized that he was meticulously strategizing. His investment direction revealed his radical approach. Upon initially reviewing Gu Yancheng's investment plan, she noted that he could generate over 30 billion in profits within a short period, which left her incredulous. If his predictions held true, it would be akin to divine providence, granting him an omniscient perspective. Gu Yancheng, do you truly possess such confidence? It is merely a matter of probabilities. I am no ordinary individual, Xiao Yuejin. Should you find yourself inscribed in the annals of history, what would you think? Xiao Yuejin replied with a smile. I am merely a merchant, a profit-seeking merchant. While I may achieve historical recognition, I must not be remembered for infamy. Gu Yancheng chuckled. You shall bear the brunt of any infamy. We are currently in the same boat. Gu Yancheng, I assure you, I will not engage in treasonous acts. Fear not. We shall secure our place in history for commendable reasons. Xiao Yuejin merely smiled. She had never contemplated such matters, focusing solely on profit. Chapter 50. the assertive Gu Yancheng. Gu Yancheng regarded Xiao Yuejin without offering any explanations. Securing contacts in the West is indeed quite challenging. Let us seek someone from Europe. There is no need for American contacts. Do you have any resources? Gu Yancheng's primary objective was the small notebook. As for the United States, he had little interest. The small notebook represented his intended targets. He aimed to strike at both the financial and technological sectors while simultaneously acquiring premium global mineral resources. These three pursuits demanded enormous funding, each requiring substantial investment. Gu Yancheng aspired to achieve his goals within 15 years, a daunting task. I have a contact. Is it a man or a woman? A woman. I have no need for men. Why do you only choose women? Women, when adequately compensated, tend to be more compliant. What I require is loyalty. Everything else is secondary. Do you believe I would obey you entirely? I do, and eventually, you will assume the role of financial director at the overseas investment company. This is crucial to the entire situation. Gu Yancheng, what are your intentions? Xiao Yuejin, imagine if we were to become the largest capital group in the world, controlling trillions, or even more. What would you think? Gu Yancheng, you're dreaming. Very well. I shall take my leave, looking forward to the day we reach the pinnacle of the world. After Gu Yancheng departed, Xiao Yuejin felt a ripple of emotions. She sensed that his undertakings were extraordinary. If he succeeded, yielding immense profits, she might genuinely become the richest woman. Her feelings swelled with anticipation. Yet, she could not shake the impression that Gu Yancheng was driven by motives beyond mere wealth. Nonetheless, his trust in her was a novel experience for her. In reciprocation, Xiao Yuejin was destined to be bound to Gu Yancheng. Gu Yancheng drove back to Shenghua Group. Yi Luoyi remained incensed in her office, fully aware that Gu Yancheng might be meeting that woman from Yancheng. She knew all too well, yet when she called him, he did not answer. The mere thought ignited a surge of inexplicable anger within her. She felt as though she were an outsider, while Xiao Yuejin was the woman he truly favored. However, she did not dare to confront him, nor did she find the courage to voice her grievances, succumbing to a multitude of pent-up frustrations. Upon Gu Yancheng's return to the office, the secretary promptly informed Yi Luoyi. She contemplated confronting him, but reason prevailed, reminding her that he would likely remain reticent. Perhaps offering no explanation at all, she composed herself and entered Gu Yancheng's office without inquiring about his whereabouts. The investment department is prepared. Should he say a few words? Then let us proceed. Gu Yancheng rose, and Yi Luoyi followed after him. Yi Luoyi, are you accompanying me? May I not join you to listen? If you choose to accompany me, refrain from speaking. I am accountable to my father and the investment department. I must maintain absolute control, and neither you nor my father may interfere. Gu Yancheng, are you truly so confident? If you want me to do it, it must be this way. Otherwise, I shall not comply. Very well, I shall remain silent. Gu Yancheng and Yi Luoyi walked side by side. As the group buzzed with speculation regarding this newly appointed vice president and director of the investment department, Gu Yancheng, although they were familiar with his appearance, doubts lingered about whether Gu Yancheng possessed any influential connections. When Gu Yancheng entered the investment department, all employees stood in deference, with Yi Luoyi following closely behind. Her presence further intriguing the situation. However, they first addressed Yi Dong before recognizing Gu Zong. Gu Yancheng appeared unfazed, yet Yi Luoyi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Gather all the employees in the conference room. I have several matters to discuss with you. Gu Yancheng entered alongside Yi Luoyi, taking the seat of honor, with Yi Luoyi beside him, creating a somewhat peculiar dynamic. Gu Yancheng spoke first. Ladies and gentlemen, the investment department has just been established. After discussions with Director Yi, we have identified two primary investment directions: smartphones and renewable energy. Thus, I expect you to conduct research on the smartphone industry and uncover emerging companies with potential. Secondly, we shall venture into the realm of renewable energy, particularly focusing on enterprises involved in new energy batteries. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. Gu Zong, isn't this a rather vast leap? Gu Yancheng's expression darkened as he replied, execute my directives. I want the shortlisted companies by Thursday. He offered no further commentary. The employees glanced at one another, some looking toward Yi Luoyi, expecting her to interject. However, Yi Luoyi simply stated, listen to Gu Zong. He calls the shots in the investment department. Gu Yancheng said nothing further and exited the investment department. Gu Yancheng, are you truly this assertive? The truth often lies in the hands of select few, devoid of the need for democracy. What I require is concentration. What about your company? It's in the process of establishment. It should be registered in a few days. And what investments do you plan to pursue? For now, I'm merely biding my time. Gu Yancheng aimed for a balance of income and expenditure, not expecting domestic companies to yield substantial profits. His aspiration was to create a utopian investment enterprise, devoid of profit motives. Can't you just speak honestly with me? The company isn't even established yet. What can I say? Luoyi felt exasperated. Gu Yancheng never spoke a sincere word. I want to meddle in your affairs. Do as you please. Is that agreeable? Gu Yancheng looked at Luoyi. Do you truly believe I would take that at face value? Gu Yancheng, I've stated I want to interfere in your career. Then refrain from asking. Even if you do, I shan't divulge anything. But I'm your wife. I surely have a right to know. Upon hearing this, Gu Yancheng couldn't help but smile at Luoyi's naivety, as she sought to know so much despite their contractual marriage. Do you honestly think I would share that information with you? You scoundrel. Enough. Stop prying. I will ensure that the Yi family receives ample returns. Must you insist on keeping me in the dark? You can pretend to know nothing. I'll handle the matters of the Shenghua investment department. As the elevator doors opened, Luoyi listened to Gu Yancheng's unwavering confidence, baffled by the source of such assurance. It was as though success were an inevitable outcome. Despite her proactive attempts, Gu Yancheng remained unyielding. She realized she faced two choices. One was to disregard him entirely, and the other was to truly embrace her role as his partner, allowing him to share his thoughts with her. Yet, she found herself unable to do so. She still wished to witness Gu Yancheng's accomplishments. Although her instincts told her he would succeed, she needed to see his achievements to solidify her resolve, and she had time on her side. Furthermore, the reason she planned a grand wedding was to announce to the world that Gu Yancheng was her husband, thereby keeping other women at bay, while also pleasing both sets of parents, an endeavor that bore multiple advantages, ultimately placing the initiative in her hands. Gu Yancheng observed Luoyi deep in thought, both of them fully aware of each other's intentions. Chapter 51. Jealousy. Luoyi linked her arm with Gu Yancheng's, only for him to break free and return to his office. A secretary fortuitously witnessed this scene, and it was indeed quite the spectacle. Was Yi Zong such a stunning beauty, possibly Gu Zong's girlfriend? It seemed rather odd, considering Yi Zong frequently visited Gu Zong's office. Emerging with a stern expression, Luoyi remained unperturbed, taking her time as the wedding approached next month. However, she wished to have her wedding photos taken first. Thus, she followed Gu Yancheng into his office. Luoyi, don't you have work? Why do you always follow me? In the afternoon, we'll go to the bridal shop to try on wedding dresses. Gu Yancheng was taken aback. Luoyi, trying on wedding dresses? Are you truly going for the whole package? Why not? You are my husband. Our wedding room must display wedding photos. Do you have any plans this afternoon? Gu Yancheng sighed in resignation. Very well, I shall cooperate with you. With less than a month until their wedding, Luoyi understood that Gu Yancheng would not concern himself with such matters. She was prepared to handle everything. Her mother would take care of all the arrangements, leaving her responsible for the wedding photos and similar tasks. Seeing that Luoyi had yet to leave, Gu Yancheng inquired, Are you not leaving? Gu Yancheng, do you truly dislike me this much? Do you not wish to see me? Just then, the secretary entered. Yizong. The Fong father and son had been kneeling outside the group for several days. Luoyi frowned upon hearing this. She had no intention of acknowledging them. If they wish to kneel, let them. We need not pay them any mind. Her tone was icy, devoid of any sympathy for them. Gu Yancheng listened. Recognizing that pity often begets contempt, he would offer no words in their defense. Yizong, allowing them to kneel like this may tarnish the group's image. Of no consequence. We need not concern ourselves with them. Luoyi turned to Gu Yancheng. What is your take on this? If they choose to kneel, let them. Gu Yancheng no longer felt any compassion for these contemptible individuals. Luoyi understood Gu Yancheng's nature. He was not one to show mercy. She had already witnessed this with a mother and daughter kneeling at their doorstep. In the business world, a necessary ruthlessness is indispensable. She had no obligation to pay for the mistakes of others. Fong Fuding watched as his son's misdeeds threatened to obliterate his life's work. Father, let us go. It's futile. Walk away. You will kneel until you perish here. Father, they clearly will not relent. Kneeling here is a fruitless endeavor. Fong Fuding struck Fong Haiken across the face in frustration. How could I have given birth to such a foolish son? Our Fong family is doomed because of you. Gu Yancheng stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the two kneeling figures. Luoyi approached, while the secretary, puzzled by Gu Yancheng's influence over Yi Zong, discreetly exited. Gu Yancheng, do you think I'm being too harsh? This is merely the beginning. They brought this upon themselves, and that is their fate. I would act similarly. Luoyi felt a surge of joy at Gu Yancheng's endorsement of her approach. However, she also concurred with Gu Yancheng's approach. Some matters necessitate ruthlessness. Fong Fuding was acutely aware that his actions were but a drop in the ocean. His company was burdened with an excess of stock, insufficient to meet Shenghua Group's demands. And the same held true for others. Selling these goods at a loss would result in his complete financial ruin, potentially leading him into debt. His profit margins were already razor thin, as the company relied heavily on efficient operations. This turn of events left him seething with frustration. Dad, let us sell at a low price. We should exit this line of business. Sell? To whom? Our entire fortune is tied up in this. If we sell a loss, we'll go bankrupt. He had inquired around. No real estate firms in Donghai would accept his stock, leaving only the option of selling at a bargain. Fong Fuding was on the brink of madness, having brought his foolish son to apologize. He glanced upward at the top floor, where Luoyi and Gu Yancheng exchanged distant gazes. Gu Yancheng turned and returned to his office chair. At that moment, Yi father entered. Luoyi, what's the situation with that father-son duo at the entrance? Dad, they are our suppliers. Their son harassed me in the mall, so I revoked their supply eligibility. They must be stuck with their goods now. Upon hearing this, Yi father immediately stated, Are you all right? Call the police and have them taken away. Understood. Yancheng, I'll entrust the investment department to you. Don't worry, Dad. Good. Yi father held Gu Yancheng in high regard. His youthful commercial acumen was a rarity, and he looked forward to witnessing Gu Yancheng's performance. As Yi father departed from Gu Yancheng's office, Yi Luoyi checked the time. Let us go out for a meal. It's on me. What are you up to? Trying to bribe me? Are you afraid to go? When someone offers a meal, wouldn't it be foolish not to accept? Just as Gu Yancheng stood up, his phone rang. It was a call from Xiaoyuejin. Gu Yancheng glanced at Yi Luoyi. Hello, I'm leaving. You really want to see me off this afternoon? I have matters to attend to this afternoon, so I can't. You treated me to lunch. I have a flight at 3. Yi Luoyi stood at a distance, unable to hear the conversation clearly, but it was evident that it was that woman, Xiaoyuejin. Eat something yourself. I'll treat you next time we meet. Next time I come to Donghai, you must keep your word. Rest assured, I never break my promises. After Xiaoyuejin hung up, she too harbored expectations regarding Gu Yancheng's confidence and assurance. Yi Luoyi felt a pang of jealousy. Is it that Xiaoyuejin again? How do you know her name is Xiaoyuejin? Why would I know? You should minimize your interactions with her. You are a married man. Maintain your boundaries. Gu Yancheng listened to her words. She is my friend, and we will have many interactions in the future. You should be mentally prepared. Gu Yancheng, what do you mean? Are you interested in Xiaoyuejin? Right now, she is just a friend. Who knows what the future holds? Yi Luoyi was incensed, and she could distinctly sense that Gu Yancheng was deliberately provoking her. Yet, she could not help but feel angry, deep down. She believed Gu Yancheng was her husband, and that he should not have any other women in his life. Not even friends. Let us go. You're treating me to a meal. Gu Yancheng, I forbid you from associating with Xiaoyuejin. Gu Yancheng chuckled. Friends, confidants, are those not permissible? Besides, she might not even be interested in me. Upon hearing this, Yi Luoyi acted impulsively, pinching Gu Yancheng's waist and spinning him around. Gu Yancheng brushed her hand away. Yi Luoyi, if you lay your hands on me again, I will consider ending our relationship. Do you dare? You're attempting to murder your husband. Do you think I cannot end things? Gu Yancheng observed Yi Luoyi, who appeared aloof and decisive in public. Yet behind that facade was a jealous little woman. It was amusing to think that such a wife could be entertaining. Do not resort to violence. Otherwise, I will be equally unyielding. You know I am no pushover. Yi Luoyi, fully aware that he was merely jesting, still did not believe that Gu Yancheng would have any involvement with Xiaoyuejin. After all, he seemed utterly unaffected by her presence with such a stunning beauty like herself around. You just enjoy provoking me. Then broaden your perspective. Do not concern yourself with such matters. If I do find another woman, I will surely inform you, all right? Gu Yancheng and Yi Luoyi raised their voices in unison. All right, I won't provoke you anymore. You will see her again. Perhaps they could even become friends. Yi Luoyi struggled to comprehend what she had done wrong for Gu Yancheng to treat her this way. She wore a look of grievance, feeling as though he relished in tormenting her. Gu Yancheng regarded her expression. Do not feel wronged. Xiaoyuejin cannot compare to you. Cannot compare? Yet you still wish to maintain a connection with her. Friends. Can men and women not share platonic friendship? Yi Luoyi was unconvinced that genuine friendship could exist between men and women, believing it was often rooted in romantic intentions. Gu Yancheng exited the office, with Yi Luoyi following closely behind. Gu Yancheng, do you have other friends? Indeed, they're all female. Gu Yancheng, you're intentionally trying to provoke me. Gu Yancheng found it quite enjoyable to tease Yi Luoyi. He could sense her concern for him and understood her thoughts, sometimes, after spending so much time together. He found it amusing. Besides, such a beautiful woman was a rare find, and she was the first woman he encountered after his rebirth. He could never let her slip away, but a little training was necessary. Otherwise, many future endeavors would be hindered. As Yi Luoyi observed the smile on Gu Yancheng's face, she could no longer resist the urge to act. The two arrived at an underground parking lot. Yi Luoyi drove, while Gu Yancheng sat in the passenger seat. My mother is organizing our wedding. It's going to be extravagant. Do you have any thoughts? I'm all for it. I'll become the envy of everyone in Donghai, and I'll be proud. Luoyi pondered the sincerity behind his words. Do you truly feel that way? Of course. The most beautiful woman in Donghai's business world. How many people dream of this? Who would have thought I would be fortunate enough to encounter you? If I weren't proud, wouldn't that be foolish? Luoyi refrained from commenting, but felt a surge of joy within her. She had always held a strong confidence in her beauty. Gu Yancheng genuinely believed that Luoyi was beautiful, and this was a significant reason for marrying her. Observing Luoyi's uplifted spirits, he realized she was quite easy to please. Luoyi took Gu Yancheng to an exclusive restaurant. Upon surveying the surroundings, she found them quite appealing. The world of the affluent was indeed vibrant and colorful. The private room was reserved for just the two of them. Welcome, Mr. Yi. At that moment, a woman clad in a qipao emerged, appearing to be in her 30s, exuding elegance and grace. Welcome, Mr. Yi. She then turned her gaze toward Gu Yancheng. Yinjia, this is my husband, Gu Yancheng. Yun Mengxing regarded Gu Yancheng, noting his casual attire and striking good looks. I hadn't heard you were married. When is the wedding? On the 16th of next month. Luoyi, congratulations. Be sure to send me an invitation. Of course. Gu Yancheng remained silent, observing the pleasantries exchanged between the women. Was that woman the owner of this establishment? How did you know? Observing her attire. It seems to resonate harmoniously with the prevailing style. Luoyi, upon hearing this remark, noted the keen observation. Gu Yancheng, to refrain from entertaining any notions. Her in-laws wield considerable influence. Oh, how influential. She is the daughter-in-law of the Zhong family. The Zhong family? The Fengyan group belongs to the Zhong family. Its scale 2 to 3 times that of our Shanghua. It is among the most prominent conglomerates in Donghai. Gu Yancheng gazed at Luoyi with some effort. You can manage. Gu Yancheng, shouldn't you be striving alongside me? Gu Yancheng chuckled, stating, my wife is so formidable. She requires no assistance from me. Luoyi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She hoped for Gu Yancheng to join her in striving to elevate Shanghua Group to a leading position in Donghai, which was also her aspiration. You must assist me. I aim to position Shanghua Group as the foremost private enterprise in Donghai. My wife possesses such lofty ideals and ambitions. Will you lend your support? I am currently toiling for you. I am at Shanghua every day, contributing my efforts. Cease your incessant scrutiny. You have already delayed my work significantly. Luoyi shot a discontented glare at Gu Yancheng, aware that he would resort to any trick to avoid her oversight. They ordered 4 dishes and a soup. Gu Yancheng tasted the food and found it delightful. The affluent truly know how to indulge. Observing Gu Yancheng devouring his meal with such fervor, she advised, slow down. No one is vying for your food. Luoyi, I must say, this restaurant is quite exquisite. Please arrange for a membership card for me. You can dine here next time. Just charge it to my account, but under no circumstances may you bring another woman. Gu Yancheng regarded Luoyi's demeanor, recognizing the weight of his responsibilities. Understood. There are eyes everywhere. Should I bring someone, you would certainly be aware. I am not foolish. Luoyi retorted brusquely, yet her hands continued their task, serving Gu Yancheng food. He accepted graciously. Having such a considerate wife at home, despite her culinary shortcomings, is still quite endearing. Uncharacteristically, Gu Yancheng also served Luoyi. A smile graced her face, bringing her joy. Gu Yancheng took note of it all. After their meal, Luoyi led Gu Yancheng to a bridal shop. The establishment was filled with exquisite wedding gowns, bustling with customers. A staff member promptly approached them. Welcome to Vainshire. Sir and madam, where's your manager? The attendant, upon observing Luoyi's refined demeanor, immediately summoned the manager. Good day, madam. I'm the proprietor and manager here. May I inquire if you offer custom wedding gown services? Certainly. May I ask when your wedding is scheduled? The 16th of next month. Upon hearing this, the manager realized the timeline was rather tight. While price is not a concern, I require a unique design. We can create a bespoke design for you. Excellent. Sir, madam, we have a selection of wedding gowns for you to try. Please share your preferences, and we will tailor the design accordingly. Luoyi turned to Gu Yancheng. If you wish to try, then do so. The manager escorted them to the upscale VIP section. Gu Yancheng observed the multitude of gowns, while Luoyi hoped he would choose one for her. Yet, Gu Yancheng remained still. Husband, will you not assist me in selecting one? Gu Yancheng, seeing her eager expression, meticulously picked out a gown for her. Luoyi regarded the delicate, vintage lace wedding dress in his hands and playfully remarked, You wish to see me in this? Let me try it on first. Since there were no other patrons around, Luoyi felt slightly shy, but decided to showcase her allure for Gu Yancheng. As she entered the changing room, Gu Yancheng brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 53. Luoyi, ethereal as a celestial being. Gu Yancheng, sat waiting for Luoyi to emerge, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the changing room, eagerly awaiting the sight of her in the wedding gown. When Luoyi finally stepped out, she stood there, her face aglow with a smile, reminiscent of a blossoming magnolia, seemingly enveloped in a halo of purity. The gown clung to her exquisite figure, rendering her utterly breathtaking. Gu Yancheng's gaze remained fixated on Luoyi. Sensing his admiration, she felt a surge of satisfaction. She had never doubted her charm, and was confident Gu Yancheng would be captivated, as he merely wished to see her yield. Yet she was not oblivious, too. Yet she sought to elicit his concession. Do you find it beautiful? Indeed, it is stunning. The few suits at home had never been worn by Gu Yancheng. She had yet to witness him in formal attire. Change into a suit. Let's stand together and capture a few photographs. That seems rather cumbersome. I shall forego it. Sir, we also offer custom suits here. You and your wife complement each other so well. We can create a suit that pairs perfectly with her gown. You should go and change. I will assist you in choosing the style. Luoyi selected an elegant British-style suit for Gu Yancheng. Reluctantly, he made his way to the changing room, nudged along by Luoyi's encouragement. Outside, she awaited eagerly, desiring to see how he would look in a suit. As he met her aesthetic standards, handsome, with a striking jawline and towering over her by half a head, they made a striking pair. When Gu Yancheng emerged clad in his suit, Luoyi beheld him truly dashing. Of course, her decision to marry him stemmed from the perception of his modest background, making him easier to manage, but his appearance also aligned with her preferences, an essential aspect. Luoyi felt a sense of awe looking at Gu Yancheng. Gu Yancheng, too, felt a surge of confidence. His allure extended beyond mere looks, encompassing an overall self-assurance. Luoyi linked her arm through his, prompting a staff member to capture several photographs of the two, both beaming with smiles. The manager personally attended to them, remarking that in her years of running the shop, she had never encountered such a stunning couple, both possessing remarkable grace. Gu Yancheng, while suited, felt somewhat out of place, yet he obliged Luoyi in taking numerous photographs. Luoyi wished to try on more wedding gowns, but Gu Yancheng quipped, with looks like yours, any gown would suit you perfectly. There's no need to try further. Is that truly so? Do you doubt your own beauty? It is not a matter of doubt, but rather, do you not wish to witness me at my most radiant? Gu Yancheng leaned closer to Luoyi's ear and whispered, I've already seen you at your most beautiful. Luoyi, perceptive as ever, understood his implication and playfully swatted him. Gu Yancheng wrapped his arms around her waist, saying, Enough of the trying on. We shall wait until your custom gown arrives. After some contemplation, Luoyi agreed, though she found Gu Yancheng's occasional surprising remarks quite unbearable. Once they had changed back, they communicated their requirements to the manager, with Gu Yancheng settling the deposit. Just as they settled into the car, Gu Yancheng's phone rang. It was Ren Mushua calling. Gu Yancheng glanced at Luoyi before answering. Mr. Gu, I have resolved my personal matters, thanks to Lawyer Gu's assistance. Good. Let us now concentrate on work. Please ensure the company is registered by the end of this week. Understood. Do you have any other matters? Mr. Gu, may I inquire if you are available? My mother wishes to invite you to dinner as a gesture of gratitude. Perhaps we can arrange that in the future. Luoyi Leonid Kolosov. And Gu Yancheng switched the phone to his other hand. She could not hear the voice on the other end of the phone, but it seemed to belong to a woman. Once Gu Yancheng hung up, she inquired, Who was that? My sister. Sister? What sister? You're an only child. Cousin. Is that not acceptable? You're pulling my leg. And what about your company registration? Why not utilize Xinghua's resources? What? Do you want me to live off you forever? Gu Yancheng, what is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. Is it truly necessary to draw such clear lines? Gu Yancheng, now intrigued, asked Luoyi, If I were to earn 100 billion, would you allow me to share some with you? That would mean I get half, but I don't want the money. I want the right to know. Gu Yancheng chuckled. What are you laughing at, Gu Yancheng? I am your wife. Is it appropriate for you to keep secrets from me? We can discuss it once you become my true wife. He then drove home. Ren Mushua initially thought Gu Yancheng would agree, but was surprised by his outright refusal. They had merely met once, yet he trusted her so deeply. She had also conversed with Lawyer Gu, and their meetings had been infrequent. When Gu Xinhua learned about Ren Mushua's acquaintance with Gu Yancheng regarding the transfer of 16 million and the involvement of Xiao Yuejin, they began to question his motives, as their initial interactions had been based on lucrative promises. Yet, his words carried an undeniable weight, instilling a sense of genuine sincerity when he promised money. It was indeed forthcoming, not mere empty promises. Gu Xinhua truly recognized Gu Yancheng's vision. Following him would not lead to loss, and one could attain everything desired. Now, Ren Mushua had to manage all affairs, the office space, talent recruitment, and company registration. Fortunately, with Lawyer Gu's assistance, the process was manageable. Otherwise, she would have found it quite daunting as she had never undertaken such tasks alone. Throughout the journey, Luoyi kept her eyes fixed on Gu Yancheng, who found amusement in her incessant need to meddle and her penchant for jealousy. All right, in due time, you'll come and know everything. Why can I know now? Because we are sleeping in separate rooms. Once we share a room, I shall tell you. You dream on. Aren't we married? Isn't it natural for us to share a bed? Not at this moment. Why not? We have a marriage certificate. Are you suggesting we wait until the wedding night? Gu Yancheng was aware that Luoyi would not agree, yet he relished teasing her. He understood her thoughts. She yearned to witness his professional accomplishments. But you haven't pursued me or taken any substantial actions. Our marriage was born out of necessity. If you desire me to be your true wife, you must make me fall in love with you and show some progress in your career. Right now, your idleness renders you unworthy of me. Gu Yancheng chuckled again. Luoyi, this is akin to investment. When you identify a promising stock, do you not invest heavily? Once that stock soars, your opportunity will vanish. Luoyi responded with a smile. Then I am also an original shareholder. No one can strip me of that right, can they? You are merely a founding elder. Not yet a shareholder. That is not correct. I am both a founding elder and an original shareholder, and you will always owe me half. Luoyi laughed heartily. I am the founder and can expel the elders at any time. Without my approval, that is impossible. Luoyi countered directly. Chapter 54. On what grounds should I concede? That depends on your ability to hold on. The verbal sparring between Gu Yancheng and Luoyi was evenly matched. If I do not agree, no one can oust me. Luoyi confidently asserted again. Gu Yancheng regarded her silently, aware of his own intentions. He knew precisely what he sought, and no one could impede him. He was not one to be easily swayed by romantic entanglements. Observing Gu Fuxing's silence, Luoyi perceived that she was investing in Gu Yancheng, believing him to be a promising stock. Thus, she felt compelled to ascertain his tangible value before risking her entire future. She knew she must proceed with caution. Gu Yancheng understood Luoyi. Perhaps there was sincerity in her heart, but more so, a calculation of gains and losses. He did not wish to be mired in such emotional entanglements indefinitely. Money was not his primary pursuit. He sought a life enriched by a devoted partner who understood and supported him while he battled external challenges. In truth, some of Luoyi's behaviors created a slight illusion for him, making her appear as an ideal wife. Yet at times, she revealed her mercantile nature. Upon returning home, Luoyi lingered in the living room while Gu Yancheng ascended the stairs. She sensed a subtle shift in his demeanor, believing her silence was justified. Gazing at photographs, she contemplated hiring a professional photographer, feeling quite pleased. Before long, the weekend arrived. Gu Yancheng had liquidated his stocks, netting nearly 300 million. The Hong Kong-based myth investment company had already injected $1.5 billion. The domestic company, named Tianxia Investment Company Limited, was established with a capital of 500 million, marking the completion of Gu Yancheng's strategy. Tianxia Investment Company Limited aimed to initiate an industrial layout, necessitating the recruitment of exceptional professionals in chip manufacturing, spanning from equipment to chips and beyond. He arranged to meet Ren Muxue at a cafe. Observing her cautiously seated across from him, she appeared to embody the demeanor of an employee before her boss. Ren, there is no need for such formality. We are partners. While you will heed my guidance, we are equals. All right, Gu, enjoy your coffee. Gu Yancheng regarded Ren Muxue, once a privileged heiress, who, after facing life's challenges, had gained insight, still clad in her formal office attire. Ren Muxue, you need not dress so formally. We are collaborators and friends. Relax a bit. I invited you today to discuss the future development of Tianxia Investment. Ren Muxue pulled out her notebook, waiting for Gu Yancheng to speak. There is no need for you to be so anxious. Let us converse first, and I will later guide you on how to proceed. I think I should jot this down to avoid missing anything. Her demeanor elicited a smile from Gu Yancheng. Tianxia Investment Company may not prioritize profit as its primary goal. Significant upfront investments are likely to be required. However, I will secure the necessary funds for Tianxia Investment from other sources. Our business segments will primarily focus on high technology. We will engage in chip manufacturing, as well as the design, production, and manufacturing of associated equipment. Gu, this endeavor requires a substantial financial commitment. Can we bear the costs? That is not your concern. I will manage the financial aspect. Additionally, I intend to invest in various projects, including stock market investments. 500 million may not suffice, but I will inject another billion shortly. Your task is to recruit talent. You will implement this process. I will not concern myself with the details, but I seek genuinely capable and ambitious individuals. Budget is no object. I want results. Ren Muxue listened, astonished, realizing they were starting from scratch with enormous expenditures ahead. She had never contemplated these matters, Her only concern was whether she could fulfill these tasks. As for the chips, the initial phase is fundamentally about talent costs. I require the establishment of a talent pipeline, and the equipment must be designed within 3 years. Additionally, chip design talent is paramount. The production can be deferred for a while. Understood. Regarding project investment, you only need to assemble a small team for negotiations. There is no need for extensive research. Just invest according to my directives. In terms of financial investments, you simply need to recruit an operational team and execute my instructions, leaving the rest to me. Very well, Mr. Gu. I will complete the latter 2 tasks next week. However, concerning the chip segment, it may demand considerable time and effort, and I might not be able to finalize it in the short term. Proceed as you envision. Ren Muxue gazed at Gu Yancheng. His ambition was palpable, yet she felt a twinge of anxiety about whether she could keep pace with him. Ren Muxue, you can delegate tasks to your subordinates. For matters that can be resolved with financial resources, spend accordingly. There is no need to scrimp on costs. What I require is efficiency and talent. We shall recruit them at competitive salaries. Financial concerns should not weigh on you. Your focus should solely be on executing my directives without reservation. Understood. Money is not my primary concern. Achieving results is. Our goal is to gather the world's finest talents and realize our aspirations. I comprehend. You will encounter increasingly abundant resources in the future. Once the chip project succeeds, we will dominate the domestic market, potentially even the global market. The profits we stand to gain are beyond imagination. Gu Yancheng has spent a decade laying the groundwork to shatter what Europe and America take pride in. Pei Muxu. These matters must remain confidential. We should not reveal our strengths prematurely. Understood. All right. You may resume your tasks. Do not involve yourself in every detail. Ensure you have capable individuals to assist you and spend as necessary. Thank you, Mr. Gu. In Harbor City, Xiao Yuejin acted on Gu Yancheng's instructions to establish a position in stock index futures, resulting in an impressive profit of 80 within a mere 4 days, nearly doubling her investment. The speed of this financial gain was astounding, leaving her incredulous at his precise forecasting. Such accuracy raised questions following his guidance. The total earnings could amount to approximately 4 times the initial investment, translating to 6 billion in just a month. She found it hard to believe that the forthcoming operations next year, under his directives, could yield hundreds of billions, truly akin to an ATM. Was Gu Yancheng privy to insider information? Upon arriving home, Gu Yancheng found Luoyi waiting for him in the living room. He had been out driving since early morning. She expressed her irritation. Where have you been? I went for a coffee. Give me your account details. I will return the 10 million I borrowed from you. What do you mean? A loan must be repaid? I said I would return it. Luoyi felt a wave of discomfort. What was he implying? Gu Yancheng, are you trying to maintain distance from me? Our relationship should be about cooperation and mutual benefit, and there is no need for anything beyond that. Have I never meant anything to you? Do you care so little about our marriage? Or are you merely trying to control me? I am quite assertive, as you know, and there are certain matters on which I will not yield. If you refuse to compromise, this issue will persist. Luoyi, feeling both discontented and aggrieved, retorted, Gu Yancheng, what gives you the right to demand my compromise? Chapter 55. Can you chase me? Luoyi, if you refuse to compromise, then let us divorce. There is no need for a wedding. So, in your eyes, I can simply be discarded? I will not yield. The decision lies with you. I won't pressure anyone. Gu Yancheng, you are a scoundrel. Despite feeling deeply wronged, Luoyi refrained from harsh words, maintaining a sense of decorum. Gu Yancheng was keenly aware that he had pushed her to the brink of concession. Fine, think it over. I will return your family S shares before the year ends. Hearing this, Luoyi felt a surge of panic. What do you mean, Gu Yancheng? Are you intent on severing all ties with me? It depends on you. If you wish to live a good life, stop trying to control me. That applies to anyone. Gu Yancheng was serious, and Luoyi sensed this. She could not fathom why he was intolerant of even this minor issue. Gu Yancheng, what do you want from me? Haven't I done well? I am your wife, legally bound to you. Do you truly harbor no affection for me? Are you prepared to cast me aside? Luoyi looked at Gu Yancheng with a pitiful expression, and he found it hard to resist her plea, replying, just amend that aspect of yourself. I will inform you. I will tell you everything. Your incessant questioning is bothersome to me as well. Let us give each other some space. How can I feel at ease when you do not share anything with me? Luoyi imploded. What do you wish to know? I will disclose what I can. What is your relationship with Xiao Yuejin? We are friends. What is the name of your new company? Who is the manager? A man or a woman? The company is called Tianxia Investment Company Limited, and the manager is Ren Muxue. Another woman? Women are obedient. Obedient? I wonder if you have ulterior motives. I wish to meet her. Later. She is currently very busy. Is your new company in need of personnel? I can arrange a few for you. Luoyi, you are overstepping. My company has its own vision. Do not interfere. That is all I can say. Seeing Gu Yancheng slightly relent, Luoyi chose not to press further. What shall we have for lunch? I will have the housekeeper prepare something, or we can dine out. You decide. I have no preference. Gu Yancheng observed Luoyi. In truth, he simply desired her compliance. Losing such a wonderful wife would be a loss beyond measure. Send me your bank account details so I can transfer the money. Wasn't it for a month? Have you earned a lot? I made a bit. Luoyi feigned ignorance, knowing he possessed 20 billion and was curious about his earnings. As for those shares, you are not to return them to my father, understood? Then they are yours. That should suffice. I don't want them. Gu Yancheng suppressed a chuckle at Luoyi's response. You don't want them? What about that sum? Aren't you being foolish? Gu Yancheng, you cannot divorce me. You cannot sever ties. Then be obedient, and I assure you I will never initiate a divorce and will treat you well for life. Hearing these words, Luoyi's expression softened, finally hearing something reassuring from Gu Yancheng. Shall we head out for lunch? Let's go to that restaurant we visited last time. All right, let's go. Gu Yancheng glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock. Luoyi changed into a silk blouse paired with a casual jacket, a skirt, and stockings. Her hair cascaded in soft waves, her figure stunningly beautiful. The simplicity of her outfit only enhanced her elegance. Gu Yancheng gazed at Luoyi, realizing that parting with her would be a grave mistake. Do you look good? Yes, I do. Luoyi felt a wave of satisfaction at his affirmation. In her eyes, once intimacy was established and marriage occurred, fidelity was paramount. She linked her arm through Gu Yancheng's. Let us go. Gu Yancheng pondered for a moment, feeling as though he had fallen into Luoyi's clever trap. This woman was no ordinary female. She possessed remarkable cunning, adept at adapting to circumstances. Why are you looking at me? He inquired. You're quite handsome, and I simply enjoy gazing at you, Luoyi replied, a knowing smile gracing her lips, enhancing her beauty. She handed the car keys to Gu Yancheng. You drive. Luoyi, you're quite something, he remarked. What is wrong with that? She replied, her expression radiating pride. You truly are a skilled performer. You still have feelings for me. Besides, where else could you find a wife like me? Don't take me for granted. Luoyi, you certainly know how to play your cards, he acknowledged. I could say the same about you. When Luoyi heard him mention that he intended to return the shares to her father before the year's end, her heart skipped a beat. This held two implications. First, it signified a desire to maintain distance. Second, it indicated that he had already amassed significant initial capital, and the sum was quite substantial. Mutual understanding, Gu Yancheng observed, regarding Luoyi, truly a formidable woman. As long as she didn't interfere with him, he was willing to dedicate some energy to assist her aspirations of expanding the Shenghua group. Can't you give a little ground? She pressed. Could you not consider my feelings? Luoyi rolled her eyes at him. As Gu Yancheng drove, Luoyi occupied the passenger seat. In truth, once the wedding was concluded, they would undoubtedly share the same bed that night. Perhaps at that time she could consider. Her thoughts drifted to the wedding and company matters. He had directly invested in two companies, Dami Technology and Yuta New Energy, each receiving a 10 billion investment for a 15 stake. She had reviewed the data in detail and believed these two companies held immense potential. Should they succeed, they would become leading enterprises in the country, with market values in the hundreds of billions or even trillions, yielding investment returns in the dozens or even hundreds of times. From investment perspective, Luoyi regarded Gu Yancheng as possessing remarkable insight. Thus, her impression of him shifted. He was not merely coasting along, but rather was a man with a well-laid plan. To forsake such a man would be sheer folly. I empathize with you. If you have any matters to discuss, do so with me. Would I not support your entrepreneurial endeavors? Would I not wish for my husband to achieve great success? Gu Yancheng smiled. All right, I have something to discuss with you. So refrain from your usual antics. I understand, but communication is key. We are husband and wife. Luoyi emphasized, deliberately stressing the term husband and wife. All right, I get it, he replied, and she smiled in satisfaction. Luoyi was indeed hopeful about Gu Yancheng pursuing her. She had no idea what being in a romantic relationship felt like. She simply enjoyed bickering with him, even if she often lost. When will you put this into action? She pressed. Isn't it happening right now? What do you mean? She queried. Isn't dating about dining and whining, followed by, well, you know? Gu Yancheng regarded Luoyi, who wore a puzzled expression, his face alight with amusement. What do you mean by that? She asked. Just the intimate activities between men and women, he replied, prompting an immediate urge within her to pinch him. Don't move, I'm driving. If you keep spouting such indecent remarks, I will strangle you. What else do men and women do, aside from romantic gestures? Luoyi shot back, glaring at him. The car soon arrived at the restaurant. Yu Island Qinxue, a name that exuded poetic charm. Just as they alighted, another vehicle approached, revealing the restaurant's owner, a woman of gentle demeanor and striking beauty, scoring a solid 94 in attractiveness, just slightly less than Luoyi. "Mizzy, Mr. Gu, welcome to the restaurant," she greeted. "Yeah, you really take your work seriously by coming in on weekends," Luoyi remarked. This was the second time Yancheng had met Gu Yancheng, and she couldn't help but feel curious about him, this man who elicited such warmth from Luoyi. She regarded him with newfound respect. Gu Yancheng, in turn, scrutinized Yancheng. "Just passing the time at home, so I thought I'd come see the restaurant," he replied. The three of them entered together, with Luoyi linking her arm through Gu Yancheng's. Gu Yancheng felt a familiar warmth at this gesture. It was a recurring occurrence. Yancheng noticed this as well, smiling softly, clearly recognizing that Luoyi held Gu Yancheng in high regard. Instead of opting for a private booth, Luoyi chose a table by the window in the main dining area. "Why were you staring at Yancheng earlier?" she inquired. "What? She's quite beautiful. Can I not admire her?" he retorted. "You are not allowed to look at her. Is she more beautiful than me? Just look at me," she insisted. "Fine. I will look at you then." At that moment, Yancheng passed by not far away, and Gu Yancheng's gaze instinctively followed her. Luoyi, noticing his expression, felt a surge of irritation. "Gu Yancheng, my eyes just happened to fall on her. She is not as beautiful as you. You are the most stunning," he assured her. "You are not allowed to look." Okay, I won't look," he conceded. Luoyi truly thought that if she knew all the women in her company, she might just explode. As Gu Yancheng contemplated this, his phone rang. It was Xiao Yueqin calling. "I need to step outside to take this call," he said. Luoyi almost voiced her concern but held back, allowing him to answer. "Xiao Mainf, you called me over the weekend. Is there good news?" Gu Yancheng asked. "I've been in touch with a classmate from Europe. She is interested. Should I have her come directly to Donghai? Or should I accompany her? Why not have you both come? My English isn't great, and is she reliable? Is she trustworthy? Do you doubt me, Gu Yancheng?" She countered. "It's not doubt. It's just that some things must be approached with caution. I require absolute loyalty. Rest assured, she'll be completely reliable. After all, the European branch is under your management as the financial director, a subsidiary of Mythic Investments. That's a responsibility. I want to interfere. Is it really that easy to be a boss, Gu Yancheng?" "Xiao Mainv, we are embarking on monumental endeavors. We cannot afford to show any weakness," he replied. "Understood. You can count on me. When you both arrive in Donghai, we can meet and discuss things. I would like to meet her as well." "All right. By the way, do you know how much profit we made this week?" "No. Indictenme. We VE made a floating profit of 1.2 billion at this rate. We'll soon distribute dividends." "How did you pull that off?" "I'll tell you when you come to Donghai next time. You better not be deceiving me. Is there anything else you need?" "No, you, the hands-off manager, seem impatient. Are you with Luoyi? Or are you just worried she'll be upset?" "Xiao Yueqin, do you think I'm afraid of my wife?" "Who knows? When will you introduce us to your wife? I need to see for myself." At this moment, Yancheng was upstairs, observing Gu Yancheng intently. She had instructed someone to investigate his background, for marrying Luoyi certainly indicated that he was no ordinary individual. After finishing his phone call, Gu Yancheng looked up and met Yancheng's gaze. There was a certain allure about this woman that he found intriguing. Meanwhile, Luoyi was watching Gu Yancheng from outside, pondering why his call had lasted so long. "All right, when the opportunity arises, I shall arrange for you two to meet. I'll hang up now, but do call me before you arrive." "Understood, but you must treat me to a meal. As the boss, can I really be stingy?" "All right, I'll remember that." After ending the call, Gu Yancheng glanced at Yancheng, who had since left. Truly, this woman possessed a certain charm. When he returned to the dining table, he quipped, "Don't ask. It was Xiao Yueqin who called. Why can't you discuss matters with a friend in front of me? There are indeed some things that are not convenient to mention. After all, she's in Hong Kong and I am in Donghai. What can we do? Are we to communicate across the distance? And you treat me like a child, as if I were your son. Is this how a husband should behave?" Luoyi was quite exasperated by his words. "Fine, I won't pry any further. But if she comes to Donghai, you must inform me. I need to meet her." "Haven't you met her before?" "That was merely a casual encounter. I want a proper introduction." "All right." Luoyi had already placed her order. As Gu Yancheng savored the exquisite dishes at the upscale restaurant, he realized that while it was indeed a lavish experience, he had not fully acclimated to this opulent lifestyle. Yet, upon seeing the substantial amount in his bank account, he felt surprisingly unexcited, devoid of the typical exuberance one might expect from someone suddenly wealthy. This realization caught even him off guard. Luoyi served him more food. He had a hearty appetite and, astonishingly, remained fit without any apparent exercise, qualities that made her envious. Observing the couples around them, all engaged in lively conversations, Luoyi noted Gu Yancheng's singular focus on his meal. "Gu Yancheng, look at other husbands and boyfriends, and then look at yourself. There's no need to pity them." Upon hearing this, Luoyi couldn't help but chuckle, amused by his antics. Gu Yancheng, have you truly reached the heights of shamelessness? Well, as long as you're happy, I'll take you to the movies this afternoon. Luoyi felt satisfied upon hearing this. It had been years since she had last watched a film, and going with a man was a rare first for her. As she beamed with joy, Gu Yancheng reflected on how she had so carelessly married him, and he felt a twinge of guilt. Luoyi, how about we switch things up a bit? What do you think? What do you mean? You pursue me. How does that sound? Are you serious? I've never even dated before. How could I pursue you? Neither have I, and I wouldn't know how to pursue either. Your chances would surely be higher if you pursued me. After all, it's easier for a woman to chase a man. Are you speaking sensibly? Is your intent merely to take the easier route? Gu Yancheng was merely teasing Luoyi, finding her adorable in her stubbornness, an intriguing blend of aloofness and vulnerability. No, you must pursue me, she insisted, gazing at him with mock anger as she continued to serve him food. Fine, I shall pursue you, he conceded, unable to resist her charm. Luoyi, having discovered Gu Yancheng's weakness, knew that a touch of vulnerability and a playful demeanor would win him over. This was a game she had mastered, especially with him. She extended her bowl, and he obliged by serving her, relishing the shared intimacy. They finished their lunch, with Gu Yancheng picking up the tab. Luoyi didn't protest. After all, what belonged to him was also hers. Besides, it seemed customary for men to pay during courtship, and Gu Yancheng's traditional views only reinforced this expectation. Before leaving, Gu Yancheng glanced back, unexpectedly locking eyes with Yun Mengqing, which struck him as a peculiar coincidence, though their exchange was merely a fleeting moment. Gu Yancheng then took Luoyi to a more upscale shopping mall and cinema, where the crowds were plentiful. He didn't wish for others to gawk at his stunning wife, and, thankfully, she was dressed modestly. You should link your arm with mine, he suggested. Luoyi smiled but replied, I want tea. Without hesitation, Gu Yancheng took her hand, and though she instinctively attempted to pull away, he held firm, refusing to grant her that freedom. Did I agree to this? She protested. And when you linked your arm with mine, did you ask for my consent? Luoyi considered his reasoning. That's unfair. Gu Yancheng pulled her closer and then released her hand, instead wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Gu Yancheng, let go of me. There are so many people around. What of it? You're my wife. What is wrong with holding you? Release me. Everyone is watching. Yet he continued to stroll through the mall with her in his embrace. Luoyi donned sunglasses, and Gu Yancheng made no effort to hide their connection, proudly displaying her as if he were flaunting a trophy. She sensed his deliberate intent, but chose not to voice any objections, allowing him to hold her. As they entered the cinema, the screen was showcasing Titanic. Gu Yancheng purchased 2 tickets along with popcorn and soda. Despite her sunglasses, Luoyi's breathtaking beauty and enticing figure drew the attention of everyone around. She naturally draped her arm over Gu Yancheng's, eliciting envious whispers from those nearby. Once seated, Luoyi leaned in and whispered, Gu Yancheng, if you treat me poorly and I end up leaving with someone else, you'll have no one to blame but yourself. You wouldn't dare. No one else would want you. Why wouldn't anyone dare? Because anyone who covets you, I shall take care of. Luoyi's face broke into a radiant smile upon hearing his response. In a playful gesture, Gu Yancheng took 2 pieces of popcorn and stuffed them into her mouth, prompting Luoyi to swat at him in protest. What do you think you're doing? I'm just keeping you on your toes. And I had to teach you a lesson. Who is scheming against you? I merely wanted to hear what you would say. Your answer was quite satisfactory. As the film commenced, Gu Yancheng found little interest, while Luoyi watched intently, deeply moved. The movie lasted over 3 hours, and midway through, Gu Yancheng succumbed to sleep, resting his head on her shoulder. Luoyi was touched by the film's emotional depth, yet felt a pang of annoyance as she watched him sleep. When a movie reached its climax, tears streamed down her face. She instinctively used his shirt to dab her tears away. And when Gu Yancheng awoke to see her in such a state, he silently observed, choosing not to speak. After she finished wiping her tears and raised her gaze to meet his, she found him already looking at her. Luoyi, is this appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? I'm merely using my husband's shirt to wipe my tears. Is this what moved you to tears? Shouldn't it? The love between Jack and Rose transcended nearly a century. If such love were truly unwavering, shouldn't Rose have remained unmarried for life? After hearing this, Luoyi fell into a moment of silence, but then she remarked, Jack, watching from heaven, must hope for Rose's happiness. Gu Yancheng, let me ask you, if you were Jack, would you do the same? If I knew that was the outcome, I would not. And if Rose were to live a life of solitude for your sake, would you still? Perhaps I would. As Luoyi listened to this response, she seemed to comprehend Gu Yancheng. Truly devoted women deserved such sacrifices. What about you? Would you do the same? If it were the man I deeply loved, I would. Even if he were to survive and marry another woman, would you still? I would hope she finds happiness and joy. Upon hearing this answer, Gu Yancheng fell into silence. If I were to give you another answer, How would you choose? I would never allow my woman to fall into such despair. Listening to this response, though it evaded a direct answer, it still bore a sense of responsibility and commitment. Luoyi said nothing further. It was a passable response at best. The two exited the cinema, and Luoyi pulled Gu Yanchen toward the shopping mall. However, it wasn't long before they encountered Yun Mengxing again, which seemed quite serendipitous. Sister Yun, why are you shopping alone? Where's Mr. Zhong? He had matters to attend to. I was feeling bored, so I came to browse. What about you? My husband and I just finished watching a movie and planned a stroll around the mall. Gu Yanchen smiled at Yun Mengxing, who seemed to perceive a glimmer of greed in his gaze. This made Yun Mengxing feel somewhat uneasy, as if she were the prey. While shopping, Gu Yanchen inquired, have you met Mr. Zhong of the Fengyun Group? Of course I have. He's quite formidable. The Fengyun Group has developed rapidly in recent years, and he is undoubtedly a pivotal figure. Luoyi produced a photo for Gu Yanchen to see. Upon his first glance, he felt an uncanny resemblance to the child in He Jiai's womb. Gu Yanchen's expression turned sharp. It dawned on him that in his previous life, he had raised a child in the Zhong family for over a decade, and his inner fury was palpable. It was no wonder He Jiai had gone mad. Having gained nothing from the Zhong family, she had ensnared him for life. He still had to settle the score. As it was connected to Zhong Jianlin, Gu Yanchen regained his composure. Yi Luoyi, observant as ever, asked Gu Yanchen, do you feel you ought to become like him? I certainly shall not become him. Should I not strive to surpass him? Yi Luoyi chuckled. That is a valid point. However, Gu Yanchen glanced back at Yun Mengxing's silhouette, and a scheme flickered through his mind. Those involved would not find peace. Luoyi, what does the Fengyun Group specialize in? They primarily focus on real estate. We lean towards commercial properties, while they concentrate on housing. Gu Yanchen resolved to have someone investigate the financial status and core operations of the Fengyun Group, as he aimed to bring them to ruin. He asked no further questions. Within 2 years, he intended to bring the Fengyun Group to its knees. As for the Zhong family and He Jiai, he would ensure they experienced true despair. Yi Luoyi valkit alongside Gu Yanchen. Yun Mengxing glanced back at him, her instincts warning her of his ulterior motives. Yet, she acknowledged that to associate with Yi Luoyi, he must possess some capability. She was merely waiting for her investigative report. Gu Yanchen and Yi Luoyi continued shopping, with Yi Luoyi purchasing numerous garments for him, packing up everything she deemed satisfactory, leaving Gu Yanchen's hands filled with bags. Luoyi, why do I feel as if I am being pampered by a wealthy woman? Gu Yanchen, which man is as fortunate as you? Gu Yanchen chuckled. You have a point. In this life, I truly am fortunate. Not only have I been reborn, but I also have a wife who fell from the heavens, such as fate and luck. Yi Luoyi observed Gu Yanchen's relaxed demeanor. He seemed indifferent to these matters. Each time they settled the bill, he would casually declare, my wife is paying. She handles the finances. This made Yi Luoyi smile brightly as she paid, and the sales assistant joined in the merriment, sensing that he was living off her generosity. He appeared to never sweat the small stuff. Those destined for greatness do not concern themselves with trifles, which was one of the qualities Yi Luoyi believed would lead him to success. All right, no more purchases. I can't carry any more. What do you desire? I will gift it to you. I want your undivided heart. Can you give that to me? Gu Yanchen grasped Yi Luoyi's hand and placed it over his heart. Do you feel my sincerity? Yi Luoyi touched Gu Yanchen, noting his firm chest. I only feel your heart. I did not sense the intent. Then to convey my heartfelt intentions, I plan to present you with a gift. Close your eyes. Yi Luoyi complied, curious about what Gu Yanchen would bestow upon her. He leaned in closer and kissed her lips. Yi Luoyi's eyes flew open in an instant, staring at Gu Yanchen. Her mind momentarily blank as she allowed him to kiss her for nearly half a minute. Gu Yanchen released her. Are you satisfied with this gift? Yi Luoyi felt her cheeks flush, and she tugged at Gu Yanchen, eager to leave. Yi Luoyi, are you shy? Are you satisfied? Are you taking advantage of me? What advantage? If I do not kiss my wife, who else should I kiss? You wouldn't be pleased with that either. Yi Luoyi halted, gazing earnestly at Gu Yanchen. Gu Yanchen, do you truly regard me as your wife? Gu Yanchen met her serious gaze and replied earnestly, you have always been my wife, my woman. You can never escape that in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Yi Luoyi appeared genuinely delighted. Let us go home. She linked her arm with Gu Yanchen's, her heart fluttering at his sincere and somewhat patriarchal declaration. Deep down, she felt the same. She viewed Gu Yanchen as her lifelong husband, and even if he wished to leave, it would be impossible. We haven't eaten yet. Let us eat when we get back. Yi Luoyi gleefully settled into the passenger seat, knowing that Gu Yanchen's acknowledgement of wanting her as his lifelong wife indicated his affection for her. As Gu Yanchen observed the smile on Yi Luoyi's face throughout the drive, he asked, Yi Luoyi, since you wish to be my wife so much, shall we consummate our union tonight? In your dreams, Is that all that occupies your mind? Can't you think about your career a bit more? My career is just starting. We could take our time. Do you want me to support you? No need. Domestic investments are merely a money pit. If I incur losses, Luoyi, you would have to sustain me for life. Luoyi turned to Yancheng, intrigued by his ambitions. What do you intend to do? Engage in something meaningful. It's only the beginning. I will tell you more later. Luoyi pondered his words, questioning what constituted meaningful endeavors. Shouldn't you be focusing on earning and accumulating capital at this stage? I can assist you. How much do you have? I have about 200 million. Yancheng chuckled. Are you offering to invest in me? If you desire, I can certainly provide that. As Yancheng listened to her words, a warm current surged through him. The smile on his face was impossible to suppress. It seemed he harbored a modicum of distrust towards Luoyi, coupled with a certain wariness of her. No need for that. Your 200 million isn't of much significance. I've recently earned nearly 300 million. Your husband is quite affluent as well. How much? 300 million. Luoyi gazed at Yancheng, her heart filled with astonishment. To earn 300 million in less than 2 weeks. What could possibly yield such a high and terrifying return? What exactly have you done? I bought a few stocks, hit several limit ups, and just like that, I made this much. Hearing Yancheng speak frankly to her, Luoyi felt a great deal of clarity. He wasn't withholding information out of reluctance, but rather because he hadn't truly regarded her as his wife until now. Are you planning to continue with this? She inquired. The risks are substantial. Absolutely not. That's why I've established a company. However, I don't intend for this company to be profit-driven. I aim to accomplish something significant, and you will understand in due time. Luoyi was somewhat perplexed. If the company wasn't profitable, how could it sustain itself and grow? I just want to know now. Chapter 59, Opportunity. Observing Luoyi's puzzled expression, Yancheng replied, I will tell you everything after our wedding night. Luoyi wasn't angry upon hearing this. She could now comprehend Yancheng better. He would only share his plans with those he considered close. From a business perspective, there was absolutely no issue with this. Yet, having already registered their marriage, she felt he was still keeping secrets from her. However, there was no rush. She couldn't be the one to initiate. She preferred to wait, at least until after the wedding. Perhaps by then, she would not refuse him. Upon returning home, the aunt was busy preparing dinner. Yancheng ascended the stairs with some items in hand and dialed a phone number. Mr. Gu, what are your instructions? Please investigate the operations of Fengyun Group and obtain their detailed financial statements. See if you can manage it. Money is not an issue. On the other end of the line, the voice replied, Mr. Gu, acquiring the financial statements may come at a considerable cost. No matter. Proceed with the operation. I want results, and remember, confidentiality is paramount. Understood. Also, investigate the shareholders of Fengyun Group and their familial connections. All right. Zhou Yanhai accepted this investigative task, noting that Yancheng was indeed quite fortunate. A once impoverished young man had married Luoyi. Since his background was under scrutiny, it was a mere formality for him. However, as a man, he couldn't help but admire Yancheng. It was indeed a meteoric rise. Yet, he was curious about Yancheng's motives for wanting detailed information on Fengyun Group. Making money was the primary concern, and as long as he paid, he could obtain the desired information. Simultaneously, Yin Mengxing perused Yancheng's profile at home. His origins were indeed quite ordinary. What had enabled him to wed Luoyi? It was evident that she cared deeply for him. However, she sensed that Yancheng was far from ordinary, trusting her instincts. After finishing her review, she shut down her computer, resolved to find an opportunity to converse with him, as sometimes external assistance was necessary. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Tianxia Investment Company commenced operations, and a few individuals had already joined. Yancheng had been relatively quiet lately. He hadn't made personal investments, but had transferred 100 million to his account in the harbor city, managing it himself. He drove to Tianxia Investment Company, which was an independent courtyard with a 4-story building, occupying approximately 2 to 3 acres, a rather splendid choice of location. Upon entering, he found Ren Mushue waiting at the entrance. Mr. Gu, Ms. Run, this place is quite well selected. I stumbled upon it by chance. The annual rent is 8 million. Not bad. As they entered, a few staff members were present, but Yancheng was merely there to assess the environment. Discuss how much capital is required to purchase this property. Understood. It's likely not inexpensive. No worries. Let us just have a discussion for now. Ren Mushue provided an overview of the company's formation. The structure was already established, and recruitment was underway, with formal operations expected to commence within a month. Yancheng listened attentively to Ren Mushue, feeling quite satisfied. You've worked hard. Once you finish this phase, treat yourself to some relaxation. My demands aren't particularly high. There is no need to feel overly stressed. Problems solvable with money are never real problems. Achieving our goals is what truly matters. Got it. After a brief inspection, Gu Yancheng departed. While driving, his phone rang. Mr. Gu, the information on Fengyun Group has been sent to you. Please review it and see if there is anything that needs to be supplemented. Our quotation is also attached. All right, I'll respond after I've gone through it. Please send me the account details via email. Gu Yancheng returned to Shenhua Group, opened his email, and began meticulously examining Fengyun Group as financial health. As a financial analyst, he was highly attuned to numbers. Upon his investigation, he discovered that Fengyun Group operated on a model of high turnover and high leverage, acquiring land, securing loans for construction, and collecting pre-sale funds. With a valuation in the hundreds of billions, their liquid assets fell short of 50 billion, indicating a facade of prosperity. And with a profit margin of only around 8%, Gu Yancheng realized that any issues with pre-sales could lead to severe liquidity problems. Many enterprises operated in this manner. Gu Yancheng was intent on orchestrating Fengyun Group's downfall. His gaze sharpened. There was much to exploit here. Yet reliable individuals would need to be assigned to execute these plans. Upon reviewing the information on the Zhong family, particularly the relationship between Zhong Jianlin and Yun Mengxing, he noted their prolonged separation and lack of children. Although Zhong Jianlin had an illegitimate child, Yun Mengxing, at 30, was undeniably alluring. This made Gu Yancheng smirk. Indeed, Yun Mengxing was somewhat wronged. He wouldn't mind a liaison with her, innocent or not, merely because she was Zhong Jianlin's wife. Besides, the woman was quite impressive. The documents also contained their respective addresses, prompting a devilish smile from Gu Yancheng. Since the couple was at odds, there was even more potential to exploit. Engrossed in his reading, he was interrupted when Luoyi pushed the door open. Gu Yancheng hastily closed the document. What are you doing? She queried. Just reviewing some materials. What is up? Mom and Dad want us to return tonight. They said they have something to discuss. You decide. If they want us back, then let us go. Luoyi scrutinized Gu Yancheng. He hadn't been particularly affectionate toward her lately, which left her feeling somewhat unsettled. What have you been busy with? You haven't managed the investment department at all. I've already assigned someone to explore new directions. There's no need to rush. Gu Yancheng, can't you temper your reckless nature? You're a married man. You need to rein in your behavior. I can overlook your focus on work, but you must not stray. Gu Yancheng rose and approached Luoyi, smiling reassuringly. You're right, my dear wife. It seems I ought to don a suit and embody the demeanor of an elite. What has caused this change? Well then, my wife, whatever you say goes. I shall heed your counsel. Luoyi remained skeptical. What is the address of your company? Aren't you going to check it out? There is nothing particularly appealing to behold. Merely a hollow shell, which is yet to officially commence operations and is currently in the process of recruiting personnel. When shall you take me to see it? Once it is on the right track. By the way, there's a commercial plot available for development by both businesses and individuals. Do you think we should acquire that land? How many participants are expected to bid? No fewer than 30, as companies from Donghai are sure to join. What is the starting bid? 23 billion. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yancheng addressed Luoyi. Shall we participate in the auction together? Are you in? I will represent Shenhua Group in the bidding. Why are you so invested in this matter? I simply wish to gauge the situation, and I have to ensure that Shenhua does not suffer any losses. Observing Gu Yancheng's sudden ambition, she remarked, Very well, the auction will take place next Thursday. By the way, there is a business gala this weekend. A charity auction hosted by the Fong family. Will you accompany me? Certainly. Chapter 60. Truly, he is my son-in-law, Yi Shenhua. Luoyi noted Gu Yancheng's eager agreement. She smiled and said, This will be your first appearance at a business gala. Will you not feel nervous? Nervous? I anticipate being the most handsome man in the room. Luoyi chuckled it lightly. Very well, then, you may return to your tasks. Gu Yancheng pulled Luoyi closer, drawing her into his embrace. He then planted a tender kiss on her lips. Luoyi blushed and pushed him away. Here in the office? There's no one around. Let us share another kiss. Just one more, Luoyi whispered. Gu Yancheng quickly pressed several kisses on her lips. Luoyi's face turned crimson. Gu Yancheng, he released her, feeling a hint of infatuation toward her. From now on, I shall heed your words. Luoyi looked at him and said, You must not go back on your word or act recklessly. I will follow your lead regarding matters at home, and I shall comply without question. Satisfied, Luoyi departed. Once back in her office, she found herself smiling uncontrollably, glancing in the mirror and marveling at her reflection, feeling as though she was not even herself. Gu Yancheng, too, felt a surge of happiness within. He was currently engaged in two significant endeavors with the Hongqing Investment Company. He had already accrued nearly 30 billion in profits. Once this phase concluded, he anticipated close to 60 billion in returns. When Xiao Yuejin called him, her excitement was palpable. She had never expected Gu Yancheng to possess such prowess. At this rate, this stock index futures would serve as a printing press, more profitable than any money printing machine. It was no wonder Gu Yancheng spoke with such conviction. He had evidently been well prepared, demonstrating extraordinary capability. Xiao Yuejin, skeptical of divine intervention or mystical beliefs, recognized this as a form of predictive ability, a rare insight indeed. Thus, she felt entirely justified in her choice and considered herself fortunate. In this lifetime, how often does one encounter a friend who grants them full autonomy over the Hongqin company? Tomorrow, he would take her friend to Donghai. She intended to personally inquire how he achieved such success. Gu Yancheng had much on his plate. As for the affairs of Fengyan Group, he intended for them to bear some losses. This was merely the first step, a slight smile curling at his lips. That evening, at the Yi family estate, the family gathered together. Yancheng, I summoned you all today to discuss the wedding arrangements. We have reserved a venue for a Western-style ceremony. Your father's relatives will number many, while my parents will only have a few tables. What do you think? Mother, this is inconsequential. We shall proceed as necessary. My only concern is Luoyi. Everything else is trivial. Moreover, I feel it is only right for Luoyi to spend the night at my family home. Naturally, she is the daughter-in-law of the Gu family and should be welcomed into our home. We shall proceed according to your wishes, mother. Observing Gu Yancheng's nonchalance, she found herself increasingly admiring him. Family is not the sole consideration. He entered the Yi family with ease, as if returning to his own home. His warm address of her parents, combined with his capability and emotional intelligence, made him a rare find indeed. Regarding the Shenghua Group's projects, Oldie had also mentioned to her that a mother-in-law's affection for her son-in-law only grows stronger with time. Such is the serendipitous nature of fate. Mother, please keep an eye out for any vacant villas in your area. I intend to purchase one for my parents soon, so they can move closer, and we can enjoy each other's company more frequently. That sounds wonderful. I will keep you posted, Yi mother replied with a smile. However, the villas in this community are quite expensive, each priced at over 200 million. Thank you, mother. Meanwhile, Yi father regarded Gu Yancheng with admiration. They were aware that he had earned 3 billion, and though the risks were considerable, such vision and decisiveness were commendable qualities. He eagerly anticipated the kind of enterprise Gu Yancheng would establish. After all these years, truly, few young men had captured his attention. Yancheng, Luoyi, please stay at home tonight. Do not return. Very well, Gu Yancheng readily agreed. Yi Luoyi understood his intentions. With the wedding less than half a month away, this step was inevitable. She nodded in agreement. After the family finished dinner, Yi father and Gu Yancheng conversed in the living room. Yancheng, what is the primary focus of your new company? Primarily chips, as well as investments. A dual approach? Yancheng, you are venturing into the chip industry? That requires enormous investment and carries significant risk, potentially leading to catastrophic losses. Father, the purpose of earning money is to enhance one's quality of life, but on a deeper level, it is about contributing to the nation and society. That is the true essence of wealth. Upon hearing this, Yi father's face lit up with a smile. He realized his perspective had been limited. Nevertheless, he inquired, what if you incur losses? Then the shares would be worthless. Perhaps I can carve out a successful path. I am 80% confident. Yi father was taken aback by this response. How do you plan to achieve that? I intend to spend the next decade overcoming equipment and process bottlenecks. This endeavor will require substantial financial resources. It cannot be achieved with just tens of billions. I am aware of this. The money can be earned. We are entering a new era, and we must be bold in our pursuits. Father, this is my aspiration. I have refrained from discussing this with Luoyi because it involves a considerable investment that may seem fantastical at this point. Yet I am confident. Yi father listened intently to Gu Yancheng's words and said, Yancheng, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me. I will be able to support you in some capacity. Shenghua Group has its own path to follow, and we should steadily invest in emerging industries. Some ventures may falter, but we are entering a brand new era of the internet. If we seize these opportunities, Shenghua can reach greater heights and farther horizons. Yi father's face was full of delight. He understood that Gu Yancheng was determined to forge his own path, unafraid of the thorns that lay ahead. His ambition and vision made the older generation feel a sense of humility. A newfound admiration for this son-in-law glimmered in his eyes. He truly felt he had struck gold. Yancheng, you possess a keen eye for investment. If you opt for prudent ventures, you're destined to become a formidable figure in the realm of investments. Father, I understand that earning money is not my ultimate goal. Once the enterprise flourishes, I might find myself in a position where profitability is not a necessity, or perhaps only modest gains will suffice. Acquiring vast wealth serves no purpose in life. What truly matters is the prosperity of future generations. Consider, Father, that at their level, They value reputation and status far more than mere financial wealth, which is often reduced to a mere sequence of digits. And money, after all, is not something one can exhaust. However, it suddenly dawned on Ye's father. Do you comprehend the implications of your words? I am acutely aware that my chosen profession positions me in opposition to the entire industry. A tree that stands tall in the forest is inevitably beset by the wind. Though it may be premature, it is essential to contemplate these matters early on. Father, running a business is akin to leading an army in a battle. One must fight for the nation, the people, and the troops, while the other factions can either be absorbed or become a disbanded force. The same applies externally. We must be invincible. Ye's father burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, this is the hallmark of a true man. Excellent, excellent. You are truly worthy of being my daughter-in-law. Yancheng, pursue your ambitions. Your father stands behind you. Gu Yancheng's words struck a chord with Ye's father. He had not misjudged the man. At that moment, Luoyi approached with a curious smile, inquiring about their jovial conversation. Father, you promised to keep it secret. Ye's father nodded, while Luoyi's curiosity only intensified regarding their discussion. Chapter 61, Sharing a Bed. Father, why are you hiding your conversation from me? Matters discussed between men. You are married now. It's time to consider having a child, so your mother can help care for it. Father, we haven't even held the wedding yet. That is a matter of the past. You can prioritize it now. Gu Yancheng looked at his father-in-law, realizing he was indeed quite supportive. Luoyi felt a twinge of embarrassment. You both should head to your room now, the father-in-law stated directly. Gu Yancheng, beaming with joy, rose to his feet. He couldn't help but appreciate his father-in-law's assistance. As he led Luoyi upstairs, she glanced at him, resigned to follow his lead. Despite her mental preparation for the night, she felt a wave of bashfulness wash over her when the moment arrived. Upon entering her room, Gu Yancheng noted a stark contrast in decor compared to her villa. The room was adorned in a soft pink palette. Gu Yancheng wore a broad smile, fully aware that it would elicit a reaction from Luoyi. Gu Yancheng, what are you smiling about? She asked. Nothing. It appears my wife has a fondness for the color pink. Do you have any sleepwear? I need to freshen up. Luoyi opened her wardrobe, revealing the sleepwear and a change of clothes she had prepared. Gu Yancheng took the garments and promptly headed to the bathroom to wash up. Luoyi felt a flutter of nerves, pondering how Gu Yancheng would approach her. Would he reject her or embrace her? Gu Yancheng completed a shower in a mere 5 minutes and emerged with a smile. You should wash up as well. I'll be waiting for you. Luoyi took a modest sleepwear set to the bathroom and lingered for nearly an hour. Meanwhile, Gu Yancheng examined the room, realizing it was his first time in a woman's space, filled with youthful charm, even featuring dolls, which revealed that Luoyi was not merely a sophisticated woman, but also possessed a cute, girlish side, making her a multifaceted partner. Gu Yancheng patiently awaited her return, understanding her nerves, determined to make this night memorable. He lay on the bed, feigning sleep, and soon enough, Luoyi crept out, noticing he was asleep, which allowed her to relax slightly. She tucked him in and then laid down beside him. As Gu Yancheng turned to embrace her, Luoyi immediately realized he was pretending to be asleep. She understood that should she voice her feelings, he would likely respond similarly. Her heart raced, and Gu Yancheng, sensing her heartbeat, opened his eyes with a playful smile and pulled her closer. Luoyi recognized his intentions. Their proximity revealed her natural beauty, even without makeup, stirring Gu Yancheng's emotions. He leaned in for a kiss, and despite her initial resistance, she found herself unable to break free from his embrace, leading to a fervent exchange of kisses, igniting passion between them. As Gu Yancheng deftly unfastened her clothing, he gazed at her intently. Luoyi's heart raced with anxiety, but Gu Yancheng swiftly turned off the lights and shed his own garments, seeking to ease her discomfort. In the dimness, Luoyi remained apprehensive, caught between resistance and acquiescence, which only fueled Gu Yancheng's desire. With considerable effort, he finally removed her sleepwear, asserting, Luoyi, no more refusals, you are my wife. Yet, Gu Yancheng did not allow her the chance to respond, kissing her fervently while his hands roamed, awakening her own desires. And everything seemed to unfold naturally. The initial barriers crumbled entirely. Sounds of their intimacy filled the room as they indulged in each other for nearly 2 hours. Luoyi hosted, nested in Gu Yancheng's embrage. Gu Yancheng, will you treat me well for a lifetime? She asked. Certainly. Where else could I find a wife like you? You are unparalleled in all of Donghai. Then promise me you won't seek other women. With you, I need nothing else. Can any other woman compare to you? You are versatile and captivating. Gu Yancheng, I am serious. I am too. I will cherish you forever. What is mine is yours. What did you discuss with my father? We talked about business matters. He seemed delighted. Just look at how exceptional your husband is. As Gu Yancheng held her close, his mindset shifted entirely. He now regarded Luoyi as wholly his. Luoyi, having crossed that threshold, felt liberated from secrets, allowing Gu Yancheng to embrace her fully. His hands explored her sensitive areas, and she surrendered to his touch, having accepted him as her husband. What business matters? She inquired. Your husband is destined for greatness. Just wait. You might just become the wife of the world's richest man. Hearing his words, Luoyi gazed at Gu Yancheng. Despite his occasional grandiose claims, she found herself beginning to believe in him. I want to know now. Tell me. Luoyi's playful demeanor was irresistible to Gu Yancheng, stirring his emotions once more. Sensing her allure, he felt his resolve waning. Luoyi, stop teasing. I can't hold back any longer. Dear husband, please. I can't take it anymore, she pleaded. Gu Yancheng, invigorated by her words, felt the flames of desire intensifying. My wife, how can you be so enchanting? I can't resist. Let us go again. Gu Yancheng rolled over, pinning her beneath him, and their passionate exchanges resumed. Luoyi, enduring the pain, found fulfillment in satisfying Gu Yancheng, having recognized him as her husband, making everything that transpired feel entirely natural. She was acutely aware that Gu Yancheng was a man of remarkable capability, and she was willing to trust her own judgment as well as that of her parents. Moreover, her previous insistence on marriage had also been influenced by such considerations. However, she had not anticipated the swift progression of their relationship. Deep down, she harbored genuine affection for Gu Yancheng, a sentiment she had carefully inquired about, and she was equally cognizant that he cherished her in return. Sensing the pain within Luoyi, Gu Yancheng ceased his actions and enveloped her in his embrace. My dear wife, have I hurt you? I am truly sorry. As Luoyi gazed at the restrained Gu Yancheng, she found solace in his presence, smiling warmly at him. We are husband and wife. This is what I desire. Gu Yancheng held her close, and as Luoyi reciprocated the embrace, she peacefully drifted into slumber. He tenderly played with her hair and pressed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. In Gu Yancheng's heart, Luoyi occupied a position of paramount importance. His very existence began with her, and he was steadfast in his resolve not to betray her. Chapter 62. Gu Yancheng's Ambition. Good evening, Luoyi. Gu Yancheng too gradually succumbed to sleep. As the sun climbed higher, nearing 10 o'clock, Luoyi slowly awakened. Upon glancing at the time, she promptly roused Gu Yancheng from his deep slumber. Wake up, it's nearly 10 o'clock. Imagine the embarrassment if my parents see us like this, she exclaimed. They have been through this themselves, Gu Yancheng replied as he rose, lifting Luoyi effortlessly into his arms and carrying her to the bathroom, causing her to blush. Seeing her shy demeanor, Gu Yancheng would have to be a fool not to feel stirred. As they showered together, Gu Yancheng attended to Luoyi's needs. But she still felt somewhat shy. Whispering in her ear, he encouraged, You'll grow accustomed to this in time. They hastily finished their morning routines and donned their clothes before heading downstairs. Luoyi experienced a lingering discomfort, having endured 4 encounters with Gu Yancheng the previous night, and she struggled to cope. She couldn't help but shoot him a reproachful glance. My dear wife, if you plan to rest at home today, I will head to the office first. I will return to fetch you after work, he offered. All right. Luoyi pondered and ultimately decided against going to the office. Gu Yancheng took her car keys, and she recalled that Xiao Yuejin and her friends were to arrive in Donghai shortly. He placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before departing, and Ye's mother happened to witness the tender moment, a smile gracing her lips. Once Gu Yancheng left, Ye's mother approached her daughter. Mom, Luoyi greeted. Please sit. You were quite busy last night, her mother remarked. What are you talking about? Luoyi responded, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Oh, you're shy now? We all go through this at your age. I genuinely like this boy, and your father appreciates him as well. You must hold on to him tightly and not let him slip away. I understand, Mom, Luoyi replied. You should hurry and have a child. That will secure your bond with Gu Yancheng. Also, be sure to respect your in-laws. I overheard your father discussing Gu Yancheng last night. He is a man destined for greatness, and your father seldom praises others. You needn't worry, Luoyi reassured her. She was well aware that once their wedding took place, it would be publicly declared that Gu Yancheng was her husband. She resolved to thoroughly interrogate him about his intentions, for as her husband, she had the right to know what he was up to. She could no longer deceive herself. Gu Yancheng drove Luoyi's luxurious Rolls-Royce to the airport, arriving just in time to avoid any reprimands from Xiao Yuejin. Upon seeing Gu Yancheng in a new vehicle, Xiao Yuejin exclaimed, Gu Yancheng, you finally changed cars? No, this is my wife's, he clarified, glancing at the woman beside him. Lucy, a classmate and friend of mine. Gu Yancheng introduced himself in English. surprising Lucy with his fluent command of the language, complete with a charming British accent. Delighted, Lucy smiled brightly. The trio then proceeded to the restaurant, where Gu Yancheng suggested, "Shall we indulge in some Western cuisine?" "Sounds good," they agreed as he led them to an upscale establishment. Upon entering, they unexpectedly encountered Zhong Jianlin at the entrance. And Gu Yancheng's demeanor shifted, his gaze sharpening with intensity. This man would not easily escape his scrutiny. Xiao Yuejin, noticing the change in Gu Yancheng's expression, inquired, "What is the matter? Did you have an altercation with that man earlier?" "Nothing of significance," he replied, and they were ushered into a private room to discuss confidential matters. After handing the menu to the ladies, they began to order. Xiao Yuejin was well aware of Lucy's preferences. Gu Yancheng discussed the establishment of a new company with Lucy in English, captivating her attention. She was curious as to why this young man was pursuing such ventures and what they were to undertake together. Gu Yancheng explained that it was for the convenience of acquiring shares, as his identity as a Chinese national posed challenges. Lucy understood. He intended to leverage her identity to facilitate this endeavor. He presented her with enticing terms, equity, and dividends. However, he emphasized that certain conditions must be met. Capital is driven by profit, and his directives must be followed unconditionally. Lucy, faced with such alluring prospects, found herself unable to refuse, as she could swiftly ascend to wealth. After all, Xiao Yuejin had shared Gu Yancheng's impressive track record in the financial market. Profit knows no boundaries. Lucy readily agreed. Gu Yancheng observed her reaction, then asked, "Are you married or in a relationship?" Lucy replied in the negative. Gu Yancheng assessed her. She was indeed a striking Western beauty, with golden hair and azure eyes, her figure alluring yet exuding a certain elegance. Xiao Yuejin informed him of Lucy's lineage, a descendant of a once noble family, suggesting that she too desired to restore her family's former glory. "Lucy, our collaboration will be fruitful. It will restore your family's prestige," Gu Yancheng remarked with a smile. Lucy, hearing this, beamed in reply, "Thank you." They shook hands, sealing their partnership. Xiao Yuejin remained silent, having come to trust Gu Yancheng. His words were not merely rhetoric, and the developments were aligning with his promises, yielding nearly 3 billion in profits. This was no idle boast. Once their discussion concluded, Gu Yancheng turned to Xiao Yuejin. "Feel free to ask any questions you might have. How do you make such accurate predictions? Will there truly be a market crash next year?" she inquired. Gu Yancheng chuckled. "I consulted a fortune teller who advised me accordingly." Xiao Yuejin shot him an exasperated glare. "Can you be serious? I truly wish to know. Just follow my guidance, and all will unfold as it should," he replied, leaving her to ponder the matter. Xiao Yuejin knew he would not elaborate further, and the three enjoyed their lunch together. Gu Yancheng escorted them to the hotel, where he engaged in a private conversation with Xiao Yuejin. The shares of this Western company must be placed under Myth Investment Company, and this must remain strictly confidential, as it pertains to our overseas acquisitions, which must be conducted under the guise of Western nations. "Acquisitions?" she echoed, intrigued. "Indeed, not merely financial acquisitions. Once we amass true strength, we shall emulate the Rothschilds, orchestrating financial crises to seize resources." Gu Yancheng articulated his grand ambitions, leaving Xiao Yuejin astounded by the magnitude of his aspirations. Is this truly feasible? One cannot achieve such heights in a day or two. It requires 5 or 10 years. I firmly believe that we shall reach this pinnacle. For the subsidiaries in Europe and America, it is imperative that you appoint the most trustworthy financial overseers, as this is my stipulation. Understood. Our current approach resembles warfare. While others rely on military might, we wield financial power as our weapon. Xiao Yuejin was deeply affected by these words. It seemed she was beginning to comprehend Gu Yancheng's character, an individual with ideals, ambitions, and the courage to act. "Xiao Yuejin, be prepared, for this is a long-term battle. Furthermore, these matters must remain confidential between us. You are my confidant. What about your wife, Luoyi? She doesn't need to know at this juncture. We shall inform her once our plans are realized." Chapter 63. Dress with a more feminine flair. Xiao Yuejin jested. "So, am I more trustworthy than your wife?" "It's different," he replied. "The fewer people who are aware of these affairs, the better. Moreover, the scale of our endeavors will grow significantly, yielding substantial profits. We aim to undertake ventures beneficial to our nation and people. Is that not preferable?" Xiao Yuejin was touched by his sentiments. "Our goal is not merely profit. Once you attain considerable wealth, you will understand." As Xiao Yuejin gazed at Gu Yancheng, she was struck by how he seemed far beyond his years. Filled with admiration, she felt that adhering to his guidance was the way forward. "Staying in Donghai for a few days? You're returning tomorrow? So soon? What, do you intend to play the tour guide? Won't your wife be jealous? Will she come over to lecture me?" Gu Yancheng observed Xiao Yuejin, who exuded the aura of a strong woman in her current attire. You ought to adopt a more feminine style. This daily suit ensemble is rather monotonous. Next time we meet, wear something that accentuates your figure. And let your hair grow longer. That would earn you a score of 93. What is this score of 93? Gu Yancheng chuckled without replying, realizing the implication. Xiao Yuejin responded, are you grading me? And what about Yi Luoyi's score? She scores 95. The margin is slight. Xiao Yuejin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Women often harbor a tendency for comparison. Why am I 2 points lower? If you exuded a bit more femininity, you would receive a score of 94. This only served to heighten her displeasure. Gu Yancheng, you can leave now. Gu Yancheng laughed, dress with a touch more femininity next time. With that, he departed. Every encounter with Gu Yancheng expanded her understanding. She believed that following his lead would allow her to earn more. Yet today, his words imbued her endeavors with profound significance. Wealth was not the ultimate objective. It was a means to engage in a form of warfare, to seize opportunities. This notion stirred within her a feeling akin to that of a female general, complicating her feelings toward Gu Yancheng. Why had he married so early? Had he remained single, perhaps she would have had a chance. As Xiao Yuejin stood by the window, watching Gu Yancheng drive away, her curiosity about him deepened, as did her anticipation for the heights he might reach in the future. Before long, the weekend arrived. Yi Luoyi prepared an evening gown for Gu Yancheng, meticulously arranging his attire. Gu Yancheng admired Yi Luoyi's earnestness. He embraced her waist. The evening gown accentuated her figure beautifully without being overly revealing. Stop it. Do you think I am about to become famous in Donghai? Yi Luoyi smiled at him. Do you wish to be famous or not? That is beyond my control. I cannot allow my wife to attend a charity gala alone. By the way, what precisely is the Fong family like? They are a venerable family in Donghai, deeply rooted in society. They are hosting a charity gala and have invited prominent figures from the business community, with each family sending their key members. Gu Yancheng smiled. Yi Luoyi took his arm as they set off. At the High Lake Manor, upon their arrival, they found the vicinity teeming with luxury cars. As they entered the venue, all eyes turned toward them, primarily drawn by Yi Luoyi's radiant presence. She remained linked to Gu Yancheng's arm throughout. Gu Yancheng exuded calm and composure, seemingly indifferent to the occasion. He was merely there to enjoy the atmosphere. Yi Luoyi, observing her husband's nonchalant demeanor, felt a hint of surprise. As acquaintances approached to greet them, Yi Luoyi introduced Gu Yancheng as her husband, eliciting expressions of astonishment given her renowned status. Gu Yancheng noticed Zhong Jinlin nearby, accompanied by Yun Mengqing. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Luoyi approached Yun Mengqing to say hello. Zhong Jinlin regarded Gu Yancheng with a sense of familiarity, though he could not place where he had seen him. Mr. Zhong, this is my husband, Gu Yancheng. Ms. Yi, you are married? I had not heard of any wedding. On the 16th of this month. Congratulations. Mr. Gu has indeed won a fair maiden. Many envy you. Ms. Yun is also a remarkable beauty, making Mr. Zhong an enviable figure as well. Zhong Jianlin smiled outwardly, while Yun Mengqing mirrored his demeanor. However, she was well aware of Gu Yancheng's background. Since entering the venue, she had observed him closely, noting his calm demeanor, unaffected by Yi Luoyi's brilliance, which led her to believe he was quite extraordinary. Gu Yancheng observed the couple, sensing a disconnection between them. Yi Luoyi pulled him away. Later, we will have a charity auction. You can bid. All right, let me know which items you fancy. At that moment, Miss Fong Qingyun emerged, drawing everyone's attention. Clad in an elegant blue gown, she truly captivated the audience. Gu Yancheng mused to himself, isn't she a celebrity? Yi Luoyi noted Gu Yancheng's prolonged gaze on Fong Qingyun and felt a twinge of irritation. Is she beautiful? Not as beautiful as you. Then why do you keep looking? I'm not fixated on her. She is a star, after all. She is indeed a star, and also the daughter of the Fong family. It is only natural for her to be here. Gu Yancheng recalled her past fame, noting her lack of scandal. So she hailed from a prestigious lineage. Let us grab something to eat. I am famished. Yi Luoyi noted his indifference to Fong Qingyun, interpreting it merely as curiosity. Satisfied with Gu Yancheng, she stood by his side, harboring a long-standing rivalry with Fong Qingyun and thus offering her no warmth. Fong Qingyun, having noticed Yi Luoyi and Gu Yancheng, approached them. Yi Luoyi, is this your partner? Not bad looking. Fong Qingyun, this is my husband. Fong Qingyun scrutinized Gu Yancheng, surprised by Yi Luoyi's marriage, yet unfamiliar with his name. Yi Luoyi, did you pick up a husband off the street? Your taste is rather questionable. Gu Yancheng interjected. Fong Qingyun, you possess a lovely visage, yet your words are nothing but filth. Fong Qingyun was taken aback, her anger flaring. What did you say? You should leave this instant. Are you a representative of the Fong family? Naturally, I am capable of representing the Fong family. Upon hearing this, Gu Yancheng chuckled, raising his voice to declare, The century-old Fong family truly leaves much to be desired, to still require the invitation of guests. One must concede that their upbringing is rather lacking. Luoyi tugged at Gu Yancheng, attempting to urge him to exercise some restraint. At that moment, Fong Qingyun's face turned ashen. She had never endured such humiliation throughout her life. Chapter 64. Your husband is quite remarkable. Luoyi wished for Gu Yancheng to cease his remarks. Considering the Fong family's entrenched position in Donghai, Gu Yancheng pulled Luoyi behind him, signifying that she need not concern herself. Fong Qingyun glared at Gu Yancheng, threatening. Luoyi, we shall see about this. Fong Qingyun, have you resorted to threats? However, I am quite curious to witness just how formidable the Fong family truly is. At that juncture, the eldest son of the Fong family approached, overhearing the conversation. He maintained a calm demeanor. Hello, Luoyi, and who might this be? Ye Luoyi, wishing to avoid escalating the situation, replied, Gu Yancheng, my husband. Fong Qinghan furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this, yet he maintained a composed facade as he remarked, Mr. Gu, such remarks towards my sister are rather unchivalrous, are they not? Chivalry is contingent upon the individual. With uncouth individuals, it is unnecessary, Gu Yancheng retorted bluntly. Fong Qinghan regarded Gu Yancheng, and those around them were astonished by Gu Yancheng's blatant disregard for the Fong family's dignity. Yi Luoyi, concerned about potential complications, clasped Gu Yancheng's arm, leading him away. Gu Yancheng was acutely aware of Yi Luoyi's apprehension, yet he remained unfazed. He could not abide witnessing his wife being mistreated. Fong Qinghan was infuriated by Gu Yancheng's words. With so many witnesses present, Gu Yancheng dared to slight the Fong family. He was determined to discern what support Gu Yancheng had, or if he was merely relying on the Yi family. Luoyi, let us depart. There is no need to remain at this commercial gathering. Husband, I have always had a contentious relationship with Fong Qingyun, which has led to our discord. If we leave now, it may be perceived as a slight against the Fong family, potentially isolating U.S. and Donghai. My dear, in the business world, there is no necessity for such superficial niceties. In the future, our Shenghua group will flourish without the need to curry favor with anyone. Moreover, the Fong family's foundation is not superior to ours. We shall take our leave. Gu Yancheng took Yi Luoyi's hand and departed. Fong Qinghan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Gu Yancheng's audacity to leave, openly disregarding the Fong family's reputation. Brother, I must teach this Gu Yancheng a lesson for his insolence. You need not concern yourself with this. I shall handle it. Zhong Jinlin and Yun Mengqing witnessed this scene, pondering what leverage Gu Yancheng possessed to act so boldly, seemingly unafraid of the Fong family's retribution against the Yi family. After all, the Fong family was one of the most prominent families in Donghai. At that moment, Han Yunting of the Han family observed the unfolding events with a smile. Should Gu Yancheng manage to withstand the Fong family's onslaught without repercussions in the commercial arena, he deemed him a worthy ally to cultivate. Gu Yancheng noted the worry etched on Yi Luoyi's face. My dear, do not fret. Shenghua Group will be just fine. Furthermore, our main business revolves around commercial real estate. Currently, we have only one project under construction. Even if the Fong family were to target us, we need not fear. Yancheng, in business, harmony breeds wealth. That is not applicable here. My wife can only be bullied by me, and no one else should dare. Moreover, that Fong Qinghan clearly harbors ulterior motives towards you. Upon hearing these words, Yi Luoyi felt a surge of joy within. Gu Yancheng was weighing the pros and cons while formulating the worst-case scenario, demonstrating his awareness. Moreover, he prioritized her above all, filling her heart with delight. In the car, Gu Yancheng embraced Yi Luoyi, and she felt a mixture of happiness and concern. Rest assured, your husband is formidable. While I may lack certain skills, my ability to generate wealth is unparalleled. Yi Luoyi gazed at Gu Yancheng. And how much have you earned thus far? Just wait and see. If Shenghua cannot thrive in real estate, then we shall not pursue it. In a few days, during the property auction, we will stir things up. By the way, what is the Fong family's primary business? Currently, it is also real estate, alongside high-tech industries, such as laptops. Upon hearing this, Gu Yancheng dismissed it as merely an advanced assembly factory, holding it in contempt. In the future, this industry would inevitably lose its competitive edge. If they continued to cling to such ventures, it would lead to their downfall. No worries. With me around, Shenghua will continue to prosper. Indeed, Yi Luoyi felt reassured by Gu Yancheng's confidence. She would naturally place her trust in him, as he was her husband, the man she intended to spend her life with. In the future, Shenghua will become the largest enterprise in Donghai, making you the wealthiest individual in the region. Yi Luoyi chuckled at this prospect. Upon returning home, they discovered that the aunt was on leave and not present. Gu Yancheng inspected the ingredients in the refrigerator and inquired of Yi Luoyi, what would you like to eat? Surprised, Yi Luoyi responded, you can cook? Your husband possesses many talents, he replied with a smile. Luoyi, pleased, gradually began to see Gu Yancheng's true nature. He wasn't unwilling to cook, but rather selective about for whom he would do so. Then you go ahead and cook. I will change my clothes first. And you should also change. After changing, Gu Yancheng prepared the meal while Luoyi watched from the doorway. He looked quite handsome and appealing when he focused intently. Inside the Fong family room, Fong Haixin glared at the two siblings with fury. You two, at such an important banquet today, have caused such a scene, utterly disgracing the Fong family. Qing Xue, especially you, are you unaware that today is our family's significant commercial gala? All the business elites from Donghai are in attendance. Look at yourself. No wonder people say you lack upbringing. Henceforth, you are not permitted to attend any family business events. Dad, do you not realize it was Luoyi and that Gu Yancheng who insulted me? Do not think I am unaware. You provoked them, insulting them. Is this what you call upbringing? Dad, why are you siding with them? You constantly stir up trouble, even within the entertainment circle. How many times has the family had to clean up after you? Truly a hopeless case. You should just stay at home. Qing Han, you're also a fool. You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. Now, everyone is laughing at us. The Fong family's reputation has been tarnished by you. Dad, a mere Yi family. What is there to fear? I have already arranged for an investigation into that Gu Yancheng. I have my methods to deal with them. Fong Haixin gazed at these two fools, feeling utterly drained of words. His lineage was beyond redemption, and the family's future rested solely on his elder brother's son. Get out of my sight. If you dare cause any more trouble, I will expel you from the Fong family, leaving you to fend for yourselves. Fong Qingyun and Fong Qinghan both sensed disappointment. A flicker of panic crossed their minds. Dad, we understand our mistakes. Quickly disappear from my sight. As they exited the room, both harbored deep resentment towards Gu Yancheng, vowing not to let him off easily. Chapter 65. Targeting Zhong Jianlin. Gu Yancheng completed the meal and set it on the table. Luoyi picked up her chopsticks to taste, finding it quite delightful. Gu Yancheng, are you such a good cook? Why haven't you cooked before? With the aunt around, why should I cook? Isn't it better to enjoy ready-made meals? Luoyi regarded Gu Yancheng. Then in the future, if I wish to eat your cooking, will you prepare it for me? While you may think about food daily, I certainly do not, as I'm rather lazy. Luoyi gazed at Gu Yancheng with a smile and remarked, shouldn't your response be that you will cook? There are housekeepers at home, and their culinary skills surpass mine. Please refrain from assigning me tasks unless what? Unless you find yourself with child, then I shall attend to your needs. Upon hearing this, Luoyi playfully threatened to strike Gu Yancheng. Who would bear your child? You truly won't? Not now. Definitely not now. So perhaps in the future? Luoyi rolled her eyes at Gu Yancheng. The two engaged in their playful banter, enjoying their meal heartily. After finishing, Gu Yancheng tidied up briefly. Sitting in the living room for a moment, with a satiated appetite stirring desires, he embraced Luoyi. Since their last encounter, they had not delved deeper into matters of intimacy. Luoyi was well aware of Gu Yancheng's thoughts. She promptly stated, let us return to the bedroom. Upon hearing this, Gu Yancheng joyfully carried Luoyi upstairs, utterly captivated by her allure. He was enamored with the sensation. He carried her directly into the bathroom, shedding clothing along the way. Observing Gu Yancheng's impatient demeanor, she felt a wave of joy herself. After so many days, she had been waiting for Gu Yancheng to take the initiative. With the showerhead cascading water upon them, Gu Yancheng leaned in to kiss Luoyi, who wrapped her arms around his neck, eagerly responding to his advances as desire gradually ignited. Their passions flowed seamlessly. Gu Yancheng lifted Luoyi entirely, and they began their intimate encounter in the bathroom, where her delightful sounds echoed, unrestrained by any sense of shame, as they were husband and wife. She relished the thrill of the moment. The two indulged for over an hour in the bathroom. Luoyi felt somewhat languid, and Gu Yancheng held her gently as they soaked in the bathtub, embracing one another. Suddenly, Luoyi asked, darling, do you prefer a boy or a girl? I desire both, a son and a daughter. Leaning against him, Luoyi allowed Gu Yancheng to wash her, and afterward, they dried off, with him taking the time to blow-dry her hair. As she sat before the mirror, watching him tend to her, a sense of happiness welled within her. Without uttering a word, Gu Yancheng demonstrated his thoughtfulness as a husband, having previously vexed her but now revealing a different side in their intimate relationship. Once her hair was dry, Luoyi wished to return the favor and blow-dry his hair. Gu Yancheng sat down, gazing at her in the mirror, filled with an unreal feeling. When fortune smiles upon someone, it seems the heavens bestow their blessings. With such a wonderful wife, there was little to critique. After her hair was dried, Gu Yancheng scooped Luoyi up in a princess carried to the bed. He refrained from continuing further, understanding her sensitivity. After just a couple of times, she would struggle to endure, so he chose to be considerate of her. Holding Luoyi closely, he made no further moves, simply embracing her. Darling, do you still desire more? No, you seem a bit tired. I am fine. All right. You will gradually become accustomed to it. Let us sleep. Gu Yancheng planted a gentle kiss on Luoyi, assuring her. Clutching him tightly, she recognized him as an attentive and considerate man, affirming her choice in him. Thus, she could never let him go. The arrangement of a contractual husband evolving into a genuine one was indeed part of his plan. Now, she felt entirely content. Days passed swiftly. During this time, Gu Yancheng meticulously researched the Fong family. Their enterprises spanned a wide array, including high technology, finance, real estate, and healthcare, with a family fortune exceeding 200 billion. It was undeniable that the Yi family appeared relatively modest in comparison. On that morning at 10 o'clock, as the land auction commenced, Gu Yancheng and Luoyi joined the fray. Upon entering the venue, they encountered members of the Fong family, the Han family, as well as Zhong Jianlin and others. After surveying the room, Fong Qingxiao approached them. Mr. Gu, Miss Yi, greetings. President Fong, what brings you here? Luoyi inquired directly. A few days ago, Qing Han and Qing Yun spoke ill of you. My uncle has reprimanded them, and I have come to extend my apologies. Gu Yancheng regarded Fong Qingxiao, quickly recognizing him as a member of the Fong family. It seemed the Fong family was not composed of fools. Mr. Fong, it is more fitting for the offended party to offer apologies. You have proven to be quite capable in representing the Fong family and preserving its dignity. Fong Qingxiao appeared somewhat taken aback. After all, the Fong family held significant stature in Donghai, and Gu Yancheng's insight was evidently keen. Luoyi was undoubtedly aware of this, which explained Gu Yancheng's confidence. He was curious about the reasons behind the Yi family's esteem for this individual. He had already gathered information about Gu Yancheng, noting that his family background was rather ordinary. The only plausible explanation was his extraordinary capabilities. Recently, he had scrutinized the investment projects led by Gu Yancheng and discerned that they were at the forefront of their fields. Gu Yancheng possessed a remarkable investment acumen, and Fong Qingxiao was also exploring new avenues. Mr. Gu makes a valid point. However, my younger cousin and sister could be a bit headstrong, so I hope you won't take it to heart. Gu Yancheng was still a bit surprised. The Fong family exhibited a certain degree of grace. You jest. The Fong family is fortunate to have a young talent like yourself. Fong Qingxiao maintained his smile, harboring a newfound admiration for Gu Yancheng, recognizing him as a person of considerable ability. Otherwise, the Yi family would not bestow such importance upon him. The landscape of Donghai's commercial sphere might soon undergo significant transformation. Zhong Jianlin observed Gu Yancheng, feeling an unsettling sensation. This man exuded an aura of charm, as though he could see through the hearts of others. Fong Qingxiao returned to his seat, and Luoyi and Gu Yancheng settled in as well, with Gu Yancheng holding a bidding paddle. As a prime piece of land was presented, Gu Yancheng noticed the crowd stir with anticipation. Luoyi and Gu Yancheng had previously discussed this plot, which many real estate companies were eyeing, with a starting bid of 1 billion. Gu Yancheng boldly initiated the bidding at 1.5 billion, drawing all eyes upon him. Zhong Jianlin was determined to secure this land. Without it, his company might face dire straits. He called out with urgency, 18 billion. Luoyi and Gu Yancheng had agreed that their upper limit for this land was 24 billion. Exceeding this price might yield no profit. Gu Yancheng waited to see if anyone else would bid. Fong Qingxiao confidently announced 20 billion. The room fell silent. Zhong Jianlin was resolute. His company's cash flow could sustain the acquisition. 21 billion, he declared, his determination palpable. 22 billion, Gu Yancheng raised his paddle, exuding an air of ease. All eyes turned to him. Zhong Jianlin studied Gu Yancheng, while Fong Qingxiao also regarded him, puzzled by the motive behind Gu Yancheng's bidding strategy. 23 billion. Zhong Jianlin gritted his teeth and raised his paddle. Every gaze shifted back to Gu Yancheng. Chapter 66. The Prey, Yun Mengqing. Just as Gu Yancheng was about to raise his paddle, he was stopped by Luoyi. Reluctantly, he withdrew, aware that Luoyi was following his instructions to restrain him until the 24 billion mark. Though she did not fully comprehend Gu Yancheng's reasoning, she complied with his wishes. Zhong Jianlin gritted his teeth and persevered. Although he might not be turning a profit, he was determined to acquire the land. In a few years, its value would undoubtedly appreciate, which was crucial for securing his loans. The company's market capitalization was substantial, yet the actual liquid assets were rather limited. He needed the land to leverage greater value and initiate a virtuous cycle for the company. Gu Yancheng had already prepared a report and thought it was time to meet Yun Mengqing. After the land auction concluded, Zhong Jianlin successfully acquired the plot, which he had initially estimated could be obtained for 20 billion, yet it had inexplicably escalated to 24 billion. Gu Yancheng was indeed a disruptor. Fang Qingxiao observed Gu Yancheng and found him to be somewhat enigmatic, completely disregarding norms and operating outside conventional tactics, which left them perplexed. Gu Yancheng and Yi Luoyi swiftly departed, returning to the company. En route, Yi Luoyi directly inquired, "Can you now enlighten me as to why you acted this way? I initially desired that piece of land, as it would surely appreciate over time and yield profits. However, the price was excessively high. Acquiring it would consume too much of our capital, and our company's cash flow is down to about 70 billion now. I doubt that's the true reason. If you believe otherwise, then what am I to do? I can't simply be a disruptor. That seems to be your intention. Moreover, I think harmony in business breeds prosperity. There's no need to create enemies everywhere. That's detrimental. All right, I understand. In the future, I want to strike first and less provoked." Yi Luoyi looked at Gu Yancheng, feeling more satisfied if he continued to heed her advice. Once back in the office, Yi Luoyi remarked, "Yancheng, with just a week until the wedding, are you not excited?" "Excited? Of course I am. I'm about to welcome my wife into my home." Women enjoy hearing such sentiments, and Yi Luoyi was no exception. "By the way, the wedding dress will be ready next Monday. We should go and take wedding photos. You can arrange that." "All right. Oh, and I need to return home this afternoon. You could drive back alone after work. Is there something at home?" "Nothing urgent. Just a visit. Should I accompany you?" "No need. You are the esteemed Yi of the company. Have you finished your business?" "Very well. But do keep me informed if anything arises." "Understood." After Luoyi exited Gu Yancheng's office, Secretary Sun Ruowei had already noticed the apparent romantic connection between the two. She had always treated Gu Yancheng with utmost courtesy, recognizing Yi Luoyi's dependence on him, as she frequently checked in on him, which naturally made her more respectful towards Gu Yancheng, considering her livelihood was at stake. Gu Yancheng arrived at Yun Mengqing's residence. Knowing she should be home at this hour, he carried a document folder and called her. "Miss Yun, this is Gu Yancheng." Yun Mengqing was taken aback, surprised that Gu Yancheng had her number. "Mr. Gu, how did you obtain my contact information?" "That is not important. I wish to discuss a matter with you." "Is that convenient? Please choose the location." "I am at the entrance of your community. Would that be convenient?" Yun Mengqing was astonished that Gu Yancheng knew where she lived. After some thought, she considered that perhaps there could be a collaborative opportunity. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Then please come in." Gu Yancheng drove into the upscale flat in this affluent neighborhood. Wearing sunglasses and a hat, he entered the elevator with the document folder in hand. Yun Mengqing changed into a more conservative outfit, considering the implications of being alone with a man. When the doorbell rang, she opened the door to find Gu Yancheng standing there, and she had prepared slippers for him. As he stepped inside, he surveyed the tidy yet somewhat desolate apartment, noting Yun Mengqing's deliberately modest appearance. "What brings you here, Gu Yancheng? Should you first offer me a glass of water?" he replied, settling onto the sofa. Uncertain of Gu Yancheng's intentions, Yun Mengqing felt a pang of regret for inviting him over. Nevertheless, she poured him a glass of water. "Speak. What do you wish to discuss? Let us collaborate. I can assist you in extricating yourself from this quagmire." Yun Mengqing was taken aback, realizing he seemed aware of her discord with Zhong Jianlin, and it was evident he had come prepared. This realization ignited her anger. "I do not require your help. Please leave immediately." Disregarding her protests, Gu Yancheng gazed at her, memories of past grievances flooding his mind, and anger surged within him. "Leave now, or I will call the police." At the mention of the police, Gu Yancheng remained unfazed. "Yun Mengqing, I advise you to remain calm. I have nothing to discuss with you. Get out at once. If you do not leave, I will contact Yi Luoyi." "Are you threatening me?" As Gu Yancheng stood, Yun Mengqing began to feel anxious. She reached for her phone to call Yi Luoyi, but he swiftly snatched it from her. "Yun Mengqing, you truly intend to call my wife?" He regarded her as one would a quarry, seizing her wrist. "Let go of me, Gu Yancheng. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you know the consequences." "Consequences?" Gu Yancheng chuckled at her words. Suddenly, he pulled her into his embrace, and despite her frantic struggles, he held her tightly. "Gu Yancheng, do you understand what you're doing?" Without warning, he pressed his lips against hers. Yun Mengqing fought desperately, yet he afforded her no opportunity to resist, pinning her hands in place as he kissed her, rendering her unable to fight back. Uncertainty swirled within her. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Gu Yancheng was indifferent to her distress, carrying her straight to the bedroom. "Gu Yancheng, please stop. What do you want from me? I will agree to anything if you just let me go." "Let you go? Do you truly believe that is possible? If you dare to force me, I will ensure you end up in prison." With a swift motion, Gu Yancheng tore away her clothing, revealing her fair skin. Yun Mengqing instinctively shielded herself, tears cascading down her face. Chapter 67. The Feeling of Conquest. Gu Yancheng paid no heed to her tears. His mind was consumed with fury. recalling the injustices of his past life, showing no regard for her feelings. No matter how much she resisted, Yun Mengqing found herself ensnared in his grasp, unable to escape. She resigned herself to her fate. During the ordeal, she stubbornly kept silent, suppressing her cries, her tears flowing freely down her cheeks as she endured his advances. He lay beside her, his eyes filled with resentment. Gu Yancheng, I will not let you off the hook. Unfazed, Gu Yancheng was confident that Yun Mengqing would not report him. He calmly stated, Yun Mengqing, be my woman. Gu Yancheng, you are delusional. I can help you break free from Zhong Jinlin. You are even more detestable. Gu Yancheng gazed at the fierce Yun Mengqing, observing her graceful figure, which rivaled that of Yi Luoyi. In an instant, his desires seemed to ignite. Yun Mengqing, however, remained indifferent. She would never forgive this man. With her lips firmly sealed, she refused to utter sound. Witnessing Yun Mengqing's stubbornness, a flicker of pity welled up in Gu Yancheng's eyes. He reached out to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eye, but she recoiled. Gu Yancheng, get out of my sight this instant. I do not wish to see you, she demanded, her voice laced with desperation. Unmoved, Gu Yancheng lay beside her and calmly stated, I will help you leave Zhong Jinlin. Not necessary. My affairs are none of your concern. Leave immediately now. Yun Mengqing cried out in hysteria. Gu Yancheng rose, donned his clothes, while Yun Mengqing, wrapped in her blanket, glared at him with eyes full of resentment. In the living room, there's a file. If you come to your senses, call me, and I will assist you. For anything else, feel free to reach out, he said, casting one last look at Yun Mengqing before turning to leave. Alone in her room, tears streamed down her face. She never anticipated that Gu Yancheng could be such a beast. She wept in solitude for what felt like an eternity. Enduring the pain, she rose and made her way to the bathroom. It had been years since she had lived this way. Beneath the shower spray, she scrubbed her skin vigorously, desperate to wash away the traces of humiliation. After more than an hour, she emerged in her pajamas, and upon seeing the disarray of the bed, she furiously tossed the sheets into the trash. Her mind was consumed by the degrading moments of earlier. After completing her task, she curled up on the sofa in the living room, her thoughts solely occupied by Gu Yancheng. At that moment, she harbored an intense hatred for him. Glancing at the file on the table, she disdainfully hurled it into the trash, unwilling to even glance at it. Yet, as she remained curled up on the sofa, the file in the trash caught her eye. After much hesitation, she retrieved it and began to read. It was a plan targeting the Fengyan group, and as she perused its contents, her brows furrowed. This man had come prepared. Why was he doing this? Gu Yancheng had no grievances with her, yet sought to destroy Zhong Jinlin. Moreover, he treated her as mere prey, showing utter disregard for her well-being. The matter between her and Gu Yancheng was far from over. However, she indeed needed to sever ties with Zhong Jinlin. As she examined the plan, it became clear that Gu Yancheng intended for her to be the executioner. He was dreaming if he thought she would heed his arrangements. Armed with this plan, she would confront Zhong Jinlin directly. Divorce or not, she would take action. Yun Mengqing's heart brimmed with resentment towards men in her eyes. None were worth a good word. They were all beasts. After leaving Yun Mengqing's home, Gu Yancheng, initially indifferent towards her, found himself provoked by her attitude. He had always harbored desire for her. After all, Zhong Jinlin had entrusted him with the care of his son for over a decade. What was wrong with sleeping with his wife? This was the fundamental reason Gu Yancheng disregarded Yun Mengqing's feelings. Yet, he couldn't deny that her reaction had been rather satisfying. A way to release pin-up frustration. As Gu Yancheng reminisced about Yun Mengqing's defiant demeanor, a smirk crept upon his lips. He understood that she would not heed his advice, and it appeared he would have to personally intervene in the Fengyan group's affairs. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He could simply throw money at the media war. The easiest way to resolve issues. Once the public relations battle commenced, he had already secured the right people, with a dedicated firm to handle the situation. He merely needed to initiate the campaign, having already sent complaints to the banks about various mortgage violations and the financial state of the Fengyan group. Each bank received a copy. Gu Yancheng thought to himself, with enough financial backing, he could manipulate the information in the newspapers. He had arranged that too. Continuing down this path, the Fengyan group would face dire consequences. A few more disruptions, and the company would be on the brink of collapse. This inflated real estate firm would find it impossible to sell its fixed assets at current prices, unable to fill the bank's voids. Gu Yancheng intended to force them to sell their assets at a loss, leaving them no chance of recovery. With a debt ratio already at 82, the real estate market was holding steady, allowing the Fengyan group to keep the game going, at least until they could consolidate and perhaps resurrect their fortunes. However, Gu Yancheng would not grant them that opportunity. After a few phone calls, he had everything arranged but chose not to act immediately. Opt and wait a couple of days for Yun Mingqing's response. If she decided to take action, he could avoid embroiling himself in trouble. After all, the fewer complications, the better. This could also facilitate their divorce, achieving two objectives at once. In a way, this could be seen as a form of compensation for Yun Mingqing. Gu Yanchen rested at home for a while and took a shower. Just then, he received a call from Luoyi. What time will you be back tonight? I'll eat at home before coming back, so don't wait for me to have dinner. How are your parents? Very well, rest assured, drive carefully. Initially intending to head out, Yun Mingqing decided to hire bodyguards. She felt utterly unsafe, especially with Gu Yanchen lurking about. Once she dealt with Zhong Jianlin, she would not spare Gu Yanchen either. She intended to attend the wedding. She wanted to see if Gu Yanchen would be afraid. Perhaps ruining their marriage plans would serve as a revenge. Gu Yanchen, you may do as you please, but do not blame me for my actions. Chapter 68. Mutual testing. Gu Yanchen waited 2 days without receiving a response from Yun Mingqing. He dialed her number from his office. Hello, who is this? It's me, Gu Yanchen. Have you made up your mind? Gu Yanchen, get lost. Yun Mingqing retorted before abruptly hanging up. She was now en route to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain her divorce certificate, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Feeling an acute lack of security, Zhong Jianlin, upon receiving the information from Yun Mingqing, was engulfed in fear. Should she proceed, the Fengyun group would likely face a crisis, forcing him to acquiesce. Yun Mingqing, do you truly wish to divorce me? After all I've given you, how can you betray me like this? Once divorced, what s yours is yours, what s mine is mine. The restaurant is mine, and I want nothing else. Very well, you're ruthless. If you dare target the Fengyun group, you know I won't let you off easily. Words are pointless. Once divorced, we are strangers. You could do as you please. Yun Mingqing, you've endured for so many years just to seize the Fengyun group's secrets. You really have gone to great lengths. Likewise, the 2 entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, and Yun Mingqing had the property agreement ready. They signed the papers, and the divorce was completed swiftly. Holding the divorce certificate, Yun Mingqing retrieved Gu Yanchen's plan from the car and handed it to Zhong Jianlin. This plan is for you. Handle it as you see fit. Do not contact me again. With that, she strode away. Zhong Jianlin, clutching the plan, felt his expression darken. The plan was exceedingly sinister. If it fell into the wrong hands, it could spell doom for the Fengyun group. Watching Yun Mingqing depart, he found it hard to believe she could go through with such a scheme. Nonetheless, he realized he had to remain vigilant. Gu Yanchen's plans for Yun Mingqing were lacking in numerous details. He merely intended to have a conversation with her and expected her to act accordingly. However, an unforeseen incident transpired. After some contemplation, Gu Yanchen decided not to wait any longer and instructed his associates to take action. He deemed Yun Mingqing unreliable. He pondered whether he should pay a visit to her restaurant to gauge her stance, especially with his imminent wedding to Luoyi approaching. Her animosity towards him caused him some concern about her potential actions. Thus he resolved to investigate further. Gu Yanchen briefly informed Luoyi that he would step out for lunch, to which she did not inquire further. Upon arriving at Yun Mingqing's restaurant, he immediately spotted her, and she, in turn, noticed him, meeting his gaze with a cold, sullen expression. Ignoring him completely, she ascended to her office. Gu Yanchen hastily followed. Yun Mingqing, we need to talk. We have nothing to discuss. Please leave, she retorted, her bodyguard promptly obstructing Gu Yanchen's path. Step aside, he commanded sharply. Unfazed, Yun Mingqing continued her ascent, leaving him behind. Seated in her office, she watched Gu Yanchen dining in the lobby through the surveillance cameras. Still perplexed as to why he had chosen to confront her. They had no prior grievances with each other, and his audacious approach left her baffled. Why did he not fear her informing Luoyi, potentially ruining his prospects? Yun Mingqing awaited the 16th, eager to relay her side to Luoyi and witness the ensuing drama. Gu Yanchen, observing the camera, acknowledged that Yun Mingqing had divorced Zhong Jianlin. He couldn't help but admire her cunning. He glanced at the camera, feeling the need to remain vigilant against her. Their silent exchange was laden with tension. Yun Mingqing felt as though he could see through her very soul. Yet, she relished her newfound freedom, believing she held his fate in her hands and that he had no right to negotiate with her. After a moment's contemplation, she descended and sat across from Gu Yanchen. What do you wish to say? Yun Mingqing, I propose you move to Port City. I can arrange a position for you. Why should I go to Port City? Provide me with a reason. Remaining here offers you no advantages. Yun Mingqing detected his underlying concern about her potential interactions with Luoyi. I will not leave Donghai. Then tell me what you desire. We are both adults. The deed is done. Let us resolve it. And how do you envision me proceeding? Become my woman. What do you think? Her expression darkened with fury. You must be joking. Do you believe I won't inform Luoyi right now? Unperturbed by her threats, Gu Yanchen responded coolly. That would serve you no purpose. I, however, can offer you a multitude of benefits. If you comply and become my woman, your life may unfold in wondrous ways. She scoffed at his words. Wondrous? You, a mere son-in-law of the Yi family. What gives you the right to utter such things? Once I speak to Yi Luoyi, do you truly believe you will still have any leverage? Let's wait and see. We shall see if Fengyan Group can endure. Yun Mengqing regarded him, his air of confidence confounding her. As a canary, I can provide you with a stage to craft your own brilliance. Then you may leave, she declared, rising abruptly. Back in her office, Gu Yanchen's unadulterated gaze unsettled her. She lacked for nothing. She possessed a home and a restaurant, sufficient for a comfortable life. Yet, if Gu Yanchen could indeed bring down Fengyan Group, she would have to regard him with caution, especially after handing the plan to Zhong Jianlin. If it fell into his hands so easily, she would need to re-evaluate her perspective on Gu Yanchen. Her prior curiosity about how he managed to marry Yi Luoyi now seemed justified. He must possess considerable capability. Gu Yanchen left, having achieved his goal. She would likely refrain from informing Yi Luoyi unilaterally. Standing by her office window, she watched Gu Yanchen depart, baffled by his audacity. Taking out her phone, she called Yi Luoyi. President Yi, this is Yun Mengqing. Yinjia, what a surprise to hear from you. I heard you are to be wed on the 16th. Yet, I have yet to receive an invitation. Invitations will be sent out tomorrow, inviting you and President Zhong to attend. That's unnecessary. I have already divorced Zhong Jianlin. How sudden? Not sudden, merely inevitable. President Gu, I saw him at the restaurant earlier. Why weren't you together? Yun Mingqing's words struck Yi Luoyi, causing her heart to race. Yinjia, was he alone? I didn't pay much attention. All right, I understand. Thank you, Yinjia. Chapter 69. Crisis at Fengyan Group. Yun Mengqing had issued a warning to Gu Yanchen. Should he dare to act again, she would not allow him to escape unscathed. Upon returning to the company, he found Yi Luoyi waiting for him in his office. Where have you been? She inquired. Just saw someone and had a meal. Who did you see? Where did you dine? Gu Yanchen, noting the way Yi Luoyi looked at him, surmised that Yun Mengqing had contacted her. This woman had the audacity to reach out to his wife. Just a friend, and we dined at that restaurant we visited last time. I was alone. Really? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, ask Yun Mengqing. I spoke with her for a few moments. Yi Luoyi scrutinized Gu Yanchen, attempting to discern if he was deceiving her. Yinjia mentioned she wasn't sure if he brought anyone. What would I bring? You can call her and check the surveillance. I was dining in the lobby. Seeing Gu Yanchen's forthright demeanor, Yi Luoyi felt reassured he was not lying. Gu Yanchen, you are a married man. Do not entertain any thoughts regarding Yunjia. She is married, and I am married. What thoughts could I possibly have? Gu Yanchen feigned ignorance. Yi Luoyi was aware of Yun Mengqing's divorce. It was better for him to remain oblivious and keep his distance. All right, the wedding dress will arrive this weekend. Let's go take some photos. There are several locations. Would you like to choose? Just decide. My wife's taste surely surpasses mine. Upon hearing this, Yi Luoyi beamed with joy. My mother said the invitations will be sent out tomorrow. That sounds good. Our wedding on the 16th must not be altered. Indeed. Now, I must return to my duties. Gu Yanchen leaned in to kiss Yi Luoyi, who reciprocated before departing. Once alone in his office, Gu Yanchen's expression turned serious. Yun Mengqing was playing a dangerous game. Yi Luoyi would undoubtedly invite her to the wedding. Even if she were not invited, she might still show up. This was something he could not afford to overlook. At this moment, Yun Mengqing sat in her office, sipping tea while observing Gu Yanqing's reaction. This humiliating incident must not go unpunished. She was determined to make him pay dearly. The reason she refrained from speaking out was that she still harbored reservations. She needed to see how the Fengyan Group would navigate these turbulent waters. Should disaster truly strike, she would have no choice but to reassess Gu Yanqing. This man was indeed inscrutable and audacious. She referred to him as a son-in-law merely to provoke him, curious to uncover his true capabilities. Gu Yanqing hesitated for a moment before dialing Yun Mengqing's number. Upon seeing his call, she decided to answer. Yun Mengqing, you're playing with fire, he warned. And what of it? Your beastly actions have been tolerated far too long. I've shown you enough leniency by not exposing you directly. If I dare to act once, I shall dare to act again. Should you provoke me further, I won't hesitate to indulge in clandestine affairs. You wouldn't dare, she retorted. Let us see if you possess the courage. I have stated before, if you are obedient and fulfill your role as my woman without causing disturbances, I can provide you with whatever you desire. However, should you continue to instigate trouble, know that I am not a benevolent man. I am capable of anything. Gu Yanqing would not tolerate any affront to his dignity. He showed no mercy to those who posed a threat to him. Yun Mengqing felt her face turn pale as she absorbed his words. Are you threatening me? She asked, her voice trembling. Let me be perfectly clear. This is indeed a threat, and you will never escape my grasp. Obey me, and even if you inform Yi Luoyi, Do you truly think I will be deterred? I merely wish to avoid complications, Gu Yancheng replied bluntly. Stunned, Yun Mengqing abruptly ended the call, realizing that she could no longer provoke him. This despicable man was truly capable of anything, and his tone suggested that he might not care at all. Sitting in her office, her mind was a tumult of emotions as she recalled the humiliating scene. She felt utterly resentful, as though she were merely a plaything for Gu Yancheng to manipulate. A wave of discomfort washed over her. Meanwhile, Gu Yancheng glanced at his phone screen, where a text had arrived. The materials had been submitted to various banks' auditing departments. A smirk crept across his lips. This situation was nearing its conclusion. With the pregnancy scandal surfacing, he intended to leave them destitute. Pondering whether this might be too lenient, he believed that experiencing life as hardships was precisely what they deserved. As for Yun Mengqing, if she embraced her role as his woman, he would treat her well, for she was innocent in this sordid affair, and his actions were merely a means to satiate his own desires. However, she possessed undeniable potential. Should she choose to focus on her career, she might prove to be a valuable ally. The choice lay in her hands. As the weekend arrived, Zhong Jianlin had received news that the banks were commencing audits on Fengyun Group's loans. Bewildered, he realized that some loans were indeed in violation of regulations. Enraged, he called Yun Mengqing, who, having gone on vacation, had wisely distanced herself from the situation. She aimed to observe the unfolding events and would return only once the dust settled. Aware of Gu Yancheng's unyielding confidence, she anticipated that Zhong Jianlin might seek her out, and she wished to avoid entanglement in this mess. Given Gu Yancheng's unpredictable nature, she was wary of what he might do. He might even resort to coercive tactics again. Thus, she decided to keep her distance. When Zhong Jianlin found that her phone was off, he angrily threw his device aside. That wretched woman, how dare she deceive me? He knew that these issues would eventually trace back to him, so he resolved to flee. Grabbing his passport, he prepared to escape to Port City and then abroad. He could not remain in the country. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. With assets overseas, he could lead a life of leisure indefinitely. Simultaneously, Gu Yancheng learned of Zhong Jinlin's imminent departure for the airport and chuckled to himself, noting the man's quick wit in planning his escape. He was also aware that Yun Mengqing had left the country. Gu Yancheng had arranged for someone to follow her closely, ensuring that he would not encounter any unforeseen complications. His preparations were meticulous. As Zhong Jinlin made his escape, Gu Yancheng instructed his associates to inform the banks of Zhong Jinlin's intention to leave the country. How they chose to handle the situation was their concern. With a smirk, Gu Yancheng mused that it appeared Zhong Jinlin was entangled in bribery and other illicit activities, an unexpected delight. This turn of events provided Gu Yancheng with a sense of vindication. Nevertheless, he found Yun Mengqing's intelligence surprising. To let such a clever woman slip through his fingers would be unwise. Chapter 70, Ye Mother's Advice. Gu Yancheng intended to stoke the flames further. Negative news regarding Fengyun Group had begun to circulate, reporting that the founder was preparing to flee and that the financial chain had been severed. Gu Yancheng awaited the escalation of these rumors. Knowing that Zhong Jinlin was unlikely to escape unscathed, it required little effort to consider the depths of the real estate sector's corruption. Seated in his office, he felt considerably more at ease and prepared to focus on his own affairs. Meanwhile, Han Yunting and Fang Qingxiao were closely monitoring the developments surrounding Fengyun Group. Just days after securing the bidding rights for Donghai Real Estate, the company was now mired in scandal, potentially setting off a chain reaction that could plunge them in a crisis. Who was orchestrating this affair from behind the scenes? The methods employed were certainly extraordinary, and the sudden emergence of this news sent ripples through the industry. The founder of Fengyun Group was reportedly heading to Port City, signaling an impending departure from the country. This news sent shockwaves throughout the business community, suggesting severe issues within Fengyun Group, as even the founder was preparing to flee. Gu Yancheng received the information as well, with enough financial clout. He had invested tens of millions into this endeavor. He would not allow Fengyun Group any opportunity for recovery. Otherwise, how could his resentment ever be quelled? At that moment, Yun Mengqing, now abroad, received emails detailing the current state of Fengyun Group. In just 2 days, Gu Yancheng had evidently orchestrated a thorough dismantling of the company, and she felt grateful that she had divorced Zhong Jinlin. Otherwise, she might not have fared well. Gu Yancheng had inadvertently aided her escape. This scoundrel's motivations remained a mystery to her, as did the ferocity of his actions. He was a madman, and even if she reported him, he would find a way to retaliate. Yun Mengqing was filled with trepidation, yet relieved to be overseas. She resolved to return only when all matters had settled. She was also hesitant to inform Luoyi about her situation before the wedding, which was set to take place in about a week. She wanted to wait and see what Gu Yancheng, this madman, would do next. During the weekend, Gu Yancheng accompanied Yi Luoyi to the fancy bridal shop. Yi Luoyi, linked arm in arm with him, was filled with anticipation for the wedding gown. As they each donned their respective outfits and emerged, Gu Yancheng found it impossible to tear his gaze away from Yi Luoyi. The store manager, too, was captivated. As a woman, she felt a twinge of envy at the sight. Adorned with a veil that framed her delicate collarbone, the intricate lace and pearl embroidery delicately draped over soft tulle, and the skirt flowed like ethereal clouds, trailing gracefully behind her. Yi Luoyi's every smile and frown is breathtakingly beautiful. At this moment, Gu Yancheng feels exceedingly fortunate to have married such a stunning wife. Perhaps in his past life, his kindness moved the heavens. When Yi Luoyi gazes at Gu Yancheng, she can sense his affection. Is she beautiful? My wife is the most exquisite woman, he declares, and Yi Luoyi beams with satisfaction. Clad in a perfectly tailored suit, Gu Yancheng and Yi Luoyi are both adorned by their respective stylists. Together, they epitomize a perfect match, a union of talent and beauty. With Yi Luoyi linking her arm through his, her face radiates joy, mirrored by Gu Yancheng, who truly regards her as his wife. She is the first woman in his life and his legally recognized spouse, and he vows to cherish her for a lifetime. This thought fills his heart, and he acknowledges that Yi Luoyi has played a significant role in his rapid ascent in his career. She provided immense support from the very beginning, and for this reason alone, he would never abandon her. Gu Yancheng's face beams with joy as he poses for the photographer, striking various stances. Both their faces aglow with smiles. He occasionally wraps his arms around Yi Luoyi, holding her close, kissing her, and their synergy is palpable. At last, envisioning a classic moment, Gu Yancheng suddenly lifts Yi Luoyi's veil and kisses her. Yi Luoyi is taken by surprise, and the photographer captures numerous snapshots in that fleeting instant. Releasing her, Yi Luoyi asks, "Darling, what inspired that gesture?" "You underestimate me. I can be quite the romantic," he replies. Yi Luoyi teasingly questions, "Then why have you never been romantic before? Or do you simply not wish to be? From now on, I shall shower you with romance." The wedding photo shoot lasts 3 to 4 hours. As Gu Yancheng deems it sufficient, he dismisses the idea of continuing outdoors, finding no picturesque spots in Donghai. Yi Luoyi agrees, feeling that the ceremony itself suffices. They select a photo to hang in their home, and Yi Luoyi is particularly pleased with the image of their kiss, as it exudes an undeniable allure. Before departing, she copies a photo for herself. "Shall we return home? Let's visit my parents. They want us to stay for a couple of days." "All right." Upon arriving at the old residence, Ye's father is delighted to see them. Though they see each other daily at the company, home feels more relaxed. As soon as Gu Yancheng sits down, Ye's father inquires, "What are your thoughts on the Fengyun group situation, Yancheng? It seems they are facing formidable competition." Ye's father shares his concern, unsure of who is behind the maneuvers that have caused such turmoil. "I heard that Zhong Jianlin has been put under surveillance, and there are issues with those properties. Fengyun group is on the brink of collapse," he remarks. "Dad, you need not worry about Shenghua. Our financial situation is sound. Even if we are affected, it will be minimal. Moreover, since we deal in commercial real estate, the properties we develop are ours, and they do not concern the average citizen," Gu Yancheng reassures him. Meanwhile, Yi Luoyi is reviewing wedding photos with her mother. "How is your new company progressing?" "It's going well. We're still hiring, and it will take some time." "Good. Next, focus on the wedding preparations. What do you plan to go for your honeymoon?" "Perhaps a week at Bali Island." "That sounds lovely." Ye's father is quite pleased with Gu Yancheng. His investment approach is not overly aggressive, and he seems to be waiting for the right opportunity. "Luoyi, these wedding photos are splendid. You are about to become Yancheng's wife in every sense of the word. You must learn to care for him and love him, and avoid being too willful. To keep a man, you must know how to hold on to him. Each has their own way. Yancheng is the kind who responds well to gentleness. If you treat him kindly and considerately, he will be devoted to you for life." "Mom, you're absolutely right. I have tried many approaches to understand this principle. As long as you comprehend it, remember that a truly capable man, regardless of how accomplished his wife may be, will always regard her as his foremost priority, rather than his title as a company president. I have come to realize that Yancheng is the kind of man who reciprocates kindness tenfold. Indeed, cherish your life together and avoid being willful. Hurry and have a child. I can assist in caring for it. By the way, this is the villa your father purchased for you in Yancheng, located in our neighborhood. When you get a chance, present it to him as if you bought it." "Mom, that doesn't seem appropriate." "Silly girl, you and Yancheng are family. This is a gift from you as a daughter-in-law to his parents. Ye Luoyi understands her parents' heartfelt intentions. Yancheng values his pride. He may refuse if I present it to him. Then simply ask him for the funds. This will also convey your thoughtfulness and ensure he knows you're always considering him." Yi Luoyi smiles. "Mom, I understand." Chapter 71. a desire for a world of two. That evening, Gu Yancheng and Yi Luoyi lie in bed together. Yi Luoyi hands the property deed to Gu Yancheng. Darling, this is the deed to the villa. You should invite your parents to stay here. Gu Yancheng takes the deed, noticing his name and the address. This is indeed the neighborhood. Luoyi, did you buy this for me? Yes. Gu Yancheng gazes at the deed, fixated on Yi Luoyi. How much did it cost? Not much. That won't do. I must repay you. How could I allow my wife to buy me a house? What is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. Must we delineate everything so clearly? Hearing these words, Gu Yancheng realizes he has been narrow-minded. Indeed, this amount is trivial for the Yi family and for him. He could also repay the Yi family in other ways. How fortunate I am to have such a wonderful wife. There's no one in all of Huaxiao like her. Buying a house for her husband and a grand villa at that. Yi Luoyi observes Gu Yancheng's self-deprecating humor, recognizing that he is, in fact, praising himself. She knows this tactic works wonders on him. If she treats him well, he will reciprocate in abundance. Gu Yancheng pulls Yi Luoyi into his embrace, showering her with kisses, eliciting laughter from her. Is this how you express your gratitude to me? This is how I convey my love for you. Whatever you desire in the future, I will go through fire and water to fulfill it. You said that. I will hold you to it. Remember to jot it down in a little notebook, and I will fulfill my promises. Yi Luoyi beams. She thrives on this kind of banter, and he is likely to make good on his grand promises. Darling, does this mean we should tear up that agreement? Absolutely. It would be foolish to let go of such an extraordinary beauty like you, who is as enchanting as she's sure, and who is so considerate and caring toward me. Yi Luoyi feels a surge of joy, knowing that Gu Yancheng truly regards her as family. What are your plans for the future? Can you share them with me? Your husband aims to achieve great things. I intend to venture into the chip technology industry and invest substantial sums. Yi Luoyi is taken aback. But 20 billion is hardly sufficient. How can that be accomplished? Your husband possesses unparalleled skills in making money. Just relax and let me handle it. Her face lights up with delight. So, does that mean you will continuously earn money to support the chip venture? Indeed, your husband is destined for significant endeavors that benefit the nation and its people. Trifling matters are not my concern. So why did you not inform me earlier? If I divulged this to you, you would simply invest more money. You have already given so much. How could I possibly ask for more? As Yi Luoyi listened to Gu Yancheng's words, a smile graced her lips. Very well. Pursue your ambitions. Even if you fail, I shall support you. Gu Yancheng felt a warmth envelop his heart at her words. Embracing Yi Luoyi as one would a cherished treasure, Yi Luoyi gradually comprehended that whatever she offered him, Gu Yancheng could reciprocate with what she desired. All right, should I truly fail, you must promise to support me for a lifetime. Indeed, I shall take care of you for eternity. Gu Yancheng's embrace became more audacious. As the buttons of Yi Luoyi's nightgown were deftly undone, she made no effort to hinder him, mirroring his actions in kind. They were both well acquainted with such intimacies. Yi Luoyi reveled in the experience, finding immense joy in Gu Yancheng's ability to please her, and her skills had indeed improved, allowing her to synchronize with his every move. Their life grew increasingly harmonious. However, she pondered postponing pregnancy, as Gu Yancheng faced numerous pressures and responsibilities ahead. Moreover, she yearned to savor their world as a couple for a while longer. The thought of rushing into motherhood felt premature, as she wished to relish their time together for another year or two. Later, as they lay in bed, Gu Yancheng mused, my dear wife, had it not been for that fateful night, would you even have cast a glance my way? Of course, she replied, that day, were you not tempted by my allure? Naturally. Yet, how fortunate I am to be graced with a celestial beauty as my wife. Such luck is truly remarkable. The two of them nestled closely together. From now on, you shall heed my counsel at home. Can you manage that? Certainly. Who else should I listen to if not my wife? With such a sensible partner, I am assured of a prosperous future. Yi Luoyi beamed at his words, relishing the emotional value he provided. Two intelligent and emotionally astute individuals together truly radiated joy. She refrained from mentioning other women, fully aware that as long as she held his heart, he would remain devoted to her. He returned home daily, and aside from Xiao Yuejin from Hong Kong, he scarcely encountered any other women. Their distance rendered any such encounters unlikely. There was no need for her to vocalize her confidence. She could feel Gu Yancheng's love and his concern for her well-being. As they embraced, Gu Yancheng tenderly played with Yi Luoyi's hair. She was the first woman to truly penetrate his heart. Although he recognized the deliberate nature of this connection, it felt gratifying to him. A woman who entrusted her body and soul to him, while constantly considering his needs, left him with no reason to refuse. Gazing at the stunningly beautiful Yi Luoyi, he experienced a warmth he had long yearned for. As for Yun Mengqing, Gu Yancheng possessed a sense of possessiveness. He would afford her a place in his life. Yet he would shield Luoyi from such matters, wishing to preserve his image as the perfect man in her eyes. Perhaps in the future, there would be other women, but they would exist only outside his home. Luoyi would remain his sole companion within. Such were Gu Yancheng's thoughts at this moment. Meanwhile, He Jiayi perused the news online, having noted the developments concerning Zhong Jianlin and Fengyan Group. At this moment, she found herself engulfed in a frenzy, uncertain of her next steps. Mother, Zhong Jianlin has been placed under surveillance, indicating trouble. I cannot carry this child. Jiayi, let us hold on for now. If he intends to flee, he must possess assets overseas. Moreover, a bribery charge will not carry a lengthy sentence. When he emerges, we can still secure our share of the fortune. Listening to her mother, Jiayi's spirits lifted as she exclaimed, Yes, yes, mother, you make a valid point. As long as the child remains, he cannot neglect his own offspring. Precisely. Jiayi harbored deep resentment towards Gu Yancheng, feeling that her current predicament was entirely his doing. In the future, she would not let him off easily. She sensed, in some intangible way, that Gu Yancheng was the puppet master orchestrating her plight, maneuvering her into this situation while remaining unyielding in his tactics. She had no understanding of why. Chapter 72. Milestone achieved. 5 days passed, and only 2 remained until the wedding. Gu Yancheng returned home to inspect the preparations for the wedding suite. He had generously provided his parents with 10 million 2 weeks prior to ensure everything was in order. They were taken aback by such a substantial sum, but indeed, they had replaced the old bed and made minor updates to the furnishings. After all, they would only be staying for 1 night. A little frugality was in order. Upon returning home, Gu Yancheng learned that the Myth investment company in Hong Kong had liquidated its assets, yielding a staggering profit of 6 billion. Xiao Yuejin gazed at the figures on the company's balance sheet, finding them almost surreal. In a mere month, they had quadrupled their earnings. Overcome with excitement, she called Gu Yancheng. Gu Yancheng, do you realize how much we have earned? 60 billion, perhaps? Aren't you the least bit exhilarated? What is there to be excited about? You've already handled the European and American companies. When transferring the funds, you must employ some discretion to avoid any indication of ties to the Myth company. Otherwise, the consortium could become too large, and funds from that side may become unavailable. How much do you plan to invest? About $200 million should suffice. Very well. Additionally, you may need to provide occasional financial support to Ren Mushua's company. As for your profits, we can settle those at year-end. Understood. You are the boss. Your word is final. Gu Yancheng, there are over 8 billion sitting in the account, and you are not the least bit thrilled? How so? You are now a billionaire in your own right. Should you not feel elated? Of course. I can now confront the Shao family without concern for any of them. Enough of that. This is merely a fraction of the wealth. When you become a billionaire, you can truly place them beneath your feet. Gu Yancheng, are you merely painting grand visions? If it comes to fruition, would you spend night with me? Gu Yancheng, your intentions are hardly innocent. Does Luoyi know? Of course, I must keep this from her. Then it is up to your skills to manage. Xiao Yuejin dismissed the notion, yet she genuinely recognized Gu Yancheng's exceptional capabilities. His strategic planning was flawless. The purpose of the Myth investment company was to generate rapid profits, closely intertwined with Gu Yancheng's prowess. Furthermore, the European and American firms aimed to target top-tier companies for investment. He sought equity. Xiao Yuejin understood Gu Yancheng's intentions. The West was excessively vigilant regarding Chinese capital, unwilling to allow a massive acquisition of shares by Chinese investors and subsequent global resource acquisitions. Gu Yancheng's strategy was indeed ambitious. If this pace continued within a decade, the Myth investment company could potentially amass a $1 trillion scale. Xiao Yuejin, I shall remember this, Gu Yancheng declared. Once I become a billionaire, I will be an old woman. Married. Will you still desire me? Must you marry? If I do not marry, what shall I do when I am old? I will support you. If I am unable, I shall have my son take care of you. Get lost, Xiao Yuejin retorted playfully. Now, back to business. Please inject 20 billion into the Tianxia company, and for now, you need not concern yourself further. Understood. I will contact Ren Mushua. My wedding is in 2 days. Will you be attending? I shall not go. I have decided to attend. Luoyi likely senses a lingering sourness in the air. Do not portray my wife as a woman of petty grievances. Gu Yancheng, let's not dwell on this. I have work to attend to. Gu Yancheng ended the call, and a text message arrived on his phone. Yun Mengqing is preparing to return to the country. The affairs of Fenghua Group are progressing swiftly. Zhong Jianlin has already been imprisoned, and it seems Yun Mengqing has received the news. Moreover, Uncle Mao will not pursue him, as they are divorced, with no entanglements concerning their assets. This woman remains quite astute. It is uncertain what her return entails, whether she truly intends to attend the wedding. Gu Yancheng had long anticipated her actions. Upon her return, Yun Mengqing would soon discover the arrangements he had meticulously orchestrated. He was determined that nothing would disrupt his wedding. At this very moment, Yun Mengqing was at the airport, already aware that Zhong Jianlin had been incarcerated. The Fengyun group now teetered on the brink of collapse. Zhong Jianlin's chaotic affairs were of no concern to her. Her intent in returning was solely to manage her restaurant and then attend Yi Luoyi's wedding. As for whether to disclose certain matters to Yi Luoyi, she had begun to waver internally. As long as Gu Yancheng did not provoke her, she would consider it as if she had merely been bitten by a dog. Yun Mengqing harbored deep resentment towards Gu Yancheng, yet she dared not provoke him. The Fengyun group had become a mere shadow of its former self in less than half a month. The bank had already begun to withdraw loans, and its survival remained uncertain. Gu Yancheng possessed formidable means, and she could not afford to underestimate him. If he continued to act against her, she would find herself powerless, calling for help to no avail. Unbeknownst to Yun Mengqing, her return would severely limit her ability to shape her own destiny. Gu Yancheng inspected the wedding suite, adorned with a simple bright red quilt emblazoned with auspicious characters. Mom, Dad, have relatives been taken aback lately? Have they reached out to you? Their family members were already aware of their newfound prosperity, inevitably leading to certain inquiries directed at them. We will refuse any request we can. By the way, Mom and Dad, after the wedding, you will move to the same neighborhood as Luoyi's parents. What? You want us to live under the same roof as Luoyi's parents? How could that be? Yi Luoyi has purchased a villa specifically for you to reside in. She bought you a villa? Gu Yancheng's face beamed with pride. What of it? Your son possesses charm. It is customary for men to buy houses for women, yet my wife has bought one for me. You should feel proud. Gu father gazed at his son, who was brimming with self-satisfaction. Yancheng, where is your modesty? What have you done for her in return for this villa? Your son's career is just beginning. Whatever is mine will be hers in the future. I see your audacity has grown. I truly do not understand how Luoyi could fall for you. Dad, your son is quite exceptional. You will come to realize this. I care not for these matters, nor do I concern myself with your earnings. If you mistreat Luoyi, I shall break your legs. Did you need to say that? Why not treat my own wife well? Do you not think our family has been favored by fortune? Dad, take a look for yourself. You rascal, always so irreverent. You must cherish such a wonderful girl as Luoyi. Work diligently at her company. Do you understand? Understood. Gu father and Gu mother found nothing to criticize in their daughter-in-law. They felt as though they were in a dream. Gu Yancheng observed his parents. Over the past month, he too had felt somewhat dazed, as if he had accomplished all he needed to in this lifetime. He had avenged the humiliation of betrayal, had been with Yun Mengqing, and now married Yi Luoyi. With all settled, he was ready to pursue his grand aspirations. He intended to show the self-proclaimed financial powerhouses of Europe and America what true financial predation entailed. He aimed to plunder them to realize the prosperity of Huaxia, which was his ultimate goal. Chapter 73. Seeking Yun Mengqing. After a brief moment, Gu Yancheng prepared to leave. Mom, Dad, with the clothes Luoyi bought for you at the wedding. Understood. Do we need your reminder? Very well. I shall take my leave. Wait. Do you remember our conversation? Certainly. I will treat Luoyi well. Good. You will return the night before, and the next day you will fetch the bride. Understood. My mother-in-law has already briefed me on the process. The elderly couple regarded their son, who seemed to have left all wedding arrangements to the bride's family, making them feel as if they were marrying off a daughter. Just ensure you are mindful. Treat Luoyi well, for she has sacrificed so much for you. Of course, I will cherish her. With that, Gu Yancheng exited without another word. That evening, Gu Yancheng and Yi Luoyi sat on the edge of the bed in their villa, nestled together while gazing at the starry sky. Darling, do you wish for children? From your tone, it seems you desire them. If you wish for them now, we can. If you prefer to wait a couple of years, that is fine too. We are still young and can enjoy our time together. That is precisely my thought. I was worried you might disagree. My wife is always right. Yi Luoyi, charmed by his words, reveled in the exchange. Gu Yancheng embraced her, their foreheads touching gently. Tomorrow, I will send you back, and then I shall return. The day after, I will come to fetch you. Gu Yancheng laid Yi Luoyi down gently on the bed, her eyes glimmering with affection as she gazed at him. He drew the curtains and lay beside her, understanding her every unspoken wish. Wife, I must conserve my energy. In a few days, we will be celebrating our wedding night, and we cannot be inactive, can we? Yi Luoyi smiled at his words. Are you eager for it? Who is eager? We are merely resting. As the blankets enveloped them, they began to stir playfully beneath. Yi Luoyi's cheeks flushed with excitement, her attire disheveled. Only Gu Yancheng could lead her astray in such a manner. Gu Yancheng, have you corrupted me? A little mischief is delightful, dear sister. At hearing the term sister, Ye lui simile vidinet. Brother, you must heed your sister's advice. Gu Yancheng burst into laughter at the term. What are you laughing at? Are you certain you wish to call me brother? Since you call me sister, it is only fitting I call you brother, is it not? Gu Yancheng whispered something in her ear, and she immediately understood, playfully striking him. Gu Yancheng, you are such a rogue, utterly indecent. I only tease my sister. In truth, Yi Luoyi felt joy in their playful banter. Gu Yancheng often teased her, which she found delightful, believing it was the essence of marital intimacy. They could not simply lie down and do nothing or sleep. Yi Luoyi began unbuttoning Gu Yancheng's shirt. Sister will help you undress. Gu Yancheng gazed at her, his face radiant with joy. They embarked on a new rhythm together, with Yi Luoyi above and Gu Yancheng below, each savoring the experience, drenched in sweat. Yi Luoyi reveled in the sensations, as did Gu Yancheng. Late at night, Yun Mengxing arrived home, lying in bed, contemplating whether returning was a mistake. Would Gu Yancheng become entangled with her once more? She had no clear idea of the situation. On the road, she had already seen news regarding the Fengyun Group. The real estate business had come to a standstill, though the computer services sector remained largely unaffected. The real estate sector has become the primary source of revenue, and it now appears utterly hopeless. The computer manufacturing business is likely to be sold off as well, given the mortgage situation. The once promising Fengyun Group has faced a drastic downturn, seemingly beyond redemption, and may soon enter the phase of asset liquidation or state acquisition. Zhong Jinlin is left with nothing. He has squandered the legacy built by 2 generations of the Zhong family, which is truly a fitting consequence for his actions. Yun Mengxing reclines in the secondary bedroom, reluctant to enter the master bedroom, where an indelible scene continues to haunt her thoughts. She yearns to relocate, seeking a residence in a community with heightened security. Yun Mengxing harbors a deep apprehension towards Gu Yancheng. She even questions her decision to return to her homeland, though she cannot remain abroad indefinitely, as her family resides within the country. She contemplates reconciliation, preferring to avoid unnecessary conflict with the beast that is Gu Yancheng. The following morning, Gu Yancheng drives Yi Luoyi back to her family home. In the living room, Ye's mother instructs Gu Yancheng, Yancheng, please arrive early tomorrow to escort Luoyi. You must pick her up before 10, as the wedding commences at noon. Mother, worry not. I will likely be too excited to sleep tonight. I shall rise before dawn. Eagerly dreaming of bringing Luoyi into my home, he assures her. Ye's mother cannot suppress her smile at his words. It is no surprise that her aloof daughter transforms so completely in Gu Yancheng's presence. This young man possesses a remarkable charm. However, this shift is for the better. Their happiness is paramount. Mother, I shall take my leave now. I will return tomorrow to pick up Luoyi, he says. Be careful on the road, she replies. While driving, Gu Yancheng is aware that Yun Mengxing has returned to the country. He initially considers waiting to see if she will contact him, but as time passes without a call, he heads straight to the restaurant where she is. The establishment has yet to open, and he parks at the entrance before dialing her number. Upon seeing the caller ID, Yun Mengxing is taken aback. She hesitates, contemplating whether to answer. After a moment's indecision, she picks up. Gu Yancheng, why are you calling me? I'm at the entrance of your restaurant. Will you come out, or should I come in? Yun Mengxing feels a surge of panic at his words. What do you want from me? Just a chat. I have nothing to discuss with you. I do not wish to see you. Are you certain? What do you mean by that? We have no ties, and I will attend the wedding. I won't mention anything to Yi Luoyi. I do not trust you. What do you want me to do? Come outside. I need to see your sincerity. Yun Mengxing is uncertain of Gu Yancheng's intentions and feels a knot of anxiety in her stomach. She cannot risk a private meeting with him. One never knows what this beast might do. Then come inside. We can talk there. With a smirk, Gu Yancheng steps inside. Yun Mengxing, clad in a qipao that accentuates her graceful figure and delicate features, elicits a flicker of desire in him. Noticing his hungry gaze, she instinctively retreats. Chapter 74. Will you spare me? Gu Yancheng leads the way upstairs, and Yun Mengxing quickly states, if you have something to say, let us discuss it in the living room. Are you so afraid of me? He teases, ascending the stairs. Yun Mengxing remains frozen in place, anxiety coursing through her. As Gu Yancheng reaches the halfway point of the staircase, he calls back, Yun Mengxing, why are you standing there? What can I possibly do to you? Realizing he will not leave easily, she follows him up the stairs to her modestly furnished office, which exudes a simple elegance. Gu Yancheng takes a seat in her chair. So you've returned specifically to attend my wedding? He inquires. Yes, am I not allowed? Of course you are, she replies, maintaining a physical distance between them. What do you wish to discuss? You remain as captivating as ever. I have but one choice for you, and I trust you comprehend my meaning. Dream on. I will never consent. Rising, Gu Yancheng locks the door behind him, causing Yun Mengxing to panic. If you dare to touch me again, I will not remain silent. I will inform Yi Luoyi, and if I suffer, you shall not escape unscathed. Gu Yancheng regards her intently. What? Are you truly so afraid of me? Remember, I played a significant role in facilitating your divorce from Zhong Jianlin. Besides, what is so terrible about being with me? You're a beast. He inches closer, and she retreats further until he seizes her wrist and pulls her against him. Let go of me. She protests. Leaning down, he whispers in her ear. You cannot escape my grasp. If you intend to attend the wedding, you best behave and refrain from causing any disturbances. Yun Mengqing gazes into his eyes, fear evident in her expression. What must I do for you to let me go? Why won't you simply follow me? Do not even think about it. I could easily force myself upon you. Yun Mengqing realizes she has leaped from one perilous situation into another. Trembling, she feels Gu Yancheng's awareness of her fear as he envelopes her in his arms. Is it so undesirable to follow me? What harm could come to you? She resists, pushing against him with all her might, but he remains unyielding. Biting his arm in desperation, he immediately releases her, concerned about the implications of leaving a mark just before the wedding. Have you lost your mind? Did you really bite me? Perhaps I have. But what have I done to deserve this treatment? You have done nothing wrong. It is I who have taken a liking to you. Why should I be compelled to be with you simply because you desire it? I relish the feeling of control, particularly over women. Therefore, escaping is futile. No matter where you flee, I will find you. Rest assured, I am not as monstrous as you envision. I am merely here to remind you that I could, indeed, have you if I wished. Live well, heed my words, and should you encounter any troubles, confide in me, and I shall assist you. I need no help from you. Leave. I wish to avoid you. Time is of the essence. Accompany me for dinner. I refuse. Gu Yancheng observes the defiance in Yun Mengqing's demeanor. She wishes to seize control of her destiny, but fate has placed her in his path. Having shared intimacy with her, he finds her irresistibly alluring and will not relinquish her easily. Wrapping his arms around her, he declares, if you refuse, I shall simply hold you as we descend, allowing your employees to witness our interaction. The choice is yours. With no alternative, Yun Mengqing capitulates. Release me, and I will go with you. Realizing she has no other option, she concedes, knowing Gu Yancheng is a rogue who fears nothing. Weighing the pros and cons in her mind, she surrenders to his will. Gu Yancheng loosens his hold on her. Did you enjoy your time abroad? Have you been investigating me all this while? Am I not allowed to pay attention to my woman? Who is your woman? I can never agree to that. Gu Yancheng doesn't mind. Yun Mengqing is quite stubborn. Forcing her will only fill her heart with resentment toward herself. But what of it? Gu Yancheng is selfish and domineering. He won tea, let her escape. Yun Mengqing instructs the waiter to prepare a few dishes. She has managed to calm her tumultuous emotions, though she genuinely fears what Gu Yancheng might do next. Despite his advances, he has not coerced her, yet the moment he locked the door, terror gripped her heart. In the private room, only Gu Yancheng and Yun Mengqing remain. Gu Yancheng, are you truly unafraid of me informing you, Luoyi? You mentioned it would only complicate matters for me. After all, we are already married. At most, I would need to placate her for a few extra days, but you can surely foresee your own destiny. Worst case scenario, I could leave Donghai without a second thought. Do you truly believe you can leave? Could you please let me go? Letting you go is possible, but with one condition. What condition? Give me a son. Yun Mengqing, infuriated by this demand, immediately stands up. You must be dreaming. Then I cannot agree to that. Yun Mengqing gazes at Gu Yancheng's shameless demeanor, feeling exasperated yet helpless. He seems to know her every move. Perhaps he knows where she goes as well. She realizes that her resistance is futile. What is it that you see in me? Yi Luoyi is younger and more beautiful. Are you not satisfied? A man will never be content, especially a formidable one. Are you truly unafraid of Yi Luoyi discovering this? If I inform her, your wedding will certainly be cancelled. I have already stated that Yi Luoyi and I are husband and wife. The cancellation of the wedding does not alter this fact. The reason I am speaking to you so calmly is that I wish to avoid unnecessary complications. If I truly want to stop you, I have my ways. Yun Mengqing is aware of Gu Yancheng's methods, and she knows that defying him would lead to dire consequences. I promise not to tell you, Luoyi, but I have my demands. Let us hear them. You are not permitted to touch me without my consent. That is unacceptable. If you continue to refuse, I'll be left to merely look but not touch. It's quite uncomfortable for a man like me. Yun Mengqing stares at Gu Yancheng, who is so brazenly shameless, feeling utterly powerless. Yun Mengqing, I will arrange a position for you. You will take the helm. Yun Mengqing does not respond. There's a chip technology company. How about becoming its leader? She turns to gaze at Gu Yancheng, astonished yet maintaining her composure, defiantly stating, I will not go. Chapter 75, Sister-in-Law. There's no rush. Take your time to consider. At that moment, the dishes are served, and Gu Yancheng begins to eat. What are you staring at? Eat. Yun Mengqing refuses to pick up her chopsticks. Do you wish to remain in this rundown restaurant for eternity? Don't you aspire to accomplish something meaningful? What is meaningful? As long as you do not seek me out, I am content and at peace. Gu Fuxing chuckles. Yun Mengqing, I hope you realize your life as potential. This is an opportunity one I'm offering you. You know you are mine, and there is no escaping that. This position is crucial. I need someone I can trust to lead. A chip technology company? It requires immense funding. Even 100 billion may not suffice. Consider it. The financial aspect is not for you to worry about. Yun Mengqing studies Gu Yancheng, sensing he is not jesting. Moreover, this position will be demanding. You are intelligent and know how to navigate challenges. I will guide you. Gu Yancheng resumes eating, while Yun Mengqing contemplates him. He is merely his son-in-law, yet exerts such control over her, rendering her powerless, resigned to her fate. Though she might scream in frustration, she understands the consequences she must bear. Her future is overshadowed by him, and she is bewildered by how he manages it all. Gu Yancheng gazes at Yun Mengqing, subtly urging her to eat. Reluctantly, she picks up her chopsticks and dines alongside him. Eat well, live well. I am not as fearsome as you believe. Gu Yancheng serves her food, and though she internally recoils, she dares not refuse, silently consuming what he offers. This sensation is deeply unsettling. Observing her discomfort, Gu Yancheng feels a surge of satisfaction and dominance. In truth, he has invested considerable effort in Yun Mengqing. She is no mere ornament. Yet Gu Yancheng desires her entirely for himself. As the meal concludes, Gu Yancheng rises, approaches Yun Mengqing, wraps his arm around her waist, and kisses her before she can react. Henceforth, you are forbidden from flaunting yourself in cheongsams, especially those with such high slits. Who are you to dictate? I shall wear whatever I please. Yun Mengqing defiantly opposes him, wiping her mouth. Gu Yancheng chuckles. If I see you dress like that again, I shall strip you of your clothes for my own enjoyment. With that, he turns and saunters away. Yun Mengqing glares at his retreating figure, filled with indignation, muttering curses under her breath. The following morning, Gu Yancheng rises early. He had spoken with Luoyi late into the night. She had mentioned being unable to sleep. Feeling somewhat excited. For Gu Yancheng, the wedding is merely a formality. He values the reality over the ceremony. He tidies his attire, and the car departs at 6:30, with the convoy waiting downstairs. Gu Yancheng appreciates the ease of the arrangements. His mother-in-law has taken care of everything, leaving him with little to do. To him, the Yi family has treated him exceptionally well, and he intends to repay that kindness. In a year or two, once everything is on track, the various companies will begin to flourish. Moreover, he will ensure that Luoyi remains unaware of his affairs outside their marriage. He wishes for her to live a life of happiness and joy, as she rightfully deserves. Holding a bouquet, Gu Yancheng boards the wedding car, heading directly to the Yi residence. Luoyi, too, rises early to prepare. Her excitement is palpable. The night before, she had been unable to sleep, her thoughts consumed by the upcoming wedding. A smile involuntarily graces her lips as she realizes how accustomed she has become to Gu Yancheng's presence. By 7 o'clock, Gu Yancheng arrives with a bouquet. Hearing the commotion, Ye's mother knows he has come. She has not arranged for any door-blocking antics, deeming them unnecessary, and has prepared a few quiz questions. Gu Yancheng must answer correctly to ascend stairs. Yancheng, what shoe size does Luoyi wear? Size 36. When is Luoyi's birthday? June 15th. What does Luoyi enjoy doing most? Keeping tabs on me. Are you willing to let Luoyi take charge? Of course. Listening to my wife leads to prosperity. Ye's parents exchange smiles, pleased with his smooth answers, all retained in his memory. All right, you may go upstairs. As Luoyi completed her makeup, Gu Yancheng entered the room and beheld his bride clad in her wedding gown. She was truly enchanting, embodying the epitome of beauty at that moment. In this instant, she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Observing Gu Yancheng's expression, Luoyi couldn't help but smile. You gaze at me every day. Do you not tire of it? A lifetime would not be enough, he replied. Gu Yancheng presented her with a bouquet, then lifted Luoyi into his arms, spinning her around joyfully. Luoyi felt elated. All right, put me down. Gu Yancheng, brimming with excitement, gently lowered her. Sister, you are truly exquisite, he remarked. When we are in public, do not call me sister. I am your wife. Of course, I shall only call you that when it is just the two of us. Luoyi chuckled, having accepted the title of sister, while secretly referring to Gu Yancheng as brother. They lay on the bed, and Luoyi asked, Darling, do I have dark circles under my eyes? Not at all. My wife is so stunning. She rivals Shishir and outshines Diaochan brother. Are you not thrilled to marry me? Are you not excited? He replied, I am indeed. I can hardly sleep, for each time I close my eyes, I envision myself marrying the most beautiful bride in the world, which brings me immense joy. Brother, I will love you for a lifetime. Gu Yancheng laughed heartily, and Luoyi joined in. Sister, my wife, You must not backtrack or deny this. Otherwise, I shall tease you forever. You dare. I certainly do. I intend to tease you for a lifetime. The couple continued their affectionate banter, gazing into each other's eyes. Luoyi inquired, Darling husband, will you love me for eternity? That goes without saying. I shall endeavor to ensure your happiness for all time. I will protect you from all external threats. Even if I were to perish, I would not allow anyone to harm you. Luoyi placed her hand over Gu Yancheng's mouth. Do not speak such words. We are to grow old together, surrounded by children and grandchildren. As you wish. From now on, you shall be my diligent wife. Gu Yancheng rose, carrying Luoyi downstairs. Chapter 76. The wedding commences. Luoyi wrapped her arms around Gu Yancheng's neck, her eyes filled with adoration. Mom and Dad, I'm bringing her home. Ye's parents looked upon their daughter and son-in-law, tears glistening in their eyes, as their daughter, whom they had nurtured for over 20 years, was getting married. Mom and Dad, you have gained a son. I will still be visiting often. Upon hearing Gu Yancheng's words, Ye's parents' faces instantly lit up with joy, as did the relatives nearby. Luoyi, hearing her husband's words, felt a surge of happiness. Her parents' initial sadness over her marriage dissipated. Mom and Dad, rest assured, the household will follow Luoyi's lead. At that moment, Luoyi spoke. Mom and Dad, just as before, you now have another son. You can trust me. All right, go ahead, her mother replied with a smile. Gu Yancheng carried Luoyi out to the wedding car. Everyone was in high spirits. Ye's father increasingly felt that his son-in-law was exceptional. Such calm composure was not something just anyone could possess. His words reflected immense confidence. The Gu family, including Gu's parents and several relatives, awaited them at home. As the car procession gathered downstairs, Gu Yancheng effortlessly carried Luoyi up to the third floor. She was not heavy, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall and weighing around 110 pounds, making it easy for Gu Yancheng to carry her home. Once inside, everyone gazed at Luoyi, who was breathtakingly beautiful, surpassing even the most glamorous celebrities in both beauty and grace. Gu Yancheng set her down gently. Mom and Dad, he called. Wonderful, wonderful, they replied. Gu Yancheng introduced Luoyi to the relatives, though she found it challenging to remember all the names. The relatives regarded Luoyi as if she were a celestial being. Gu Yancheng's aunt, Gu Yunfeng, inquired, Yancheng, how did you manage to marry such a stunning wife? Aunt, it seems heaven has favored me. I am fortunate, he answered, prompting laughter from those around. Luoyi found amusement in Gu Yancheng's serious banter, a rare sight reserved for those close to him. The children, too, gazed at Luoyi with wide eyes, captivated by her exquisite features and fair skin, resembling a fairy. Unfazed by the attention, Luoyi was accustomed to grand spectacles. Gu Yancheng looked at the children and said, when you grow up, make sure to find a wife as beautiful as my Luoyi. What if we cannot find one? Then you shall remain single for life. That won't do. I must marry. Laughter erupted among the group. Gu's mother held Luoyi's hand, marveling at how precious their daughter-in-law was. Noticing the time, Gu's father suggested they head to the wedding venue. Gu Yancheng cradled Luoyi as they descended. No need, we can walk now, Luoyi suggested. Gu Yancheng considered this and agreed. Luoyi linked her arm with his as they made their way downstairs. By 11 o'clock in the morning, guests began to arrive, including prominent figures from the upper echelons of Donghai society. Gu Yancheng greeted guests at the entrance while Luoyi changed into her wedding attire, awaiting the ceremony's commencement. When Yun Mengqing arrived, Gu Yancheng observed her. She, too, was elegantly attired in a qipao, albeit with a more modest slit. Though he did not smile, he felt satisfied. There was a unique allure to her appearance, even in the chilly weather, with her qipao layered beneath a coat. Yun Mengqing approached Gu Yancheng to offer her congratulations. He smiled back, feeling no apprehension about her intentions. Enjoy the festivities, he said as she took her seat among the affluent guests. As the Yi family held some prominence in Donghai, Fang Qingxiao, Fang Qingyun, and Fang Qinghan approached, with Fang Qinghan apologizing. Mr. Gu, we sincerely apologize for our previous rudeness. Gu Yancheng regarded the siblings. Fang Qingxiao was indeed a person of merit, exhibiting politeness and tact. Very well, please proceed inside. Mr. Gu, congratulations on your marriage. Fang Qingxiao added. Thank you. Please come in, Gu Yancheng replied. At that moment, Han Yunting arrived. They had not had the chance to meet previously, but he was quite curious about Gu Yancheng, finding him rather ordinary with no remarkable traits, aside from having invested in 2 projects, which hardly justified Luoyi's choice. Mr. Gu, congratulations, Han Yunting said. Though Gu Yancheng did not recognize him, he sensed that Han Yunting was well informed about him. Thank you. As many distinguished guests gathered around Ye's father, Gu Yancheng welcomed guests for a while before preparing to enter. The guests from the Gu family were few, many of whom were attending such a high-profile event for the first time, encountering so many wealthy individuals. Just as Gu Yancheng was about to leave, a young and vibrant girl rushed over. "Brother, where's my sister-in-law? Take me to meet her. Why aren't you at school? What brings you here? My brother is getting married. I have to be here. Follow me. Brother, is my sister-in-law truly as beautiful as a fairy? You will see for yourself." Gu Yancheng led his cousin Zhou Xiaoxiao to meet Luoyi, deliberately passing by Yun Mengqing and casting a lingering glance her way, which she noticed in turn. His gaze was a silent warning. Zhou Xiaoxiao observed her cousin's demeanor and sensed a remarkable transformation within him. He radiated confidence, and his speech and mannerisms exhibited a noticeable refinement. "Brother, ever since you married sister-in-law, you've changed dramatically," she remarked. "What exactly has changed?" "It's that air of confidence characteristic of someone in a position of authority. You still have a penchant for flattery. Make sure to compliment your sister-in-law later." Needless to say, has sister-in-law become quite wealthy? "Once you graduate, I'll have her arrange a job for you." Gu Yancheng entered Yi Luoyi's room, where she was already dressed to perfection. Zhou Xiaoxiao gazed at her sister-in-law in awe. "Sister-in-law, you look absolutely stunning. How can my brother possibly deserve someone like you?" "This is my cousin, Zhou Xiaoxiao. She is still studying at Jingda." "Cousin, is that how you speak of your brother?" "Sister-in-law, I believe my brother is unworthy of you." "Xiaoxiao, if you say that again, I might just throw you out." "Sister-in-law, do you truly love my brother?" "What do you think?" "He's exceptional and quite handsome," she replied. "But I still feel that he pales in comparison to you." Yi Luoyi regarded the forthright girl with a smile. "You don't know your brother very well, do you?" "Oh, I do. It's just that his transformation is so profound that I find him slightly unfamiliar." Gu Yancheng glanced at the time. The wedding was about to commence. "Xiao, we must go. We can chat later. The ceremony is starting." Gu Yancheng took Zhou Xiaoxiao's hand and led her to the wedding venue, where he adjusted his attire and stood on the stage in the hall, his heart racing with excitement and anticipation. Soon, he would truly be bringing Yi Luoyi home as his bride. Chapter 77, The Wedding in Progress. The grand doors of the hall swung open, and Yi father slowly escorted Yi Luoyi down the aisle. All eyes were fixed upon her. Men marveled while women seethed with envy. Yun Mengqing observed Yi Luoyi's beauty, the radiant smile on Gu Yancheng's face, and the love shimmering in his eyes. A surge of irrational anger, jealousy, and resentment towards Gu Yancheng welled up within her. His sole desire was to possess her, with no other feelings involved. At that moment, she felt frustrated and disheartened. She regretted coming. Watching Yi Luoyi glide gracefully in her wedding gown, captivating everyone present, Gu Yancheng could hardly contain his eagerness as he approached her swiftly. The crowd couldn't help but speculate on what he might do next. "Dad, why are you walking so slowly?" Laughter erupted among the guests. Fang Qingyun muttered, "What a bumpkin." Fang Qingxiao turned to look at his cousin, but Fang Qingyun fell silent. Yi father gazed at Gu Yancheng with a beaming smile, his heart swelling with joy. Gu Yancheng stood beside Yi Luoyi, linking arms with the two most significant men in her life at that moment. Gu Yancheng's face was alight with joy. This gesture was indeed spectacular. Yun Mengqing, watching Gu Yancheng, felt her anger intensify. She regretted her presence and contemplated leaving. That scoundrel! Yet she lacked the courage to confront Yi Luoyi about her feelings, choosing instead to stew in her frustration. At the main stage, Yi father entrusted Yi Luoyi to Gu Yancheng's care. In that moment, silence spoke volumes. The host inquired, "Do you have any words for your son-in-law?" He understood perfectly and chose to remain silent, opting for the highest form of decorum among men as he patted Gu Yancheng on the shoulder. During the vows, Gu Yancheng simply stated, "I will cherish her for a lifetime. If we are fortunate, may we be together in the next life as well." Yi Luoyi took the microphone and echoed, "I feel the same." Though simple, their words conveyed the essence of their hearts. As they exchanged rings, the ceremony, though uncomplicated, was profoundly meaningful for Gu Yancheng and Yi Luoyi. All they needed was this ritual, whispering sweet nothings to one another. Below, Yun Mengqing watched, increasingly envious. Gu Yancheng's gentleness was bestowed solely upon Yi Luoyi, leaving her feeling belittled. The parents of both families beamed to the newlyweds, their smiles unwavering. The friends and relatives, though the ceremony was modest, perceived a bittersweet fragrance of love, particularly those from affluent backgrounds who found such simplicity enviable. Gu Yancheng and Yi Luoyi moved from table to table to toast their guests, first reaching Fang Qingxiao's table. Fang Qingyun admitted, "I must confess, I felt a twinge of envy watching Yi Luoyi. She appears so blissful." "Congratulations, Yi Luoyi," she continued, resting her hand on Gu Yancheng's arm, signaling to everyone in the Donghai business community that he was her husband. "Thank you, Fang Qingyun. You must seize your own opportunities as well." Fang Qingxiao, Fang Qinghan, and Han Yunting all stood to offer their congratulations. Han Yunting, envious and resentful, recalled his previous attempts to pursue Yi Luoyi, only to be rejected. Now she was wed to Gu Yancheng, a man he deemed beneath him, leaving him with a disquieting sense of defeat. Thank you. Calculated in his actions. Han's family's primary competitor was the Fang family, and he knew he must tread carefully not to create enemies. However, his own family's strength fell short, compelling him to seek alliances with even more formidable families, even if they lacked Yi Luoyi's beauty. This was a necessary compromise. Gu Yancheng caught Han Yunting's glance, discerning the glint of greed in his eyes, which instantly diminished his opinion of him. Gu Yancheng held a favorable view of Fang Qingxiao, appreciating the Fang family's solid foundation, though he found Fang Qinghan and Fang Qingyun to be rather short-sighted. After Gu Yancheng and Yi Luoyi departed, Fang Qingxiao chuckled and remarked, "It seems that Han Xiao once pursued General Yi, didn't he?" Han Yunting retorted, "The king desires the goddess, but the goddess remains indifferent." Fang Qingxiao was aware of the underlying dynamics, especially as he was on the brink of an alliance with the Zhao family, which made him wary of potential conflicts. The Han family had long coveted the position of the foremost family in Donghai, a fact well known to the Fang family, which made enmity all the more unwise. Gu Yancheng and Yi Luoyi approached Yun Mengqing's table. "Sister Yun, thank you for attending my wedding. How could I not come when you invited me, Luoyi? Has the situation with Feng Yun Group affected you at all?" "No, I divorced Zhong Jinlin before the incident, so it had no impact." Yun Mengqing glanced at Gu Yancheng. "Luoyi, congratulations." Her words felt forced, as if she were compelling herself to express joy. "Sister Yun, let us raise a glass." Yun Mengqing smiled at Gu Yancheng, who was pleased with her demeanor, and his smile conveyed a subtle message, urging her to comply. The trio clinked glasses and sipped their red wine. After Gu Yancheng and Yi Luoyi left, Yun Mengqing stood and headed to the restroom. Gazing into the mirror, she reflected on her current state, a product of Gu Yancheng's forceful actions. Every day was filled with anxiety. He was more ruthless than Zhong Jinlin. She suspected he was keeping a close watch on her, leaving her feeling utterly trapped. Rather than continue in this manner, she resolved to comply with him, provided he did not overstep. If she could uncover Gu Yancheng's fatal weakness, she might free herself from his grasp. With these thoughts swirling, Yun Mengqing steeled her resolve. Having completed the rounds of toasting, Gu Yancheng noted that the guests were nearly finished with their meals. He took Yi Luoyi to change outfits. In the privacy of their room, Gu Yancheng embraced Yi Luoyi and kissed her gently. "My wife is truly beautiful. All right, change your clothes. Let's go eat something. You've had quite a bit to drink." Yi Luoyi gently touched Gu Yancheng's flushed face and advised, "Drink less in the future." "Yes, I'll heed my wife's words," he replied, cradling her face and showering her with kisses. Yi Luoyi smiled in response. "Now let's change. Could you help me with the zipper?" Gu Yancheng unfastened her wedding dress, and she donned a traditional Chinese wedding outfit, exuding the charm of a classical beauty. "Do I look good?" "My wife looks stunning in anything she wears." As Yi Luoyi linked arms with Gu Yancheng and made their way out, they noticed that the guests had nearly finished eating, with only the closest family remaining at one table. They sat down to dine, and Yi Luoyi served Gu Yancheng some dishes, knowing he had a hearty appetite and hadn't rested well the night before, urging him to eat more. Zhou Xiaoxiao, observing her sister-in-law, thought Yi Luoyi truly embodied the image of a wealthy beauty, treating her brother so well that it seemed unbelievable. Her brother was indeed fortunate. After Yi Luoyi excused herself to the restroom, Gu Yancheng noticed Yun Mengqing had also gone, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. He feared she might say something inappropriate. If she dared to tarnish this day, he would not spare her. Chapter 78, Confronting Yun Mengqing. Gu Yancheng also stood to head to the restroom. "Luoyi, congratulations once again on your marriage. Wishing you happiness," Yun Mengqing greeted her. "Thank you," replied Yi Luoyi. "Is Gu Yancheng treating you well?" "Yes, indeed. I'm curious. How did you suddenly decide to marry him?" "You wouldn't know unless you interacted with him. Though he can be quite assertive at times, he treats those he cares for exceptionally well." Upon hearing this, Yun Mengqing felt a surge of resentment. Gu Yancheng had reduced her to a mere footnote in his life. How could she not harbor disdain for him? After Gu Yancheng used the restroom, he waited for the women to emerge. When they did, he observed Yi Luoyi's radiant smile and felt reassured. Yun Mengqing, however, defiantly met his gaze. "Congratulations again, Mr. Gu," she said, unwavering in her stance. Gu Yancheng ignored her, his anger simmering beneath the surface, promising himself to deal with her later. Yi Luoyi took his arm, and they departed. Yun Mengqing noted Gu Yancheng's irritation but remained unfazed. After all, a broken vessel is beyond repair. Gu Yancheng continued to eat a bit more, and after bidding farewell to all the guests, he and Yi Luoyi finally returned home. Once inside, they collapsed onto the bed, closing their eyes and succumbing to sleep almost instantly. Luoyi felt the same exhaustion. Planning a wedding is truly tiring. They exchanged glances, and Gu Yancheng locked the door, embracing her as they drifted off. Gu's parents observed the couple return to their room without commenting. They did not knock for dinner, allowing them their privacy. Gu Yancheng awakened in the early hours, glancing at Luoyi, who was still peacefully asleep. He leaned down and kissed her forehead. The following morning, Luoyi awoke to find Gu Yancheng smiling at her. "Darling, what time is it?" "It's just past 8. "Oh no, I must get up quickly. It's my first day at my in-laws, and I've slept in." How inappropriate. Ye's mother had specifically mentioned this. "Sister, no need to rush. Don't we have unfinished tasks?" Luoyi chuckled at her brother's words. "It's broad daylight, and with our parents around, it would be awkward. Let's finish up when we get home, all right?" Gu Yancheng beamed at her response. "Sister, it's time to rise. I suspect our parents have been waiting in the living room." "Oh," Luoyi sprang up. "Why didn't you wake me sooner?" After tidying her clothes, she wished to check her reflection, but found the mirror in the restroom. Stepping out, she saw her in-laws seated in the living room. "Dad, Mom, I'm just going to freshen up. I'll be right back." "No rus, no rus." They replied with warm smiles, understanding Luoyi's need for time. In the restroom, she spotted the toiletries prepared for her and knew they were from her husband. Smiling at her reflection, Gu Yancheng waited in the living room, having completed the wedding and prepared for their honeymoon. However, before departing, he needed to address Yun Mengqing's blatant provocations. Additionally, he had to focus on the matter of Tianxia investment, as he was planning to acquire land and manage a series of tasks that required simultaneous attention. Yun Mengqing was quite astute, and he intended to assign her a significant role in the chip technology company. As Luoyi emerged from the restroom, even without makeup, her beauty remained captivating. "Mom, Dad, all right, let us have breakfast. We don't engage in unnecessary formalities." Gu Yancheng led Luoyi to the dining table. After finishing breakfast, Gu Yancheng spoke to his parents and then took Luoyi home. "Are we going back like this? Isn't it a bit inappropriate?" she questioned. "We are family now. There's nothing wrong with that," he assured her. Driving her home, Gu Yancheng added, "Wife, I have to attend to some matters this afternoon regarding the new company. I'll return as soon as I can. I'll go with you. There are still many details to arrange for the new company. Once everything is settled, we'll head to Bali for our honeymoon. How does that sound?" Luoyi pondered it, sensing he might be planning a surprise for her. "All right, just come back early. We have unfinished business," she replied. Gu Yancheng drove away, heading straight to Yun Mengqing's restaurant. He entered and made his way directly to her office. Pushing the door open, he found her looking surprised, but not flustered by his sudden arrival. "Are you here to settle the score?" He locked the door behind him and drew the curtains. Yun Mengqing understood his intentions. There was no escaping this, so she simply watched, waiting. Today might not be the day, but tomorrow could be. Gu Yancheng noticed her calm demeanor and remarked, "Yun Mengqing, you're not even putting up a fight? Would it matter if I did? Could I escape? At least you're perceptive. Will you undress yourself? Or shall I assist you?" Yun Mengqing shot him a venomous glare, remaining seated defiantly. Gu Yancheng approached her, pulling her out of her chair. Despite her stubbornness, he felt an overwhelming urge to conquer her. Her resistance only heightened his excitement. He embraced her, and his hands began to wander. Yun Mengqing, defiant, glared at him, contemplating what he might do next. He held her tightly in his arms, seated in her office chair. His original intention was to confront her, not just to chastise her, but to offer her a position managing the chip technology company, which required considerable skill and reliability. Yun Mengqing was quite suitable. Although a bit obstinate now, he believed she could be molded. "Have you made your decision?" he inquired. "About what?" "The job I'm offering you as CEO of the chip technology company." "I refuse." With a swift motion, he slapped her on the backside. "Will you accept? If not, I'll keep this up. I shall not go. If you possess the audacity, then strike me dead. So be it," Yun Mengqing declared, her words laden with a sense of grievance and stubbornness. Gu Yancheng, upon hearing this, found amusement in her defiance. "You cannot even muster the will to do something for your man?" he teased. "I have no man," she retorted. Without warning, Gu Yancheng seized her and kissed her forcefully. Yun Mengqing bit him in response, causing him a sharp pang of pain. He quickly released her, and as she observed his disheveled state, a sense of satisfaction welled within her. His discomfort brought her a strange delight. "Yun Mengqing, do you comprehend your actions?" Gu Yancheng inquired. "You need not threaten me. I am prepared to let everything fall apart. Should you wish to use force, then come forth. I am unafraid and shall not labor for you." Gu Yancheng felt a flicker of anger as he scrutinized her. This woman was becoming increasingly audacious, and he found her intriguing. What could Gu Yancheng possibly be planning? Chapter 79. Gu Yancheng's intentions at this juncture. Gu Yancheng spoke. "Yun Mengqing, you are 30 now. Do you truly wish to live a life of solitude, accomplishing nothing? How am I accomplishing nothing? This restaurant is mine, she countered. What value does this wretched establishment hold? The work I offer you will imbue your life with purpose. I have stated it clearly. I will never work for you. That is an impossibility. Gu Yancheng, uninterested in further debate, scooped her up and prepared to exit. Gu Yancheng, release me at once. Yun Mengqing felt a twinge of fear at the prospect of their relationship being exposed. It was a matter of great shame for her. You wish for me to accompany you? I shall not go. I refuse to work for you. Struggling fiercely, she found it futile against his strong grip. It is of no use. If you do not follow me, I shall carry you and kiss you all the way, he stated mischievously. Gu Yancheng, do you not have any shame? What is wrong with kissing my woman? Gu Yancheng tested this tactic, and it seemed to strike a chord with her sense of propriety. You scoundrel, she muttered. Gu Yancheng released her. Dress yourself and come with me. Yun Mengqing glared fiercely at him. This man had no shame. Harassing her merely a day after their wedding. Do not look at me with such disdain. I am doing this for your benefit. For my benefit? Then never seek me out again. Do you truly believe that it's feasible? For a woman already possessed, particularly one as alluring as you. How could I ever let you go? Yun Mengqing was at a loss for how to counter Gu Yancheng. She adjusted her attire and donned her coat. Gu Yancheng instructed her to walk ahead. Do not flee. You cannot outrun me. Should I catch you, I shall parade you through the streets. Yun Mengqing knew that this rogue was capable of such a threat, and so she reluctantly entered Gu Yancheng's car. Where are you taking me? To a hotel. You, Gu Yancheng, are an animal. If I wished to be with you, it would have been in your office, not a hotel. I will take you to the company. You will work there from now on. Yun Mengqing's expression was one of utter reluctance. Observing her demeanor, Gu Yancheng couldn't help but chuckle. What have I done to offend you? You have already taken advantage of me. Cannot you simply leave me be? I have said it before, that is not possible. Accept your fate as my woman. It is your destiny, for you are too irresistible. Gu Yancheng, you are a brute. Arriving at Tianxia Investment Company. Yun Mengqing noted the grandiose name, though the actual capability seemed lacking. Gu Yancheng led her inside, approaching the office of Ren Muxue and knocking on the door. Yun Mengqing felt exasperated. It wasn't he that he didn't know how to knock, but rather that he wouldn't knock on her door. Upon hearing the invitation to enter, Gu Yancheng ushered Yun Mengqing inside. Gu, why did you not inform me of your visit? Pei Muxu inquired. Muxue, this is the assistant I have found for you, Yun Mengqing. You may entrust the matters of the chip technology company to her. Yun Mengqing regarded Pei Muxu, another striking woman, and felt a pang of displeasure. Gu Yancheng was clearly a man who was easily swayed by beauty. Maintaining her smile, she greeted, Hello, Miss Yun. Muxue, has the 2 billion been transferred? It has been received. We should plan ahead. Let us acquire several plots of land and proceed with multiple projects. You and Yun Mengqing can discuss the details. Understood, Gu. Please continue your discussion. I shall take my leave, Ren Muxue announced, attempting to escort Gu Yancheng out. But he insisted on departing alone. In the office, only Yun Mengqing and Ren Muxue remained. Miss Yun, would you like something to drink? Water will suffice. Is this Gu Yancheng's company? Indeed. Yun Mengqing was taken aback. His company was not mentioned in her materials. Do you manage this company? Generally, I handle the day-to-day operations. Gu rarely attends to them. Ren Muxue presented a plan to Yun Mengqing. What is this? This is the company's blueprint, crafted per Gu's instructions. Since you were brought here by him, I thought you might wish to review it. Yun Mengqing opened it. The plan focused on investing in chip technology, confirming Gu Yancheng's intentions. How much capital does the company currently possess? Around 2 billion, I believe. Gu assured me not to worry about financial matters. He would handle them. Ren, delving into this industry requires substantial investment, covering the entire supply chain, equipment design, production, and chip manufacturing. Does Gu possess the necessary funds? Hasn't Gu discussed this in detail with you? He mentioned he intends to invest over 200 billion in the next decade, possibly even more. We are to execute his vision. The enormity of this claim struck Yun Mengqing as fanciful, with merely 25 billion in the account. What kind of miraculous profits could yield such wealth? Her curiosity about Gu Yancheng's confidence deepened. He exuded an air of mystery. Do you believe Gu Yancheng can achieve this? I am confident that he can. He is an exceptionally capable individual. Are you aware that Gu Yancheng is already married? His wife is Yi Luoyi from Shanghua Group. I know, but I have yet to meet her. Yun Mengqing listened to Ren Muxue's words, filled with respect and loyalty towards Gu Yancheng. She took a sip of water. What do you think of him? Ren Muxue seemed taken aback by the question. After all, this was a man who had brought Yun Mengqing here. Miss Yun, how would you describe him? I believe he is a scoundrel. Peyton Musu Tsoka Softly Counseling. Gu is a good man, one with dreams and ambitions, bold and decisive. He is also remarkably generous. As Yun Mengqing absorbed Ren Muxue as high praise, she couldn't help but but smile. In her eyes, Gu Yancheng was merely a shameless rogue. Miss Yin, truthfully speaking, you are a person of trust for Gu, and it is evident that he has great faith in you. I am unsure why you regard him as a scoundrel. Perhaps your understanding is somewhat limited and one-sided. Yin Mengqing chuckled lightly. Perhaps I am indeed seeing things from a narrow perspective. Gu Yancheng had already devised a plan in the car. He understood that a woman like Yun Mengqing could not be swayed solely by force. She would believe in what she saw and heard. His actions were intended to encourage Yun Mengqing to assist him, fostering mutual understanding. Otherwise, he would merely appear as a brute, compelling her to do things against her will. Once he joined Tianxia Investment, over time, her perspective would inevitably shift. Chapter 80. Affectionate moments upon returning home. Gu Yancheng found Yi Luoyi in the living room. Before entering, he deliberately checked for any lingering scent of perfume or stray hairs. If Yi Luoyi noticed, he would find himself at a loss for words. Yi Luoyi, upon seeing Gu Yancheng return, exclaimed, "Back so soon?" "Yes, I completed my business and returned," he replied, shedding his coat and sitting beside her. "My dear, are we all set to leave for your family tomorrow?" "Indeed, our flight is in the afternoon. Are you looking forward to it?" "I'm all set. My suitcase is packed." She beamed. "You truly are remarkable." Hearing this, Yi Luoyi's heart swelled with joy. Her husband's emotional support was overwhelming. "Am I truly your first love?" she asked, her eyes sparkling. "Of course. You also took my virginity," he teased. "Humph. I find that hard to believe. You seem quite skilled at charming women. Where did you learn that?" "Have I never seen a pig run, having never eaten one?" he quipped. Yi Luoyi leaned closer, whispering, "Then why is your technique so adept?" "Ah, it's simply theory coupled with a bit of practice, self-taught, if you will." Yi Luoyi shot him an annoyed look, but Gu Yancheng maintained a straight face. And she couldn't help but believe him. "My mother insists I should have children soon. I'm curious about your thoughts on this," she said. "Let us enjoy our time together as a couple first. Children can wait. After all, you're only 27. Yi Luoyi laughed, wrapping her arms around his neck. Initially conflicted, his words brought her instant joy, aligning perfectly with her desires. "My love, there's something else. Fengyan Group is currently embroiled in legal troubles, and companies in Donghai are eyeing a piece of the pie. Should we consider entering the fray? Let be for now. Real estate isn't the best field. As for the computer manufacturing company," he added, "let's not pursue it. Our company's funds can serve more significant purposes, and we have other projects to invest in. We can reassess once we return from our honeymoon. But seriously, who has the audacity to bring Fengyan Group to its knees so suddenly? How did it happen?" A smile danced on Gu Yancheng's lips, for he felt a sense of satisfaction. He was the architect of this situation. "Do you really believe they're capable? If they were, how would they have managed it? Fengyan Group is on the brink of collapse. It's likely to be taken over." Gu Yancheng chuckled. "It's not our concern. We need to focus on our own enterprise." "All right, I'll heed your advice." After dinner, Yi Luoyi pulled Gu Yancheng to their room. He embraced her tightly, teasing, "Why the rush, my dear? We didn't even get to enjoy our wedding night properly, and we have an early start tomorrow." Upon entering the room, Gu Yancheng swept Yi Luoyi into his arms and carried her to the bathroom. "Did you forget your pajamas? What need have we for pajamas? Let us simply enjoy each other as company in bed," he replied. Yi Luoyi gazed at him, her eyes filled with affection, knowing they would weather life as storms together. Growing old side by side, after a swift bath and drying their hair, she nestled against Gu Yancheng. He gently laid her on the bed, covering her with a blanket, and they gazed into each other's eyes. "My dear husband, I am the wife you brought home. No matter what we face, you must share it with me. I will support your endeavors to the best of my ability. Indeed, I must have accumulated great virtue in my past life to deserve a wife as wonderful as you," he said, kissing her. Through all these experiences, Yi Luoyi proved to be a genuinely devoted woman, solidifying Gu Yancheng's resolve to cherish her forever. No other woman could ever compare to her. The warmth she brought him was an experience he had never known, particularly vivid in contrast to the haunting memories of his previous life, where he had lacked hope for marriage, initially compelled into it. Now his perspective had shifted. He recognized Yi Luoyi as the embodiment of unwavering support. He would reciprocate her affection in his own way. They lost themselves in a passionate kiss. "My love, I desire you," she whispered, as they indulged in each other, their voices intertwined in a symphony of pleasure. Yi Luoyi embraced her husband without hesitation, willing to engage in even the most intimate of acts. They spent the night in each other's arms, exhausted yet fulfilled. "My dear husband, you are truly remarkable. My enchanting wife, you captivate me utterly." Yi Luoyi clung to Gu Yancheng, asserting, "You must not seek other women. Even if you do, you must never let me know. Understand? I want to good." Yet, deep down, Gu Yancheng felt a twinge of guilt regarding this matter. For anything else, he would comply with Yi Luoyi's wishes. But this particular issue weighed heavily on him. He had indulged in unsavory escapades that he hoped would remain forever hidden from her. You promised me. I did. Gu Yancheng planted a gentle kiss on her. Good night, my sister. Good night, my brother, she replied, kissing him on the cheek. Yi Luoyi considered her husband to be quite handsome, with impressive physical prowess that left her enamored. He possessed no shortcomings. He was simply exceptional. As Gu Yancheng held Yi Luoyi in his arms, she lay in bed, reflecting on Ren Mushue's words. Had she been too one-sided in her views? Yet, Gu Yancheng had been ruthless in his pursuit, dominating her will. Forgiveness seemed impossible. What had Gu Yancheng whispered to Ren Mushue? Was she also his woman? This notion felt implausible. Ren Mushue needn't be so reserved if that were the case. Conflicted thoughts swirled in her mind. She had little faith in Gu Yancheng's business acumen. Whatever he wished for her to undertake, she was not responsible if it failed. After all, it wasn't her money at stake. She realized she could not escape. If she chose not to comply, he would inevitably coerce her. If she faltered, could Gu Yancheng truly continue to demand her participation? Ultimately, she felt indifferent, resigning herself to a life of mediocrity. The thought of him ignited a fierce desire to confront Gu Yancheng. Her mind was filled with curses aimed at him. While she pondered her next move, she considered approaching Yi Luoyi to gauge her reaction. The situation was already dire. If it could persuade Gu Yancheng to release her, perhaps it was a risk worth taking. In Gu Yancheng's heart, it was evident that Yi Luoyi held the most significance, while she was merely a plaything to him. For Yi Luoyi's sake, he would likely abandon her, granting her the freedom she so desperately sought.